It's so
Good,
good. It's been
good to
fun.
hear, my friends. Mister, I can't decide which account I'm going to use.
No, no, no. This is my office account, and
Oh, you at
when
work, are
I'm
you?
well, no, I mean I work and my studio is all in the same spot. Work from home 3 days a week, and then office 2 days a week. When I have my
Okay,
cell phone, I have that account, which is my King Clown account, King's Clown account.
cool. What do
Yeah,
you
just
what do
keep
you
it.
do in your studio? Art, music, that sort of
Um,
studio?
well, working from home, but also like Zoom meetings, whatever, and also shows, my YouTube channel where I just present
Oh,
stuff and findings and whatnot. So that's been my journey for the last like 3 years. It's just been discovering. It all started with like the political scene. And
yeah,
I kind of just started digging further, and my big highlights have been like researching King Cyrus and what King Cyrus did for his city and saving East and West, his two cities, bringing them together with the
yeah,
Cyrus
yeah.
cylinder, right? And in 650, and then like finding Noah's Ark in Ararat, Turkey, and a lot of people don't believe it, but
Mm,
I can't force people to believe that, but I found it, and it aligns with scripture. So,
yeah,
I just keep finding these little Easter eggs along the way, and I kind of just got to this point where I was like, wait a minute. He made this thing on the second day called the firmament.
yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like, holy crap, dude. That's the lid to the closed system, and everything's comprised of gas. And then when you
Hey,
think
just
that,
quickly,
like,
yeah.
pardon me, sorry.
I was just gonna say, just quickly, drop your YouTube channel in the chat so I
Well,
can
thank you so much, man. I appreciate
subscribe.
that.
Yeah, subscribe to it and check it out, man. I'm always interested in good channels that
I appreciate it.
have good
Thank you so
stuff.
much for that.
Even just to listen on in the background, because quite often I'm in the garage and I just have stuff playing in the background, and
That's what,
it's good when you can listen to stuff that has a little bit of information.
yeah, I think
Is
the
that
big
you?
thing.
Is that you? That
Yeah, that's
picture?
me. That's me. That's me.
Damn! Damn! Now that
Yeah.
definitely looks like a mug shot.
Yeah, a self-portrait in mugshot. I love it. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool.
yeah, I'm way skinnier now, and I've got a bigger beard and a lot more hair, man bun, if you
Oh,
will. So
really?
yeah, and
Yeah,
a
yeah.
receding hairline. I got the fire tuck going on. But
Hey, I tell you what, when my boys, because I've got 7 kids, but when my boys,
7.
uh, yeah, yeah,
Holy
yeah,
shit!
yeah,
Good for you,
um,
brother.
when they got taller than me, now I'm 6'3", okay, and when my youngest sons, or at the time, at that particular, when they were 16 and they were taller than me, and now they were looking down on me and they pointed out that I had a little bald spot on the back of my head. I went, you know what? I'm going to beat this baldness. It's all coming off. So now I'm bald by choice, I say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was initially doing, was doing the bulb thing, and now
Yeah.
once the C word hit, I said to myself, I'm not bothering with this upkeep. Forget this. I'll just let everything go and see where I end up.
Oh,
And here I am.
yeah,
It's not bad. I
yeah.
got an afro on my chin and a bun
Oh,
on the back of my head. It's all good.
I did that. I did that for a while. I grew myself a goatee, and the goatee got down to 9.5 inches long. It was a ripper.
Nice.
It,
That's
it was an
awesome.
absolutely ripper. But all of a sudden, overnight, it got itchy, and it was
Mm.
just incredibly itchy. And I'm just
Hmm.
going, "This is driving me crazy." And so,
Hmm.
because I was at one stage very proud of my goatee. I'd have all the product in it and whatnot. My wife would plait it at times. It was actually pretty cool there for at one stage. And but yeah, it didn't matter what I did to it, what I put in it, or whatever. It was just itchy. So anyway, I got rid of it, and now I just have like a little goatee now. But it was pretty cool at the time, I must say. Pretty cool.
I'll tell you, man. There's times I pull out my Afro pick. So we got a big plastic Afro pick, and I just sit there and scratch. And I scratch and I scratch. I mean, obviously, I'm not like ripping at my face, but yeah, it'll drive you crazy if you don't honestly satisfy that itch.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I can remember one day I'm thinking I've got bloody nits or something or fucking something bloody crawl around there. I'm in front of the mirror, got the light, checking it. I'm going, babe, check it. I'm sure there's something growing in there. I was so paranoid. It was crazy. But anyway, I got rid of it, and I'm thinking about doing it again because I really did enjoy it. Actually, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Uh, I was actually
Uh,
thinking about buying myself to go along with it. I was actually looking at an Indian uh, uh, to go with it, but anyway, didn't get around to it. So the only way I can get myself an hour bike now is by getting another goatee.
so, sorry, what'd you say it is though? What? You want to grow it again? I caught that.
Yeah, yeah. I want to grow it again, mate.
But what was the other part? Indian or something I heard?
Oh, the bike I was looking at to buy, an Indian. Um,
Oh, motorcycle.
yeah,
Check you out,
yeah,
you badass with seven
yeah,
kids,
yeah.
and this guy's gonna go buy a motorbike. You're nut. I
Yeah,
love it.
yeah,
You're,
damn. Oh, seven
you're a
kids,
badass
three
father, man.
grandkids. Yeah. Oh man, that's the way to be, mate. I made sure that my gene pool is going to last forevermore, without fail, without
He's like,
fail.
okay, there's seven of you guys. You can't possibly mess this up. Now it's my time to go be crazy.
Exactly right, exactly right. And it's cool now. They're all adults now and doing their thing, their own families, and got
That
a
is
fourth grandkid
fantastic.
on the way. It's really cool,
You got a
really
fourth grandkid on the wheel.
on
Congratulations,
the
man. That's
way. Yeah,
fantastic.
on
That
the
is
way.
awesome.
Can't wait. They keep you young. And I'm lucky I'm a fairly young grandfather too, so I'm pretty
Yeah, I was gonna. Well, I mean, I know guys don't mind sharing their age. How old are you, man?
in my low 50s. So
Nicely. I'm 42, so I'm gonna be 43 this year. When's your birthday?
yeah, August. August.
August what?
The 23rd. I'm a cusper.
23rd, so you're on the cusp of Leo
Yeah,
and what's
Virgo.
Leo?
Virgo.
Virgo.
Yeah. Yep,
The
yep, yep.
what? No, the Virgo. So you're a heavy thinker, and that's why you said this morning you got me thinking. That makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
Oh,
That
no,
makes a lot of sense.
exactly. Like, because,
That makes a lot of sense.
yesterday or the day before, you're talking about this reflection theory, and
Eh.
I've heard it before, I must say, but the way you were talking about it yesterday, I'm just like thinking about it, and kind of does have my brain turned inside and out because I'm trying to reconcile the whole reflection bit. Like I said, I get with the sun. I can actually imagine that being a reflection somewhat, just because of the way it looks. But the moon itself, I
Hmm?
couldn't I couldn't reconcile that being a reflection because it's so perfect day in, day out. Like it doesn't change.
Yeah,
But
and
that's when you said the spotlight. Imagine it as a spotlight, perhaps the source of the light, not actually the reflection itself, I think you said. Is that correct?
mhm. Yep.
Or do I misunderstand that? No, no,
Nope,
got
you
that.
got
Yep.
it.
Yeah. Which, yeah, like I said, I'm still trying to reconcile it. I must say, I'm
Mhm.
trying to reconcile it. But yeah, it's definitely got me thinking um, about things because we all know that things aren't where we see them anyway. Everything's in an apparent position and all that sort of stuff.
Well,
So we're being
that's just it.
yeah, and being in an apparent position and perhaps on of a firmament of sort. I've never really been a firmament believer.
Okay.
It's not that I haven't. We're not a believer. I've never dismissed it. It's one of these things. Once again, I suppose. you want to see evidence for it. Yeah, and
Mm.
I know there's footage of what is it, the not the not GoPro, that rocket that apparently hits something and stops very suddenly. You know, I've seen things like that. You know, with Operation Fishbowl, these sorts of things tend to go up a certain height and can't go any further. Like there's plenty of anecdotal evidence and something that almost tends to maybe suggest too that there is some sort of barrier. Like with that rocket, you know, it doesn't seem to hit a brick wall. It seems to be more of a like a
It's
uh,
forgiving.
yes, exactly like it's some sort of super fluid or something and it's hitting. It
Well, that's
is
what that
forgiving.
it would give a
Exactly.
lot of substance to the aspect of it being some plasma being something to do with it, right? And that's
Mm,
why I
mm,
say the plasma moon. We start to link hands a lot on a lot of ideas, right? Because remember, plasma is also a conductor of electricity. Like
yes, yeah,
that's
yes,
a
yes.
huge bomb drop right there. And I just said that I'm like, wait a minute. Holy crap, because plasma is somewhat of a crystalline structure, I would imagine, right?
Hmm.
There has to be some essence as such to it. Oops.
Yeah. Have you seen the clip? And maybe you have. I'm going to presume you have. But there is I think he's an Australian scientist or an
Hmm.
Australian professor. It's an old black and white um, film clip where he is talking about us going to the moon, and
Hmm.
and he actually says that it's impossible for us to go to the moon because the moon isn't solid. It's made up of plasma. It's an
Yeah,
old,
exactly. You
it's
can't
an
you
old, it's an old black and white clip. Have you seen that one?
but well no, yeah. I mean, no, I have not. But what I will say is that the theory that he presents is completely perfect because you can't land on an image,
Mm, mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm.
But
And this,
the what makes an interesting observation, and I can only begin to obviously entertain what we see, are the craters on the moon. Because we see that. You can't lie about that.
no,
Right?
no.
Now, my question then becomes, if I present the picture that, forget the aspect, we cannot say that we observe the moon in 3D space. We don't. Nobody ever gets to see the other side of the moon. That what we see in the moon, it may rotate like a steering wheel, right? But we never get to see around the bend, if you will, if it was actually, in fact, a 3D object. So it's not. So we can crumple that piece of evidence out and throw it away. Period. The next aspect of it is if we take away the notion that it is a 3D object and we then start to entertain that it is a spotlight, it is a light being like I'm a stage producer, I'm a stagehand, and I'm shining a spotlight on the ceiling and it's being shown something, right? Is it showing a specific area of the firmament
Hmm, hmm.
that has craters in it?
Okay.
Like maybe the whole firmament has craters in it. I don't know, but maybe this sensation or whatever it is that this visual thing that we see. Obviously, I can only give properties to it saying visual thing that we see because we identify it with our eyes as visual, right? If a tree falls
Yep.
in the forest, it doesn't make a sound. It can only make a sound if we can I receive it with something that can receive sound. If it doesn't make a sound until something receives a sound. Period. So this visual sensation that we see in the sky being the moon that appears to be something, maybe the entire firmament is riddled with craters. Or
Okay.
maybe we're just
Yep.
supposed to specifically see this one section that has the craters, because again, this one specific section that has the craters also contains the reflection of our plate.
Mm,
So that specific spot, however it functions, always shows us whether it's fully open, halfway open, three-quarters of the way open. It always shows us what I believe to be our landform reflected in its
yeah.
mass.
If I'm trying to because I'm trying to look at this logically,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
naturally. And to me, logically, to think that there are craters in the firmament, that to me logically doesn't make sense, because the dome structure itself is the strongest structure you can build, right? It's stronger than a triangle, stronger than
Mm-hmm.
any other shape. It is the strongest structure.
Mm-hmm.
So now, if in this structure there are craters and imperfections, that is going to weaken the structure. Okay, so just on a logical mindset, thinking about that, I can't see how there would be craters in the firmament, because it would weaken it. Now,
That's a
naturally,
well.
if I if I'm the
Sorry.
creator, I can create anything. I can put creators in it and can make this as strong as anything. I get that, but naturally thinking it from a human level, if I was to build it on a human level, I wouldn't put craters in it, because each one of those craters would be a weak point in that structure itself.
100% agree with you, because you made the distinction in your counter observation. You distinguish between I'm a man, this is how I understand it to be. If I were the creator, however, I can see, and this is 100%. Like, I cannot argue with that statement when you say that, my
Mhm,
friend. I can't.
mhm. No, 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 and that's the hard thing when you talk about any of these things. It's when people invoke a creator or God. Well, if I'm a creator or a god, I could quite easily create the heliocentric kind of model itself. Like, I have that power to be able to, do. I have the power to be able to create anything. So me thinking about these things as a mere mortal, well, then you do the creator a injustice in thinking that way. But but us mere mortals, what we try and do, we try and work things out, don't we? We try and find the little Easter eggs. We try and find the clues of how things may be, and you hear many people come up with many a different idea uh, in regards to, well, especially with what we see over our head. Right? These are where some of the craziest, wackiest ideas come,
Hmm.
about
Excuse
things over our head and what they are and what we see and why we see them. And I listen to them. I listen to them all. Like the heliocentric model is quite easy to get your head around. It doesn't take any brain power whatsoever. The stuff is there. We're spinning and we see it as it is. We're spinning. Bang. Job done. Okay. Very, very, very simple to understand. But now, if we're talking in an enclosed system, and what we see, it becomes it becomes a little bit more creative, because you or I can't be where you are and where I am at the same time to make observations kind of at the same time. All these things are very, very difficult, and we see everything from our personal perspective in our own personal dome. That's how we see things, in our own personal dome. Like, you can be standing right next to me, but where I see the sun and where you see the sun are going to be slightly different, because of our own personal dome that we've
me.
created for ourselves with our own eyeballs. Um, so yeah, this is where the imagination comes in a bit. Trying to find those little Easter eggs of what is and whatnot, and trying to piece these things together.
You know what's
And
funny?
yeah,
Just bear with me, because I'm as you and I are talking, I'm putting together some snaps in the live stream chat,
yeah,
because of a conversation we got into yesterday as well. And you said pieces, and the picture of what I wanted just came up, being a piece from the ship. or from the arc. Anyways, we'll leave that there for now. But you said
Yeah,
as we piece together, yes, go on. Pieces together, yes, go on.
yeah. As we piece things together, things. Well, with the idea that we have, we can get these little snippets of information, and you try to work them into your theory, or to someone else's theory. Like you hear all these things, and you try and make them work within your own within your own head. That's why I said, with what we were talking about, a couple of days ago. I've been thinking about these things a bit more deeply, trying to get my head around it. Not just poo-pooing the idea, but going, you know what, let's have a bit of a think about this, and see if I can kind of make sense of it, uh, more logically. Which, that may be the downfall too, trying to think of these things logically as well. Maybe that is the restriction within ourselves when we can't reconcile these things, because we are trying to make them naturally work how we think things naturally work. Like, if I'm the creator, why can't I just say to myself, there you go, moon, there you go, sun, there you go, stars. I'm going to put you in the sky, and you are going to stay in the sky because I say so. You don't need anything to stay there. I'm going to tell you you're going to stay there and do what you're going to do just because. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like it's
Yeah.
that simple. Like, it's that simple, really. Um, um, but still, you try and work things out. And he gave us the ability. Well, he gave us, the the ability of curiosity, which then gives you the ability to go, why and how,
Hmm. Hmm.
sort of thing. So he gave us this ability naturally anyway to try and work things out for
Excuse me.
ourselves, right?
Right.
To try and help us on our path, on our quest. Now, I'm not religious at all. I don't follow any religion, but I do believe in a creator. I don't read the Bible, but yet I was brought up very strict Catholic and whatnot, and I have, read the Bible,
Hmm.
and what's within it. And when you take into consideration things like Adam and Eve, and why we are here in the first place,
Hmm.
right? Because we are imperfect, and because we cannot resist temptation, right? And uh, I'm going to put you in a place where you're going to work these things out for yourself. And when you work things out for yourself, well, come back. Here's the welcome mat. You're more than welcome to come back when you worked it out for yourself.
Hmm.
But I gave you a chance. You buggered it up, right? So no more chances now. Um, you're on your own, but I will give you the tools to work things out. The tools being, one of them being that curiosity, be able to work things out for yourself and examine, yourself and things around you, other people, other things, etc., 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 which is part of your journey at the end of the
Right.
day.
Right.
And it's quite funny. You go through many stages in your life. You're born, you start off as a little child. You're in the moment. You become a young boy, a teenager, a young man, woman, um, into adulthood. Middle aged, type of thing, old age, and bang. But you go through all these different stages, um, of realization, and
Excuse me.
life tends to, unfortunately, um, hide some of those realizations that are right in front of your nose, right in front of your
Mhm.
nose.
Right.
Uh, and and one of the biggest realizations that my wife and I have actually just discovered is being through the blessing of our grandkids, right?
Amazing.
And it has been the fact that to live in the moment. a child lives in the moment. They appreciate the moment. They are very blinkered. And yes, children are all about me, 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 me. I get that. But they live in the moment. They get the joy from that immediate moment, and they embrace it. And we have, at this stage now, it's like this is what we haven't well, this is kind of what we missed out on for many years because you get caught up in life and work and day to day kind of stuff, and you kind of forget the important things. And now, when you take time out of your life to actually concentrate on these things and making this part of your life's mantra moving
Mm,
forward, it's amazing how at peace you feel with yourself and others around you. It brings
mm.
you this sense of peace and this sense of satisfaction and joy, natural joy. And it is in such the smallest things. Like we've got this little cactus plant in the front of our back porch at the moment, and it has these little flowers on it. And
Excuse me.
they're like little trumpets, and there's only one particular bird that ever goes near it, and they have only just starting to open, and it's a little blue wren, and it's the only bird that feeds on the nectar of this particular plant. And the plant itself would be about, I'd say, 2.5 foot by 3 foot, type
Mm,
of thing, like a ball. And in the mornings, first thing in the mornings, when we get up and we go sit outside, and now the birds aren't even scared of us because they're aware of us and we can walk outside. But the whole bush, you cannot see the bush because there would be 3 dozen little blue wrens all on the outside, all eating from the nectar and doing this happy little dance. And they're the smallest little bird. They're only
mm,
about 2.5 to 3 inches long,
mm.
absolutely tiny. They are they have this bright blue fluorescent chest. They are gorgeous, and they have a little tail that points straight up in the air. And they dance. They dance from branch to branch, from flower to flower. It is absolutely gorgeous to see. And you just sit down and you're having your coffee in the morning, and it gives you nothing but a smile on your face, and you're in that moment. And it's
Okay,
a
I'm
really
lying to you if I didn't just literally take a sip of coffee when you were talking.
yeah,
Like literally to the second almost. I put my cup down and you said sip of coffee. I'm like, shut up. Get out of here with
yeah.
that, man.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Stop it.
But but it's amazing when you do these things and you
Yeah.
just take the time just to soak it in, just to soak
Mm-hmm.
it in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful thing, and
Mm-hmm.
something we are really trying to implement more and more, every single day, and it pays off big time. Like the rewards are so great and so enormous. Yeah,
Yep. Fully agree with you, man. I just slammed a bunch of pictures for Noah's Ark, my proofs
yeah,
from yesterday. Because we had what's his name, Flip Flop in here. Cool story, bro. I was
oh,
like, Brian, I need to come back and handle you. And I think the other guy was talking. He said he had to research fossilized wood, so I put some proofs up about the
mhm,
deck board that was pulled and how the volcano would have actually worked, how it would have carried the ship down and eventually encased it in lava, which would have preserved the wood, and that's why it's been preserved for 4,500 years.
yeah,
It literally well, the lava once it's cooled, once it encases wood, it actually preserves it, and that's called fossilized wood. So unfortunately, our friend yesterday was a little too upset to understand or be able to take the viewpoint to see the lesson at hand, but that's okay. When you touch someone's paradigm or touch somebody on the inside, they get a little upset and their ego gets mad. So
well,
we just,
pe- people want to give a lot of pushback at times too, don't they? And they don't want to engage in a conversation really openly and just listen, actually, and try and get on board. Even though you don't have to buy, it, you don't have to believe it, but try and understand what the person is saying.
yeah, like it's crazy that I don't know. This thing can, or things can exist, and we still will completely talk them down no matter what it takes.
Mm.
no matter what we believe we see. And it's being able to just sit back and observe. I think we've lost that, and we live in a society heavily built on ego. Right? And that's what we're doing right now. We're talking about paradigm shifts and different perspective watch looks. A lot of people aren't ready for this. So
Yeah,
keep
well,
on doing what we do. Piss them off,
that's
each and every one.
that's that's all you can do. So how long was this thing? This
It's
like
515 feet, 300
yeah, yeah.
cubits. 300 cubits, 515 feet, as described in Genesis.
Mhm. Mhm. So
It's
who
I
found
did
this site originally?
this
Who
this
who
guy
found this?
Ron Wyatt. I put him up in the picture. Well, actually, he's funny. He's on my screen right now. I'll put a picture of him. Hold on.
Is he the guy with the beard or the other guy?
Yeah, he's the dude with the beard. Him and his two sons.
Oh,
And it
right.
was nuts because they had to get all kinds of dig permits, and I mean they're still. He passed away in the late '90s, I think '99 or something, and then
Uh-huh.
a, a a group called Discovered Media. You can find them on YouTube. They took over the discovery of it.
Uh-huh.
And they've been going to the different sites. They've gone to Mount Sinai. They've gone to the Red Sea crossing. They found all kinds of stuff. And again, like we have people come in like yesterday, and they talk about how we're conveniently finding all these things. Like, oh, how convenient! There's a Bible, and how convenient! How convenient! And that's cool. Like you can talk it down and say how convenient, or you can say, wow, it was written this way. Like it actually happened. Like you didn't
Well,
have to.
it
So
is rather convenient that there's a book that gives you these clues and people are interpreting them and then using them, finding
yeah,
things. Yeah, cool.
exactly,
Nothing wrong with that.
exactly. It gives a
That's
certain a certain essence and
so.
perspective, and
So this site, because some of the later photos, I think like the second last one that you posted and the third last one that you posted,
yeah.
is that the original site before it was excavated? Yeah.
Well, no, it hasn't been excavated as of yet. It's they've only done samples and scans, and they're doing I don't even know size. They've done the thermal scans, I guess you'd say, where they can actually detect the structure of it. I'm not even sure what the name of the type of that scan would be. But yeah, they've been able to pick up the actual structure of it as well, right? So and it appears it would be constructed just as a ship would be.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, well, that because that very first pic that you dropped, where it's got the three shots, it's got one of the thermal scanning or what is the
yeah,
sonar, then the middle one, and then the one far
exactly.
left.
That's the
Now
one.
the far left looks like it's been untouched, and the middle one looks like they have excavated it somewhat around the
Okay,
edges.
exactly, and it's a very good observation. So what had happened was in the picture on the left, that was the original picture that was taken in the early 1900s, I believe. It was spotted by it was a naval operation, and they
Right.
spotted it with overhead photography, aerial view, and they said, this looks suspicious, whatever. There was an earthquake that took place, and it ended up opening the ship, kind of like a rib cage, if you will. So
Oh, okay.
that's how it kind of opened up a bit. And yeah, I totally
Yeah.
agree with you. It looks like it's been disturbed, but yeah, it was an earthquake
Yeah.
that kind of allowed it to open up a bit. But once they started laying it out, sure enough, like you can see along the edges. I'm gonna get more pictures as we go through, but you can see like
Yeah.
the actual the ribs showing
Mhm.
of heavy timber construction.
Yeah.
And then when
Yeah.
further down in the proofs that I shared, like it's stuff like the deck boards, right? The deck boards that were heavily burnt. You could see.
Well, that fourth picture that you posted there, judging from that side on kind, it definitely a boat, ship
Yeah.
like like shape to it. Definitely, like it's
So
unbelievable.
if you check out the last picture I posted up, it's the actual floor plan. So you see the
Oh
main
yeah,
gangway
yep, yep.
leading up the middle, and then you've got the division rooms and or the
Uh-huh.
separate rooms. And again, it's there's three levels to it, right? So it's you know, kind of it's the aspect of I worked out the math, and it appears as though it works out to be like 128,000 square feet of floating space, which again, when you think about 128,000 square feet, they, that's pretty big. Like that's like a
Oh yeah.
warehouse,
Oh yeah, yeah. That's massive. And didn't you
right?
say
So,
they were 15? Was it 15 feet high each?
well, yeah, based on the dimensions, because
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in scripture, it's hold on, I'm gonna pull it up now so I have it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Which conveniently was 1 foot shorter than a giraffe. You said
1 foot shorter than what, sorry?
giraffe.
Well, that was actually the first thing that I looked at. I said, "How
Yeah.
tall is a giraffe?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
14 feet. And
There you
I
go.
thought to myself, each level was 15 feet. Interesting.
Yeah.
Bear with me.
How long does it say in the scriptures that this thing was afloat for? I think it says it somewhere. How long was it?
Gotta look for it.
Yeah. I should know, but it's been such a long time since I've had it myself.
I'm gonna go to
There was a
look at it
there
now.
was a time frame.
So it was gonna take him 120 years to build it.
120 years to build it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
120 years. Yeah, and the Lord said, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years." No, just looking for the instructions, because yeah, the instructions I want first. See, what's interesting about the ark is ultimately Noah is Seth's grandson, and
Mhm.
Seth was the third son of Adam and Eve.
Mhm.
Right? Cain killed Abel, and then Cain got banished to the land. Go forward. Whatever you make shall not multiply, or shall not be good, or whatever he was told for killing his brother. And then Seth came along, and Seth was the third son that ultimately was, you know, like we're all the sons of Seth, the third son. Okay, so the ark prepared, Genesis 13, and God said to Noah, "The end of all flesh has come before me, and the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make yourself an ark." Okay, so the first thing is, if I'm not sure if you have a version of the Bible or not, but
I do actually.
okay, so one of the first things you can check in your version is in Genesis, it's 14. What
Genesis
chat?
14.
Yeah, it would be. What's the chapter? It would be Genesis 6:14. Yeah, that's right. That's it's. I always forget this number. It's Genesis 6:14. Genesis chapter 6, verse 14. I'm curious to know what yours says.
14. Go to it. Oh, here we go. Make yourself an ark of cypress. Make
Right.
rooms in the ark
There we go.
and cover it inside and out with pitch. This is
Okay.
how you are to make it. The length of the ark, 300
Okay,
cubits,
hold
and
on
the
one
width.
sec. Hold
Yep,
on.
yep, yep.
The very, very beginning, right? Make yourself an ark of what kind of wood?
Cypress.
Okay, so cypress is what you have. I have gopher wood.
Yeah,
And what was tested and vetted that came back from the site that that Ron Wyatt found in the sample that was tested at the university, what is it, Los Alamos National Laboratory, where he took the samples,
yeah.
right? It was this floorboard is identified as spruce.
Cypress.
Spruce was the species of wood that was
Yeah,
used, and that's
yeah,
one of the perversions in the Bible that exists. That's a big red flag because you can look
yeah,
at that and say, "Hey, what kind of version do I have?"
yeah. No, exactly.
Interesting find. Just one of the things I wanted to
Yeah,
identify. So, anyway, sorry. With respect, so the sizes, that's what I wanted to outline. I missed it. 614. Okay, so this is how you shall make it. So 300 cubits. Now, the big thing is you have to ensure that you look for the Egyptian cubit. Remember, Moses was raised by the Egyptians,
mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm. Okay, yep.
The Hebrews, they weren't even around when this was written.
Right.
So
So 300 Egyptian cubits is what, 515.
15 feet, one forearm
Yeah,
length is 1 cubit,
there we
roughly, of
go.
course.
Yeah,
And then when you have the width of it being 50 cubits, and then the height of it being 30 cubits. 30 cubits is where the, I think it's the 45 feet come into play.
yep, yep, yep.
Yeah. Um,
Here we go.
yeah, man, it's super
It's like
interesting.
a it's like a blueprint,
Well,
really.
that's the interesting thing is when you have no idea where Genesis is legitimate, right?
Yeah,
What's been
yeah.
perverted and what hasn't been. You have no
Uh-huh.
clue. Right,
None.
then we find things like this, which again you want to question if it's real or not. For sure, go ahead. It looks pretty legit to me. And then you start to think to yourself, "Well, holy crap! If
Yeah,
they found this 515-foot object, like, yeah,
yeah.
maybe what is the essence of it? We don't know. Anyways, I've entertained that for now. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the space in the chat on that.
No, 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 you're right. 3 decks, one, two, three, put a roof on that. Like it's all there. Pretty much marrying up to those pictures that you've that's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yo, Banza, you asked how long it lasted. So the Great Flood, excuse me, Genesis 7. Then the Lord said to Noah, come into the ark, and you shall, no, sorry, and you and your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me and in this generation, so on and so forth. Go down to
The 40
4?
days and 40 nights is how
Yeah,
long it.
yeah,
Uh,
40 and 40. Noah was 600 and
yeah,
Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters were
yeah,
on the earth.
yeah. I was just
Right, and I
reading that.
think I think the other day you and I were or the other day I'd mentioned Noah lived to be like 950 years old or
Mm,
something, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
So
exactly.
it gives some substance to this. It's
Like,
oops,
yeah.
crazy.
Look, it is like I say, logically, once again, logically, thinking that someone lived for or however long he lived for, um, he was 600 odd when the flood started, and he lived to 900. Um, someone living that long, I just can't. You got this eternity of being middle aged almost. Like, how long are you a child for? How long are you a teenager for? How long are you an adult and an old man for? It-
Mm,
All these things rattle around your head, when you're thinking of someone that's live for that long, and what do you take kind of as quote unquote gospel, um, or what do you take as a because the way I view, I view it, it's a book that um, has, and I don't mean it like this in an offensive way at all, but a lot of good stories to tell that are the right thing to do. Okay,
hmm
now you can't knock them, and like I say, when I say the word story, I don't mean any disrespect to anyone that believes, in the Bible. Um, but I think it is a book that you can get a lot out of, for self-reflection. Okay,
hmm
and I think it can be a valuable tool. Like, my wife is into her angel cards and tarot cards. I
hmm
believes in them wholly and solely, right? Thinks that they are true. Now, me myself, I think it's a bit of woo woo myself. I don't believe in them, but I don't poo poo the idea, because she'll do a reading for me and whatnot. So instead of poo pooing the idea, she'll do a reading, and then I look at the cards, and I actually look at the cards like the Bible, okay, as tools of self reflection. So if it says, this is what happened in the past, this is what's happened in the present, this is where you're going in the future. To look at what's written on those things, and then just reflect on what I've done, okay, what I'm doing, and what I'm would like to do, or how I'd like to move forward. So I use them as a tool of self-reflection, which I think is very important, um, in a way. So that's how I view them, and that's how I get my importance out of something that she takes very, very seriously. Right? But I kind of will not mock it. I don't mock it, but like I said, I don't go, oh, you can predict my past, present, and future type of thing. Whereas she kind of does think that these things are very, very relevant, and good for her. Good for her. She gets a lot out of it.
So have you ever read the books of Noah or the Book of
No,
Noah? Okay.
no, I've never read the book of Noah.
All right. I'm gonna share. Can bear with me. I'm gonna pull up the quote for you. Now you know who. Let me see here. Let me bear with me. How about Enoch? Do you know who Enoch is?
I know of Enoch, yes.
Okay, so Enoch is Noah's grandfather. Not like second or third. I mean, like, ultimately, he's Noah's grandfather in the lineage.
Hmm.
Now, what's interesting with Enoch was he was a man that walked a righteous life. He, in his books, addressed, hold on a second here, the aspect of astrology. Now, astrology, just like being able to read the weather and things of that nature, are
Yep.
part of the secrets of heaven.
Yes, yeah.
So the secrets of heaven, they talk about astrology, being able to tell the weather, root cuttings,
Yeah.
cosmology,
Yep.
so makeup,
Mhm.
jewelry, all these things. These were all the secrets that were brought to Earth by the fallen. And
Yes.
these were the tales that were told by the angels to the women of Earth to get them to impress them with their egos and say, hey, baby, look what I know.
Hmm. Hmm.
And off came the giants, i.e., the Nephilim.
Yep.
Yeah. So, in terms of astrology, the question becomes if you're utilizing a secret of heaven, the only thing that we can ask for is man's awareness, is it not?
Hmm. Yep.
And that's what I've been saying this entire time. All I can ask you for is man's awareness. If you're aware of something, don't come to me and be upset when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Because you
Yes.
chose to engage with that. You chose to pick
Yeah.
up to pick up the bottle, you chose to roll that J, you chose to whatever it was, right? Don't say I didn't tell you so.
Yes. Yes.
That's all it boils down to. I mean, like the last
Pretty
thing
much.
I think I ever want to hear from a Glober is, "Holy crap, it's flat." Nobody told me so. Like when you find out that when you find out that it's flat,
Yeah.
and eventually, if you get flat smacked at the pearly gates, then so be it.
Yeah.
But at some point, you get flat
Yeah.
smacked. The last thing is, and you know this for a fact, your innate cannot say nobody
Yeah.
told me so.
Oh yeah.
Because,
I could
bro, we
picture.
told you.
Oh, I could picture a few of them when they find out they're going to be rocking and frothing in a.
Oh my
That's for
goodness.
sure. Yeah. 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 Definitely. But yeah, no, my wife uses astrology for gardening. Believe it or not.
Yep.
And she has a very strict regime when she plants things, and it's all to the stars and the moon. She is right into it.
Well, hold on. Let me share this
Yeah,
with you.
I think it's beautiful actually. Yeah, we've got a magnificent garden. It's all edible. If you can't eat it, don't grow it. Pretty much, except some succulents around. But pretty much the attitude is, if you can't eat it, don't plant.
Did you ever see this quote by our quirky looking little friend? Check out the voice chat.
Moisture. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Your wife is doing the exact same thing,
yeah.
right? She's using the stars to help create her garden,
Exactly.
right? Now, a lot of people say, well, why does JP Morgan want to know about cash and stuff? Because he's aware, right? And he's so aware that he's going to use that for his own betterment, his own good. And the issue is he's engaging in creating money.
Hmm.
He's fully aware of that, and he's using it to do shit. And that's where God's like, okay, I got a problem with you, right? Because you know the secret of heaven, and you're using it for your own betterment, and you're doing shit. And when you get to my pearly gates, buddy, we got a problem. I'm gonna deal with you,
Well, yeah, yeah. What you
right?
mean? he has to pay the piper at some stage.
That's what at some point.
Yep, you got to pay
At
the
some
piper.
point, the collector shows up. You got to pay that bill, bro.
Yeah, oh, most definitely, most definitely. Yeah, you got a piece
So
of
that's why I
yourself.
say, if you're aware, buddy, you take the wheel all day, and I say that I'm just being figuratively speaking, of course, but you can take that wheel all day long if you're aware. If you're not aware, then let's talk a little bit longer.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly, exactly. You got to find that balance, and that peace within yourself, and it's a beautiful thing actually when you actually realize it. Um, it is an absolutely beautiful. And I was actually saying to my wife the other day, and this might sound a bit like blasphemy, me saying this, uh, but she knew exactly where I was coming from. I said to her that I'm at a place now in my life, with the loved ones that are around me, friends and stuff, and place we are in life that I have such a great peace, right? Um, within that, if for any reason, when my time comes and I'm standing in front of the pearly gates, so to speak, and the great one says to me, young fella, you didn't quite make it. And I said to my wife, I said I could honestly say to him, well, I already made it. Thanks anyway. Now, I know that sounds like a bit of blasphemy and all that sort of stuff. That's how I feel within myself, and that I've found I face.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And again, if you are, and I can tell by your voice that, I mean, there's no way that you can possibly surround yourself with seven souls, eight, including your wife. That's funny that I'm talking to you. We were talking about Noah, and he had a family of eight, and you have a family of nine, but it's kind of cool. Anyways, with respects to you being surrounded with eight souls, there's no way that you cannot be held accountable
Mm.
knowingly. Does that make sense?
Yes, most definitely.
Like you got seven people, eight people watching you,
Yep.
and you're doing an amazing job leading the pack. Because the other thing is, and we haven't spoken to your Leo self yet, right? Because that's what the lion does,
Hmm.
right? He gathers, he creates, he leads. It's like King Lion shit. Like literally, the lion's on my forearm, my left forearm. Both my parents were Leos, so I understand the psyche well. So you're
Yes.
doing an amazing job. I don't think that you can, and especially with even what you're doing here with this. Like, imagine again what Jesus did in his day, going door to door, talking to people, teaching in the town square, and so on and so forth. And they called him out for doing his ministry of 3 years, right? Think about the fact that we get to do this now comfortably from our house, speaking about what we observe as creation. I'm not saying we're here talking about the Bible, right? But I am saying that we are talking about the truth that we observe. And ultimately, if we're tipping our hat to the truth that we observe, how are we not doing his work?
And look, when you follow your heart, like you can see it in the fruits of your labor. Yeah, you really can. And we are very blessed with our kids. So, they're all adults now, and they are leading very good lives. No trouble. We didn't have hardly any trouble with them when they were growing up and whatnot. But we had a fairly we had a fairly oh, well, not strict way of parenting. We parented. We weren't friends.
Mm.
Like, yes, you want to be your kids' friends, and I think that comes down uh, later on down the line. When they become young adults and adults, then that friendship really kicks in. But when they're young, and your job is to instill in them and guide them, good rules and good practices and these sorts of things, to the best of your ability. Um, and you should always be striving to do more, but do it in partnership too with your wife. That's a very important thing,
Hmm.
to do it in unison and to be strong together, um, and to back each other. Uh, with decisions that are made. And if you don't agree with the decision that has been made, that you then discuss these things behind closed doors. Because
Mm.
I don't think a family unit is a democracy, right, at all. Kids don't get a say in the family. Is run. So it's not a democracy. We have friends that run their family unit like a democracy, and we we quite often,
You've been voted out.
yeah, we quite often talk about these things behind closed doors, friends and whatnot, and some of the trials and tribulations that they have with their kids, and we think to ourselves, God, we're so blessed that we didn't have those problems, but and then you kind of try and, why do you think this happened? And it generally comes down to them wanting to not parent, not wanting to guide, trying to be their friend, which I really don't think works too well. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I don't think going around with uh, with leather belts and whacking your kids every 2 seconds, whipping them in shape, so to speak. I don't think that.
Well,
But yeah, you have to.
think about when we have a Glover show up and we try to beat them into submission.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't
How's
go
that?
far. They
It
got to
doesn't
bring, then
work.
they're gonna bring their 10 friends, and we got to beat them up too, bro. I ain't about
Exactly.
that, man. That's a lot
And
of beating.
it
I'll
doesn't
beat
work.
your ass.
That's right. But you got to have guidelines,
Oh,
under the
man.
roof
Yep.
that everyone follows, and they
Hmm.
are non-negotiable. They're not up for negotiation. Right? These are the guidelines. Right? And you don't like it. Well, I'm the king. Right? It's my castle. Right? You don't like it? Go get yourself a job and build your own castle and make your own rules. They're the rules of the house. Right? So
Sounds like
till
a
then,
Leo to me.
yeah, till then, suck it up, sunshine. Um, and refer back to rule number one: mum and dad are always right, regardless. No negotiation or discussion will be entered into, and whining is not tolerated at all. But yeah, no, it's a blessing. But, but it is funny too. Like as grandparents, you you do take a softer approach, I
Oh,
suppose.
you definitely do, because you don't have to do the parenting. Excuse me.
Exactly. But you still do have an obligation to guide as well.
Definitely.
De- Definitely, and that's the job or the roles that we now take on. We still have, when we have to look after them or babysit them on a weekend or whatever. We too have rules of the household that they have to abide by. But which they do. But yeah, it's a softer approach. It's a softer
Mm.
approach, because that sort of discipline is their mum and dad, to be doing. But not that they haven't been disciplined or punished. Uh, and they'll screw up their little faces and give you the big puppy dog eyes and whatnot, whatever. But it doesn't work, and they know that it doesn't work. So once again, too bad, so sad. But it is a joyous thing to undertake. I say,
Mm.
very joyous thing.
Creation is amazing, especially when you do it from a standpoint of like you pay it forward, and then you see what you've paid forward, paying it forward, and then you get to double back as a grandparent and visit what you've instilled, right? It's
Yeah,
like I said, I told my kids, my son is 15, my daughter's 12.
Yeah.
I say to them straight up, I'm like, you guys are investments. You have to understand, we've invested time, effort, energy, and all those things into you. And it's not to say that we expect repayment. No, it's the expectation that you're going to take those resources and create, right? And ultimately, you're going to create your creation. And that's what we're looking for in terms of when we say you are an investment in what we do, you pay it forward, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what you're trying to do. Install a good moral compass,
Mm, mm.
right?
Yeah.
And how important is a compass these days?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that, that foundation is absolutely critical.
Right.
If you have that solid foundation, it might waver a little bit, but you have that foundation that will always hold you up. Always. It'll never fail.
Right.
Uh, it might tilt her a little bit, but still that foundation will keep you strong, and keep you going. And as a parent, all you want for your kids is to have a better life and a happier life. That's all you want at the end of the day. You don't want, you know, the riches and the jewels and all that. You just want them to be, to have a happier, healthy, content life than what you
Mm.
have. And if they can reach that, that's when you're old, you can, sit in your rocking chair with your wife and just look at each other and just smile, but know exactly why you're smiling at each other. Exactly why you're smiling at each other. Because, you've achieved what you set out to achieve.
Check, check.
Yeah, you good, man?
Sorry, dude. I was switching, but my accounts went wacky. I couldn't connect. Yo, bandsaw. Sorry, dude. Yeah, man. You make some really awesome, amazing points. It's just to be in a space where you can pay that energy forward again and observe it as a grandparent.
Mm.
It's exciting to witness, man. Proud of you, my dude. And it's funny we had this conversation. Chris V, one of our brothers, from 24/7. He just had a child, so I mean, shouting out to him. Congratulations, of course. But yeah, man, the world is it's singing, man. Happy days.
Happy days. That's what I say all the time. Happy.
I love it.
Exactly. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right,
No.
I'm going to disengage to go make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Damn it. But I'll be here, but in and out. So much love
It's
to you guys.
it's peanut butter and jam, not jelly. You don't put jelly on your
Right.
sandwich.
I usually
Yeah.
say jam. I said jelly. I don't know why. I just said that. Maybe it came out, and yeah. So it's
All
crunchy
right.
peanut butter, and it's got strawberries and jam. So it's gonna be a pretty good snack. I appreciate
Have you
that.
have you tried peanut butter and banana?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh, do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. It's a party in your mouth. Peanut butter and
The thing that concerns me with that is, well, actually, no, the sugar would be even higher with jam. So actually, I never even thought about that. But okay, I'll definitely
yeah.
add it there. Now, what's the move with the bread though? Are we toasting it?
Oh yeah. Well, you can do it either way, but
Okay.
I generally do it in a nice sourdough, personally myself.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
How
But
thick do you go on a sourdough? Because that's some holes. You got to avoid those holes, right?
oh
Those can get
oh
ruined.
no. Thicker the better for me. It's like everything. I'm full fat, full sugar, full everything. No diet, anything. My diet.
Do you know what a Chicago pizza is? Those thick crust Chicago
Yeah,
pizzas.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
you're making one of those with peanut butter and
Yeah.
banana sandwich.
Pretty, pretty much, pretty much. I'm surprised with the amount I eat. How slim I am. To be quite honest with you, it just gobsmacks me really. Sometimes I'm an eating machine, as
That's
my wife
awesome.
says. She can't, but she
Okay.
cooks too damn well. So I can't dishonor her
You
by
can't
eating
stop.
as much as I can. Is what I.
Love it.
All right, mate. Go enjoy
All right.
your.
Thanks, man. I
Game.
appreciate you, dude.
All right, buddy.
I see Ryan. I see Flatty in there. I
Yeah.
don't know if Gio's hearing us, but good to see you guys, man.
I knew, man. I knew. Always. Sure, thank you, Mr.
Rookie, what did you say? What? I'm making sure you're listening.
He's never listening. Hello.
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 Where do I go? What's everybody doing?
Did you figure out Coriolis yet, George?
What's that?
Did you figure out Coriolis?
Figure out Coriolis. What do you mean?
The whole thing about it doesn't need to be touching, or it has to be. It doesn't affect something that it's touching the rotating surface.
You cannot be touching the surface, man. It needs to be a separate reference frame. It's two different reference frames, yeah? One inertial, one non-inertial. You need to be on the non-inertial observing. This is an observation, it's not the actual deviation, yeah?
So if I have a merry-go-round and I have a camera on the merry-go-round and I have a camera above the merry-go-round, that would be two different reference frames, right?
Two different observations from two different reference frames, yeah. But the Coriolis need to be observed from the spinning platform. So only one of the cameras, not two cameras.
But that would be two different reference frames. One above the merry-go-round.
No,
Why not?
no, it's two cameras observing two different reference frames. It's two different things, man.
Wait,
Coriolis is one observation from one point, yeah, and apparent deviation.
so wait, Coriolis needs two different reference frames, right?
Yeah, not two cameras. It needs one observer.
Well, I don't understand. How can you have one observer and two reference?
You have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. Yeah, the observer needs to be on non-inertial. So the observer is not moving, yeah, at all. It's spinning. The observer is, for example, seated, not moving, stationary. For as far as the observer knows, he is not moving.
That's fine.
That's
Okay.
why.
That's not
That's why
required.
the apparent.
Okay.
The apparent deviation, because as far as he's concerned, he's not moving.
It's not about motion. It's about
But
rotation.
that's the point of the camera on the merry-go-round. The camera or person on the merry-go-round.
Yeah, of course. It needs to be on the merry-go-round in order to observe this.
Right. So that's the non-inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
The observation needs to be made from the non-inertial reference frame. Yeah.
That's fine. So the other reference frame is a camera above the merry-go-round as it spins.
Yeah, but that's not Coriolis anymore, is it?
Why?
Because Coriolis is one observation from one specific reference frame. Yeah, the spinning one. So anything else that you attach to this is not Coriolis anymore. You're just adding things to it. It requires two reference frames, one inertial, one non-inertial, and you inside of the non-inertial, observing things not happening outside of it and appear to be happening something.
That's the whole point of two cameras. One on the merry-go-round.
No,
happening.
No, because this is one observation from one camera. One,
George, you didn't let me finish.
one observer.
You have two cameras. One on the merry-go-round showing something appearing to deviate, and another on above the merry-go-round showing it not deviating. So two cameras, two different perspectives, two different reference frames.
Yeah.
Okay? So that right there satisfies your Coriolis definition, right?
Yeah, it's satisfied, yeah, to have a different observation.
So,
different angle.
what is the difference if I roll the object versus I throw the object? Both cameras will see the same apparent or whatever, the camera on the merry-go-round will see the same apparent deviation. The camera above the merry-go-round will see the same straight path, whether the object is touching the merry-go-round or in the air above it. The two cameras will see the same path.
I understand what you're saying. The claim, listen, Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation happening in the air, not on the ground.
See, that's where you're wrong, because that's not
what do you mean I'm wrong? Oh, is it? So the claim of Coriolis where the sky is moving is not the ground, is it?
The claim that it has to be in the air above the object is the part that's wrong. That's what's wrong. It might be an apparent or an actual, that whole thing I'm not going to dispute.
The sky and the ground
it doesn't
together,
require it actually be in the air. That part's wrong.
No, man, you don't understand Coriolis. It needs to be detached. It cannot be attached. Yeah, the claim of Coriolis when it comes to the Earth is that the sun is stationary and we are moving underneath the sun, not the sun attached to the surface. That's not Coriolis. It's an apparent deviation, not an actual deviation. If you roll a ball on the merry-go-round, you're going to have a physical deviation because there is contact. It's not Coriolis. Coriolis is an apparent deviation happening over the spinning reference frame because you're in it. It looks to you like it's deviating when it's not, just going in a straight path. Nothing to account for.
So if I roll the ball, so in this previous example, if I have the camera on the reference frame, merry-go-round, and the one above it, and I throw the ball, then one camera shows an apparent deviation and the other one does not. And that is Coriolis, correct?
Yeah, that is Coriolis, yeah. Nothing is happening. It just appears to be happening, yeah.
So if I throw the ball, that is Coriolis, because one shows a deviation and the other does not. If I roll the ball, both cameras show the exact, if I roll it with the same speed, both cameras show the exact same thing. There is no difference in the apparent versus the actual deviation from each camera. Both cameras show the same.
That's the problem, isn't it? You already mentioned the difference. One is actual, the other one is apparent. So there is a difference. So it's not Coriolis.
Okay, so back up. Let's go back.
Your example on the table is a physical thing. It's an actual thing happening. When Coriolis, there's nothing to correct or anything. You know?
Let's go back a
second. It's apparent. It's apparent.
Hold on. If I throw the ball, there is one camera shows an apparent deviation. The other shows an actual deviation. To use your terms. By the way, I don't like those terms, but we'll use them for this purpose. So if I throw it,
deviation, just going on a straight path.
If I throw the ball, the camera on the merry-go-round shows an apparent deviation. The camera above the merry-go-round shows no deviation. So you have two different two different apparent movements.
Yeah.
So we have two different, we have an actual movement or I should say we have no actual movement and an apparent movement if I throw it, right?
Yeah, but you are mentioning two different movements. You are mentioning the movement of the ball and the movement of the spinning platform. Yeah, it could be a tree, it could be a lamppost, it could be anything not attached to the merry-go-round. It doesn't need to be in movement. It needs to be non-inertial.
So I'm throwing the ball. The camera on the platform shows the ball deviating, right?
Mm-hmm.
The camera above the merry-go-round does not show a deviation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Coriolis. So you have two different, you have one showing a deviation, one not showing a deviation. If I throw the ball.
Listen, the apparent deviation, again, the apparent deviation is observed by the spinning, the person or the camera inside the rotating reference frame.
That's fine.
It.
That's fine. So that's if I throw the ball, right?
Yeah, it cannot be attached to it.
Right.
You don't need to throw the ball, man. Like I said, imagine it's a house outside, a tree, anything outside, a person that is actually on the outside waiting for you. As you go around, it looks to you that the person, even though he stopped, is coming towards you and away from you because you are spinning. But obviously, if it goes over your head, you can see this visualization better. Because when we mention Coriolis, when it comes to this discussion, it's about airplanes, hot air balloons and stuff not attached to the Earth.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we are clear on this, George. The camera or the person.
Well, I'm very clear. My goodness. How many days? This is what, 3 days in a row you ask me the same questions, man.
But I want to know.
Is it difficult to understand for you?
Hold on. So the camera, if I throw the ball, the camera on the platform shows an apparent deviation, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. If I roll the ball on the platform, does the camera on the platform show an apparent deviation?
No, it shows an actual deviation. It's not the same. Hello?
So if I roll it, it's an actual deviation, but if I throw it, it's an apparent deviation. Right? Is that what you just said?
Is it difficult to understand?
I just want to make sure that I understand. Because I have a video.
Yeah, of course.
Because the video that I have shows that
it's not Coriolis.
Wrong, and they're both
it's not Coriolis.
Apparent deviation.
No. If it's attached, it's not the same. If it's attached, it's not Coriolis, man.
You have any input, Bacon?
No, I gave up before you even said it.
Okay, fair enough.
It's not Coriolis if it's attached to it, man.
As George, it's been 3 days. I guess 3 days is probably, that should be a sign that I should give up.
You should give up.
Yeah.
What do you mean? The questions are the same. I mean, nothing was different. I mean,
I should give up telling you.
What do you want to achieve different? What you wanted to achieve differently, man? Coriolis is easy to demonstrate, man. You need a spinning platform with you inside it, yeah, and nothing else happening outside, not attached to it, for you to see this apparent deviation. It's easy to demonstrate this.
Right, and what I'm trying to tell you is.
So not attached to it, then. So not attached to it. So not rolling on it.
That's not correct, George. Because I have a video. Or that little GIF, that little animated, I think I showed it to you already, that shows that the movement of something in the air or rolling on the surface is the same movement from the rotating reference frame. They both appear to deviate.
Yeah, but not the same thing, though.
It is the same thing.
No, one is apparent, the other one is actual.
No. Is the same in the reference frame, either way.
One is apparent, the other one is actual. It's attached to. It has nothing to do. You guys have to say that, because for what you guys claim that Coriolis has to do with latitudes and and all these things, you need it for you to be in the latitude. You need to be attached to it.
So
and that would be the example pretty much that you are trying to give, but that's not Coriolis though. Coriolis, you need to be detached from the spinning platform. You need to be inertial versus non-inertial.
Okay,
if you are attached to the spinning platform, you are not inertial anymore. You are non-inertial, aren't you? You are attached to it. So it doesn't make any sense what you're trying to say. You guys are bringing all this. This is I don't know what to call this. What's the name for this? This is false. This is not
Oh,
That's
the
why the
physics.
argument is so convoluted. The argument is so convoluted because of this, you know, because until someone brings these things which are not realistic, you know, it's just going to mess more and more those who are coming to the to these platforms for the first time, you know, the beginners. They're going to be confused. They don't know what Coriolis is because of this. We all know Coriolis needs to be detached, not attached extensions.
That's actually everyone on Earth disagrees with you, George, but that's okay.
Well, I don't think so.
That's neither here nor there. Here's the other, and I said
I
this.
don't think so. I'm not the one who
Maybe
claims
Godric
Coriolis,
is
by the
going
way.
to agree with him. I don't know.
I'm not the one who claims Coriolis, though. Yeah, I'm not the Glober. Globers do.
Well, I don't even care about the globe.
I do know what the claim is. I do understand what Coriolis is. I'm very certain about it.
That I do admit your confidence in being wrong, George. That's actually a rather impressive talent. But
You still didn't show where I'm wrong.
I showed it. Everybody else understands it except you.
Yeah. And where is it wrong? And which part is wrong?
I mean, George, as you said, it's been
Which
3
part
days.
is wrong?
Why would
Which
I keep
part
explaining
of it?
if you haven't got
Okay,
it?
which part of it is wrong? Which part of it is wrong according to you?
The part where the deviation is the same from the rotating reference frame, whether it's attached or not. The deviation is still, quote, apparent, to use your terms. So that is
apparent. No, one is not apparent. It's an actual deviation. You can see the deviation happening. You see the deviation happening from both sides. From both cameras, you'll see a physical deviation happening.
That's actually not right, George.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Is right. It is. This is a demonstration. If you see the video that you put it, there's more than one, but you know, you can see the actual deviation, not an apparent deviation. That's the difference.
So I put it
You're still
in the
missing
video.
that.
I put that little black and white thing in there. From the reference frame of the camera on top, the little top or the little sliding puck or whatever you want to call it, goes straight from the camera on top. From the camera on the rotating reference frame, the puck attached to the surface seems to go in a circle, basically.
Again, this needs to be observed not from the outside, but from the spinning reference frame. Yeah, not from outside, seeing something actually going on the surface of it. You know, it needs to be seen, observed, like the observer is inside of the spinning reference frame, and then you put the ball through. Yeah, if the observer releases the ball forward, the ball is going to have the same movement as the observer is going. The observer is not spinning in any of that demonstration, is it? On the meme that you posted, the observer is outside.
No, there's two. There's two observers.
Yeah.
One on the outside,
but the observer needs to be
from
spinning.
the table. One from both reference frames. The spinning table and
needs to be
the stationary room.
Nah, stationary room.
I mean, you can kind of say it's either way, but yes.
That's not Coriolis,
frame, one from a rotating reference frame.
That's not Coriolis. Coriolis, you need a spinning platform and something not attached to it.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Like I said, whatever. But the other problem I have with that entire statement about it, actual versus apparent deviation, the problem with using those words is that implies that there is a preferred reference frame. In other words, there is a true reference frame that is real from all other reference frames. And that is actually not the case. There is no preferred reference frame.
What are you talking about, man?
The whole idea of an actual versus an apparent deviation. If I am standing, if I'm on the merry-go-round and somebody throws a ball, we both agree that's Coriolis. There is an apparent deviation, correct?
Yeah, the ball going over your head in a straight path.
Right. Well, in this case, the ball hits me. That apparent deviation still, I mean, you say it's not moving in reality, it's going in a straight line, but that apparent deviation has resulted in the ball hitting me for real.
And
so the apparent deviation has resulted in a real injury.
no, it wasn't the apparent deviation that hit you, it was the actual deviation that hit you. In order for that to happen, you needed to be you're being silly, man.
Hold on. So I'm on a merry-go-round. The other guy is on a merry-go-round. He throws the ball to me.
Yeah, he threw the ball one to one another. Yeah.
Okay. So this object is in the air. There is an apparent deviation. The ball hits me and results in an actual injury.
What makes you think that the ball is gonna hit you?
If if he's trying to hit me with it, I mean, he's got to lead me and all that, but he can hit me with it. I mean, he's not just, he throws it too fast. Maybe I don't catch it or whatever, but it still will hit me, and it will result in an injury.
What makes you think it's gonna hit you?
What do you
think
mean?
it's gonna aim at A, and you're gonna be at A?
That's the point, though.
That's the point. You're not gonna be there
in such a way. He has to throw it the right way, by the way. You're right.
Yeah.
He can't.
When he throws at you're not going to be there to catch it. That's the thing. That's the apparent deviation.
Right.
Nothing is happening.
He
the ball is going on a straight path, but you are not there to catch it. You can do this by yourself. You just throw it upwards, and then when the ball returns down, you're not there anymore to catch the ball. It's the same thing. That's the apparent deviation. Again, it cannot be on the surface of the merry-go-round. It needs to be in the air.
If he leads me and tries to hit me with the ball, it still takes a apparent deviated path, and it still hits me. Now, you're right. If he throws it to where I'm standing now, then obviously the ball's not going to hit me because I'm not there anymore as it spins. But if he throws it to where I will be in a minute, and he throws it the right way and the right speed, it will hit me despite taking an apparent path.
There you go. And these would be applicable to everything else. For example, traveling. Yeah, you needed to instruct the pilot to aim at B in order to reach A, because the continents are coming towards you. The target is moving.
My point in this whole thing, George, is actual versus apparent implies a preferred reference frame. If I spend my entire life on this merry-go-round, never get off of it for the rest of my life, from birth to marriage to kids to retirement to death, I never get off of this reference frame ever in my life. That, for my purposes, that is my actual reference frame. I don't know anything else. That is all my reality. In my personal view, I don't have an actual, there's not a true reference frame. Everything that I see is from this apparent motion. So as far as I'm concerned, all of this apparent motion is actual true motion.
Until you get to outer space and go to the ISS.
Where do you get the motion from? If you are on the reference frame that you were born, like you just described, and you got married, had kids, and you went out throughout your life, you are still on this reference frame. How come all of a sudden you're introducing this movement?
Because if I spend my entire life on this merry-go-round, never leave it.
Oh, so it's a merry-go-round, so it's spinning already.
This spinning object. It can be, as big as I want it. But my point is, if I spend my whole life on this spinning reference frame, then that's all I know. And this is the only apparent motion that I know. I don't know any actual movement outside of this reference frame.
Hold on a second. You said it's a merry-go-round, so it's not apparent then. It is spinning, no?
Right. But my point is,
okay.
If I don't know any difference, then why is there an actual versus an apparent if I don't know any difference between the actual and the apparent? Let me put it another way.
If the merry-go-round is actually spinning, yeah, and you will observe things in the sky, for example, not attached to the ground, you will see this apparent deviation because you are spinning. You wouldn't know the difference. You wouldn't know what is spinning. You would notice that something is spinning. You will see this apparent deviation happening, which we don't observe.
Okay, so let me rephrase this. Let me try it a different way. So if I have a merry-go-round that's spinning, or if I have a merry-go-round that's stationary and the immediate area around the merry-go-round is spinning, those are basically the same thing. There's no difference in terms of what you would observe. In terms of the forces involved, let me put it that way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand. Which forces are you talking about, man?
So
you just have the platform that is not spinning now. Now it's stationary, correct?
So I have a platform.
The merry-go-round is stationary and everything else is moving, no?
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. What's the difference between the platform spinning and everything else being stationary and the platform being stationary and everything else spinning? What's the difference?
You just distinguished them both, didn't you?
Right, but in terms of
you distinguish two things, and then you ask me what's the difference. You distinguish them both.
But what I mean by what is the difference in terms of the forces that you would measure, or the things you would see, or the apparent versus actual deviation, there is no difference between those two scenarios. If one reference frame is moving and the other is stationary, versus, if A is moving reference frame and B is stationary, or if A is stationary and B is the moving reference frame, there is no difference in the forces involved.
Listen, man, you didn't heard Professor Brian Cox lately, have you? He went to Joe Rogan and he said that there is no experiment we can do to detect the movement of the Earth. That's why Einstein came in, and that's pretty much the story. The real reason why we have Einsteinian pseudo-Riemannian force space is because there is no experiment we can do to detect the movement of the Earth. So if the Earth is not detectable to be moving, I mean, it's not a brainer, is it? The movement is there. It's just not the Earth is not detected. There is no experiment we can do to detect that it is the Earth. So there is only another option, isn't it? Regardless of that, if you are navigating, you need to account to be flat and stationary. Then that is the main thing.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, you were done at the beginning.
You're right, George. I never had a chance.
Yeah. You guys don't know the words that you're spewing. You don't know what a circle is, or a triangle, or elevation angle. You don't know these things, and that's the problem.
Did you have this same discussion with Jeremy yesterday about some Coriolis? Did you discuss Coriolis with Jeremy? Somebody.
No.
I thought you had a discussion.
I did not. No.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
But extremis, please tell me, how many horizontals are on the sphere?
An infinite number.
Can you show me that? Can you show us a sphere with an infinite number of horizontals?
At every point tangent to the surface, there is a horizontal. All of them.
Tangent.
Yes. Is that a
No, a
problem?
sphere doesn't have tangents. A sphere doesn't have tangents.
A sphere doesn't have tangents.
No. Tangents are straight lines. A sphere doesn't have straight lines. It's not part of a sphere, tangent. Horizontal doesn't make part of spheres, man.
George, don't mistake the Sagittah that he's referring to. 2 points that
Yeah,
connect
well,
within a circle or an arc form a Sagittah.
I know. Yeah.
Think of a bow.
Then you need a quarter
So I tell you what, George. Why don't you Google the question, does a sphere have a tangent?
No, a tangent is not part of a sphere. If I ask you to draw a sphere or a circle, you don't use a tangent. A tangent is the exterior. It's a straight line too. Yeah. That's the problem, isn't it?
Maybe quicker on the draw. Slow draw McGraw. So the Sagittah goes from 2 points within the diaphragm of a circle. The radius is from the apparent center point, i.e. the North Pole, if you will, if you want to go there. The extremity of the circle, i.e. the South Ring, if you want to go there, i.e. the Antarctic. Circumnavigate, you can see the ring is drawn. The radius goes from the center point to the extremity of the circle. The diameter is measured from one node of the circle, the uppermost to the bottommost. Those are the two nodes, the diameter. And then going from left to right, the same is identified for the other crests of the circle, the nodes as well. So the Sagittah, you can see from the picture below, much like a bow, like an archer would use, is the string that connects it, and the meat beneath it is the Sagittah. This is one of the things that we observe changes when we observe a horizon that we know needs to be a constant if the Earth was in fact a globe. But the Sagittah is a varying dimension. That means that the land beneath it is apparently changing, which is not the case at all. It's actually the image in front of you, the end of the Sagittah point that's in fact changing. And you can't have land beneath your feet changing. So the argument, if you can understand it, of the globe being apparent gets disproved with the observant Sagittah, which is the distance off on the horizon, the meat beneath your viewed vision line, if you will. I hope that all makes sense to you.
Of course, they reverse engineered from the sphere. You know, they add slices to slices to slices to make the sphere, if you know what I mean. They work out the rest of the circle. They solve for it, if you know what I'm saying.
So
the same way when we do celestial navigation,
using
we solve for the triangle, the right angle triangle. The same way we solve for it, you know, they solve for the sphere.
This is how they use a sextant, and they're able to observe the horizon, not a ball sextant, but a sextant where you're sitting at the horizon plane, i.e. a couple of feet off the horizon, or 4 or 5 feet. In man's case, he would use a sextant considered to be at the horizon. Using a sextant and then Pythagorean theorem, which is SOHCAHTOA, if you guys remember that from like grade 10 math, you can actually start to withdraw the diameter of the sun and the moon, both being 51 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah, I need to assume that they're far away and so on. So quite a few assumptions.
Well, George, you're the one yesterday that taught me about the actual reference point of how a sextant would work, and then the introduction of how a bubble sextant would work, because you can use both sextants as long as you're aware of your elevation. If you're aware that you are on an elevated plane where you're observing the horizon, then you would introduce a bubble sextant so you can account for the elevated plane that you're on. But if you're on the horizon, even on a boat for that matter, you would be using a regular sextant so you could observe the horizon, because whether you're at 0 sea level, bear with me, or let's say a boat's height maybe 20, 30, 40 feet in the air, you would still observe that sextant distant off in the horizon, or using the sextant in the horizon line.
Almost that. The nautical sextant, it's using the surface of the Earth for your elevation angle. So the horizontal plane is the surface of the Earth, because you're aiming at the surface of the Earth and you are above the surface of the Earth. You need to deduct that height in order to have not just a horizontal line, but a line meeting the zenith line at a 90-degree angle. So
Which would
you
be
want
the
that 90
introduction of
degrees.
the bubble zenith, would it not? The bubble in the zenith, or sorry, the bubble in the sextant, right, indicates that you're on an elevated plane, does it not? You would
No,
even use
not
that
quite,
in a no? Okay.
Not quite. The reason why you would have a bubble or a artificial horizon, you need to have need to establish first the horizontal plane that you are guiding yourself from. So on the bubble sextant, you are leveling your instrument. So you know that your instrument is level, and you already know the line, or the zenith line, the line, imaginary line from the star to the ground. You know, that's zenith line, like a plumb line. That line is always there at that time. That at the time of the shot, the line will be there. So you already have a perpendicular line to it. You have the 90-degree already established. There's nothing to correct from. As long as you establish your horizontal line, there you go. It's going to meet the other one at the 90-degree. There's nothing else to correct. No elevation to deduct, nothing.
Okay, so planes would use a bubble sextant then.
Yeah, octants mainly.
So an elevated plane would use a bubble sextant.
An airplane, for example.
That's what I said, a plane. P-L-A-N-E.
Yeah.
Is it P-L-A-I-N? No, it's not plane. It's in plane. I don't know. No, plane. P-L-A-N-E. So yeah,
They use mainly
that makes a lot of sense. Right.
Which
so
is
the bubble,
an eighth. It's an eighth of a circle rather than a sixth of the circle.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for the lesson, George, man. Appreciate it.
No worries, man.
By the way, George, I put in chat 2 different videos that show how to get a tangent to a sphere in chat.
A tangent to a sphere, yeah, you can. The tangent is not part of the sphere. A sphere don't have tangents. Yeah, you don't have a curvature for your tangent. You guys say that you have a tangent to a curve. You don't. You have a tangent to a horizontal. So a straight line to another straight line. That's what we observe. That's how we do navigation.
So we can get a tangent to a sphere.
No, it's not part of the sphere. I asked you how many horizontals has a sphere. You said it has many. And then you said tangents. It's not part of the sphere, though. The question is, how many horizontals do you need in order to have a sphere?
Okay. That's a weird distinction, but okay.
A sphere doesn't have horizontals.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because in Pythagorean theorem, TOA, you need the tangent, opposite, and the adjacent. And the shape that you're observing is a triangle. So that means it's only relative in a 2D plane, not a 3D plane. That makes a lot of sense, George.
Absolutely, man. And they knew this. I mean, the people who claim to be in the ball, the Greeks. Anyway, those guys, they knew this. They were doing elevation angles at 12 noon over Alexandria. They knew 12 noon elevation angle. Look, the sun is going to rise. Yeah, elevation angle. Yeah. They knew this. They were measuring shadows and the angles, and they knew. This is planar geometry. There is no curvature whatsoever.
So I need a flat line or a horizontal to get an angle, an elevation angle, right?
Now, the necessary antecedent for the elevation angle is a horizontal plane. Without it, you cannot have an elevation angle.
Okay. So can I get an elevation angle if I'm on the side of a hill, for instance?
On the side of a hill. Yeah.
Are you observing the horizon, or are you turning yourself relative to your orientation being
Hold on a
sideways?
second.
'Cause,
But the elevation, elevation from what again?
like, the
From the
side of
side
a
of
hill
the hill.
versus the top of a hill,
No,
I
but
don't
from
think it
what?
matters because the horizon line is still left to right, is it not? No matter the relative observance, the horizon line is always left to right, is it not?
Yeah, but listen to the question. This
Yeah.
elevation to the side of the hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
So elevation from what again?
From me to a star.
That's what I'm saying. He's
No,
standing
from
on.
the
Listen, hold on.
horizontal plane.
George, he's
From the
standing on the
horizontal
side of.
plane.
Listen, hold on. But he's standing on the side of a hill, right? So that's where he's viewing it from. And he's asking, viewing from the side of a hill versus the top of a hill versus the plane, wherever, right? He's in illustrating, even using a sextant for that matter, he's observing the star. That's what he's asking.
Yeah, but he's asking the side of the hill. You know, how high is that side of the hill? And you have an elevation to the side of the hill. Elevation from what? From the horizontal plane to the side of the hill. Yeah, without the horizontal plane, you cannot have the elevation angle. And this is what we've been skipping all this time.
Right.
A
You need to
sphere
know how
doesn't
high
have
you are.
horizontal planes. You can't have. I don't think it's difficult to understand. A sphere doesn't have horizontal planes. Cannot have an elevation angle from a sphere. If it's curving, you cannot have. That's not horizontal plane anymore if it's curving. Honestly, I don't know which other ways to put it, you know? I'm running out
So-
of words.
If you guys want to take a look in the text chat, you could see that's a marine sextant. So, and of course, we're going with a marine sextant because obviously we're going to be sitting on the sea, because the sea makes sense for this purpose. Now, that coupled with my post at 16 after the hour, you can see by us taking the point at being A, which is the labeled as the adjacent, right? That's Pythagorean theorem that you see. By doing that calculation, you can observe, if you're observing point B, which would be the celestial star, A would be yourself, and then C would be the horizon off in the distance, right? That's the assumptions that's being made on the use of the sextant. So I would assume, like, I've never used it, but I'm just taking
Hold
that
on,
section.
hold on.
Okay.
Not quite.
Okay,
Not
go.
quite. Sorry, I'm going to move screen. I'm going to leave the mic open. 1 second. How do I get there? Here we go. C is not the horizon. The horizon would be pretty much where 4 is. That distance would be the distance to the horizon, give it or take. C is the GP, the geographical position. So you need to refer to your almanac. You are observing, you are A, you are observing B. You don't know where C is. You refer to the almanac. The almanac will tell you that B at this time will be at certain position. Line of longitude and latitude. X marks the spot. So you need to have a straight line from you to C, so from A to C, in order to have that right angle triangle. If you only have a horizontal line but not at 90 degrees, you will have to correct that. That means that A is slightly above C, is not level. You don't have the 90 degree, you have slightly less. You know what I mean? So you need to make it 90 degree. You need to make sure that that baseline from C to A is as horizontal as possible, level, basically, in other words. So you need to have that triangle, because that triangle, you're gonna have to minus the 90. So let's say that that angle would be 30 degrees. You need to minus 30 from 90 degrees. and that will give you the distance between A and C. You know what I mean?
I got you, man. It makes a lot of sense. I realized there was the almanac in play as well. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
The almanac gives you the ground positions over the plane, where these lines are going to meet, longitude and latitude. It's a grid system over a flat plane, over the map. So the almanac will say this celestial body at this time of the day will be over this area. That's why it's important when you're observing the celestial body to refer also to Greenwich time, because it's the time that the observations happened, and it was guided from that time. So you need to refer to the same time in order to have this accurate, as accurate as you can get, because they also do mistakes. And it doesn't stop there, because once that you have the distance to the GP, because that is what you're looking for. How far away am I from this GP? My angle reading is this one, so that is the 90-degree angle. So this one minus 90 gives me this. So this times 60 nautical miles gives me this distance. So how much is this distance in the radius? So you go to your compass, and you already know where the GP is, because in the map, you cross it, the X. So you just grab your compass, you put the needle on the middle, and you draw a circle around it, around that center point, the GP, and you will be somewhere on that circle, on the extreme of that circle, on the edge of it. That's you'll be somewhere there. So now you need to have another reading and do the same again. Another elevation from the same horizontal, which is the one that you are standing on, and you have again your elevation angle minus 90 degree, gives you again the distance. You grab your compass, you do a second circle, and now they're going to cross some lines. They're going to meet, and you are somewhere where they're going to meet, either on this side or that other side, one of the two. And that should give you already an overview pretty much of where you are.
Right.
If you really don't know, then you do a third one or a fourth one, and they're all going to cross at one point. If you really want to be precise, you do more. But again, for this to be achieved, you cannot be moving. It's the celestial body that are moving. Otherwise, it cannot work. They disclose that right from the beginning, So it makes no sense for a student later on to come to the instructor and say, "Well, hold on a second, but why are we not accounting for? You missed that class or what? It only works this way. Why are you asking this question? It's a silly question. To work, it must be like this."
I know. Apparently, according to our friend Extremist or whatever his name is, we're both pointless to discuss anything with. I'm not sure if he's referring to obviously the context within the chat or if he's referring to URI, but he seemed to go quiet, so then he's on mute now. So that's unfortunate.
I wouldn't pay attention to him, man.
Oh no, believe me, I'm a rookie on the scene. I'm just taking all in more specifically, I'm not looking at the teams, I'm looking at the characters on the teams. And I'm like where I see fouls, I'm like foul on the play, offside, you're out of pocket. I'll call stuff out. I don't give a crap. It's the internet. Like really, you're gonna do pee in my cornflakes?
Yeah, man.
No thanks.
Absolutely, man.
Let's just
Absolutely.
let's have some fun and engage in some verbal jousting. If you can't handle it, then get out of the sandbox. Like you and
That's
I
it.
talked about the plumb bob yesterday at length, right? Nobody got
Yeah.
offended. It was an educational session, I think, for
Correct.
the audience that engaged. And that's all there is to it. If you're going to put your personality or risk your ego on the line, then I think you need to reassess your values within the context of life.
There you go.
It's the
Absolutely,
internet.
man.
Like, it's the internet.
That's the positive about it, isn't it? To share
Hey,
experiences and things, you know?
you'd like
Not
to
to come
think
with
so.
bullshit about it.
Well,
Yeah.
you'd like to think that we could sit down and have a conversation and throw some, darts against the board and, think of something, but bro, I can't help you if you don't want to engage and talk smack. So
Yeah, it's the forum itself, isn't it? It's provocative. The title, Flat Earth. It's provocative.
it definitely is. I mean, I definitely
How
think it
can
carries a certain.
someone, it's 2022. How can people still think that the world is flat? It's ignorant. Have they been in school? Don't they know what the level is? Don't they know what the straight line is? Don't they know what the circle is? I mean,
That's
and here we go, man. And here we go.
Hey, NASA shill. Ding ding ding. Round one. Fight.
And,
Showed up. What's happening?
yeah, man.
I see you're talking about the sextant again.
You're meet mouth. Talking about the segment, man. Whatever you'd like to talk, man.
Okay. But the sextant only
I
works
prefer
on the
to
flat
talk
Earth.
about the Earth not being flat.
But the sextant only works on the flat Earth. Why hasn't anyone claimed MC Tunes $10,000 yet? It's only
I
been
did.
10 months. You didn't.
I
No,
did.
No, you
Yes, I did. Long time ago. Listen, when the challenge came out, they said they have a fix. Listen,
Huh?
you're not listening. I think we had already this conversation before, you and I.
We compute
When the challenge came out, the challenge was to find the fix. Yeah. And I asked, did anyone done it? And they said the Micktoons did. So Micktoons know the answer for the challenge. Yeah, he has the fix. So I said, welcome to Flat Earth. I'll take my money.
No, it's not how it works, you moron.
Yeah, that is how it works.
No,
You
it's
cannot
not how it
have
works.
3 circles of equal altitude, which is the
Yes,
fix,
we can.
on a sphere. No, you
You
cannot.
called him a
can't have-
name once already. 1-0 or 0-1, I should say.
I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? I claimed already that prize. I'm still waiting for it, though.
No, it doesn't work. You have to tell him the fix. You just can't say he has a fix. If it's so easy, why haven't you figured out the fix?
Listen, it's not about figuring out where the
Yes,
fix is.
it's all
To
about
have the
figuring out
fix,
where the fix
listen,
is.
to have the fix, the
Right,
fix
it's
is where
all
the 3
about
circles of equal altitude gonna meet
so
and
if it's
gonna
so
say
damn
your
easy,
definite
George,
position.
So if
Yeah,
it's
that's
so
the
damn
fix.
easy, George, why haven't you claimed the $10,000?
I did already, man. I'm
No,
telling
you
you.
didn't. What's the fix? You have to tell him the
Yes,
fix. You
I
just
did.
can't.
What do you mean?
What's the
Tell
fix?
him the fix.
What's the fix?
To have the fix, you require a flat plane.
What's the fix?
To require the fix.
That's not how it works,
Yeah,
George. You have to tell him
it
the
is
fix.
how it works, man.
If it's so easy, you
The
should be
fix.
able to compute
Listen,
the fix. How come?
the
How
fix.
come How come you haven't done it in like 10 months? In the meantime, though,
Listen,
he did a
but he
similar.
knows that. Hold on a second.
In the meantime, he has put a similar challenge out to Globers for $100, and it was solved within 4 minutes. How come it's taken flat earthers longer than 10 months to compute a simple fix if the section only works on the flat earth?
Z requires a map as well, not just finding the fix.
Well, find the fix. Yeah, you have to show how you computed the fix. That's correct.
Yeah, he wants people to basically become cartographers as well.
Well, hold on a second. The claim is that flat Earth only works. Excuse me. The sextant only works on the flat Earth. That's the claim. MC Toon has given you a 3-star fix. How come it's taken flat earthers more than 10 months to calculate a simple fix?
This is the problem, isn't
What
it?
you're not understanding is that he requires a map as well.
Well, you have to compute the fix. The claim it. Hold on a second. So does the sextant work on the flat Earth or not?
How often does McToon let you out of his basement? That's the big
Does the
question.
sextant work on the flat Earth? Yes or no is
Yeah, it's been working forever on a flat
Then
Earth.
why can't you compute a simple fix for $10,000?
That's a shit.
Tell you what the
Come
fix is.
on.
I didn't even look
Listen
at
to
it.
the video.
The-
Listen to the video
I
I
didn't
just
even look at the
published.
challenge. The challenge is
Listen
fixed.
to the video, man.
That's the way it is.
Listen to
The
me
fix
too.
is
Shill.
sticking your mouth.
You know,
Shill, you know
elevation.
that red
yeah.
line in the voice chat? That's your horizon, right? You know that, right?
I wonder how much NASA Shill gets paid by McToon to constantly bring up this challenge.
I don't know. If he needs the baby handheld babysitting version, he can consult with a tutorial on how to actually use a sextant. All these guys who spout their mouths based on people's challenges, like you're willing to put your public outlying figure based on somebody's challenge for $10,000. You think I really care about chasing $10,000? Really? Just to prove what? So I can put my foot on top of a giant's chest and say, "Bruh, Flash wins." I don't give a crap what you care, Shill. Really? We don't. We use you to demonstrate the strength of our karate. Hi-ya!
Didn't Zen Garcia have a challenge a long time ago for about $10,000 or something like that?
Yeah.
Why
What more than
why
that?
haven't you collected that paid NASA Shill? Last person who tried, yeah, there was a court case, and guess who won it? Why haven't you collected that money
And
paid?
Garcia.
That was a simple one.
Oh yeah, that we tend to forget these things.
It was basically prove curvature, prove spin, or prove water sticking to a ball. Should be easy. Those are components of your model that you hold so dear. Paid. Why don't you get paid by that challenge? Or are you scared that the courts upheld that there was no significant information that was provided for any type of proof of a globe, and it got shot down in court?
You mean there was no one defending the ball? Oh gosh.
Well, I think Paid's trying to get his marching orders. He must have heard McToon shouting down the stairs to him.
Yeah, but there's many documents out there by different government agencies, NASA, not only, that report the Earth to be flat. For flights to happen, it has to, Anyone that works in aerodynamics, it must account for that, For airplanes to keep level flight, it has to.
Oh,
They have
another flat earther who knows butt kiss about aviation. I love it.
How does a mechanical gyroscope correct for Earth curvature?
Hold on. Before we get to gyroscope, one sec. I just wanted, for the record, guys, take a look at the chat. I just posted how a sextant works. You can see the horizon and you can see the 90 degrees. That's illustrated.
Yeah,
that's just a quick sketch.
That's not how it's.
Listen, I'm not looking for comment from you, my friend. I'm using you I'm using you to demonstrate the lesson at hand. Thanks for coming out, though.
Yeah, well, you don't know how a sextant works. I don't think you've even touched a sextant if you come up with this bullshit diagram. So you don't triangulate your position to the stars. You trilaterate your position to the stars.
Really? I thought that was only GPS that used trilateration.
Same thing. That's where they got the idea from.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So it's not
Oh, so wait.
elevation angle then.
Which came first? Hold on. Which came first? Trilateralation, whatever the heck you just said,
Triangulation is older,
or
actually.
the pirates using the sextants to observe the horizon as they saw it. I'm not sure which came first, the explanation or the tool.
The tool, you can actually just steer in a direction given where the star is.
What a concept!
He's talking about you turning the sextant sideways, and you can still measure the angle between 2 points sideways, lateral, rather than elevation.
Its
But the
length.
sextant is used for elevation angles. That's why the GPs of the stars. So we're not talking about the same thing.
Trilateration would
We're
measure
not talking
length.
about the same thing.
George,
Trilateration measures length at angles. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It wouldn't be involved with the sextant.
what does the sextant measure, George?
Not lengths.
What does the sextant
Angles.
Elevation angles.
Angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, angles. Yeah.
Trilateration uses lengths, right? Doesn't it? Isn't that how
Yes.
it works?
I actually it was actually my graduation thesis included multilateration to be more precise. So yeah, I actually, yes, definitely lengths. I can 100% confirm that.
What say you, Paid Shill, about that? So does the sextant use trilateration? If so, can you explain how it does this? What is the length measurement on the sextant tool? Where is that gauge? Paid, stop Googling.
Text in McToon.
Another one exposed. Oh gosh.
He had to yell the question upstairs to McToon.
Oh,
Get back in your box, Kim. That's what he heard.
Oh, well, again.
Well, I thought he was in a closet underneath the stairs.
That's why it's hard to believe that these people are not paid. They humiliate themselves all the time, man. And they still come back next day for more.
Man, I bet if they were paid, they would definitely be way better. Just saying.
Better. After you expose yourself, after you give us your best and you fail, I mean, that is no better than that.
They're just paid for their sophistry and to say nuh-uh.
Hold on. So you mean to tell me that this dude walked up in this chat and started throwing shit about, and he didn't even understand how to use a sextant? Is this what happens right now, honestly, guys? Like, these guys show up and just throw a bunch of verbal slander, and everything is unfounded. Excuse me?
It's one of those subjects.
No, I have never touched the sextant.
Shut the fuck up and talk.
You don't. Okay, number one, my friend, we don't need to cuss. Firstly, we're engaging in debate and a chat. Number one, okay? And listen to me very carefully when I tell you that an illustration of using a tool. I'll also say to you, have you ever used a hammer? Right? It's understanding the premise of the tool and how it works that you can apply the theory of what you're seeing in the lesson at hand. So if you understand what's being observed, you would understand how to use the tool. Your issue is you think you're observing a curve and you can't unpack how the heck a sextant works, my friend.
I know how the sextant works. You don't, because you've never even touched one, probably.
Because you can speak for me.
You learn your theory from people that also have not touched sextants.
So explain how sextants use trilateration real quick, because we have somebody in here who wrote a thesis on trilateration. So go ahead.
Not on sextants, though. I didn't write on sextants.
Right, on trilateration. So
it's not real, by the way. If you guys don't,
trilateration's not real.
Well, trilateration is real, but to explain it to you is going to be impossible because you're already biased against it.
Go ahead and explain it if
throw
you know.
out the link.
Oh, it's quite easy. You observe the angles, the three stars. You figure out their ground
Angles.
position. Yeah, angles. That's what sextants measure, angles.
How does that apply to trilateration?
Oh, I was going to get there if you would shut the fuck up just for a moment. So you figure out the angle to the star. You figure out its zenith angle. You draw the angle to. You figure out the ground position. Yeah, you need the time. You go to the charts, figure out the ground position, draw the circles, and where they intersect is where you are.
And where would lengths come into that?
The lengths come in with the angle to the star, the zenith angle to the star, 60 nautical miles per degree. That's the radius of the circle. And see that.
That's the radius of a circle. I find this funny, man. Sorry, I couldn't contain.
What, the radius of the circle is funny to you, George?
60 nautical miles per degree gives you a circle. Since when?
That's
not with
60
sextant.
miles per degree gives you a circle.
Not with a sextant. Not with a
Anywhere
sextant.
anywhere on that circle, you would observe the angle to the star.
No.
So
Yes.
let me ask you a question about
there is
drawing
no
these
circle
circles,
in there.
Spade.
If you don't understand that at an angle to a star, hold on a second. I got to talk to George for a second. If you don't understand that an angle to a star or position gives you a circle, then you don't understand the very basics of how to use the sextant.
Yeah, but before the circle gives me a triangle, a 90-degree angle triangle. Yeah,
Hold on,
a right
George.
angle triangle. That's the part that you are missing.
There's no triangulation involved in using the sextant.
Let's talk about the circles you're drawing on the sphere. So is the point that you draw the diameter of the circle to, is that on the surface where the GP is?
The GP ground position. Hold on a second. I got to figure that one out. Ground position. Yes, the ground position is on the ground.
Okay, so is that our starting point for our radius of the circle we're drawing?
Huh?
Yes? No?
Yes.
Maybe? Did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So we're drawing a circle on a curved surface?
Okay. What's your problem with that?
No, that's the question.
Yes.
So is our radius of this circle, how do you have a circle with a radius that leads to one point on a sphere?
Because you're figuring the angle. If it's a difficult concept, maybe you should pick up a book on celestial navigation and actually read it.
Oh, you don't understand. You don't know because you don't understand.
Can you please stop demeaning him and have a conversation about it? I just posted a picture to help this conversation out because it seems like we're stuck in the weeds of you trying to explain this. I observe a horizon line that aligns with my eye in the use of the sextant, and then I observe the star using the mirror of the sextant to align what appears to be my location. I'm not seeing the concept of having to introduce circles in this entire thing. The sextant seems to be the only circular. I'm not finished talking.
Maybe you should read on then, because you're not at the point where you're calculating the circle yet.
Circles are drawn, but you draw circles on flat surfaces, right? So if you're drawing a circle on a curved surface,
I want you to take a basketball and
is your radius curved?
Take a basketball and a compass and tell me you can't draw a circle on the sphere. Please do that. Come get back to me.
Yeah, you can draw a circle on that, but the radius would not be on the surface. The radius would be somewhere inside the basketball. Is it a curved radius that you're drawing?
Again, maybe you should read the book and get back to me if you understand the
No, I'm just asking you about simple shapes here, right? So if I draw a circle with a radius, right, that's going to be on a flat surface. I draw that on a plane. If I draw a circle on a sphere, the radius of that circle, because the radius would need to be a straight line unless there's something called a curved radius line, which I'm not aware of. The radius would have to be somewhere inside the Earth, right? Would have to draw to a point inside the Earth? Is that what's going on?
That's a good point.
What's a good point?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
About, the radius has to be a straight line. Are you guys talking? I just popped in, and I could be wrong. Are you guys talking about, like, circles of equal altitude and shit?
Yeah, how a sextant doesn't work.
Yeah, that's good.
Even though they claimed it does.
Yeah, which requires a flat surface.
Actually, it does. Again, if
Right.
if the sextant works on the flat Earth so well, why haven't you guys claimed MC Tunes $10,000?
Why can't you
Which is
explain a simple radius to us, right? If you said that the radius of the circle that you're drawing is coming from the GP, which is on the surface, but you're drawing a circle on a curved surface, so do you have a curved radius?
I don't understand the. Are you talking about acquiring a fix with circles of equal altitude?
Yeah, like using a sextant, you know, like.
Right. Yeah. So, see, I was just reading up on this last night.
Oh, I bet. And
okay, you don't have to be condescending towards me, dude. You've already talked enough. I've talked to you before where I already know what your true intentions are, so I don't even know why I'm wasting my time. But why don't you chill?
I always want to.
Anyway, well, no, you're just being condescending when I told you I was reading up on something. Like, oh yeah, you can't read. Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, what's your
I
problem?
fully agree with him, man. Give him his space because he's asking for it. Please go ahead, my friend.
Well, no, it's just everything that I saw. Everything's measured flat. I don't even want to say the word flat because I'm trying to get away from the. Anyway, that doesn't matter. The horizon is all straight and level. Everything's straight and level. The angles are straight and level with straight lines, and then up until everything, like then you get your circles of equal altitude, and all of a sudden it becomes a map problem, is what it seems like to me. Oh, it doesn't work on your map. Like, what map would it not work on? Second off, it has nothing to do with the only time a sphere is mentioned in any of this is the celestial sphere, which it straight up says it's just imaginary. It doesn't ever mention the sphere on your feet. Anytime it's talking about a sphere, it's regarding to the shape of the sky. So
if it's so easy, then you can easily calculate MC Tunes fix and win $10,000.
I don't know what MC Tunes thing is, but I mean, I was listening to somebody was talking like, so pretty much I get on Stellarium, I go outside, I stand in my yard, right?
Stellarium, a globe based system. Thank you.
Oh, Stellarium's a globe. It's not a flat computer program like everything
Stellarium
else.
is based on the globe.
What's next? You're gonna tell me that there's curvature in Skyrim maps and shit?
Yeah,
because everything that's done on a computer software is all on a flat plane.
The way Stellarium works is based on
the globe. Hold on a second. The globe was driven from a flat Earth. What are you talking about?
The Stellarium is based on the globe.
Celestial sphere.
It's based on a flat globe. Yeah, the globe measures to be flat, and the Greeks knew that.
George, you're incorrect again. Like normal, George.
No, I'm correct. I mean,
no, you're not.
A sphere needs to have curvature. Yeah, the sphere that you, the sphere that you think, the sphere that you think you live on, yeah,
George,
it has no curvature.
Take me to prove you wrong?
So the globe measures to be flat.
Well, how long do you think it'll take me to prove you wrong here?
Anyway, another thing about these circles of equal altitude I've come to realize is for them to even work on a globe and shit, you first have to presuppose everything's light years away, and like an infinite distance, because you got to have the light coming in parallel, which is another issue.
You cannot work on the globe.
Actually,
right.
That's the thing. You cannot even consider to work on the globe. And I'll tell you. And I'll tell you why. To have a elevation angle, yeah, the antecedent is the horizontal plane that you're going to measure the elevation angle from, which is where you are. Yeah, you're standing on the horizontal plane. So without the horizontal plane, there is no elevation angle. There are no horizontal planes on spheres. Hello?
George,
you cannot do this on the curve. You need the horizontal plane. If it's curving, it's not a horizontal plane anymore. You understand that?
George, why haven't you claimed MC Tunes $10,000 then?
I did already. I told you.
No, you haven't. What's the fix?
Yes, I have. I told you already.
What's the fix?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. The fix, right?
Man.
That's where it all comes into. What's wrong with doing a fix? How come a fix all of a sudden won't work? Why?
He can't. George can't do the fix because he can't do the calculations on the flat Earth. You cannot do.
What would the calculations be? So we get all of our information, then we have to do ball calculations, and then it works.
I don't know. You have to do flat Earth calculations because you know.
To get
What
the
would the
fix, yeah.
calculations be?
Then
I have
To
a
get the
question
fix,
for the
yeah. You need
show.
to have a flat Earth
do it,
calculation,
George.
yeah.
I have a question
Winston,
for the
You need
show.
show MC Toon. Show it's a flat
You need
Earth.
to
Show
assume.
MC
Hey,
2012.
Shill,
Yeah.
I have a
Win
question for you.
$10,000.
Hey, Shill, I have a question for you.
I have a
How
question for
come?
George. Why haven't you claimed $10,000?
I'm not done with. Forget the $10,000. I have a question
Oh,
for you.
forget the $10,000.
Can people in Australia see Polaris?
No.
Are you willing to put your hands on that one?
Yeah, I've actually been there, and you can't see it.
People in Australia can't observe the North Star.
That's correct.
Right.
Should you put out a $10,000 challenge for that?
On what? On that you can't see Polaris from Australia?
Yeah,
Oh, please do that.
I'm pretty sure Polaris can be observed from Darwin, right?
No.
That's correct, Darwin. Wait, no. The Little Dipper can, and part of the Little Dipper would be Polaris, but I'm not sure Polaris specifically. But part of the Little Dipper can be seen by in Darwin.
Wait, you can see Ursa Minor in Darwin?
Yes,
Darwin, Australia, really?
parts of it.
That's kind of funny because there's supposed to be a giant globe that's blocking you from seeing it. Unless you're looking through the Earth, how are you seeing it?
Because you're supposed
It's
to be able
way
to
up
see.
in the sky. It's too far away.
Do you guys know how far south Darwin is?
Darwin is 12 degrees south.
It's 11 degrees, I believe. 11 degrees south.
Shout out to the 11.
So how many degrees is it away from the equator?
12.
12
degrees?
Hold on a
I
second. What distance would that be to the GP of Polaris? Come on, Kosho. You have the
maybe
you have the program.
From the GP of Polaris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the GP of Polaris.
It's pretty far, man.
How much would it be? Ooh, pretty far. Would be how many times greater than the radius of the Earth? And that is a circle. Yeah, an elevation angle with a circle of equal altitude.
It's not more than twice the radius.
Yeah. On your chart, that is greater than the equator. Meaning that your longitude lines are not diminishing; they are increasing. If you can see that far out, if you're still guiding yourself by the same reference point, which is Polaris, yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Longitude lines are great circle routes. What's the problem?
Yeah, correct.
But
on the sphere, they decrease, and obviously, in reality, they're not decreasing; they are increasing.
You're conflating longitude and latitude once again.
Yeah, you must be talking either the distance between the longitude or you're actually talking about the latitude.
If you can still see Polaris, yeah, your angle.
You can't see Polaris in Darwin.
Okay, well, tell Kosho he's wrong.
I didn't say. I said you couldn't. I said you can see parts of the Little Dipper, in which Polaris is a part of, but that doesn't mean you can see
circumpolar constellations going around the North Star. That still kind of seems like that shouldn't be physically possible on a globe.
Look at the lowest part of the.
Do you realize how?
I'm looking at.
What is 12 degrees north? Do you understand what is 12 degrees north? 12 degrees north is like in.
Let's see.
What you need to do is look at the lowest declination in Ursa Minor, because I'm pretty sure that it goes further than what would that be? 70, 78.
But see, Ursa Minor is visible in my field of view every single night.
Yeah, you live
at any time. I can always 100% see it every single night of the year.
You live in the northern hemisphere, don't you?
Right, but for it to be visible all the way past the equator into now, what time of year? Like, is this like a fluky thing, or does it happen? Like what time of the year? Like, would it be like something you would see in the winter, or what?
From 12 degrees north, from 12 degrees south. You don't understand how far. That's not very far south. That's like
Australia's not far below the equator.
Darwin.
Well, yeah, but see, it's funny though. Like, But the Southern
Darwin is
Cross
12
is
degrees
invisible
south.
every
Yeah,
single
it's
night
not.
in Peru.
That's the thing. It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Here's some hard
That's where
facts.
the,
Let me
that's
try
one.
to
You're
That's
thinking
one
like
of the
try.
Perth or
flaws
something.
in the
No, not
model.
Perth. You're thinking like
Uh,
Melbourne in
ba-
Sydney, which is pretty far south. Darwin is 12
Can I
degrees
try
south.
to
yeah,
provide a
Bacon.
simple way for you to
The
determine if you should or shouldn't
the
see a star?
equator map, the equator part, yeah, it's further down on the map. It's not in the center of the map. So the equator line is close to the entire, close to Australia. Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's fair. But Bacon, I know you're gonna jump in.
Part of Australia is tropical weather, isn't it?
George,
Bacon,
come
I know
on.
you're about to jump in, Bacon. I pulled something up though, so I'll just share it. I think you're probably gonna get into this just now, Bacon. But Ursa Minor goes as far south as 65 south, all the way up to. So, Bacon, you go ahead. I know you're gonna follow.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty simple to determine what stars you should and should not see on the globe. So if you're at the equator, you should have all of the stars in your field of view.
Hey,
Of course, or not.
Can we go back to paid NASA shill's claim that sextants use trilateration instead of triangulation?
That's
Are you
correct. It's
aware
how
of
you
this?
find your position.
The trilateration or
Yeah,
triangulation?
no, you use trilateration to find your position.
So we're gonna pretend sextants don't use triangulation ever.
I didn't say that.
You can use
No,
triangulation in sextant, but not.
They
not
can.
for celestial
Okay.
navigation. Not for
There's-
celestial
yeah.
navigation. If you want to
Yeah.
figure your
Right.
position from, say, a
Why?
lighthouse or something,
The way you turn your angles into a position is to trilateration, because the angles become distance, and when you have distance to known points, that's trilateration. When you have angles to known points, that's triangulation. But you don't have angles, you have distances. So you're trilaterating, not triangulating.
So the
So
sextant doesn't
trilateration-
get angles; it gets distances.
Sextant is just a
section
is just a tool.
Angles, angles,
yeah.
you figure out the zenith angle from the zenith angle using 60 nautical miles per degree, which is a globe measurement. You figure out your radius. The
That's
circle
begging the
will equal
question.
altitude,
Yeah, that's not
intersection,
physically
distance.
possible to replicate accurately.
No, it's very fucking simple. They've done it for
It's
hundreds
begging the
of
question,
years.
though.
It's
All right.
not
It's begging the question on the
So,
globe.
paid
It's
Nash's
actually
shill.
proof of the globe.
Maybe you could explain, if you see the voice chat, there was a rocket that was launched in Arizona at approximately 11 a.m. in the morning, and it was launched into the sky. On its downward fall, the moon was observed off in the horizon. How would you explain
Over
that
Australia?
phenomenon? How would you explain that phenomenon if it was 11 a.m. in Arizona? A rocket was launched into the altitude and the moon was spotted. How would you explain that phenomenon occurring on a globe?
What date?
What date? Good question. Let me consult.
What phase of the moon was it?
If you see the picture, it looks pretty full to me. That's what, based on
Yeah,
the picture.
what would the
I
phase
did-
of the moon have
and
to
I-
do with anything?
I did share the original content of the video as well as proof. So if you could, I don't know, give me some kind of, because based on, here's the thing, and here's the crux of my question is, based on a globe geometry, this is a phenomenon that should not exist. This should not exist on a globe. It's impossible. Because
What
the apparent moon should be on the other side of the globe lighting Australia, when Arizona at 11 o'clock, the sun is directly overhead. So if you can extrapolate the idea that if I'm launching a rocket in Arizona, that means at 11 a.m. and that means the sun is directly overhead, there's no way.
Oh, you
that
can
this
see
would
by
take
the
place.
shadows. You can just see by the shadows from the thumbnail of the video that the sun is not overhead, because the shadows aren't exactly below.
Dude, I
the
threw up
object.
all over your shoes. You need to go look at that video and get back to me. Okay, thanks.
I just told you, you can see the sun is not overhead just by the thumbnail, because when the sun is right overhead, the shadows of the objects are right below the objects, not projected to the side of it. So
Dude, he
no,
looked at the thumbnail.
sun
He
is
doesn't
not
need
right
to watch
overhead.
the video. Come on.
Let's see. Yeah, that's a good point. Look at the shadows on
Well,
the bugs.
yeah, if the shadows aren't below the objects, then you just can't claim it's above their head. It doesn't matter unless in the video in 2 minutes the sun rushes in the sky and gets above the rocket. Then I don't think I actually need to watch the video to make that claim.
I say, look at the smoke. Look at the shadow of the smoke trail.
It doesn't like you carefully consider this what's being said on the video. Just based on based on the thumbnail, I can already see a mistake, and I didn't start watching the video yet.
This was 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think I actually saw this video already.
Yeah, and according to this, it's June 7th, 2016. That's 6 years ago. Well, it's a way to keep up to date here.
What does date have anything to do with anything? Shill? Honestly.
You don't understand how the moon works?
So the moon would be acting differently now than it would have in 2000.
Wouldn't the actual... Sorry, Nate.
Yeah, knowing the date.
Understand the moon is not always opposite the sun, right?
Yeah, knowing the precise date, we can know what was the phase of the moon, and we can also know what was the GP of the moon. So we can use that information to actually check if that matches or doesn't match the globe model.
So go look up that information. Because you should be able to see. You should be able to see the sun's position at the time of launch, and you should be able to see the moon's position at time of launch.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I think Kiwi said it was 11 o'clock, so that's not a guarantee that it's directly overhead. We obviously see some shadows.
And I think you should have worked all this out before you came and said that you busted the globe model, which you have.
What's the date? I'll just go look it up myself. Because they're not going to.
I'll look it up.
But the thing is, I mean, I've seen this video broken down when the guy goes on time and already just does pretty much what we're about to do now. So may have been Germanism, or may have been
It looks like it's 6 years, or is it 8 years ago now?
So it could have been 50 years ago.
8 years ago.
But you said June 7th, 2016. I don't think that can be correct.
Oh no, that's the date it said in the video.
That's the date the video was published, maybe?
Yeah, it's the date the video was published. I don't know the date of the launch.
Yeah, because it says the moon's meant to be 10% illumination on that date.
In that video, it was July 14th, 2014.
Oh.
The second.
Oh, July 14th, what date or what year?
14.
Yep, that's right. I remember now.
$73 miles they got into space. Good job. Nowhere near fast orbit though.
Okay, it says about 94.6% illumination. If it was the same date that it was published.
Which that's what it looks like in the video anyway. Let's see where it was. Oh, right over Australia. Look at that. It's interesting. Should have been a big old fat chunk of Earth car blocking it. That's kind of funny. It is right over Australia on that exact date. Yep. And it's almost full, which coincides with the video.
Thanks for the backup on that. I'm just verifying the date. Or sorry, the time.
Oh yeah, this is the Go Fast launch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think everyone got hung up with the whole it crashing into like a viscous dome, and nobody really paid attention to the moon for a very long time. And then, the big thing was sticking out in front of you the whole time, and just no one noticed. It's kind of funny. I gotta go cut my grass, but I'm really procrastinating. It's hot out. All you English people bragging about how hot it is, like, please.
Bitch, I'm Brazilian.
You're Brazilian, Bacon?
Yeah.
I thought you were German. No, that's Hoymar.
No, Hoymar is German. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I thought
Oh.
you were German. I thought Hoymar was Brazilian. And that's why I constantly, I'm always getting you two confused. If I don't see your picture, I always will call Hoymar Bacon or you Hoymar. So
You're really not good with accents, then.
Yeah.
no,
I
I'm
don't know
American, so
I don't know if you guys are watching the videos or not, but I'm just sharing that's a side by side. So you have the camera mounted on the side looking down to the earth, and then you have the camera mounted looking out into space, and you can see that white dot. You let me know what you think that is. I don't know.
it's an alien.
Oh,
That's
wait.
literally all they
Oh,
can
wait.
say.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Holy crap. Oh, wait. There's more. I'm not done, boys. Holy crap. Wow. This side by side is pretty epic, let me tell you. Hold on. There's another picture I'm going to show you. Wow.
Yeah, that looks like the moon. Like, is it supposed to be a problem with that?
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be over Australia, and he launched straight up from Arizona. I mean, you can kind of
And
just have.
my friends, I would like to say that I think I have successfully debunked the globe with this picture.
How?
What picture?
Because you observe the sun in the next rotation of that rocket. That means the sun is viewed on one side and the moon is viewed on the other. All within the same 5 seconds of video. I've seen the sun and the moon in the same damn shot. Go fast, rocket, let's go. Thanks for coming
Yeah,
out.
the
Welcome
rocket
to
is
Flat Earth.
outside of the
Welcome to
atmosphere and
Welcome to
rotating.
Flat Earth.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fucking.
the rocket is outside of the atmosphere and rotating. Like, well, it's
Did it go
exactly
like
the problem.
Not outside the atmosphere.
Didn't it go
But
like
dude,
73 miles
Australia
an
is
hour?
supposed to be antipodal
Well, I'm pretty sure you couldn't breathe where the rocket is.
to Arizona, right? Is that the correct term? Like one's supposed to be upside down relative to the other, like because one's on the opposite side of a
That is
globe. How are you able to see the moon?
100%. So
Right,
what
let's
I'm
not
gonna do
fudge.
next is get a let's see, I'm gonna get a actually, you know what I'm gonna use? I'm gonna use my map that I have.
Oh, you have a map?
Back. Yeah, that's right.
Have you tried drawing circles of equal
Bacon
altitude on the
quiet
map,
guy.
seeing if you can find position?
Quiet.
Is it a yes or no?
Did you say map or math? MATH or MAP? This doesn't matter.
Yeah, it says 173 miles high, which is technically past the Karma.
Yeah, but Earth's atmosphere goes all the way to the moon.
Sure.
Yeah, it does.
It depends on where you trace the line.
Right. Yeah, we
Trace a line at
arbitrarily
0 molecules, and yeah, atmosphere is just no end for it.
Well,
Well,
use
0
the Karma.
molecules would mean no atmosphere, dude.
Yeah, but
Well, there's none.
how?
Is there 0 molecules in space?
All right, so if you guys take a look at the voice
No,
chat,
that's my point.
I just shared quiet. If you take a look at the voice chat, I just shared a map. Now, if you look at the map that I just shared, you can see the landmass to the left-hand side is Australia. That's the plate of Australia. Skip over that big giant landmass in the middle if you wouldn't mind for a quick second. There's further to come on that. We won't unpack that now because that's another explanation. But we skip over that big landmass and we go down to approximately the 5-6 o'clock position. Those are the Americas. And I tell you, my friends, that Arizona obviously is located, if you can imagine, at the tip. You can see it down by that like first circle that's drawn with that heavily dotted green mass being the Americas. So yeah, that's your 2D view, the overhead bird's view of it, if you will. And I just provided picture evidence that you can see the sun and the moon from one shot.
Hmm.
Have you tried using the map for celestial navigation? Just out of curiosity.
Have you tried to use a map for celestial navigation? That's what you're asking?
Bacon, listen to
No,
me.
and
After listen, Bacon, after
no
I just
incident.
listen to me. After I just showed what I showed, right? There is nothing that you can say out of your little mouth that will ever top what I just showed. Okay? Just quiet. Shh.
Why?
Hmm.
Well, why are you trying to be that condescending?
Well, Bacon, do you understand the situation of what was just demonstrated?
I understand. Yeah, I
This is my
understand what you're
point,
trying to.
Bacon.
I
You gave
understand
it,
what.
Bacon. Why I'm pissed
Can I
to you
answer Vex's question?
specifically? You need to be quiet for a
Can I
minute.
get to the end
No,
of
no,
my
no, because
sentence?
I'm the one. I'm the one.
I
I'm
started
the
speaking,
one.
answering
I'm the
Vexy,
one
and
that's
now you're interrupting
offended by
me.
you.
So
No, here's
let
the
me
thing.
get to the
I
end of
want
my
to tell you
sentence.
specifically,
Stop being
right?
condescending and
I
stop
took two
interrupting me, please.
pictures out of
I started
video,
speaking,
and I
and
showed
when
you a
I'm
model,
speaking,
and you took
I
no
usually
time to
expect
take
other
on the.
people not to speak over me. Thank you. Oh, he also deafened himself? Anyway. So, yeah, Vexy. What was your question again? 'Cause I was hearing some noise, couldn't focus on answering it.
Oh, no, it's just that, dude, the rocket launched straight up from Arizona, and we're able to see the sun and the moon simultaneously in the video, especially when the rocket rotates.
Right.
We've already
Yeah, so
determined
what,
the date.
how...
We know where the moon's supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
and then all you want to do is, well, can you do 3 circles of equal altitude on your moon route?
No. Yeah, because I
I
wasn't
mean, you're
addressing... I wasn't trying to
hand waving
address...
everything that was just shown.
No, I wasn't hand waving. I'm
You
simply
are.
not
You're
addressing
ignoring it.
that,
You're talking
Vexy.
about 3 circles of equal altitude when has it sunk in that we're filming the
Vexy,
moon from
get your point. Let me answer.
Arizona when it should
Vexy,
be over Australia? I mean, has that not hit you?
get your point,
It might
Vexy.
take a
Let me
day.
answer
Go
you.
ahead.
Right. So to validate if your criticism on the globe model is it makes sense out of this video, right? I will have to do a little more digging on the information available on this video and see if that's actually incompatible with the globe. One way to do it would be to use the GPs of the sun and the moon according to the globe and model that and see how that would look like from a rocket at the altitude of the rocket on the video. If I do that and that doesn't match the video, then I'll agree you have a point. But I'm not going to do this right now because I'm working. So before I can do something about that video, I'm just going to, I can make other points.
So you
concede the Earth is supposed to be covering the moon.
You concede on the fact that you cannot entertain the items I just proposed because you're at work. Do you concede? Do you concede?
I already said I wasn't addressing it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out, my guy. Thanks. So your knee-jerk reaction to the evidence posted, that means you took no time to consider it. That means you conceded publicly. Thanks
I didn't say I took no time to consider. At least I took a couple of seconds to realize the obvious mistake on your first claim that the sun was directly overhead.
No, you looked at the thumbnail, then tried to set up excuses not to watch the video.
No, he just made a claim that was false. That was clearly false simply by looking at the thumbnail. That shows it wasn't a careful evaluation that he did on the video. I can try to do a careful evaluation by placing the moon and the sun at the positions according to the globe model and see if that actually contradicts the video. If that actually contradicts the video, you guys have a point. And I can do that later today, just as I finish working, and we can all see if that's actually contradicting the globe or not. And until I do that, I can bring other points, which is what I did. But because you're
anything you can bring in right now that's going to help this.
Of course not. I already conceded.
Literally, your hand's in the cookie jar right now, and someone just turned on the lights in the kitchen. You turned around with chocolate on your face.
I'm not going to take the personal provocation. But the thing is, you offered a map as if this map was any valid. That's why I was wondering if maybe you validated it at means of celestial navigation. Of course, that's a different. It's not addressing your point of the rocket.
Hold on.
But that's not supposed to be.
Oh no. This is
Bacon. Are they claiming that the little dot in that Go Fast Team New World Record is the moon, and it should be right ahead overhead, and it's not? Is that what they're claiming?
Well, they said it's the moon, not that it should be overhead. I'm not sure about what the problem is, but they're saying this shouldn't be possible on the globe.
that moon on July 14th shouldn't be possible on the Earth if it's round. Shouldn't be that low on the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I got from the thing. Yeah,
It
according to
shouldn't
that
be
video.
visible, damn it. It
Why
shouldn't
would
be
it not be
visible,
visible?
period. It's over Australia. Because it's supposed to be over Australia at 98% of luminosity. And that rocket was launched from Arizona.
Yeah.
Earth should have been in the way of the moon. But you can see
Why
the
was
moon
that?
and the sun simultaneously. Because
At
the moon
73
is
miles
over
up?
Australia. Huh? 70, I guess. 65, 70. I don't know
You don't
how
think
high the rocket.
both Arizona and Australia, Western Australia, or excuse me, Eastern Australia can be illuminated at the same time? Objects in the sky that we can see, especially if you go
Even though they're
73 miles.
antipodal to each other.
They're not antipodal to each other.
Isn't one upside down relative to the other one?
Depends on where you're looking at it from. But no,
If you were flying a plane in Australia and flying one in Arizona, then you deleted the moon and then moved the planes together, they would touch belly to belly. That's not what you're saying? Deleted the Earth?
Definitely that would happen, yes.
Yeah.
But
So,
not exactly.
one's
It's not
upside down
exactly
relative to the
antipodal
other.
because you can still see things on. It's not exactly 180 degrees
The
away
moon
from
should be under
Arizona.
the feet of the
What's
people
the
standing on the
latitude?
ground in
What's your
Arizona.
longitude? What's your longitude of Eastern Australia and Arizona? Do you know what they are?
12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from is that Darwin? No.
Look it up first.
Well, it doesn't
Look that
matter
up
what
first,
part. It
and
was
then
seen
get back
over
to me.
all of Australia.
Hello. Look that up first,
what?
and then get back to me. You're just talking over me now. You're not even having a discussion.
What do you want me to look at?
Go look at the longitude of Eastern Australia and Arizona and see where they are with respect to each other on a sphere.
So depending on the longitude means we can see through the physical Earth that should be blocking the moon from being seen?
No, it shouldn't. You're making that up. That is a affirmative consequent statement.
It kind of sounds like you're describing the Earth
I'm
as
not
not being
saying
a
that.
globe when we're
If
able
the
to see the
light,
moon
if you can see
Arizona.
this, for example, it's the same reason you see the sun in Australia and in Arizona at the same time. There's nothing in the way.
Yeah, if you say that something should or shouldn't be seen on the
silly.
globe based on gut feelings, that doesn't mean a lot.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He has an intuition that's misled by some mistakes in his logic and mathematics and geometry and trigonometry.
Right.
He laughs. People always mock what they don't
verify.
understand.
Yeah,
People
it's
always
I don't
mock
easy to
what they don't
understand
model
understand.
that.
You're the
It's
one that
easy to
hasn't even
model
looked
that.
at what we're talking about. The moon is visible and the sun is visible simultaneously from Arizona and Australia.
Why wouldn't they be?
So that means that we could see the moon on the ground from Australia and Arizona at the same time?
They're not going to be in different. They're going to be in different spots in the sky for sure.
But so we can now see the moon simultaneously in Australia and Arizona. That's what
Of course.
that's going to die on. Okay, that's fine. I mean, if you really want
you can't. Don't even bother. Don't even bother.
I know,
Well,
but I mean,
let's
you see
model
what
that.
You don't think you can?
Let's
I
see
mean,
if that makes
there's been
sense.
maps drawn for hundreds of years.
No, but
showing
see,
this
the
elimination.
issue at this point in time, it's like we put one very valid argument forward, right?
How's it a valid argument?
And hold on one second, Zanuck. The counter argument to that is we are too small to comprehend the fact that we can view both things and so on and so forth based on the
That wasn't the
altitude of the. Hold on one second, they're bacon and eggs. Based on the altitude of that rocket, you can see both items, and that's fine, right? That's fine. It's the issue at this point in time, and we can just keep lily padding down the line. But it's the argument at this point in time is that we are too small to understand this. So that's fine, Zanuck. Thank you for
small.
the. Thank you for
there's
the
a little bit of
counter-action.
ignorance involved. But
That wasn't
if you
the-
did you could do a rough calculation on a sphere as proposed by the globe model, and say what the elevation angle of any object is in the sky at 70 miles. Do you know what that number would be versus being on the surface? Take a guess. Do you know what it is?
No, listen, I'm literally working out Australia. I'm going to check into the elevation, and I'm going to have to see based on the
Elevation of what?
geometry.
The
if it would
continent
work.
or the actual?
No, where the
angles?
footage of the pictures that were taken based on their launch, their altitude that was achieved, right? That
They
would
talked
base
about it
that
being
would
73 miles.
Zanuck, slow down. Okay, I'm
I'm not.
saying to
I just
you,
said 73 miles.
right, that based on that, with the introduction of a sphere measuring your globe dimension, you have to start to introduce the sight lines, i.e. the geometry and the triangles, to see if it could actually work. So am I going to have an ignorant conversation with you at this point with respects to whether the viewing angles could potentially work? No, I'm not. Am I going to engage with you with that retrospect? No, I'm not, because it's pointless.
Well, that's why I just gave you a first step. So I would first understand what that angle would be of the horizon drop at 73 miles. That would give you a large amount of information to start with. Have you done that yet? Have you thought about doing that yet? Just so this works. I mean, it doesn't mean it's true. It could all be CGI, but just the mathematics behind a sphere, an object, a distance from the surface, and objects that are, millions and millions of miles away. That's what I would start if I were you. I'm not you, though, but if I was, that's what I would do. And he made some claims about the sextant, which I saw earlier, which are interesting as well.
Well, he offered a
Okay,
map.
wait. So are you going to continue to attack the witness, or are you going to continue to attack the observation? Because when
Yeah,
you're
the
going to continue
observation.
to...
In fact, I started my last sentence with the
Okay,
observation.
because I'm right now I'm focusing on the observation. You just asked me to observe. So if you want, do we go back to the sextant, or do we go back to the lesson that we're focusing on now?
I'm trying to help. I'm thinking that same line of thinking and logic may stem from the sextant.
No, but see, the issue is you're trying to help, right? And the last thing I want to hear is I was just trying to help, because that's a victim statement. I would like to focus on the lesson we're trying to achieve. So are we looking for the lesson that how is it that we could view the sun and the moon at the same time based on the altitude of the rocket, based on your curvature of the Earth? Or are we going to talk about the confines of the sextant? What do you want to talk about, my friend?
I said one was the foundation of the other, but we can go with the topic at hand, which is the 76-mile alleged altitude of a rocket and what the horizon drop would be at that particular distance above the sphere. And if you know what that is, we can probably start from there, because that would be a good place to start.
I think it was 72
What would the horizon?
miles. 72
So the
miles.
radius-
Not
Yeah,
73.
so anything over 60 or 70 miles, that's fine.
So the radius of Earth is 6,371 kilometers. So the distance from the center of the Earth to the crust is 6,371 kilometers. And what was the viewing altitude that was achieved with the Go Fast rocket?
72 miles, they said.
72, yeah. Or 73.
Well, whatever. 72, 73, it doesn't matter.
73 miles, is that the elevation?
The rocket, yeah.
Bacon, did you just say that miles is an elevation?
We can have elevation in miles.
Why can't you?
I said you can.
Okay, so 150, it would be 115 kilometers. So
Yeah,
115
10
kilometers, and Napalm, you can help me out with this, because 115 kilometers of viewing
10 degrees.
altitude, would 115 kilometers of viewing altitude give us enough perspective to see around an object measuring 12,600 kilometers in diameter?
You give you 10.9 degrees of dip.
I didn't ask you, Bacon, I asked Napalm.
Well,
So I'm trying to,
this is
again, no, here's, again,
we have a
gentlemen.
10 degree, hold on, we have a 10 degree dip angle now. So suddenly whatever you didn't see, hidden by the curve, would be seen. And 10 degrees is pretty substantial, by the way.
Okay, so I'm
10.9.
asking you, right, based on an Earth radius of 6,000 kilometers, 6,300 kilometers, right, which is the equivalent of basically 13,000 kilometers. right? With the Go Fast rocket, you've gained an altitude of 115 kilometers. So 115 divided by 12,000 kilometers is like, I don't know, like 1% maybe?
You're.
Hey Google,
I gave you the answer.
what's
you're looking for. You're trying
115
to back into
kilometers
it.
divided?
You're trying to back into it with math that I don't think you're really coming for the right approach. We've given you the dip angle. It's a different calculation, but I think you would agree that's about 11 degrees.
No, it's actually well, wouldn't
About
we
11 degrees.
take 115 and divide that by
No.
12,000?
No,
Why? Why you?
that's not how it works.
Yeah.
So if I'm saying
you
to
can
you,
use that.
you
can
take a
use that.
line, right? And you gain a viewing angle, right? Of 100. So I go above that surface 115 kilometers, right? That means I've gained an
Let me show you
altitude
the math.
115 kilometers. So based on that altitude, I'm then taking the diameter of the ball that I'm observing, right? And I'm taking the distance and dividing it by the diameter. Is that not a rational description as to how a viewing percentage would work?
No.
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, the dip of the horizon is given by trigonometry.
Okay, so tell me then, based on
it's like thinking. It's like thinking this that you have a 1 degree per 60 mile change in second. Just give me an analogy. Thinking that does work on a flat surface and doesn't. It actually defines a sphere. The constant rate of change for the for the angle or change plus the distance or with the distance is defining a sphere. And many people think that can happen on a flat surface, and it can't because it's a trigonometric function, not a proportional function.
I posted on the live stream one text. What's the formula for the dip based on the geometry of the sphere? And Bev posted something else.
What's the formula for the dip based on the curvature of the Earth?
It's on the live stream one text.
It's on the live stream.
So here's the thing, and this is my question. So we look at your ball, right? Now, where is
Don't
the
look
sun?
at my ball. This is private.
Bro, you're quick because you just posted a picture of a ball, my guy. Thanks for coming out.
This is a joke.
Thanks for coming out. I know it was. It was a really poor joke. Here's the thing. You got your ball, right? I'm standing in Arizona, right? Breaking?
Okay.
Okay, I'm standing in Arizona. I'm at the base of H, and I'm the rocket. Now I gain 115 kilometers of altitude, so I go up above H 115 kilometers, right? Now the sun, even if the sun was offset, which way do you think the sun would be offset? Best case scenario. To the left or to the right of H?
I don't know. I can't check the numbers right now.
Why can't you have a talk about it? I'm asking you, you understand the globe model, right? So I'm asking you, if I'm going to locate the sun based on the ball that you just presented, I'm asking you, where would the moon in reference be?
I would have to know
I'm in
what's the
Arizona.
GPU. Yeah, that it will be above the GPU of the moon, whatever that is.
Isn't your dip angle? Isn't that the height that you're above your horizon?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, yeah.
It's a rocket. Actually, the formula I'm using there is using 7/6R, but you don't have to use it. You can just use R because the rocket is pretty high. You're above like 100 meters, so don't even have to.
I would like a Glover just explain to me.
I could put this in perspective by giving the drawing. It's little dots because we're talking about vast distances for the moon and the sun. So we put this in perspective and get the right scaling. Then it becomes very clear about where you'd be on this circle that that Bacon has posted, where you could be and where you would see things together 180 degrees apart, especially if one is 70 miles above the surface versus on the surface. And then if you look at Western Australia and Arizona, where they are latitudinally, and you can actually look that up, by the way, they're not 180 degrees apart. So there's more angle available to see the same object in the sky.
Mic check.
Test.
You got it.
All right.
So
I heard
this July 14th. Does it have the date on it? I mean, the time it was they measured it, so we can figure out where the sun should be. And There's charts for that, by the way. It's pretty easy to figure out.
Hey guys.
Right. So what I recommend you to do, if you have free time now, is to go to an almanac, grab the GPs of both sun and moon for that time. Put those in that direction on Blender, and put a rocket where Arizona would be at the elevation it is, and see how the sun and the moon looks like. If it looks like what's in the video, then there's no problem for the globe there. It's completely different, then you have debunked the globe, and I'll accept it.
My friend, I've already debunked the globe from my purview. I'm
No,
just
you haven't.
showing the stuff what look.
No, you're
from
just
my
doing.
purview.
Yeah,
From my
you're
purview.
discussing
Listen,
it.
don't
You're
no.
anything.
Don't project your reality onto
No,
me.
it's not a.
I know what I
projection.
believe.
I
Right?
know.
I know what I believe. You can believe
That's
what you
science.
want.
Belief is
I
not
know what I
science.
want, and so on and so
Yes,
forth
but
about the
belief is not a
truth, right?
science. You believe,
Bro.
and you've already shown us you don't understand how trigonometry works because you gave us a proportional
Thanks.
relationship.
I've shown you
Hey,
that.
I'm talking here real quick. I'm not going to be rude, but I just let you know I'm speaking. So you've already showed us that you don't understand the difference between this proportionality and the trigonometric functions, and that's a common mistake, especially because intuition doesn't really do too well in geometry and trigonometry. You may think it works, but it doesn't, and that's where I think you're failing. And I'm not calling you a charity case or something, or you're a horrible person, or you're an idiot. No, you haven't dug into it deep enough, and I'm trying to help you do that. And help. I don't mean charity either. Just trying to assist you to find the
You're
answer.
autistic as
You've already
fuck.
admitted.
Get to your
You already
point.
admitted you wanted to find. So since you've admitted you wanted to find this or validate it, then you assume it and you believe something. You're telling me you're using words that tell me that you're not really versed on how to actually get the answer you're looking for.
So what do you think, Sonic, because you understand a mathematical equation, that you understand reality better than anyone else?
No, I don't.
No one said it.
I didn't say that at all.
That's what you implicated.
No. I think these kind of things are fairly obvious.
Yes, Bacon. That's exactly what I heard.
Yeah,
Go,
I said though.
Go, Sonic.
Yeah, these things are fairly obvious, and using trigonometric functions that I do clearly understand, and I understand the relationships and proportionalities. I understand why someone can also misunderstand them because they make certain errors in the logic and in the math, and that's what I'm also versed in. So I'm not saying that I know everything better than anybody else. I just know that when you know something as simple as this, that it's fairly easy to explain it to people that don't understand it or use it incorrectly. Because right back to the sextant, when people don't understand that the fundamental aspect of a sextant is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, that actually defines a circle. You can't get around that relationship. It does not work on a flat surface. Yet it's an argument. It's been going on for a year now. QE is the biggest perpetrator of this, and the graphic coming from one of the videos that QE actually had posted. And he makes that like that's his case, and his case is ludicrous because the numbers used were arbitrary, and they don't address the topic at all. That flat baseline is not flat, and it doesn't have to be flat. Just because there's a 90 there doesn't mean it's related to that baseline.
Well,
because if it was,
you do need those straight lines to create.
No, you don't. Because here's why, Bandsaw. Here's why, Bandsaw.
Yes, you do. Because well, you do. Now, regardless whether or not you create straight lines is neither here nor there. Okay, then, and what QE's view of a sextant is, and how it is used is neither here nor there. We're not talking about QE or anything like that at all. So he's under.
I know, but you mentioned the sextant in straight lines, and he talks about Zimmer's video. Zimmer clearly says if you know an angle and you know it's this, then you know it's this far away. Say it's this far away. So he's referencing the angle and he's referencing a distance arbitrarily. But that reference hold on, Bandsaw. Let me finish real quick because this make me real clear. That 50 degrees he ties a 900 mile distance to the GP, but in actuality, if you had 50 degrees, it'd be 2,400 miles. So it's not even close. But that doesn't. And QE got all mad because I said, oh. He's already admitted it's just an arbitrary number. Okay, fine. It doesn't mean that that's a straight flat line at the bottom. It means there's a 90-degree angle from an observational horizontal, but that doesn't mean that's the bottom line there. That's just for demonstration purposes. It can't be a straight line. And here's why, Bandsaw. If it's a straight line, it would have to be 2,400 miles distance at 50 degrees observation point, and it is 2,400 miles. You cannot have a 50-degree elevation angle, which would be which would be a 40-degree co-altitude angle, and not have it 2,400 miles away from the GP. It just does not work. And that means the surface has to be a sphere. No way around it.
So, whatever. I don't care what QE says. I've never
Whatever.
watched him. I don't
So then you just blow it out, hand wave it?
care what he says at
Did
all.
you even hear what I said, Bandsaw? I mean,
You
seriously.
can't create an angle, right, without two straight.
Yes, the angle is Bandsaw. The straight line is the whole.
Okay, that's all I want you to concede at the end of the day, not QE or anything like that.
No, the straight line is the horizontal. It doesn't mean it's the surface. We don't know what we're trying to find the surface shape. The horizontal is based on 90 degrees opposed to straight up. There's no sextant needed. All you need is a fucking plumb bob and you 90-degree angle from a horizontal, which would be a opposition 90 degrees from vertical. Doesn't mean the surface is that. We know the surface is that.
Did I say the surface was a straight line? No.
Yeah, you implied that the surface had to be a straight line.
No, even on a planar surface, it's on a straight line. Okay, you still got to create a straight line.
Well, then you're making my argument. Then great.
Between yourself and the horizon, you were creating a straight line.
No. That's not. Yes, that's not. But that's not the horizontal. That's not the horizontal. Bandsaw. That's not the horizontal. The horizon is not the horizontal at all.
No.
You know that, right?
What?
I'm not. Well,
the horizon is not the horizontal.
But you said plumb bob.
The plumb bob is the vertical. 90-degree opposition to the Bandsaw. Please let me finish the sentence. 90-degree opposition to the plumb bob is the horizontal. Now through that, we can then at the GP, that horizontal has no relation to the surface. We only know what the surface is when we go to a certain distance away from that GP. What that co-altitude angle is to that object in the sky. And if that object relates to a 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship, the surface has to be curved. Every one of those observations, though, has a angle with respect to vertical. So we have a constantly changing vertical, non-parallel plumb bobs.
Okay, so the TV that I hung on my wall is independent to the house that it is constructed within. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what that even means, but you can try to explain it to me.
Okay, so when I hang a TV and I use a level, I observe a level, do I not?
You use a level to hang the TV on the wall, yes.
And that level is the observation of left to right, is it not?
Yes.
Which is the exact 90-degree relationship to the plumb bob that you mentioned earlier in your discussion, right?
No, because only the center of the TV could be level. In making a true analogy.
Okay, and that's fair. I can appreciate that because that would be the center point, the mass of the TV, which is totally fine. But my original point in this was that you're suggesting that the TV is hung independent of the house that it is constructed within, because the house would be laid flat according to the plane that is constructed upon, would it not?
No, that plane could be curved, and it could have. If when you really take this to a fantasy land like you're doing, we could have non-parallel plumb bobs every point other than the exact center of that TV, and everything away from it would be non-parallel, angling downward to the center of the TV, or to the bottom of the TV where it's hanging from.
So basically, like a germ with a bunch of sticks sticking out of it would be your idea then.
So it's a bad analogy because it makes it very confusing, convoluted. What we're saying is that we are in a sphere. That down is always straight down, and the horizontal is always going to be perpendicular to that down. And we can prove that because we can actually use surveying equipment over fairly short distances and see 16 arc seconds of deviation of those plumb bobs by sighting them with a very accurate piece of equipment over 1,400 feet, quarter mile.
Oh, rubbish.
It says we've already shown examples of that. That's been shown thousands of times here.
You've shown examples of it.
Yes, of course I have.
Mile. What do you expect to see in a quarter
of a mile? 16 arc seconds of deviation with 7 observation with a deviation, standard deviation of 1.3 arc seconds, well within the standard limitations of any kind of survey or manual or acceptable rate of error. And with that error, 16 arc seconds, which is over 10 times the actual accuracy that we're looking for, we see this non-stop, without exception, every single time over those short distances. And fractions that apart, it's all
could this be optical?
No.
What instrument are you using?
Repeatable.
What instrument are you using, Zanik?
Theodolite. total
then it's
station.
optical. Thank you. Then it's optical.
No,
Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, every observation is going to be optical. You're looking at a meter. You're looking at it. You're looking at the gauge.
That crosshair.
Yes, the crosshairs.
That crosshair is infinite. It's on the scope alone. What you're looking through on the scope is optical
right.
because it still has to be with perspective.
That's the plane. That's the plane that shows everything from that line is perpendicular to plumb out into infinity.
You understand the stuff in the scope you're seeing is still has to be constructed to perspective. It still gets smaller with angular size.
That's not true. That is absolutely not true. So we're using perspective. We're ruling out perspective because everything at your same height in the distance, if the Earth was flat, would be at your same height. That would be perspective. Perspective only. Hold on. Let me finish. Everything at your same height would be at your same level. Anything below or you can't let me finish the sentence, Ken. Everything,
but it's false.
No, it's not false. Let me explain. Anything above would get closer to that level line. Anything below would get closer to the level line, and that would go proportionally. That would get smaller. That distance would be smaller proportionally with distance. That's how perspective works.
Yeah, but you're not. That's
what happens.
You take an infinite line on a scope and using that as a reference, and everything that you're just ignoring perspective on the scope. What you're looking.
I'm not. I just got done telling you it wasn't. Everything at the same height.
You just said you did.
Will always be at that same line. If I'm sitting eye to eye with you, and I have my theodolite total station looking at your eyes, center of your pupils, and I'm looking at my center of my pupil, it will be right at the level line. If we're both at 6 feet, okay. And as you run away in the distance, walking backward, I would see your eye would not change as you walked away if the surface was flat.
False.
That's okay. Well, that's your claim. You're wrong,
no,
and I will stop there because now you're being incorrigible.
You know why? If we let's say we have the two total stations. Let's say you have the two total stations. You're walking away from each other. Is the angular size getting smaller of those total stations or not?
Smaller, but the center point doesn't change.
Okay, no.
Did you just hear what I said? Smaller. The center point will not change. You agree?
Remember when? You
agree? Yes or no? Our discussion ends here if you don't agree. Do you not agree that if I have a dot, the center of the dot would not change as it moves away?
Come on, guys.
Nick.
Why were you avoiding that the horizontal plane is the antecedent for it?
Do you, George? Flatsoid. Would you agree?
I'm trying to talk.
The center point of that sphere that does get smaller angularly with distance. Would you agree that the center point doesn't change its angular position?
Just mute him, Bandsaw, or I'll just sit here and talk over him if he's just going to continue to talk.
Yeah, I just asked him to let Flatsoid finish, so give him a
Remember, thanks, Bandsaw. Remember, I did actual demonstrations with my cheese grater where I actually showed where it had an optical drop when you moved it into the distance because the angular size changes. That level line is getting smaller with the whole object with its angular size, and that's why it looks like it's dropping below. It's just optical, dude.
No, you're confused.
Yes.
No, you're really confused.
Demonstratable.
Anything at the center will stay at the center as it gets further away. Optical size, or angular size as it's truly called, will get smaller proportionally with distance. Anything moving away from you will get smaller proportionally with distance. That's how we know how far things are, that we know for known sizes. If we have a known size of something and it goes away from us, we know how far away it is.
You need a flat plane for that.
Okay, you're not George, you're going to talk over me, really? So we know if we have an object that we know the size of, 100 feet wide, 100 feet long, whatever, and it's in the distance and we can measure its angular size, we know how far away it is very easily using trigonometry.
When
you're going to need a flat plane for that. Listen, for you to have an elevation angle, you need the horizontal plane. Without it, you cannot have the elevation angle.
The elevation angle comes from the horizontal plane.
Correct. So the horizontal plane, is the antecedent for it. Yeah. So regardless of what you're going to see above the horizontal plane, it's still an elevation angle. Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanik.
Yeah, so like I was trying to explain to you, when you take the two theologies...
Can I please explain? The horizontal plane is not the antecedent. The antecedent, hold on. The antecedent...
No, you just bulldoze Flatsoid.
No, he said I was on mute when I was trying to respond. He said the antecedent was the horizontal plane. It's not the horizontal plane. The antecedent...
this dude never shuts the fuck up. Ever. He never stops talking.
I'll unmute you, Zadik, as soon as Flatsoid's finishes.
Okay. Okay, the thing is, you were talking about, you made a positive claim that it is curve seeing, you're seeing an arc curve, which I'm trying to explain to you is only optical, it's not physical. And George is trying to validate that by saying you require this horizontal plane. So you are taking this horizontal plane and ignoring it so you can put your narrative into it. That's the whole point.
No, okay, so what I was saying, if you listen,
Absolutely.
was that the horizontal plane is not the antecedent. The vertical plane is the antecedent. And the angle for which it deviates from a vertical plane is the antecedent. That co-altitude angle is found directly from vertical. No horizontal required. None.
False. You've heard is
That's
perpendicular.
not false. How can you make claims like that and just blurt them out?
Zanik.
That's incorrect. You're incorrect. You're wrong.
Vertical and horizontal is perpendicular to each other, so you cannot have a vertical without a horizontal, and
But
you cannot have a horizontal without a
vertical.
vertical.
What antecedent means? Antecedent means you need it. You don't need horizontal. All you need is vertical.
Yeah. How do you get an angular measurement without your horizontal?
Oh, for fuck's sake. You got a vertical. You see a deviation from vertical.
Perpendicular.
Hold on. You have a two straight line. Star above you is here at the GP. And then you have another star that's got a GP or an angle 10 degrees to the right or left. That angle is measured from vertical. No horizontal required. Only the vertical. Hold on. God, Eli, you can't wait to just jump in. Just let me finish the sentence so I can speak a little slower and not be so frantic with you because you're just talking over me. So we got a vertical.
You're the one talking of everybody else.
Flatsoid. We have a vertical.
You're the one.
Nope. Flatsoid. We have a vertical. No horizontal. I get an angle 10 degrees to the left. That is the angle. No horizontal needed. Just an angle of one to an angle to another. That's it. No horizontal.
Yeah, just no horizontal. I'm like, yeah, there's horizontal on the horizon.
Yeah, it exists. We don't need them though. It's not an antecedent. Do you guys even know what that word means? Antecedent.
Zanik, you just debunked yourself, Zanik.
Oh,
when you said there's an angle to the left.
Okay, you know what? Blake, I'm tapping out.
You said angle to the left. You said angle to the left, Zanik.
Go ahead.
That means horizontal.
No, it doesn't mean horizontal.
Is left,
no, it doesn't mean horizontal.
Vertical.
It doesn't mean horizontal. It means I have a vertical with 360 degrees around it, and I find a star that has an angle. I don't know where that we are.
Oh, horizontal then. 360 degrees around it. Horizontal. Great.
No, 360 degrees around as in a axis. It's still on the
horizontal.
No horizontal. I have only a y-axis, no other axis, no x, no horizontal, no x.
Let's
no
put
horizontal.
This way.
We have an axis of rotation. The axis is a single dimension. Single. It can rotate.
Okay.
No horizontal. Get it straight.
Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, let's put it this way, Zanik. You got your vertical. Now, you're saying you're taking the angle left of you. Would that be on the same vertical?
Yes, same vertical. It's an axis. Did you miss that?
Left of you in the same vertical. Are you smoking something? That's
What's
horizontal.
Yeah, of course, it's the direction. Picture a pole up and down.
How many verticals can you have?
And I have a tether ball. And I move around it. I only need to know the angle of which that tether ball is away from the pole. I don't need to know where it is left or right. I'm just saying there's an example. It's left of me standing where I am, my perspective.
Then it's horizontal. That's a different plane.
The surface can be round, flat. I could be on hills. I could be whatever. It doesn't matter. All we care about
the surface.
All we care about is the deviation from vertical. No antecedent of a horizontal required.
Zanik,
you're trying to give me your nonsense. I'm not falling for it, so I'll bow out and let Bacon take over.
Zanik, do you understand? Your vertical is only altitude dependent. It's got nothing to do with left and right. You just debunked your own argument when you put in an angular measurement.
At all.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
The co-altitude angle is just a deviation from vertical, nothing else. Don't make more of it than there is.
Is this guy for real, guys?
Yeah,
is this guy really for real?
You disagree with that statement? The co-altitude angle is a deviation from. Is it basically the zenith angle of the object? Is the zenith angle of an object is the co-altitude angle? Do you not agree with that?
On a horizontal plane, yes.
No horizontal plane.
He's talking about the other angle above.
Okay, Zanik, are you standing directly under the same GP as the star?
In this case, I am.
Are you? So every single star mid co-altitude.
You're being really stupid.
Not celestial navigation.
You're falling apart. You don't understand it. You think an antecedent is a horizontal. You don't get it. You're completely and utterly wrong. And anybody here that knows anything about trigonometry or how sextants work would say you're being an idiot.
Really, you just proved your own argument devoid when you said left of me. That means on a different plane, horizontal plane. A 90-degree angle still requires a perpendicular too. So you also just debunked yourself when you said you are directly under the star.
The pole could be going right through my skull and right through my asshole into the ground. I could be facing all different directions. So left would be my left arm, and right would be my right arm. There's no horizontal needed.
Nice.
I'm trying to figure out the shape of the Earth, and that can be determined by that co-altitude angle. And if I move 60 miles, I'll see a 1 degree change. No horizontal needed. The surface is curved. Get it through your head.
Which way did you move 60? Which direction did you move? Which direction did you move again?
Remember, the pole's going right through my head, out through my ass, into the ground. I lift my hand out. I point. Hold on.
It's a lesson navigation. There is no more than 90-degree angle.
Okay, you don't want to hear it, George. I'm done. You had your.
There is no more than 90 degree. Either if the star is above your head, it's at 90 degree. You cannot have 91. You can never have more than 90 degree maximum.
But George, he debunked himself when he said the 90 because the 90 is perpendicular. It requires two, a horizontal and a vertical, to have a 90. So he.
I never said 90.
Yes,
There's no 90.
I
never mentioned 90. I never said there was a 90.
You did say.
No, I said there was a 10-degree difference to the star. The zenith angle is 10 degrees. No 90, only vertical. Only a vertical line.
Okay.
And it can be 90 degrees perpendicular to a horizontal. That horizontal would be called level. Okay. I said I'd be gone before, and I'm going. That's my better judgment. I'm just staying here talking to you knuckleheads. I can't do it. You guys aren't listening. You're not listening.
How do you have a 10-degree vertical angle without a horizontal?
Are you serious?
You mean like a plumb line?
You require two planes to have a angular
two planes.
Both.
To hang a plumb, I need a horizontal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you need the part of the plumb is going to point to.
Why?
It's perpendicular. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a horizontal will be perpendicular to the plumb, but I don't need the plane to have the plumb. I can just hang something.
Really?
The plumb is not pointing to the surface.
Yeah, they're by definition perpendicular to each other. So if I have one, I have the other.
So
but I don't need to establish one to get. George, can you stop? George, I'm trying to speak here.
Yeah.
So if plumb and horizontal are by definition perpendicular to each other, if I establish one, I then get the other one. I don't need to establish the horizontal to get plumb. I can just establish plumb and then get a horizontal.
Which is how a bubble.
Which is a 90-degree exactly. And that's why he debunked himself.
How?
Yeah,
how
that's why he
that?
debunked himself.
Someone's trying to add in
how
that's how a bubble
debunking?
sextant works. Someone's trying to add that in. You guys aren't listening to him. He's very quiet.
How is that debunking?
A bubble sextant does not need a horizontal.
A bubble sextant sets a horizontal.
So what's the bubble for?
Yeah.
What's the bubble for? To establish the horizontal. The thing that they don't need.
Only the knowledge of which way
you need a horizontal to measure the angle, actually.
Yeah, and the way it establishes horizontal is by
establish the horizontal plane first.
George, is by the bubble going up. So the horizontal is being established because of what's the downward direction. That's what establishing horizontal. It's being established based on the direction of down.
Okay. So you're trying to say?
How do you think a level determines horizontal?
Not by down, no.
Yes, by down. That's where the bubble is.
No, horizontal is lateral. From side to side, man.
Junction. They work in conjunction with one another.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, they work together. That's the whole what an angle is. It's an elevation angle. It's a reason it's called an elevation angle. You have to set your horizontal.
The angle above the horizontal plane.
Exactly.
And you actually don't
determine
in the bubble section. You actually don't determine the elevation angle. You go directly for the angle from zenith.
Exactly. It's set at a 0, so you have your baseline horizontal, so you can get your angular measurement.
Right. And you don't.
That's
so
how
you
you get.
The whole part about correcting for dip and all that stuff. You don't need that with a bubble.
Exactly.
Without the horizontal plane, there is no angle. of elevation.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah.
It's again, it's end game.
Small point. No, not
So
end game. Because
so the depression on the angle, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, that is in a linear fashion.
Yes.
That is only applicable from 0 to 90 degrees, no more than that. And normally they recommend from 15 to 90 degrees, because lower than 15 degrees, you need to account for refraction and other things.
Actually, it works more than that, but okay, if you want to say it only works 90, that's fine.
The point is, without the horizontal plane, you cannot do this.
You understand when you are shooting a star or the sun, you don't want to shoot directly overhead and you don't want to shoot directly on the horizon, right?
Yeah, if you're using the surface of the Earth, if you're shooting at the horizon, yes, you need to shoot at the plane that you are standing on.
Well, what you don't want to do is you don't want to take a fix from something that's directly overhead, and you don't want to take a fix from something on the horizon. You want something in the middle, you know, somewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Actually, I would say
Because of the
if you take
refraction,
one
right?
directly from overhead, that will give you your actual location. No
Yeah,
other location necessary.
except that that's rarely in the error looking straight up is much greater.
Is it?
Your circle.
Not for that reason. No,
So-
not for that reason. No, not for
Yes.
that reason. No.
Yes.
No, the reason is because in celestial navigation, you don't use more than 90 degrees.
Well, actually, you can use more than 90 degrees.
No, you don't.
Yes, actually, you
Any
can.
observation, any observation angle,
look on-
any observation
on a
that you
marine
do,
section,
any angle will be a right angle.
If you
It
look at a
doesn't
marine
matter.
section, you can actually
It doesn't.
shoot about 110, I think. It's not commonly
It
done.
doesn't matter how many degrees of elevation
But you
the
can
observation
shoot-
is.
You can shoot
On the
something more than
opposite
90.
on the opposite side is a right angle triangle.
You're right. You would have to correct for more than 90, but it could be done. It's
Where-
not usually done.
You cannot correct for more than 90.
you
There is no more than
measured-
90.
Sure, you can. It's easy.
Yeah.
There is no more than
Where have
90.
you measured something on a
is.
sextant over 100,
You can't
over
shoot
90?
from the opposite horizon beyond the vertical. Shoot to 110, 120 degrees. But you're right. It would be 30 degree. It would be you'd have to take it from the opposite horizon. Wouldn't be 120 degrees above the horizon. That's correct.
Come on.
So-
We
so
all
you
know
would
the
still
sum of all the
need a
sides
horizon
is
then?
what 180. Come on.
Most people understand this without having to be explained because they took.
So you would. So you
What
would still
happens if-
need a horizon then.
Actually, well, you need the horizon for a nautical section, right?
How
Yeah,
do you use
so-
Yeah, you need to establish a horizontal plane. Yeah.
horizon? Does anyone know? Does anyone know?
Sorry?
Does anyone know how you use a sextant when you can't see the horizon?
You create artificial horizon.
Water?
Or a bubble sextant, yeah. Yeah, artificial horizon.
Work on a ship.
So do you have to know your altitude or anything like that to
You can
explore it?
guesstimate, or you can guesstimate the horizontal by using the bubble. There's a bubble on there,
Yeah. But you know how, like, when you're using the
and
sextant,
it moves around in the ship. That's why they don't use the bubble, because use the horizons because that's easy.
Yeah. What happens?
So, but if it was a calm day and you couldn't, can I finish, Bansal?
No, I'm talking about, say, if you're in the middle of Australia.
I just said.
Okay, so you.
Danik,
so
he's trying to explain.
Yeah, so if you're in the middle of Australia and you can't see the horizon or whatever, do you have to know your altitude? Because when you're out on water, you create for your dip angle and all these sorts of things, which
No,
is your
I just get on telling you, Bansal.
No, you don't. The answer is
which
no.
is your height above sea level.
No, you don't need.
No.
No.
No. When you create,
Because all you need to do is use the bubble portion of it and find vertical, and then get an angle deviation
How
from
high are
vertical.
you, Andy?
Hello, you can get 2 stars with your almanac, knowing the GPA of those 2 stars. Find a vertical, get a deviation from vertical, which is the zenith angle of those 2 stars, and know exactly where you're at. Not that hard.
No horizontal plane, Zanik, thanks.
Yeah,
The horizontal plane then, Zanik.
For that dip
Nice.
angle when you are pointing at the horizon, and then you account for it. Yeah.
From
Yeah,
0
but
to 50,000
you need to
feet.
be using a nautical. You need to be using a nautical sextant to use the horizon.
Yeah.
If you're using any other type of sextant, you don't need to refer to the horizon. You just need to establish the horizontal plane.
Okay.
Look at the chat. So you're wrong. All I need is a ruler and a protractor and a piece of string with a weight on it, and that's
Yes, it's called a kamal.
That's basically. Oh, you're going to talk for me now? You're going to speak for me. You heard me speaking,
it's a
and you found it compelling to jump in and
I thought you left. I
Again.
thought you left. I thought you got
No.
demolished and you
Look,
left.
you know what? You heard me. You heard it because you're responding to my
Okay,
post.
guys.
Picture.
It's
So
called
there
the
is a way
Kamal.
you can use.
Anyway.
That's how you can find your way around Australia with a protractor and a weighted string.
Okay, so you're
Which
just using a plumb bob and a protractor.
Exactly, yeah. That's what
No
a sextant is based
horizontal.
on.
No horizontal.
That is
Only
horizontal.
actual altitude angle. Only a
That did
zenith
say
angle. And that will tell
horizontal.
you. Fucking A, Flatzoid. What the hell is
It
wrong
said
with
the
you?
horizontal.
Not on horizontal.
It said the horizontal, dude.
Where's the horizontal, Flatzoid?
Perpendicular to the vertical. That's
I
how
said
Kamal
no
works.
horizontal. None.
Yeah, but no one's using that reference to Flatzoid.
Yes, when you when you put your protractor on, what does that protractor got? Has it got a 0 degree on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Horizontal.
No,
Horizontal.
you're just making shit up. You're making up shit.
Yeah, but
You're so
that's
confused.
only horizontal.
Let
Let me insert it. Let me insert it. So that 0 degrees, that 0 degrees is only pointing horizontally when your plumb is exactly at 90, right? When you're measuring the celestial body, that 0 degree is going to be pointing to the celestial body, and you're going to be using your plumb to get the angle. You're not using horizontal. Just because it was horizontal when you're reading 0 doesn't mean you need a horizontal to do that. No one's using a horizontal there.
Have you guys ever used the Kamal before?
Sorry?
Have you ever
No one
used the
uses
Kamal before?
horizontal, it says.
Flatzoid, have you ever touched
Use what?
The whole thing is dependent on a vertical and a horizontal. It's the perpendicular is the whole argument.
Flatzoid, have you ever
It
touched
w-
the sextant?
Yes, actually, I have.
You have? Then how come you're
Yes,
so
I
confused
have.
about
Which
how it
finger
works?
was it?
I'm not the one that's confused. You guys are
Oh,
telling me you don't need
are
you don't need a
sufficiently-
horizontal to get an angle. Oh,
Hey, Paynas.
it's amazing how. Don't you think it's funny, guys, how these guys tell us we don't know anything, but they're the ones that telling us angles don't require horizontal planes.
Well, with that
Let's
picture
go through a little-
that you
let's go through a
posted,
little-
Yeah.
with that picture
You
that
show
you
altitude
posted,
angles that needs
basically
a right angle triangle first.
to the star, aren't you, Flatzoid? That's what you're doing. So you've created your plumb, and now you're raising your horizontal to point towards the star. I'm presuming.
You're raising your horizontal. It's no longer horizontal then, Benzo.
I'm going to try and bully my way in. Let's take a hypothetical
Compression
for
angle.
1 second. You build this protractor on your desk, and you just tape that string to it, you put the weight on it, and the very first thing you sight with it, very first thing you look at is the moon. Where is my horizontal in that design?
You first had to set the 90 with it to get that angle.
I didn't
You
set
think
a
that 10?
90.
Would you use a
listen
plumb
what I'm
bob
saying.
or
Listen
a
what I'm saying. You got the
protractor,
protractor. You guys, you got your protractor. You set your plumb. That protractor gives an angular reading to the moon. It has to start at 0 to get to that 10 degree or 20 degree that you're reading. You've already got your perpendicular set thanks to the vertical. So your horizontal is set. Otherwise, you wouldn't get an angular reading.
That's a byproduct of up and down. I mean, when you really get down to it, all these alternative devices only use vertical. That's the only thing that they're using. Is
Yeah, no one uses plumb bobs for the protractor anyway. Would be the level or the horizontal. Yeah, that would be the one.
This is basically
I have to talk about that.
a very simple
Because you need the horizontal plane, which is the 0 line of the protractor, left to right, 180 degrees.
Okay, so what?
You need that, and your elevation angle is going to happen above that 0 line, up to 90 degrees, not to 180. Yeah, because if the star, the DP of the star that we are observing, is at 90 degree, yeah, in the middle of it. You just need to calculate the distance to it. You need a radius. You need to find the radius, the distance from you to it.
Is your horizontal 90 degrees?
Your horizontal would be 0 degrees.
Okay, then what is your vertical?
90.
90.
Be 90 degrees.
Okay, so those two lines are necessary in order to measure angles, right?
No, they're a
No,
byproduct. They are a mathematical or a convention that is always understood. That is what we decided on when we decided on the degree system. That is what would happen. All you need is the vertical. Everything else falls from.
Well, regardless, yeah.
What is 90 degrees from the vertical?
It's when you break a circle down to 360 parts. It's the increment of distance between those.
Okay, but regardless of what you're ultimately looking for is
that will be the
zenith
circle
angle.
of equal altitude.
That's the
So
hold on.
your vertical angle is 0.
No,
Yes.
this
You,
was
you
90.
measure off the vertical angle. So if I had 10 degree, if I did an elevation angle of something and it was 10 degrees, it would be 10 degrees off of my vertical.
You mean like, when you say vertical angle? I think you mean zenith angle. That's probably what we done.
So what's the difference between a zenith angle and a vertical?
Oh God.
I don't know what you meant by
Vertical is
vertical
straight
angle,
up.
but I
Vertical
think
is
you mean
90.
zenith angle.
That's
Zenith
what
angle is
he's
off of
asking
90.
me.
Is a zenith angle never 90 degrees?
You would
Only
not,
when the GP is
you would not
right,
choose
when
the
the
star
star is right
90
above your head,
degrees.
it's the GP.
It would
No,
not
no,
be
no. That's
No,
when the zenith is 0.
It's correct. It's never.
Yeah, the
The answer
zenith
is
is
never.
90
It's
when
always
it's.
90 degrees. Yeah.
It would not be
You need to
wise
make
to
your
choose the star
Straight
90
up,
degrees.
90.
Let's go one at a time. Let's go one at a time.
Right.
90 from
You
what?
need to make your tangent to meet at
From
90
vertical.
degree.
Yeah,
Your
the zenith.
horizon.
So your zenith
Right.
angle is 90 degrees from the vertical?
No, 0
Zenith
would
angle
be
is the
straight
angle
up.
No,
away
we're
from
trying to see.
Horizontal would
90
be 90.
straight up. That's what
Guys,
you're,
So
this
that's
horizon.
90
what you're looking
degrees
for.
from what?
That's
So
the
your
whole reason.
vertical or
That's
your zenith angle is 90
the
degrees
whole
from
reason.
what?
Zenith
That's the
angle
whole
is
reason
the
you go through all
position
your
versus
rigmarole.
vertical. If it's 10 degrees off, it's all we care about. Deviation from vertical. You don't need a horizontal, period.
So you can have a zenith angle that's 10 degrees off of your vertical?
Correct. That's exactly what it'd be, the zenith angle of the star. Yes.
That's the highest point it can reach.
So your zenith can be something other than 90 degrees?
No.
Of course. It can be any
Or
position
zenith angle. The
between
zenith
0
is
and
from
90. That's where the zenith angle will be.
I think
Okay,
he was
so
asking if you're the
in a
direction of your
GP,
zenith.
The direction
the
of zenith is
zenith,
always 90.
Man.
Off of
yeah, so it's
horizontal.
always 90. You guys are saying two different things. You're saying it's
No,
always
that's
90
No, it's
because
not
degrees.
always
you're
90.
no.
You're
If
talking
you have
about
a
the
star
zenith.
10
You're
degrees
talking
off
about
vertical,
zenith
that zenith
Let me
angle
try to
is
clarify.
10 degrees. 10 degrees off of, if it's 10 degrees off, straight up. That's 10 degree zenith angle. What the fuck's wrong with
So how
you?
can you have a zenith if it's not straight up?
The zenith angle.
Oh my God, is zenith
It's
He's
not
angle.
referring to zenith
zenith.
angle, Nippon.
It's the
He's
angle
referring to
away
zenith
from the
angle, not the
zenith.
Are you
zenith
for
itself.
real?
You have 10
Seriously.
degrees. 10 degrees from the
does this
90 degrees.
This shows
But
you have
does
never touched a section when you're
You're
asking
gonna need
simple questions like
you're
this.
gonna need
does
the
a zenith
co-altitude angle, yeah, which is
does it
the
The co-altitude angle
opposite,
is the zenith angle, George.
triangle.
okay
George, the
okay
co-altitude angle is the zenith angle. They're the
okay does
synonymous.
So what?
They're the
No,
same.
does a
what
What
I'm
the fuck's
saying,
wrong with you people?
what I'm saying
They
is
don't
the
know
zenith
section.
is
They don't know
always
celestial
measured at
navigation. That's
90
what's going on.
degrees. You can measure off
Zanik,
of you can measure off of a zenith, but the zenith is always 90 degrees. Yes
No,
or
the
no?
zenith angle. There's a
I didn't say
word,
the zenith
two words,
angle. I said
zenith
the
and angle
zenith.
is different than zenith.
Can you that you're conflating what I'm saying? Can a
I'm not
zenith ever
conflating
not?
anything. I'm giving you a definition. The zenith angle is the
You're
same
not
thing
listening
as
to
a
what I'm
co-altitude
saying,
angle.
though.
You can't
I don't
learn
care what you
because whenever I'm
say. I'll
talking,
just
you're talking
continue to
over
talk
me.
over you if you continue
Listen,
to talk over
the
me.
co-altitude
Like
angle is
I
the
can run
zenith
my mouth
angle.
too, and I can just
If the zenith angle
continue
is
to
10
say you can't have a zenith
degrees,
that's not
Let's
90
that's not
pause
90,
degrees.
for a
right?
sec.
You can have an angle off
Please.
of
Is
it.
the if the zenith angle
The
is 10
zenith is
degrees,
always
that's
going to
not
be 90
90, is
degrees,
it?
and I'll just continue to say that until Zanik continues
Why are you
to
talking over him?
speak over me.
He's trying.
I mean, I can talk too. I can just
Why are you
talk all day
talking over him
long
when
and
he's trying to
hog
give you the
mic
information you
and make
request?
sure that audio is horrible.
Why are you talking over him when he's trying to give you the information you requested?
Well,
'Cause-
the definition of zenith is the point in the sky or celestial sphere directly above an observer. Directly above.
Correct.
That's how I wanted. Yeah, that's how I wanted to ask him. Does he know what a nadir is? Because as soon as he's going to say there's an angle from it, his zenith angle, then he's going off the nadir, and therefore he's got a horizontal plane.
Correct.
No one gives a shit about the horizontal plane at this point. We're figuring the angle.
That's the whole argument. This whole argument is you guys are saying there's no horizontal plane. That's the whole argument.
There is no horizontal plane. So what? Well, this is not what we're doing. We're talking about the
Except for
zenith.
Pete Nassashu. Yeah, we're not saying there is no horizontal plane. It's you just don't need to reference one. It's simple as that.
You must.
If you reference,
you must.
No, you don't. You don't have to must on an astrolabe. You can read directly.
You're
You do
It's the
automatically
same. It's the
referencing it.
same, man.
You're automatically referencing
Yeah.
it when you're reading an angle. That's the point.
Correct.
No,
And if you
you're
have a
not
zenith,
referencing it
Understand,
just because it
Flatsoy,
exists.
Flatsoy,
That is
the
not
whole
how. That's not what referencing means.
the whole
is
reason you go through this whole horizon rigmarole is to get to the zenith angle. If you can
it,
calculate the zenith angle directly, there's no reason to go through the whole rigmarole.
The
so how
zenith
can
angle
you get a
cannot
zenith
exist without
without a
horizontal. That's the
horizontal?
point.
Fuck
You,
me.
yeah, you can't get a
No,
zenith angle without a horizontal.
What?
Show me a zenith without horizontal, please. Go ahead.
Okay, hang
You
up
did
plumb
with
bob.
the
And look
astrolabe.
directly. Hang up plumb bob and look directly.
It's already got a horizontal. It's already got
No,
horizontal.
doesn't.
Thank you.
No,
I
horizontal
didn't.
is
I
a
didn't put horizontal
definitional
at all. I hung a plumb bob and I looked the opposite direction. That is the
You
zenith.
hung a plumb bob. Did you hang a plumb bob? So there's a
Hanging a plumb
horizontal.
bob hanging a plumb bob doesn't determine. Hanging the plumb bob determines the direction we call down.
It determines a perpendicular to horizontal.
No, we haven't determined the perpendicular horizontal.
Let me.
We've determined down. That's
Bob.
all we've done with a plumb bob. You determine horizontal
Okay,
from
okay.
the plumb bob, not the
Are
other
you
way
saying
around.
you hang
The
a
down
plumb?
part that
Are you
needs
saying
to be
you?
perpendicular.
Are you saying you hang a plumb bob in free space then?
Yeah, well, pretty much. So we
Oh,
don't need
please
horizontal.
demonstrate this. Please
Sure.
demonstrate
You have a
this.
plumb bob? Okay, take a plumb bob and hang it, and there you go. Welcome.
There you go, horizontal. This is Earth.
No,
You
I'm
have
not
ground
determining
underneath.
horizontal. A plumb bob doesn't determine horizontal. Plumb bob determines
Yes, it
vertical.
does.
It
Hey,
determines
Paige.
vertical.
Hold on.
A
Let's
plumb
ask
bob
Paige a
is
question.
always
Hold on.
perpendicular
Hold on.
to
vertical.
horizontal.
Hold on. Let's
It's
ask Paige a
perpendicular
question.
to horizontal.
No, it
Paige.
determines vertical, and horizontal is perpendicular to it.
Right. How can you
So?
establish a horizontal then?
What do you mean? You just established horizontal because it's
No, I'm
perpendicular
asking.
to the vertical.
The
Right.
plumb
I'm
bob
asking
determines
Paige.
vertical.
How do you determine a horizontal then? How would you do it?
Me?
Yeah. How would you
Yeah,
determine
sure.
a horizontal?
And horizontal would be 90 degrees to vertical.
That's what you said.
All right.
No,
All right,
you
now,
said the other way
so
around.
you know by
You determine
default.
horizontal first.
You know
Reasoning.
by
Circular
default,
reasoning.
NASA.
A plumb
You
bob does not
know.
determine horizontal.
You know that by default, NASA, that a plumb bob also determines your horizontal. By
Determines
default.
vertical.
By default,
You just
it does.
debunked yourself.
I've not. The plumb bob is
God.
determined vertical. That's it.
What's the elevation angle, Lassa? What's the elevation angle?
Hold on a second. What are we determining when we hang a plumb bob?
Elevation angle. Horizontal.
No.
Yes.
Determine
You're
vertical.
creating a perpendicular horizontal reference.
Vertical.
That's what you're doing.
Vertical. In order to determine
You just said
horizontal,
it 2 seconds ago.
Wait a minute, hold on. But the plumb bob doesn't determine horizontal. You have to reference the horizontal to the vertical.
Which is automatically 90 degrees. So its horizontal
You have to
is
measure
0
it.
degrees.
In the meantime, though, the plumb bob has not determined horizontal. Are you an idiot?
You just did it.
So
Oh
what
my
degree,
goodness.
what
Such a
degree off
slip.
of horizontal is your plumb bob then?
Can I say something real quick? This is so funny because you're trying to determine horizontal, but to do that you have to draw vertical with a plumb bob. So why is it such an argument? Be on either side. I don't get it.
He's trying to tell me that
Paul,
the plumb bob
the thing is, they're
determines
saying you
horizontal.
don't.
It's hilarious,
They
is what
tell-
it is.
Paul, they're telling us that you cannot, that they can get a zenith angle without having a horizontal. And when they place the plumb bob, it's got nothing to do with the horizontal. When, in matter of fact, you cannot have the zenith angle without having a perpendicular horizontal to have that angle.
We've determined the direction we call down. The direction we call up is opposite to it. I can determine
And
that
then off of that,
One second. Flatsoy just said you cannot measure zenith angle from a vertical because you need a horizontal plane to have that angle. But the angle is not in reference to the horizontal. If you already have the plumb line and you already have the side to the celestial body, the angle between those two lines is your zenith. No mention to horizontal.
Yes, that angular measurement travels across the horizontal plane to get the angular measurement.
Sure,
is that circle around
it travels across. One second. It travels. Wait, let me just answer that. It travels across any imaginary plane you can come up with. it doesn't mean we're making reference to those planes. Just because there's you can establish a horizontal plane based on this vertical does not mean I'm using it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me put it this way. You've set your vertical now, your zenith. You looking straight ahead somewhere to get a star measurement, let's say 30 degrees. That 30 degrees sits on what plane? A horizontal plane to get that angular measurement, not on the same zenith angle.
What? Sorry, what? Can you describe that again? I didn't get it.
That star is at a different zenith angle, so it has to follow a horizontal plane to get to that zenith angle.
No, the zenith angle is measured.
No, I'm not getting your reasoning.
If you can
Are you guys?
If you can measure directly from the zenith angle, you do not need to determine horizontal. Sorry.
Yes, you do. Are you claiming that 360 degrees in a straight line?
What are you talking about?
You saying
directly upwards.
You saying? Okay, so it's just 0 degrees. You can't get any other angular measurement.
What?
Do you understand that you can only get 0 angular measurement if you only have a vertical, nothing else?
Actually, you can. You can measure the zenith angle directly.
Which is 0.
Come on, man. Once you invoke an angle, you require the horizontal plane.
Okay.
George,
so then you
they
can
don't
measure
understand
directly
it.
from that to get your zenith angle.
And
without the horizontal plane, you cannot have the angle.
See, the whole
Guys, you're not understanding what he's
the
saying.
whole objective to
Guys?
celestial navigation is to get the zenith angle.
You're not
From the zenith
understanding
angle,
what
determine your
he's
circle of
saying.
equal altitude.
You guys, okay, let me try and draw it out in your head. If you got a straight
No,
line
I understand.
vertical,
I understand what you're saying, man.
I am trying to explain to them. If you got a straight vertical line,
Kocho, explain what
and
he's trying to say.
He can explain it.
No, he's not.
That's
I
what I'm
am
saying.
sure.
I'll let him though. It's his words.
Okay, thanks. Okay, you got a straight vertical line. If you got a straight vertical, okay, imagine from the top of the zenith to the nadir of that horizontal. That's just one straight line. What angular measurement can you get off that one line? You can only get a 0 unless you place another plane into it, which would be a horizontal perpendicular, so you can get a 360 degree angle measurement.
No.
Because then you got a 360 plane of view. Yes.
How did you determine?
We live in a 3-dimensional world, not a 1-dimensional.
How did you determine the horizontal?
With a vertical.
Acid.
Because it's perpendicular to vertical.
Like, why can I only determine the vertical off of the plumb bob? I can't determine any other angle. I can only determine 90 degrees according to you. I can't determine 45. I can't determine 30. I can only determine.
Yes, you can. You can, but the thing is, you've already.
Oh,
you can, but you've already
determined the horizontal first.
setting. You're setting. You do that. Can you finish talking? To get that, you need to have your horizontal. Otherwise, you cannot get an angular measurement. But you look what I'm saying. If you only have vertical, you can only have a 0, nothing more. As soon as you've evoked 1 degree,
angle I can determine off of the only angle I can determine off of vertical is 90 degrees off for the horizontal. That's the only angle.
He's not, but it's not what he's saying. He's talking about something totally different.
What's he talking about?
Do you know what an arc measurement is?
Yeah, let me hear Coach. I really want to understand Flatsoid, but from Flatsoid's word, it's not working.
Flatsoid's talking about is he's describing the zenith angle as zenith, and he's describing the horizontal angle as a azimuth, like as a angle going around the axes of this plumb. So it's not even it's not even the same. That's not what the horizontal. That's not what the elevation angle is.
He's going X,
Y. Yeah, he's describing one angle being the zenith, being always 0, as he said, and then the other angle going around you horizontally, right? Like an azimuth.
The altitude angle.
I know.
Which
what's the point of that?
Plane.
We don't care about that for celestial navigation.
You guys just talked about it for the last 10 minutes.
No, that's not what we were talking about. We weren't talking about the
co-altitude angle.
The co-altitude angle is from the zenith.
So horizontal plane required, as we've just established.
Not to measure from the zenith.
You guys are hopeless.
Let me get in because I'm trying to understand. I've been out of this sex and stuff, and I'm trying to put my brain around it. Okay, if I wanted to get a horizontal plane, or find out what the 90 degrees horizontal would be, I could have a plumb bob, okay, and I know it going straight up. I can measure a star off of that and say it's 10 degrees off vertical. Then all I have to do is subtract. Hold on. Then all I have to do is subtract that from 90. Then I know where my horizontal plane would be down 90 degrees from that, or the rest of the degrees down.
From the zenith.
You don't even need that actually.
Right. Hold on. That's okay. That's fine.
You can measure the
I
zenith
get it.
angle directly. You don't need to determine the horizontal because the whole objective of celestial navigation is to measure that zenith angle.
Well, hang on a second though. But see, the point of the horizontal would be to tell you where you need how far you are where you need to go.
Not for celestial navigation.
Yes,
Well, wait, I'm navigating. Hold on a second. If I'm trying to go somewhere, I need to know how far it is and what direction. And I would need the 90 degree. I would need the horizontal to determine where it's at and how far it is away.
Yeah, but
No, you find that by knowing where you are.
Exactly, but if I want to know how far I'm going, I would need the horizontal to know how far I need to go.
No.
Yeah,
You figure out how far you are
from the
based
GP.
on the two locations, the location you are and the location you want to be. That tells you how far you are. You don't get from the angles you're measuring. You get from your location.
You guys are contradicting yourself here. What is distance?
We are not, sir. You don't. You
What is
understand
distance?
it or you refuse to understand it. I don't know which one it is.
If I have
the angle to determine the distance to the GP.
Well, let's just make
Yeah,
it easy.
so you could
We're
do
not
the circle
moving.
of equal altitude.
Let's make
Can
an
we
easy one. Where
possibly
we're not
be-
moving. We're just sitting. We're at anchor, or we're just at a point on land or something on a beach. So we don't have to worry about moving. Now we've taken some of the problems away from you.
No, when you're standing on a beach and you're looking.
No, you didn't, because when you're doing celestial navigation, you need to account the Earth to be flat and stationary. So what you're talking about,
In fact, it
doesn't
doesn't
apply
apply,
here.
sir. Otherwise, George would have claimed.
Hold on a second. I don't get this convoluted because it's getting convoluted a little bit. Okay, what you're telling me, I can determine my location by the zenith angle from looking at a star. But how would I be able to determine where I'm going?
You'd know you'd know how far you are away from the GP. You want to know your location. You need 2 stars and an almanac.
Horizontal. So horizontal. Thank you.
You don't need a horizontal.
Distance.
Paul.
Guys,
Seriously,
you guys had a lot of time.
Look, can I tell you, Paul, for a second? Paul, I got a raging headache from these 2 guys. You're the voice of reason because I know you're a guy. Can you please help them understand we do not need a horizontal? All we need is a zenith angle, which is an angle off of directly above your head, vertical, which is also synonymous with the co-altitude angle. And that co-altitude angle will tell us, using an almanac, how far we are away from the GP. That's all we're trying to say. There's no horizontal needed.
Thank you.
No
horizontal. You just debunked
no
yourself.
horizontal needed. No co-altitude angle. And 2 co-altitude angles of 2 different stars will allow us to tell you exactly where you are. On the third one makes more accurate.
Thank you.
My God,
Guys, you're taking
Paul,
away
please.
from each other.
My head's gonna explode.
It's
Hold on a second.
triangulation.
Where I'm trying to navigate where I'm going. Because navigation is moving, not just telling my I'm trying to go somewhere. And you would need a 90 degree or something to know the distance between your hold on a second. Between where you're at and where you're going. You would need to know the distance, or at least be able to figure out the distance.
And the 1 degree for 60 miles gives you the
Another
distance.
issue. We're not talking about that right now.
But Paul's point is well taken. Paul, you need a 1 degree for 60 nautical mile relationship. And with that relationship, you know how far you've gone from the last measurement. That's why they have a pencil and paper handy all the time on the ship when they're doing this.
Well, you know what they're ignoring.
Checking their clock and they're checking the angle difference. And there's no horizontal needed. You can use an aviation section, works just fine.
Paul, they're ignoring that star you're observing has also got its own zenith angle, which also has its own GP, which also has a perpetular to vertical.
I just got to say that. The perpendicular is only the 90.
That is wrong, isn't it, Danny?
Guys, come
Don't you
on.
understand? You do not need the vertical. You don't need the vertical. You don't need. Hold on,
We're in a
guys.
three-dimensional
Real clear.
world.
Give me one sentence, Coach. Let me say this real quick. All you have with this C-section is the horizon and the object. You don't have a vertical because the ship's moving. If the ship's not moving, like calm water, or you're on land, you can use an aviation section, or if you're an airplane, aviation section. All you measure then is directly measure the co-altitude angle, which is a zenith angle to that object. And that distance to the GP, whatever that, hold on, you can't help yourself. The distance to the GP would be the co-altitude angle times 60 nautical miles. Period, guys. Nothing
So
left to
distance,
understand here?
horizontal. Thank you.
No horizontal.
It's a
No horizontal
horizontal.
required.
What,
That's
Paul?
correct.
Please help
I'm
him
horizontal.
understand
Yeah.
before my head
When did he say the
explodes.
word horizontal?
I think
Flatwood. When did he say the word horizontal?
It's like Tourette's.
When you,
Horizontal.
when,
Horizontal.
Zanik, when you said the
Hold on
word
a second.
distance, altitude, angle, you already evoked horizontal.
No.
That's what a
No, I
bubble
didn't.
sextant is.
Not at
It
all.
sets a
Not
horizontal.
one bit.
No.
Elevation
No
angle.
horizontal. No horizontal required.
Elevation angle
Hold
minus
on a
90
second.
will give you the co-altitude angle, and that co-altitude
Yes,
angle
it
Minus
will.
90.
60 gives you
Oh,
the distance
Yes, it
to the
will.
object over
so
a
minus
sphere,
90.
knucklehead, because of the 1
So
degree per
minus
60
Zanik.
nautical
90.
mile relationship,
You can
which
measure the
defines
So
a
zenith
minus
sphere.
90.
What the hell's wrong with you?
But Zanik,
So
Flatwood.
no, it
minus
does.
90.
Flatwood.
Zanik,
You
if
can
I'm on the
measure the
beach,
zenith angle directly.
no,
So
if I'm on the
minus 90.
beach, if
You
I'm
can
on the beach
measure
with a
the zenith.
sextant,
The
yeah.
zenith angle is
If I'm
the angle that the star is off of the zenith.
So
there, you go.
minus
If I'm
90.
if
Horizontal.
I'm on the beach,
What?
Sorry.
if
No.
I'm on the
It's
beach with
less
a
than 90,
sextant
you moron.
shooting the sun, come on, guys. If I'm on the beach, yeah, with a sextant shooting the sun, and the sun is moving away from me, and as it moves away, my with over time, you know, the elevation angle will drop, you know, 1 degree every now and again. Does it mean that am I moved away 60 nautical miles, or what does it mean?
Yes.
I moved 60 nautical miles. I'm still in the same place.
You're still in the same place?
Yeah, I'm still on the
star
beach.
moved. And the star moved.
I'm on the beach. The sun is moving away from me. On my
That's
section,
why
on
you
my
have to know
elevation
the time.
angle. Yeah,
That's why you have to know
there's
the time.
yeah, it's dropping 1 degree, another degree. You guys say for every degree 60 nautical miles. Am I moving 60 nautical miles?
The sun is your sun is moving 60 nautical miles per every degree. That's
Awesome. So
So
Flat
the
Earth,
sun is
welcome.
moving. Oh,
Welcome to Flat
okay.
Earth.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's why you have to know. That's why you have to know the time.
No, the GP is moving, guys.
Well, yeah,
The
the
GP is moving.
Wow. So have a
60 nautical
horizontal.
miles
You
per
need a
degree.
horizontal then.
So
Hear
there you
you.
go.
Zanik. You
There
just
you
If you
go.
understood it.
see the
It's
sun above your
horizontal.
head,
Yeah.
and you
See,
see a 1 degree change in that sun,
if you use
even not
celestial
knowing the time,
navigation,
you know now. Shut up. You know
if
now.
you use celestial
You now
navigation or
know
any
that
type
you are
of
60 miles
navigation,
away from the GP,
time.
even without a fucking clock, dude. You guys are
Um,
freaking retarded. Seriously, this is like
any
retarded
type
now.
of navigation, you
Calm
have to
down.
count the Earth to be flat and stationary. Any.
No, no.
Bensel, would you mind if I quickly
That's why you
explain
need
to
to know the
Zanik what he
time.
just explained to everybody?
Yes, go for it, Flatsoid.
Thank you. Okay, Zanik. The problem you just gave yourself when you agreed that the GP moves, you just agreed that there's a horizontal plane to have a reference.
Nope.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be.
Because the relationship is 60 nautical miles per degree. That means a sphere.
Let
What
him
the hell of
let
an
him
argument was it?
finish. Guys, let Flatsoid finish his point, right? And then you can jump in. But let him finish. Go, Flatsoid.
Okay, thank you. The problem is when you just have your zenith, you have one plane of reference. That's what you're saying. But the problem is you are reading that other GP on another plane of reference, which would be the horizontal from you. So, yes, even on your globe, it falls on the horizontal. So you need to have a 90. And because that star is also moving across its own GP with a 90, you're already having a 90. And because you're invoking distance, you cannot just claim only vertical.
What the
Straight.
fuck did you just say?
What?
What the fuck did you just say? It was
What?
I heard words.
Absolute
The words
fuck.
by themselves made sense, but when you put them in the sentence you did, it made absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I didn't
And if
understand
you're
anything.
using,
I was
and if you're
really
using
trying
the
to follow,
astrolabe,
but couldn't
Well,
picture.
and if you're using the
It
astrolabe,
made
even worse.
perfect sense to me. Basically, what he's
Georgie.
saying is if all you need is your vertical, like you guys are claiming, and you don't need a horizontal, right? And you're basing your distances off of other GPs. Those other GPs are based off a horizontal, which they all share.
No, wrong.
Yes.
Wrong.
That's
Otherwise, you
correct.
wouldn't get a distance.
Wrong. Actually, you do get a
Why?
distance.
Why
No,
would they?
that
Why would they all
relationship
share
shows
the same
it's a
horizontal?
sphere.
Why do you need
It
to know the time
actually
then?
shows that 1
Because it
degree for
is.
65 said is a million.
You are
It's like a
shooting
boat,
three
right?
different
Dude, listen for a second.
GPs.
You might
You
learn
are
something.
shooting three
That
different GPs, yeah?
relationship
Yes,
of
3
always
different
having 1
GPs.
degree for 60
So
miles
you need to be in the
is
same
defining a sphere based on trigonometric functions. That is how you define the sphere. Fuck.
So,
Let me ask a
Zanik, you guys are
question.
ignoring Homoto.
Let me ask
You
a
guys are,
question to
yeah.
Fledsoid and Napalm. Then, why would all the GPs need to share the same horizontal plane?
Because of Homoto. You need to get the same. That's why
No,
you guys
check
created
those
your
of
own.
equal
because
altitude.
Because of what?
Listen, guys, Homoto. You guys even
Horizon
on
is
your
more
on
at,
your
yeah, no. Homoto has
even
nothing
on
to
your.
do with the horizontal. You're incorrect.
Oh
Mark.
yes, it does. No,
No, it doesn't,
and
sir.
anyway,
You are
that's
totally
why.
wrong.
Oh really?
Fixed this
So
way.
Flatzoid, if you're so right, please solve MC Tunes $10,000 challenge.
Oh,
And
I already
get out of
did.
here! Get out of here with bloody
shut me
MC
up.
Tune.
No,
At the end of the
Flatzoid,
day,
Flatzoid, do it.
no. Instead of
Guys,
saying it is wrong, the Homoto, say why it is wrong.
Because
Don't be bringing some.
he is
Don't be bringing some other
so
garbage
far in
about MC Tune.
he's so far in the weeds,
Why it's wrong.
Bandy. He is so far in the weeds that he just
don't you find?
it's so fucking basically wrong
No.
that he doesn't
Rebuff
I
it
understand.
find it.
properly.
I
Instead of
find
saying
it.
it's wrong,
He needs to
rebut it
read on
properly.
celestial navigation because he
No,
obviously
rebut it
doesn't know the
properly.
topic.
You saying it's wrong has not added anything to the conversation. All you're doing is just squawking in the background. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Now, if it's wrong,
Can I ask?
say why. Say why it's wrong.
Am I just supposed to bullshit some stuff? Because that's what he's doing. He's just bullshitting
Just
stuff
say
up.
what's wrong now, sir.
All
I'm
right.
waiting
What's
to hear
wrong
what's
with
wrong.
it? What's wrong with it?
Your basic understanding of celestial navigation is flawed.
What
is wrong with
Homoto? What's wrong with the Homoto? You said it was wrong, NASA. Now
Well,
say
maybe
why
she
it
should
is
tell you
wrong.
what Homoto is first. Tell me why it
No,
depends.
no.
Don't obfuscate.
You said it was wrong. Now answer the question, right, and say why it is wrong. It should be very easy.
His basic understanding of celestial navigation is incorrect when he says this.
You're not answering my question.
Yes, I am.
At all. No, you're not. No, you're not. I would like to know, NASA, why it is wrong. Okay?
Because he
So
doesn't
explain.
understand celestial navigation at
That's not
all.
answering my question at
Yes,
all.
it is.
No, it's not.
Do you even know what Homoto
That's
means?
an ad hom. Hang on a second.
That's not
And you
ad hoc.
don't understand is just an ad hom. Yes, it
Not
is.
an
You need to
ad hoc.
explain why it's wrong. Just saying it's wrong is not wrong.
Because he's.
Then you explain that. Unpack it.
You want me to unpack celestial navigation for you when you think it works on a flat plane and can't demonstrate it?
It must. The
No.
angle of elevation is
Then
the
no.
elevation above the horizontal plane.
George,
You
shut the
need
fuck up,
three observations
No,
of
you don't, George. Just leave
elevation
my mic
angles
on.
above that
God,
plane.
George.
Yeah, above that
No.
horizontal plane. You need three observations above that horizontal plane in order to determine their GPs locations for your circles of equal altitude. The flat
Except you
horizontal
don't.
plane is
I'll tell you what.
required for this to be
Never mind.
done.
You guys can shut me up in a heartbeat, okay? Here's how you shut me up and prove I'm wrong. I'll come on here and say, oh, I was wrong. The Earth is flat. All you need to do is solve MC Tunes.
Oh,
okay?
you know what? You're done. You're done. You haven't answered
No,
my
do that.
question. And you
Do
keep,
that, and
you
I will
keep on
come here
bringing
and
up
say
that
you guys are
rubbish.
geniuses.
I told you not to bring it up. Just go and have a holiday. Thank you very much. Go. How do you spell Homoto, Flatzoid? I've never actually heard. Is it
HOMO. HOMOTO. It's simply just to say HOMOTO. It's simply just so you know your reference if you're closer or further away from the GP or not. That's it. Which requires a horizontal plane and a triangle.
What is it exactly? I didn't get it.
It's all got to do with if you're closer or further from the plot.
Okay,
So in other words,
you have to do with that, but what is it? I'm not getting it.
If ho, it's more. It's just assuming your length.
You're breaking up a little bit, I think. Maybe that's me.
No. I think it's Flatzoid. You are breaking up a little.
I just explained it to you. So you're trying. I'm saying you're trying to work out if you're actually closer or further away from your LOP.
How do you do that?
By taking the angular measurements with triangulation, and you're saying, okay, I worked out my declination, I've worked out my time, I've worked out everything. This is where I'm supposed to see it, and this I said, yeah, so I'm actually closer than I actually perceived in the beginning, and I know I'm going the right course.
Stop right there. What do you mean by you worked out your declination? What do you mean by that?
Where you use your almanac, you got a declination chart.
So the almanac gives you the the almanac gives you the declination of the celestial bodies, right? Not yours.
Yeah. So and after you've worked out your new angle measurement, if you see, okay, I can see it at this distance, and you see it's not at that angle distance anymore, then you know you're too close or you're too far.
Correct. Yeah, and how do you do that?
I like the way you say
So
celestial,
the distance
yours.
the distance that I'm measuring is the zenith
So
angle
I-
times
So
let me just make a complicated. So the distance that I have is my zenith angle times 6 nautical miles. That's the distance I have. And then
Yeah,
I have to compare it to the calculated distance, right? And how do I get the calculated distance? How do I calculate that?
am I supposed to be answering thing? I thought Payne has to show is supposed to tell me where I'm wrong with her moto.
Payne has isn't here.
Has he gone already? That's nice.
Okay, so how do you get what distance are you comparing to? How do you get the distance to compare?
You were measuring the arcs in the sky. That's why you got the PRZ angle in the sky. Then you're having your 60 nautical miles per angular arc.
You have to have two distances. One is the one that the zenith angle is giving you, right? And the other one you get from side reduction tables, right?
Yes, exactly. And this, what you're measuring after the side reduction tables is how you know how far you are.
Yeah, right. So what do the side reduction tables do? What is the math behind them?
They're just simply showing you how far you are from the GP. You are
This is
measuring.
already said.
But yes, you're measuring what you see in the sky. So you're measuring that arc. Let's say you measured 30 degrees of arc in the sky. Just translating that to nautical miles onto the ground. That's all.
Right. Sure. And now
but that's not the point. But that's not the point on the argument. The argument was you guys said when I said homoto, you require distance, which is a horizontal. You guys said I'm false. So I want to know what's wrong with it.
Yeah, it only requires distance across the surface. But if for that distance to be horizontal, you would imply the Earth is horizontal, right? So you're begging the question when you say that.
How am I begging a question? I'm using a triangle.
Can't you
using a triangle.
How would the triangle give you? How would the triangle give you a linear distance from the zenith angle?
That's what an angle is. Two straight lines.
That's not what I'm
asking.
asking.
That's what homoto is.
That is not what I'm asking.
That is what homoto is. I just explained it to you. It's a straight triangle on a horizontal plane.
Right, but if you're going to use a triangle to turn the zenith angle, so let me. If you're going to use your zenith angle to a celestial body to determine its distance, and you're over a flat surface, how is that giving you a linear function? I'm not asking if those are lines. Of course, they're lines. If you're referring to a triangle, obviously they are lines. But when I say it's a linear function, I'm not just saying they're lines. You know what a linear function is, right?
Yes, we're using a triangle, so it's a linear function. It's trig.
Trig isn't trig. No. Trig functions aren't linear functions.
If you're using cosine, you're using linear functions.
There we go.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say? Are you using trig functions or are you using a linear function? Which one of those two matches a triangle?
I think he finally got it. I think he finally, because he'd be really quiet, he's realizing that trig functions are not linear. There's a ratio. Trig functions are simple. When you learn trig in college, in high school, you learn that trig functions are not linear. And they are. What did you say, George?
Of course they are.
No, they're not.
Well, that's
in celestial navigation. They must be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem. See, Banka, that's what we're up against. They have ingrained vision that trigonometric functions are linear, and that is their downfall. That is the error is in their downfall.
If trig functions are linear, why are there?
One second, George.
We're talking about elevation angles. It needs to be
linear. If they were linear, I could use a proportion.
They must be linear.
So when I'm gonna put a picture in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna put a picture in the chat, George. You can tell me how they're
have the angles.
It's a real simple picture, George.
Really?
Stop talking, George. And I'm gonna do a quick picture that talks about how triangles work, and you tell me why they are linear. Okay?
Trig functions are periodic. They aren't linear.
They're not periodic.
trig
They are.
functions are not periodic, Xanac?
What do you mean they're not periodic?
Why do we call a sine
I
wave
hope
a
you've
sine wave if it's
misspoke
linear?
there.
Why do we call a sine wave if it's linear?
A sine wave is periodic. They're periodic
linear?
functions.
Is it linear?
No.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's periodic.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I think Flatsoid was with some connection issues when he stopped speaking. So he's back now. He might try to move on from where he stopped. So yeah, what's...
If they were linear, they would follow the graph I have below.
What
You can
graph?
click on that graph.
Where is it?
Yeah, so just answer me a very simple question. What's the tangent, the function, trigonometrical function tangent of 0, 45, and 90?
You require
What
the same
tangent?
plane.
No, there's no.
It requires the same
You
plane.
first. Yeah, I mean, you first have to have a curve to have a tangent. So.
I'm not
You're
talking about a
repeating
tangent
the
line.
question.
I'm not.
It's a tangent
Yes, you
function,
do.
not a tangent to a
Right.
curve. They're
Wait,
related,
wait.
but they're not the same
Xanac,
thing.
I can take care of
You guys
what
are-
I'm saying.
You guys are saying it's
They
got
have
a
a
tangent,
tangent to
therefore
a
you need a
line.
curve. Yeah,
Flat
No,
side.
they have
I
a
mean,
tangent
how?
to a
Flat side.
horizontal.
George, let me
No.
clarify what I'm telling to flat side.
They have a
I'm not
tangent to a
talking about
horizontal line. A straight line
George.
to another straight line.
George, I don't think they understand what a tangent is, do they? It's a straight
Flat
line
side.
touching a curve at a
Flat
point.
side. I'm not talking
So
about a
as soon as I
tangent
said-
line. Do you know what the trigonometrical functions are, flat side?
Cosine and tan.
Of course
yeah.
he doesn't.
Yeah, so the third one you said is 10. That's
It's 10,
tangent.
yeah? But
Yeah,
that's
10
the-
is short for tangent.
Yeah, but that's the arc angle measurement.
Right.
From the
So
adjacent.
It's a ratio. It's a ratio.
adjacent-
All right.
Opposite. What?
Let's
So you
just move
opposite
on.
over adjacent.
Is Sandy going to talk over
It's a
me the whole
ratio of
time?
the opposite over to the
Right.
adjacent.
Really?
Let me
You
ask
get that?
let me ask flat side a question.
Is that it?
Let me ask.
Mhm.
Okay, so what is the 10 of 0, 45, and 90?
0, 45, and 90. It's got an internal angle of 180, so 180 minus 90 would give the rest. But I have to use calculator with me.
It's pretty simple. 10 of 0 is 0. 10 of 45 is 1.
That's 135.
And 10 of 90 is infinite, right? So how can you go from 0 to 1 to infinite in a linear function?
Why can't
How is
you?
that
You
linear
can't
in any
because
way?
it's not a fucking ratio. It's not a linear function. It's a relationship.
Yeah.
You understand the difference between a linear function and a nonlinear function?
You got a
I
ratio.
don't think so.
Yeah,
You
we
want-
understand.
You
That's
guys-
why
I put the
you.
information
That's why
in the
your
chat,
graph.
so it should be
That's why
self-explanatory.
your graph.
In fact, George, why don't you tell me
Can you
about
let me
we
talk?
double the complementary angle of the
Can you
distance to the
talk?
GP. Why does it not work on a
Why
sphere?
can I
I got
not
the
talk?
example. Oh God, I know why I even try.
Yeah, because it doesn't work
Not
like
talk.
that. Yeah,
Why can I not
you
talk?
cannot
The
have.
problem.
You cannot have the same
George.
angle at the same time at different locations. It won't happen.
George,
What you're
George,
representing there would be applicable to a mountain or something fixed, not a star that is moving, where you
Not-
need to account for the time. That's not applicable.
Not just that, George. They ignore that you're actually seeing in 3D space. You're not seeing in 2-dimensional. So when you have things moving
As
away
well,
in the
yeah.
distance, it's still changing. It's got perspective. That's why the linear function is not really applicable.
Yeah,
Because
and
it's
this is
not really.
orthographic view.
The thing is, I mean, I don't even know if you saw Brian Leake actually did triangles for you with your ratio function, by the way. So you might want to go check that out.
First off, your 3D argument doesn't make any sense. That's angles are angles no matter what. So I don't even know why you brought up 3D or whatever. It's silly.
But we've actually gone totally off of the path of what the argument was in the first place. You require horizontal to get your angular measurement. Doesn't matter if you just want to ignore the horizontal. You just want to ignore your horizontal to have a vertical. To have a vertical, you're going to require horizontal. It's there, whether you like it or not. It's there.
But you don't need it there. You measure directly off of the vertical. Fuck's sake! Why is this difficult
You
to
stand.
understand?
You're standing on the vertical, taking a measurement across a distance, which requires horizontal plane perpendicular to you.
You're measuring directly from the zenith down to the star. Determine your angle from the vertical. You don't need any horizontals.
Anybody gonna hang again the plumb bob?
There by default, you guys have got to move on. You're going round and round in circles.
Plumb bob goes.
Yeah.
What direction does the plumb bob go there, George?
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure where
You
we're
said
at in
gonna
this
hang the plumb
conversation.
bob. I don't know what.
Oh, we've been
How many
hanging
degrees?
for
How many
45
degrees?
minutes.
Yeah, I wonder how many degrees you
I
can get off a horizontal, off a vertical though.
You can
Let
get
me
as
let me
many as
just
you
try
want.
to get one thing straight in. What happens if I plot a linear function on a chart? How does that look like?
Oh, I know.
That's to flattoid.
Just a whole bunch of triangles. Why?
Whoa.
No, it
Are we
looks
even
like a
talking
line.
the same language anymore? Like, what is going on here?
That doesn't
Yeah.
even make any sense.
Yeah,
But
if you
okay.
plot the linear function, linear function is just like y equals x times m plus c. That's a
Yeah.
general form of a linear function. Whatever you put
Yeah,
on
like
m and c,
Flat, so there's
whatever.
nothing wrong with saying you don't know or you're not sure. You know,
he asked me and I answered him.
Yeah, but
He
you're
answered
not
and
You
I
said
even.
a
answered him.
bunch of
but that
triangles.
answer was
Yeah, like I'm not
was a
trying to.
wild guess.
Yeah,
You
like,
know,
like
you
I'm not.
I'm
just
not
threw out
giving a
words.
wild guess. He asked me a
You just
question.
said
I
you don't,
answered him.
Yeah, but
and you said it's just a bunch of triangles. Like, come on, man.
you're not even getting
Be
close to.
honest.
Like,
Why not?
Linear function is a bunch of triangles.
Be honest.
How's okay? So you guys want an answer. I give an answer, and you're not happy with the
Can the
answer.
stupid
but it's
idiot come
not.
back in?
It's not
Wow.
even remotely correct, though. That's why. Like,
And
you're
again,
actually.
Because you're
Like
not
someone
doing
asked me
nonsense.
what's
This
one
is the
plus
first time I'm
one,
actually
and I
saying
say
shit like
purple
this.
Can I
crayon.
come back?
Hey, you want.
You
I
know,
know the
back in?
answer. The
Let's
answer is
maybe need
blue.
to get more basic. Okay, Flatzo. What
Guys,
is
can we
1 plus 1?
Can I come
we
back
just hear
in?
from
Well,
Paul?
I
And
got a
Paul?
question.
there's
Hold
been
on.
a point made.
Bags.
Could we progress from that?
Yeah.
Right.
Come on.
So
Let me come back in. Why
Rags is trying to get
why
in.
do
Go, Rags.
why do sailors shoot the horizon with their sextant? What are they doing?
because it's the best reference they have for horizontal.
Okay,
That
so
was
now
they
you know
they
what?
can't do a plumb bob.
There you
That's not
go.
really correct. They need the horizontal.
Hold
Hold on. I have to add
damn
something to
it.
that. Hold on, real quick, Paul, real quick.
God
Real
damn
quick.
it.
Listen to
Real
Zanik.
quick.
Go ahead, Zanik.
Paul, they use the horizon to start the process in finding the horizontal. If I want to find it directly, just get 90-degree opposition to vertical. But because we don't have that on the ship, we have the horizon and start the process to find the horizontal. Doesn't mean it's the horizon, it's the horizontal.
There you
use
go.
it
Without
to
the
find it.
horizontal, you can't have the elevation.
Hold on a second. Why are you finding the horizontal?
The whole objective of celestial
Well,
navigation.
he has a question. Hold on, NASA, real quick.
That's a simple question, simple answer.
Yeah, you
Linear
use the
zenith
horizontal
that's
then to get the vertical because we don't have an aviation sextant on the ship. We have a C sextant, which doesn't have the vertical. So to get the
There
vertical,
you
which
go.
we want, hold on. God damn it, George, you can't hold yourself. We want to find that vertical because by getting the vertical, we can then find the co-altitude angle by using the elevation angle, which is all based on the horizontal. But the horizontal is found by using the horizon and then doing some calculations and other data to find the horizontal.
So you shoot the horizontal to find the horizontal.
Horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical.
Okay, but you're
Because
shooting
everything's
the
based on the
horizon.
vertical, which is the vertical is the GP, right? It's right above your head, straight up. So we know someplace on this object, flat or round, we will have an object right above our head. And if we have a vertical line, we can then
Yeah, in
make it
other words,
horizontal.
without the
However,
horizontal, you don't
George,
have the
you
GP.
cannot control yourself, can you? It's impossible. I know that. So it's okay. So what we do then is find a horizon and try to find the dip, try to find the refraction. All these things add to it to try to find that horizontal, which gives us the elevation angle, which then gives us the co-altitude angle by subtracting it from 90, which inadvertently and indirectly gets us that vertical respect.
It's the whole objective.
What's
right
the elevation
there.
angle again?
Above horizontal, an angle above horizontal.
Yeah, he's right, man. He defined it properly. Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanik.
But the horizontal is not the horizon.
Can I try to
He's not the horizon, but you're aiming
Go
at
ahead,
it.
Bacon. Go give it a shot. I thought I'd give it a good
But
one.
that's the horizontal that you're referring to. What do you mean he's not?
If you guys understood celestial navigation at all, you would understand that the entire rigmarole you go through with this nautical section is to get the co-altitude angle, the zenith angle, the angle of the star off of the zenith. The rest of it is just eyewash to get to that point.
So is that
Yeah, correct. You need a flat plane to do that.
Say what I'm hearing in my own words. Because I was driving down the road, okay, and I'm working, and I see lamp posts, okay, and I can imagine that these lamp posts, the top of the lamp is the star, and the post that's holding the lamp up is in a sense the vertical, right? So you say that's the GP. So you're saying I'm in a position I can shoot the top of that one star and know that underneath that at a certain time of day that star is in a certain location, as the lamppost is in a certain location. I can shoot another star, which has another lamppost that has another GP in another location at a certain time of day. Then I can figure out how to calculate to get where I'm going. Is that ultimately what you're saying? And technically, when you're shooting the horizon, you're trying to find your own vertical, your own GP in the horizon. That's what you're doing now.
You try to
something
find your zenith so that you can determine the zenith angle. From the zenith angle,
let's
you
just
can
break
determine
it.
this.
The zenith. I'm trying to. You're trying to find your current GP, so you know what your angle is off the horizon. So you can.
That's what you get at the end of this whole process.
Okay, let's break down
Can
what
you just look up and look at the star and say that's where I'm at, as long as I'm going vertical from the star?
Because one star at one star you can be on a circle. You can be anywhere on a circle of the on the.
I'm talking about the star above me. I'm talking the star that's directly above me.
You don't want to look at a star directly above you. You want to be
Why? Is that not the GP where I'm at?
Yeah, but it's moving too fast, and your accuracy to directly above you is low. You don't want to shoot directly above you. You don't want to shoot directly at the horizon. You want something in between the two.
So you can't shoot the horizon. You can't shoot the star above you. So you kind of have to calculate somehow.
You can't. Well, you can shoot the horizon. You need to shoot the horizon.
You just said you can't. That's what you said. You can't shoot the horizon.
Hold on. You don't want to pick a star at the horizon. You don't want to pick a star that's
I
too
didn't
far
say.
ahead.
I didn't say the star. I said you said you can't shoot the horizon.
You can't shoot a star. You don't want a star at the horizon. You don't want a star
That's not what
directly
you said.
overhead.
Yeah, he's clarifying what he meant. That's all.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Because you don't want to shoot a star directly above, because the stars are coming over you at a very high rate of speed.
Sorry, Paidnasha. What is a altitude angle? Altitude angle.
Oh, altitude angle, yeah.
What is it?
Away from vertical.
So it's a 90. So it's a 90-degree minus the height of the observer.
That's one way to figure it out.
So you require horizontal because of 90 degrees. Thank you.
You can figure it from horizontal,
No,
or you can have a bubble sextant and shoot the angle directly without the horizontal. The only reason the only reason you went through the whole horizontal rigmarole with the nautical sextant is because it's a good reference when you're on a ship.
Okay, but now with the bubble,
bubble is the horizontal, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly. The level is in the horizontal plane. That's why it's a 90 degrees. You understand what 90 degrees means?
What'd you say level for?
Without it, you must have the horizontal plane in order to do your elevation angles from.
How are you determining?
You need 3 star zeniths, on the same plane of reference as you.
No.
In order to have your circles of equal altitude.
No, it doesn't work on a flat Earth, George. Sorry.
That's how it works, man.
No,
it's
sorry.
the only
There's
way
no working
it
example
works.
of that, George.
Work on the flat Earth. Sorry.
It's the only. All the example of celestial navigation is like that.
60 degrees.
You, the navigator, you have your sextant. You look at 3 different stars and one single horizon.
The 60 nautical miles per degree will not, I say again, will not work on the flat Earth. Sorry.
False.
Okay, you look at 3 different stars and one single horizon. One single plane, horizontal plane, as reference.
No.
And you need to have right angle, 90-degree angles to the 3 stars.
It's not triangulation.
It's
lateralation.
So listen, I think the conversation kind of started spinning out when we got to the point of discussing linear and nonlinear equations, and we kind of went sideways from there.
Well, and I'd like to pay that to do something. Has he actually used Sextant navigation, has he actually done that?
Oh yeah. Have you?
Oh, you have? You
Have
sailed
you?
across the ocean? No, I've never claimed to. I'm asking you, have you sailed across the ocean using it?
Sailed across the ocean using it? No.
Yeah. You
I've
have?
flown across the ocean using it, but okay.
Flown, okay. So you've flown
Okay,
across.
can
So you're
we?
the pilot navigator sitting in the cockpit, actually navigating using
I
it.
was a pilot. I wasn't a navigator. But okay.
Well, what either one, pilot or navigator. That's why I said in the cockpit. Okay, so you've used it. Okay.
Can we get back to?
I don't have the potential. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's
It
go
doesn't
back.
matter. I mean, even the
Right.
planes. I mean, they still have to use
Okay,
even the
so
HUDs for the level flights requires the horizontal still.
okay,
It's still
okay.
setting it
Let's
vertical and horizontal, even for the flight. I mean,
right.
it's like crazy.
Let's check what you were saying about Homoto, right? So as you were saying, the function for distance from the zenith angle is linear, right? And I sent a couple of pictures of linear functions. 3 of them are used for triangles, and one of them is a linear function.
I didn't
We
say.
already addressed that. You're not going to
I didn't say
have the
this.
same.
I'm asking
you're
flat
gonna-
side, George.
you're not
Can
gonna-
you shut up for a
You're
second?
not
Yeah.
going to, and I'm
Thank you,
telling you,
George.
it's been addressed already. You're not going to have the same elevation
Yeah,
angle
let flat
at
side
different
say that then,
positions.
George.
George, come on. Back off a bit.
Right.
Bacon and Flat Sword are going to go at it for a sec. Go, Bacon.
I think it's flat side's turn now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, Flat Sword. Yeah.
Oh, I think he has connection issues again.
Maybe he was fading in and out.
You said it was linear.
I can hear you now. What were you saying?
You
Anything?
were strawmanning. No, I was saying that you were the one saying it's linear, and then we went off a tangent on what's linear and not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I said that the function for distance, the function for distance from the zenith angle is just multiplying the angle by 60 nautical miles. That's a linear function. And when I said that, you said, of course it's linear. At least that's what I recall.
Okay, well, it works with triangles.
That's
yes.
for the distance, not for the angle, man.
Yeah, when you're trying to figure out the distance of a side of a triangle using an angle, you don't use linear functions, you use trig functions, right?
Yeah, cosine.
Right.
Tan.
So why are you not using those to get the distance from your zenith? Or just multiplying that by 6 nautical miles?
Like I said, you were the one that brought it up
The
linearly.
co-altitude, yeah, you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, but you said Homoto is a triangle,
Are
right?
you stop trying to? You're still trying to put words into my mouth to try and strawman me some more.
Oh, I'm trying to
No, he's not.
understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
You're trying to bring it back to linear functions when we're not even talking about linear functions.
Homoto is a navigation thing.
Well,
It has little to do with cell nav. You have to compute your cell nav
I'm sorry.
before you use Homoto. Fuck.
Isn't the distance given by 6 nautical miles times the zenith angle, flat side?
Sorry?
Isn't the distance to the celestial body given by the zenith angle times 6 nautical miles? Is that the case?
Yes, because you're measuring the arc in the sky. Yes.
Right. That's a linear function, correct?
If you say so. I'm not going to say yes or no because, like you can see, I don't really understand linear functions that well.
Oh, that's a better answer.
Yeah.
Finally.
Right. Should I lie about it?
No.
Well, no. I mean,
Because
it's
I know it's X and Y. Because I know it's X and Y, and that's about it.
Okay. So when you're trying to solve a triangle, so you have one angle and one side, for example, of a right triangle, you can figure out the rest of them, and there's no linear function that can do that. What I mean by a linear function is that if you plot a chart of that function, you get a line. So, for example, your input is the zenith angle, your output is the distance, right? So your x is zenith angle.
You're being very
your y.
boring at the moment. As a listener, this is shit. Okay, you've been going on for an hour and a half.
No, we're making progress, Jim.
Yeah, my nightmare.
Yeah, can we move it on a bit? Can we move it on a bit?
That angle is going to
when you're
measure.
ready, but you know,
That angle is. that angle needs to be referred to the London time, the meridian time. So it needs to be converted too. So
Yeah,
that
I
it
don't
will
know,
be
man.
a unique reading. It's not repeatable anymore. You cannot have the same reading elsewhere. It's just on that place. Wherever you are standing, you're reading your reading needs to be translated into London time. So
Yeah,
it's not the same thing. We are not
make
talking about the same thing. You're not talking about celestial navigation anymore.
I'm gonna make a quick drawing here.
You're not talking
See
about
if I
celestial
can
navigation anymore.
see if I can understand the triangle that Flatoid is referring to. See if I get it right.
It's a right angle triangle.
Yeah, that's what I think he is referring to. So let me make sure I'm right. And that's
You cannot achieve that. You cannot achieve that on the curved surface. That's
right.
our point.
So Flatoid, is that what
you
you're
need to have the
referring
right
to when
angle
you said that?
triangle. You need to have the horizontal plane.
So Flatoid is the thing that I sent on Livestream one text. What you were referring to when you mentioned the triangle that gives you your distance.
Yeah, triangle.
Right. That A would be your elevation angle, right?
Alpha. Alpha be the
Yeah, use the letter
yes.
A there. That would be your elevation angle, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how do you get D from A?
I actually gave a whole I actually did have a few videos that I showed how you get it just from even showing looking at the sun alone, where you're going to minus the 90, which would be the GP, and then you're going to take your declination, if it depending on the time of the year and where you are, and then you're going to get your true angular measurement, which would be alpha, and then you can use the distance required on that arc measurement. And if you want to get the distance, I just posted a video with Brian Leake putting in there using triangles to get your beloved 1 degree for 69 miles.
Okay, I spoke to
good.
Brian Leake. Yeah, I spoke to Brian Leake the day before yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't help a lot. His equation didn't work for a fix. So
This is an equation.
let's do your way.
He actually doing this on the triangle on the triangular calculator to show you it. So just thought you'd find it interesting.
Go watch the video. He just posted a video for you. Go and watch that.
I'm not gonna stop talking to someone to watch the person's video.
If the Earth is a globe, why isn't it a globe? Yeah, come on.
Good one, Jen.
Hashing this out for quite a while, man. It's getting a bit boring.
God damn it! I wish we could make progress. Come on.
One would have to explain to me, if we have this wonderful triangle, why does alpha always give the wrong answer on a flat Earth?
It doesn't.
Oh,
it's you guys that don't have an understanding.
It's
you guys that don't have an understanding that you require a horizontal baseline to get that alpha.
Yeah, I understand that's what you think. I'm trying to understand how you think that works.
Give us an example, otherwise.
It's called an adjacent angle. You cannot get an angular measurement from a curved adjacent.
No one's saying that.
Yes, that's
no
exactly
one's
what
mentioning
you guys are
curved
saying.
adjacent. I'm trying to understand your claim about getting the distance
There you go, then.
using a triangle, right? Because the triangle is very simple. I have an angle, I have a distance, and I know a 90-degree angle below the celestial body, right? So there's a little bit of information missing to solve that triangle.
You need the horizontal plane.
Fuck the horizontal plane. That would be the wrong answer.
Yeah, that's the base of the triangle, isn't it? The base of.
Okay. Let's do it this way. Let's say I measured. Let's see if I got some of my old triangles that I used.
Yeah, let's say it's 30 degrees.
Not just triangles, right angle triangles.
Say the distance. Say the elevation angle of celestial body is 30 degrees, right? So what would be the distance to the GP of that celestial body?
That's what I'm going to get you now.
Are you using trig for this, or are you using that calculator that Brian Leakey or whatever made?
Let me get my triangle. Let me go find my triangle. Let me go
Just
find
let
my
him- let-
triangles. Let me
just
go
let
find
him
my
give an answer.
triangles. God.
Well,
He's gonna use two distances at the same time, which you
Dude,
won't be at the
it's a
same
60
time.
nautical mile per degree relationship.
Yeah,
Period.
but not at the
That
same
is
time.
a
though.
sphere.
Yeah, but not at the same time.
Okay, yeah. Guys.
You're not going to be observing
Yeah.
that angle at the same time.
Okay, I just stuck a video. I did actual triangulation from the sun to get my fixed position in Tabazimbi.
Right, so there will be no problem. So there will be no problem explaining us how you do it, right? So because
No
if you're
globe
speaking
whatsoever.
yourself, we can interrupt you. We can ask for explanation. There's a
Go ahead.
feedback, right?
Go ahead, yeah.
Right. So that triangle I gave you before. So let's say the elevation angle of a celestial body is 30 degrees. Do I need any more information to know the distance of the GP of the celestial body?
Obviously,
you
you're
need to
going
be
to
welcome to
you
flat
can
Earth. That's what you need to.
You're going to have to take the 90 degrees, which is from the zenith, minus that 30 degrees that you took the measurement. Then you have to know your declination. So it depends what time in the year you are and what part of the Earth you're on. If it has to be plus or minus,
No.
that's going to give you. That's going to give you your.
Dude,
That's
come
going
on.
to give you a
We already
true.
gave you the answer, and you're
shut
not.
up.
You're just denying it.
Shut the hell
No,
up.
let flat
Shut
side.
the hell
Let
up.
flat side finish answering.
Shut
Let's see
the
where
hell
that
up.
goes.
That would give you your true alpha angle. And based on that true alpha angle, you know based on the LMAC, you can only see it with that far. So that's your distance. So you're going to get your nautical miles by.
Then why is it 60 nautical miles per
dividing
degree
by
for that distance? That triangle doesn't exist in reality. You get that, right?
Sonic, you just cut him off at the end, and I missed what he said at the end. Come on, guys. You're creating audio chaos. All right. Let one speak at a time. Let one person finish and then jump in. All right. Can you just say that last bit again, Flat Sword, because Zanik jumped all over you?
Is that okay? I'm going to take the example that I did with
I
the
thought it was
sun.
done.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up, Sanic. Jesus.
I measured a 55-degree angle towards the sun at high noon, obviously. I had to take the 90 degrees, which is the GP, minus that 55 that I measured the sun at. And I knew because of the declination that time of year where I am is minus 10 degrees. That came up to 25 degrees. And I know it's south latitude because I'm in the southern part of the world.
Wait, can I have a question? You had 55-degree elevation angle to the sun. Hold on. I have an honest question. Then you said you subtracted from 90. That would get you what value?
No, it's 90 minus the 55.
Yeah, 90 minus the 55. Yes, and that gives you what value?
Yeah, that gives you.
What is? Give me a number. I want you to walk me through it. Hold on, Bandsaw, or whoever. Come on.
I'm trying to
It's
answer.
a simple
you.
question. I'm walking through this process.
Can you shut the hell up?
55 minus 90 is what?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Damn it.
It's 35, right? What was the 10 degree? What did that have to do with anything?
It's declination.
Okay, what is declination to
What is
you?
that?
Yeah, Bansor, can you mute Zanik, or we're never going to finish?
No, it's an honest question. You didn't know the answer
He's
to it.
fucking interrupting
One second.
again and again and again.
Making it any easier by jumping in, telling me what to do either, Jin. All right.
Magnetic declination, Flatsoid?
No, I think he's referring to the declination of the sun, right?
Yes, I was doing a declination on the sun.
Right. So you're just subtracting the declination of the sun?
It depends what time of the year. If you want to know the video on how declination works in the
he already. Oh, to find out where you're
flat
at.
Earth,
That's what
on
you're
a flat Earth.
Okay.
So let's just go back to this.
One second, Zanik.
God damn it,
Hold on.
it's impossible,
Seriously,
man.
Zanik. Okay, come on, Zanik. I'm putting you on mute for a minute. Just let these guys have it backwards and forwards because it's impossible.
Okay. Yeah.
Go.
Okay.
Go, guys.
The thing is, you guys can tell me declination is only for globe Earth, which I'm trying to show you. Declination also works on a flat Earth, okay? So that's how you get your minus 10 or plus 20 or whatever declination. That's going to give you a true alpha angle, and I knew I was in the south, so I had my 25 degrees south. Now, to get my longitude, I simply just used the timer, took it, and obviously it's based on Greenwich Meridian time, and that's how I got my longitude and latitude. That gave me my distance to the GP of the sun without using a globe.
So you first get your latitude and longitude, and then you find the GP of the sun?
No, the GP
your
of the sun
distance to
is
the GP, I'm sorry.
Your distance to GP comes after you have your longitude and latitude, if you use a triangle.
So you must first have your latitude and longitude to then get the distance to the GP? Is that what you're saying?
You can. I'm saying it's one of the ways you can work it out, yes.
Right, but if I already have my latitude and longitude, why would I want to know the distance to the GP?
Then you wouldn't need the distance to the GP, do you? Because you know where you're going. You can look on your map and say, oh, I know where I am. So
exactly.
my triangulation, so I did triangulation without using a globe. Thank you, celestial navigation without a globe.
Okay, let's see how that works. So you're adding the declination on the sun, right?
Depends where you are.
Yeah, what is the declination on the sun? What does that mean?
That's just the angle from the sun measurement at that time of year. If it's higher or lower, according to the vantage point.
Isn't the declination of the sun just the latitude of the sun?
Man, it's further up or lower in the sky from your position, depending of the season.
No, it's the declination is the latitude of the GP of a celestial body, right?
On the globe. We're not doing the globe yet, are we?
Wherever.
We're talking about flat Earth.
What is a
without
GP?
the globe.
Well, how do you get the GP of a celestial
Geographical
body?
position.
Yeah, how do you get it?
With a grid system. Longitude, latitude.
You know, where the information comes from. So, for example, how I want to know what's
Elevation
the
angle.
GP, George. I want to know what's the GP of, say, Arcturus at this moment. How do I do that?
You just go look in your almanac.
Correct. And what does the almanac give me of Arcturus? What is the information that it gives me?
It gives centuries of observation knowing where it is at a certain time of day on the GP.
So it gives me the GP?
Obviously.
It has the latitude and longitude of the Arcturus?
Exactly. So you can work it out how far it is from you.
No, it
so you
actually
have your
doesn't.
distance.
No. It only gives...
Yes.
No. It doesn't give you longitude. It doesn't give you longitude. You have to work that out. Right.
Obviously, you have to work out the latitude as well.
Right. So if the almanac is giving...
If you got your latitude and you got the GP's latitude, you obviously have your distance in between them, do you not?
Sorry, what was the question?
If I have my latitude, have my latitude and the sun has his, and you have the GP's latitude of that star, you obviously have the distance between them, do you not?
Only the distance between the latitudes, not the distance between you and the celestial body, because that also depends on the longitude.
My GP to that GP is a distance.
You're cutting out a little bit. I can no longer hear you.
You're cutting out, Flatsoid.
He's asking you the distance between one GP and the other GP. Is that the straight line?
Yeah. And Bacon has been through this line of questioning many, many times with the sextant over the months that the sextant has been an issue for the flat earthers.
Well, Flatsoid's back. Let him continue.
We're rehashing old fucking questions again and again and again. It can only work on a flat plane.
Okay, Jim. Let Flatsoid and Bacon continue. Go for
Okay, I'm back. So the logical statement here is, if I'm able to have my latitude and longitude, which is my GP, and I have the star's latitude and longitude, which is its GP, I can have the distance between the two.
Yeah, but we don't have that. We don't have our latitude and longitude, right? But we have the distance.
I just worked it out for you.
No, I'm saying during celestial navigation, you don't start with your own GP.
And made that error. That was the error you put in there to rectify and to reconcile your error. Because right now you have the declination. Hold on. We have
your purpose.
Let me speak real quick. We have the elevation angle. That tells you the latitude.
Zanik,
right?
I just worked out my latitude and longitude. That is the whole reason for celestial navigation, to know your position. Correct. Now, if you want to know how far you are from the GP of the star, you can work that out as well, because you're going to have the position of the GP.
Today, right now,
the distance,
I see a 40-degree elevation angle.
Zanik, seriously, you can't do this. When a person is halfway through their sentence, you can't bulldozer them. But you got to let them finish. This is
My
your
God,
last
he's been going.
warning.
I've been trying to talk.
It
And he's
doesn't matter.
muted me as well.
Zanuck,
Yes, I'll let him talk. Go ahead, finish
thank
up so I can make a comment.
Thank
But I
you,
want the same
Zanuck.
respect when it's my turn, okay?
Zanuck, I will give you the same respect, all right? But let other people finish, right? Come on. Thanks, buddy. Go, Flat
Okay,
Sword, finish off.
so I'll try one last time. Okay. Since I have my latitude and longitude, which is my GP, I have the star's latitude and longitude, which is its GP. You can just pick out a map and you can see, okay, this is the distance between the two. Voila.
Go, Zanuck.
Yeah, that's how you find your position.
Will you be able to get your distance between the two? Will that actually
I'm going to interrupt you,
match?
Zanuck, every word you
Of course.
say,
See how that works,
Yeah,
Bansaw? That's why I jump in, because guys like Jin can't control themselves.
Don't worry. Go, Zanuck.
Okay.
All right.
So does that distance between the two objects match the angles necessary to rectify that observation?
You've
In
already
other words,
measured.
when you get so if I have a 40-degree angle to the sun right now, elevation angle, you would agree that that was a 50-degree co-altitude angle. And you could look up the 50-degree co-altitude angle from you and know how far away you are. But if you get that value, will it match trigonometry? We'll try it with trigonometry confirmed. That's where it would be.
Yes, because this also affirms that's
No,
why.
it won't. Not even close.
Listen, what I'm saying. This is
No, it wasn't
Neptune
even
also
close. Then you made up something called your
really?
declination angle, which you added in there, which happened to be a error correction value.
Zanuck, come on, man.
Come on,
This
mate.
is the problem.
Seriously, you're making my...
Benzel, why not mute Zanuck when someone else talks, and when they finish, you unmute Zanuck? Because he clearly can't control himself.
Because I'm trying to do it nicely, okay?
I know,
but my
I know, I
patience
know.
has worn thin, all right?
That's the
And
problem.
I know.
Zanuck
I'm too
sees your
patient.
kindness as weakness. You should
Yes,
show him
well,
it's not.
I'm telling you now, right? My patience has worn thin, and I have no more. Okay, then. So continue,
That's what's up.
guys, and be warned. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna finish my statement and I'm going to bed anyway. So, okay, this is the reason McToon has a problem with it as well, because he thinks then the sun is at two different altitudes at the same time, which is just false. We're just having a correction to show it's just apparent position, not an actual position. Now, with Zanuck's problem, he's trying to push in his globe belief on their angle measurements that have to match to the globe almanacs, which is false. Remember, we're not trying to work with your globe, we're doing it without the globe, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And that's why it's not going to match with your globe narrative. It just matches to a triangle, which is horizontal. Simple as
But
that.
it doesn't.
I can't make it any dumber.
It doesn't. Your value does not work.
Then how do I get my fixed position? How do I get my fixed position if it doesn't work?
Because you
It
make
doesn't
stuff
work
up
on
and
a
add
flat
in.
surface. You
You
can't
make stuff
have.
up.
In fact, you know what? You went through the exercise. How far were you to the GP of the sun? In
Literally,
that example you gave us. Let's go through the numbers.
I was literally 8 kilometers away from me.
The GP was?
My latitude and longitude, I used the star to triangulate my position. I was 8 kilometers away.
How far you were away from that GP of the sun?
I didn't work out the GP of the sun.
You said you got a map.
I triangulated.
You said you used a map and you found out how far you were away. Not a globe, but a map.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said you can if you want to get the distance. I didn't need to. I triangulated my position. My position using the sun, not triangulated the GP of the sun. Do you get what I'm saying?
How'd you triangulate your position not knowing where the sun was?
Yeah.
That's nonsensical. I used the sun to triangulate my position. Did you not just?
Let's go through it. Why don't you go through it with us?
Know where to triangulate to.
Let's do that.
Okay, I
let's go through the
suggest
exercise.
watching.
Should be easy. Let's do it real quick. Go ahead.
I watched your thing, and you did the Brian Leakey method. You added some fudge factors in until you got the answer you wanted.
Yeah.
Can I try to? I still have a couple of questions on. We're talking about declination because I said to you that declination is the latitude of the body's GP, and you said that's only on a globe. And you also said that you get the GP from the almanac, but the almanac gives you declination and our angle. So how are you turning declination into latitude if declination isn't the latitude? How are you getting the latitude flat side?
I'm saying for your globe, you would use the declination in the almanac. I'm not using the declination in the almanac. I'm using the declination for that time of year based on the luminary in that time of the year on a flatter plane. Nothing with a globe. Understand?
Yeah, I didn't mention, like, I wasn't referring to the globe. You did when you
so
said.
with a flat plane, declination is simply how far the sun is closer and further away at the different season. With your globe, it's got to do with the tilt. We're not using tilt here. So when you're trying to evoke your declination angle based on your almanac tilt, you are just trying to evoke your globe into my workings, which isn't fair, because that's not what I brought up.
Okay, when the declination on the sun is 0, what does that mean?
That means you can't see it. It's at 0 degrees.
You can't see the sun when the declination is 0.
Well, okay, then it's overhead, obviously.
Overhead of who?
I knew.
Everyone?
I knew. Well, it's got its GP emphasis right now.
Oh, it's always going to be overhead of someone that is at the GP, right? Right? Oh, every time this happens.
It's on its it's on its highest point in the sky.
Yeah, you're back,
Sorry,
Flatsoid. Yeah, you're black.
I'm black.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, I meant you're back.
You're racist.
Oops.
Oh, laugh about racism.
Go Flatsoid, you're back, buddy.
Go on, South African, go on.
Okay, maybe this is going to make it a bit...
Right, so you said that when the declination is 0, it means the sun is right overhead, right? So the declination isn't, it's observer dependent, right? Because it's not going to be overhead for everyone.
Exactly, that's why it's perspective based.
Okay, so where does it come from? Don't you have to know where you are to know your declination then?
Well, wouldn't you be able to
Elevation
know
angle, man. Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't you know if you're in the southern or the northern parts of the world? I mean,
So
obviously, you will be able to see.
So it's the same for the whole hemisphere.
Yeah.
Hemisphere.
Like me. Yeah.
Right.
We're just going to keep it simple as hemisphere, although you know hemisphere is for the globe, but you're just keeping it so you know you're in the southern parts.
Right. Yeah. I'm just referring whether or not we're the north of the equator or south of the equator.
Yeah, type of thing.
Right.
Look, I just posted a still pic there to say this is the equation I used to understand. So it was 90 degrees from the GP, which was minus the 55 elevation angle I measured, because I knew that time of the year the declination angle was minus 10, which gave me a 25 degree south latitude because I knew I was in the south.
Right. Okay, so I don't see any reference for time there. And minute by minute the elevation angle of the sun is changing. Which would change your equation, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's just latitude.
Right, but it would change your latitude, even though you're not moving.
Yeah. Why would my latitude change if I'm not moving? You're doing it at a certain time of day, because you're working out your longitude and latitude at exactly the same.
No, what I'm saying is, if I take a reading of the sun in 2 hours from now, I'm gonna get a different elevation angle, but I'm at the same latitude. So your formula now is gonna give me a different value, but I'm at the same latitude. So how can that formula work?
Yeah, but it works at high noon.
Oh,
that's
so
why you do it at high noon.
It only works at high noon. How do you know it's high noon if you don't know where you are?
It's the highest, place. It's the highest elevation of the sun. Come on.
Yeah, but as you change your longitude, what time is going to be solar noon changes. So if you don't know where you are, you don't know when it's going to be solar noon.
It's called looking at the sky and observing the sun coming overhead. When it's ahead of you, it's on its highest point in the sky.
Elevation angle.
Then you know it's solar noon. And you're probably going to have how can I put it, a watch with you as well, on you not?
Sure,
Somebody
I'm gonna
has.
have a watch, but the thing is, the sun doesn't
This
get
is
over my head every day. It actually only
yeah,
does
but
that during the equinox, right?
you're in a different part of the world than I am.
You're on the equator?
It's on its
Yes, I'm
highest point of
just
the
under the
day. Come
equator.
on.
Even at the equator.
Well, like I said, I can see where I am. I don't know if you guys are blind or something, but you can see when it's noon anywhere in the world
How?
by looking at the sun.
So basically, Flatstoid, you do this at high noon when the sun's directly overhead. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Okay,
the sun rarely gets.
which is fairly easily
One second.
observable.
Yeah, but Benzo, if
Yeah.
the sun is directly overhead, then that angle would not be 55. It would be 90, right?
No,
So it's not overhead.
I'm not exactly at the
It's
equator,
on
so
its
I'll measure
highest point of the
55.
sky, not
That's at
necessarily
my
over.
Right. So it won't get overhead, right? So how do you know it's
Because-
solar noon?
really, it's the highest point in the sky at that time of day with me. Solar noon.
So you measure you made like hundreds of measurements and you got the highest one. Is that what you did?
No, really, dude.
How
When
many
is your
times did you
solar-
see the sun?
That's how the latitude is made. Yeah, elevation angles to the sun.
Solar
How
noon.
many how many
takes the
times?
measurement.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can understand this simply. He takes the measurement at high noon, right? Which is
Exactly.
directly overhead. But because where he is too, he has to take into account the declination because he is either higher or lower than the equator, or the inner and the
Yeah,
outer.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why he takes into the account the declination. So on the equinox, right, when the sun is directly overhead, you wouldn't have to take that into account at all.
Yeah,
If you're
because there's
on
no
the
there's no
equator.
declination to take. Yeah.
Exactly. That's pretty simple. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's missing a crucial point. You don't have a reference for solar noon.
What do you mean? You can
Yes,
look.
if the sun is not gonna pass overhead because you're not at the equator or you're not in the same latitude as the sun, then the sun is not gonna reach its highest peak overhead. It's gonna reach its peak at some different elevation. And
Right,
unless you keep measuring the elevation angle of the sun, how are you gonna know that you're measuring at solar noon if you don't know your longitude?
Can you not tell during
I
the
think-
day, Bacon, when the sun's going to be at its highest point?
Yeah, but that's
It's
longitude
usually-
dependent, Benzo.
But even Bacon, I'm sure it's everywhere in the world. A solar noon is usually between 12 and 1 o'clock or something. Doesn't matter where you are. It's midday.
Right, but that's again longitude
what's your
dependent.
problem?
Yeah, because you're
just knitting
okay.
for straws there, dude.
One second. When you bring your clock with you, the clock doesn't self-adjust to your longitude, right? So when it's going to be solar noon at the place where you are with your clock, and then you move to a different longitude, it's not going to be solar noon at that same time anymore. That depends on your longitude.
No, your longitude is just taken at the time you took the observation. So if you're taking it at solar noon, your longitude is going to stay that time. You've taken observation at that time. You're not changing the time because the sun is still moving across. You've taken the observation at that time.
Yeah, you're still not giving any reference to know when exactly it's solar noon.
You see, your problem is you think we are moving, where we are telling you it's the sun moving, not us. So
It
we're still
actually
staying
doesn't
exactly the
matter.
same place. It does matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. Solar noon is dependent on your position. Same.
Yeah, and if I'm there and I get my position based on solar noon, I've got my position at that
Yeah,
time.
but you have two
That's
variables.
circular.
Yeah, you're saying you're getting you. There are two variables you don't know. One is your position, and the other is when it's solar noon. You're saying you're using one to get the other, but you don't have neither of those.
Yes, I do have it because solar noon is not going to change that much. How much does the sun move in an hour with solar noon? 1 degree. You think that 1 degree is going to put me off flipping 100 kilometers away from my position?
No, but you don't have reference
Hello?
for the solar noon. Even if this
Oh my word! Oh my word!
yeah
Solar noon
the
is
GP of
just
the
simply
GP of the sun. One second. The GP of the sun is moving 15 degrees per hour, right? So every hour you have 15 degrees times 6 nautical miles of difference in the GP of the sun, right?
If you cannot be able to measure solar noon, then you're just incompetent. I got no other words to say.
Well, you're not telling me how to do it in any way that makes sense.
Look
Elevation
in the sky when the
angles
sun
again.
is. Yes, when you look in the sky and you see the sun is at its highest point at solar noon.
How do you know the sun is at its highest point if you're not keeping measuring it? Are you
With
eyeballing the
elevation
elevation?
angles.
Is this guy incompetent or something? I don't know.
Coming
use your
away
eyes.
from, coming towards you, moving away from you.
Yeah, but it's too
Elevation
slow.
angles.
You can't see it
From-
moving just by
From
looking at it.
sunrise to sunset, you know, making an arch in the sky. So on its highest point is where noon is.
You put a stick in the ground and you observe the shadow.
You're in the ocean, Benson.
Also, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, if you would be at the ground, you could use a shadow to determine when it's solar noon based on the size of the shadow. That's a good answer. How are you doing that on the ocean? You're saying you're using your clock. That doesn't make any sense because that's longitude dependent.
You also have the sunrise and sunset as reference, yeah?
Wait. You said that's all right.
Because once you have that 90 degree, I mean, once you know where the sun is rising, and if you're facing the sunrise, behind you is sunset.
Right, but that's like 6 hours.
So you already have north and south.
I'm in the middle of the ocean. And the sun like rise 6 hours ago. I have no idea what direction was that. It's just like there's no reference in the ocean at all. It's just water everywhere, right?
False. When at night you could be able to see the stars, you would be able to see the different constellations. You would know where you are.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't have reference to know which direction was the sunrise in the middle of the ocean.
But
6 hours after that.
Your whole argument is that this guy must be the dumbest sailor in the world. He doesn't look around and actually do observations to see where he is first situated before he takes high solar noon.
To see where he's situated?
I mean, if I'm in the ocean at night, I'm going to look at the star constellation and say, oh, I see Poltergeist, I see the Southern Cross or whatever. You're going to know where you are. Then
so
you can
no
work it out.
Texan needed then.
Bacon, I'm just curious. This is all wonderful. He's picking stuff with foreknowledge of where he is and all this stuff. If I gave you a watch with Greenwich Mean Time, a sextant, and the almanac, and it's 11 a.m. on Greenwich Mean Time, exactly to the second, and the sun is at 30 degrees. How many miles from the GP am I using your method?
How do you get those degrees again? From a horizontal plane?
Yes.
From a horizontal plane?
I'm
Okay.
using a sextant.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter how
you get those,
I'm reading.
you get those degrees that you're talking about.
I'm using a bubble sextant.
I'm asking, those degrees you're talking about, is it above a horizontal plane?
I'm using a bubble sextant, so I'm only referencing.
I understand that. Those degrees you're talking about, are they above a horizontal plane?
I don't care what they're above.
Listen, you mentioned degrees. It's your claim. You mentioned degrees. Are those degrees above a horizontal plane? Is a yes or no?
Irrelevant. I don't have a yes
It's
or no.
not irrelevant.
No, let's ignore
Are
George.
those
All right,
degrees
he's
above
getting
a
off topic.
horizontal plane? No.
And we'll
Are those degrees above a horizontal plane? Yes or no?
The question stands. I didn't ask you to ask me a question.
Yeah.
You're claiming degrees, elevation degrees, yeah? From what? Elevation from what?
No, you're
Okay, you want me to
derailing.
do it from vertical? Okay, it's 60 degrees.
Of what?
From vertical.
Vertical.
You need a horizontal plane to have a elevation from altitude. Without the horizontal plane, you cannot have an elevation from.
I'm using my vertical.
Altitude angle requires a 90 degrees from height of observer. So, in other words, horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
We've been through this. Anyway, I'm going to sleep, guys. I got work in a few hours.
So you're not
Thanks,
committed.
guys. Chat again.
Have a good one.
Have fun, guys. You too.
Yeah, tomorrow's another fight.
This whole belligerent thing that you're doing, I told you, I gave you the information I have. I don't give a fuck how I got the information. I have, and these are
You're
like,
ignoring how you have the information.
Texas. Oh, I see. You just can't shut your mouth for that one. Fuck you. Goodbye.
Yeah, the time isn't even needed. If you just want a distance to the GP, all you need is the angle you put there.
Angle of what and from what?
From a
I don't know
vertical
the answer,
fork.
George. I'm really curious to see how Flatside is gonna do a fix based on stars.
When the
How would
stars
you
are at
do it?
noon o'clock.
Which other way would you do
Yeah.
it, man? Get the fix.
Well, that sort of makes sense. Like if you get the elevation angle of celestial body at its noon, so when it's highest in the sky, when it's highest in the sky, you know you're at the same longitude as the celestial body.
Elevation from what? From a horizontal plane?
Yeah, Did I say elevation?
Why isn't he being modded like Zanuck was? Come on, can someone?
Yeah, he's saying elevation. He's still saying elevation in angles, but from what?
It's cool.
From a
George.
horizontal plane?
Right. Anyway,
It goes without saying. I
So,
think
but the-
everyone knows that the plumb and horizontal work in conjunction with each other.
anyway,
Don't they?
yeah, wait,
They do.
What do you mean anyway?
because I wasn't talking about that. I was talking
that's
about
relevant. I mean, that's what was being talked about.
That's yeah, it feels like a side point because what Benzo is saying is what okay, what Benzo is saying is about what George said when he interrupted me when I was talking about something else. That's why I'm just keep going what is going.
But you keep on saying horizontal's got nothing to do with it, but both the plumb and the horizontal work in conjunction with each other. So you can say it uses a bubble level, but the bubble level works in conjunction with the horizontal because it is set upon a horizontal plane. That's how you use it. End of story. Don't know why you guys are fighting this horizontal so
I'm
much.
not. I wasn't part of that discussion.
Well, it's been fought for about the last hour and a half.
Oh, actually, I did say you don't have to
No,
reference the horizontal.
The last 2 hours of boring shit.
I did say you don't.
The bubble level is in the word bubble level. You wallet.
So you agree? You agree they work
This
in
man has done this
conjunction,
before.
right?
He's
I
done
did
it before
say-
again and again and again. That's why it gets boring. Going around in circles with his sextant. Flat Earth. Flat Earth today, tomorrow, and forever, man. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, I did say you don't need to.
If the Earth
You
is
don't.
the globe,
Oh my god.
why isn't it?
You don't need to reference a horizontal plane to get us in.
So why are you so scared of the horizontal, man?
It works in conjunction.
No one's scared of it. It's just you guys keep fucking bringing it up like it actually like proves the flat Earth or something.
Well, no, but what it does is show that to use anything on the Earth, yeah, you treat the Earth like a horizontal plane, and you guys are afraid of that fact.
No, it don't treat it as a horizontal plane.
We literally do. That's why I say horizontal.
Of course you do.
No, that's just a reference for the elevation angle. That's not supposed to be the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, of course. You need the horizontal plane.
Guys, Bansol's trying
Can you
to
say one at a time?
Come on.
Bacon, if that sextant that had a bubble level in it, right, wasn't set on a horizontal at a 90 degree at a perpendicular to the bubble sextant, would that bubble sextant work?
No, I'm not making any arguments on bubble sextant.
Would it work? Would it work?
If the bubble, if the virtual horizon of the
if the bubble on the bubble sextant wasn't set perpendicular to its space that it is laying upon, okay, in the tool itself, right? Would the sextant work appropriately?
No, of course not.
No, exactly right. So perpendicular and horizontal work in conjunction with each other.
I understand that. It doesn't make what I said wrong. You can still measure a zenith angle without a reference to horizontal.
Oh my god, seriously.
Yeah,
You guys
seriously.
hate the word horizontal.
No, I'm not even avoiding that. I was just saying that claim is still true. I don't care. I'm fine with saying we use our horizontals. I'm fine with that. But that horizontal isn't representative of Earth's surface.
Really?
As apparently
Using an
Witsi just
optical
said.
sextant, you're aiming at the surface of the Earth and using it as elevation from. What do
Yeah,
you mean
and
not
when you
using
aim at the surface, you don't get a horizontal line.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, what is vertical?
What if you are in the
what is-
water? If you are in the water, there is nothing to correct from, man.
See, he just tries
what
to
is-
put in the word zenith angle so that you confuse that with zenith, right? So he's saying you can get a zenith angle without having to worry about the horizontal, but in order to get a zenith,
I said without
your,
referencing it.
your
The horizontal.
zenith, not your zenith
But I-
angle, your zenith
Right.
is always perpendicular to the horizontal. So there
No,
is a
sure,
relationship.
Doesn't mean
yeah,
I'm
here's the
referencing
thing.
it.
Yeah, y'all are trying to say because you can get a horizontal reference, that means Earth's flat, and that's not the case.
No, we're saying that to get anything, that the first thing you have to do is treat the Earth like it's flat.
No one's doing that.
That's
No,
what you have
that-
to
yeah,
do, though.
that's your problem.
Then
Yeah,
what is
everyone
plumb
must
line?
do that.
What is plumb line perpendicular to?
To horizontal. That is by definition what horizontal is.
Can you get
Yeah,
can you get a perpendicular to horizontal
Yeah,
without
well,
establishing
so
a
why is
horizontal?
that funny?
How's it not funny, my friend?
Yeah, how is that an argument? How is that
It's
lead you
funny.
to?
Well,
Yeah, how is that lead you to a flat
let me
Earth?
repeat what all of you guys contended with instinctively. Okay, so I said to do anything, you're having to start off treating the Earth like it's flat. You said
No one's doing
no.
that.
No,
Exactly, no one's doing
okay,
that.
right. So then
No.
I said, okay, well, let's go to the first step
Straw
then.
man.
And let's go to the first step and see if we do have to treat the Earth like it's flat, contrary to your contentions. Okay, first step, we're going to establish plumb, which is perpendicular to, what is it?
Horizontal.
And that's the first step.
How is that treating the Earth as a flat surface?
Is that the first step?
You're treating the Earth as a horizontal, man.
Not
Come on.
necessarily.
It's not necessarily the first step.
Come
No,
on,
you can do
man.
it with a theodolite, for example. You don't have to establish
Isn't the plumb
horizontal.
bomb aiming at the Earth? Is the plumb bomb aiming at the horizontal?
But I'll give you that. Say first step is to establish horizontal.
Okay.
How do you get
There
from
you
that
go,
to?
man.
That's whenever I said that to start off to do anything, you have to treat the Earth like it's flat, and you just say nuh-uh. Like, well, yeah, you have to treat it
I'm
like a
still waiting for
horizontal
you to
plane. Yeah.
substantiate that claim.
You have to treat it as if there's an infinite amount of
Yeah,
flat.
you just said we establish a horizontal plane, and for some reason, that's funny that we accept that you establish horizontal plane, but we are not accepting that. Therefore, you're treating Earth as flat. Those aren't the same thing. I'm still waiting for you to make the connection.
Okay, well, see, in the globe paradigm, you have to treat the Earth like it's flat, just locally. And although you have yeah, I'm talking, bro. Okay, just because you have a plumb line, right, and you assume it's actually going to the center of mass, you do not treat it that way locally. You establish vertical perpendicular to the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane that is being referenced to is the Earth.
No, it isn't.
That's how you do it. Then what does plumb line point to?
Points down.
Towards what?
There you go.
What do you mean towards down? Towards the ground.
Towards the Earth, right?
Okay. Yeah. So.
Okay.
The horizontal, yeah.
I mean, when I gave you the opportunity to substantiate our claim, I was expecting a logical connection between your premise and your conclusion, not for you to repeat your statement.
This is just anti-flat Earthism, right?
Sir,
It's like
substantiate your claim.
the coupled words of a flat Earth.
So you're not going to substantiate our claim.
You can never agree to anything that says flat Earth, right? So since I said, even though in your paradigm objectively, in your paradigm, you treat the Earth locally like it's flat. Objectively, in your paradigm, okay, you just think that the plumb is actually going to center of mass. You just think that plumb is actually going to center of mass.
No, actually, we know it's not exactly at center of mass. But how are you getting the what substantiate the claim that we are treating the Earth locally as flat?
Because we establish a vertical plumb line,
okay,
perpendicular to the Earth. Hey, we establish a vertical plumb line perpendicular to the Earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the perpendicular is a horizontal plane.
Okay.
So we treat the Earth like a horizontal plane, bro.
No, we treat the horizontal
This
plane
guy,
as a
dude.
horizontal plane.
My God,
Yeah.
it's painful, man. It's
I'm the
painful.
only one hearing this,
You're
bro.
just making a very nonsensical
It's
leap there.
painful, man.
If we treat a horizontal plane as a
Nonsensical,
horizontal
man.
plane, so we're treating Earth as a horizontal plane,
George,
that's just a non sequitur.
No. You just agree that we're using the
Yeah.
Earth, and then and what?
No,
What?
you're using
You did it?
plum. No, you're using plum.
And plum goes
You
down
can
to
be
what?
you. It points to
And
the
plum
ground. You
points
can
to
be.
the
Earth.
Yeah, but you're not.
And what's
Yeah, you're
perpendicular
not
to
using
it?
the Earth. You're just using
Why do you
plum.
keep saying ground instead of Earth? Just say the
Because
Earth.
that's the direction of a plumb line.
No, well, okay. The ground is the Earth, right?
Yeah, but if I tell you it's pointing to the Earth, it could be pointing sideways. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to be more
Sideways.
illustrative.
Sideways.
You can establish plum sideways.
No, that's exactly why I'm not saying it just points to the Earth. It points down.
Down
You can
to
have plum. You can have plum in free space then. You can have plum in free space then.
I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep it down to what?
All right,
Down
from
where-
down to the Earth.
You made the measurement.
Thank you. Right. So we established local plumb vertical down to the Earth, perpendicular to the Earth
No,
as a what?
no, it's not perpendicular to the Earth. It's perpendicular to a horizontal plane. That's your confusion.
In your own paradigm, you establish it perpendicular to local Earth, my man.
No,
The horizontal plane is the thing that is pointing at, isn't it?
We establish it perpendicular to a horizontal plane, not perpendicular to the surface, because you can have a plumb line.
Which is
you
the
can have a
surface.
plumb
We're
line.
going to the surface.
Yeah, it points to the surface. I didn't say the
Pointing to
surface
the- yeah.
was perpendicular. So if you're at a mountain, for
Oh,
example,
God.
you can still have a plumb line. Horizontal plane is still going to be perpendicular to that plumb line, but the surface is not going to be perpendicular to that plumb line because the surface isn't.
It's gonna
It's
still
Right. So in
tilted.
your paradigm,
gonna
as
still
it starts
establish
to
a
go
plane,
further
man.
out away from it, then it's going to curve underneath a horizontal. But where you establish it, it's horizontal.
No, the plane itself is horizontal. The plane is not a physical thing. Right? It's just an imaginary plane. It's not supposed to be the surface. No one's treating that horizontal plane.
You establish
the
it using the
Earth.
surface, though.
No, I'm establishing using plumb. You're saying I'm establishing using
Towards the surface, buddy.
just because.
On the surface.
Sure, but I'm not using
Without
the
the
surface. I'm
surface,
using
you
plumb.
cannot have the plum, can you? Without the
Okay, how about
surface, you
this?
cannot
Can
have
you-
the plum, can you?
I just
Right,
need the
exactly.
plumb to have weight. I can be
you
on an
establish plumb
airplane.
without the surface?
So you need a
Can you
surface
establish
then
plumb
to
without
have
the
weight.
surface?
I
Can
can
you
be on an
establish plumb
airplane.
without the surface?
What do you mean without the surface? You mean without Earth existing?
you-
If that's what you mean?
Yeah. Can you establish
Can you
plums
establish
without the
the
surface?
plumb without using the surface?
Without using the surface, like if I'm on an airplane, then yes.
Oh my god. Oh, so you're not going towards the surface.
The plumb
So you
line always
establish-
points towards the surface. I'm just not using it. I don't have access to a surface when I'm on an airplane. I still can use a plumb line.
So you establish plumb and get a horizontal and get elevation angles in airplanes.
You can.
At every individual point or moment, yeah.
Yeah, but
points to where?
And so when that
bubble
you-
sextants are used in airplanes exactly for that reason, because
Okay, so-
you can still trust your downward direction even though you're not at the surface.
downward, vertically downward to the Earth.
You need to
That's
have the
even
bottom
worse
to have
for
the down.
globe, dude. Think about I'm going
It's
higher above the center of mass, and then I'm going to do it. But you're still making a straight line down to the Earth, dude.
You need
and
the
it's
surface for the down.
perpendicular to the Earth, dude.
Right? How does that imply the Earth is a flat surface? You're still
I'm
not
just
making
saying-
the
no, what I
connection. You're,
actually
you're
said
just
was-
trying to you're just trying to cover your lack of reasoning with laughs.
no.
That's just
Wrong.
that's
What I
just
actually
man.
said, what I actually said was that the first step is you have to treat the Earth like it's flat.
But you don't.
Yeah, you said
literally
that,
did. We
and
just
no one
covered
does.
it painfully.
No, that's why I'm still waiting for you to make a connection, and you're not making that connection. You're trying to
Everyone
very
else in the room
strongly.
heard the connection.
Come on,
Yeah, you
man.
think
Leave me
so?
another connection. Elevation angle. Elevation above horizontal plane.
I'm pretty sure only George saw the connection, but I wouldn't count that as a win.
No, I'm saying, wait, tell us. Okay, let's see. How is it not being understood, right? So I said, well, at first you have to treat it like it's flat. You're saying, no, I'm like, well, yeah, actually, technically, even within your own paradigm, you say that it's actually not literally vertical to horizontal plane Earth. It's just like that locally, established locally, planar locally, right? But that with any additional distance, there is a drop proportionate to that because it's actually going vertical perceivably, but down to or relative to center of mass. Okay, that's your paradigm. And so you objectively establish local plumb perpendicular to a horizontal plane using the surface of the Earth, even in your own paradigm. But just the fact that I say you have to start, which that is the first step, and that's what start means. You know, the first step would be how you start. Just because I say you have to start treating the Earth like it's flat, you have to contend it. It's flat Earthism.
Why do we have to?
Assume
the Earth is flat. That's
anti-flat
making an
Earthism.
assumption ahead of time. You always
anti-flat Earthism.
Anti-flat? No, you guys are anti-globe because you have no proof for the flat Earth. I've asked you.
Anti-globe.
No, what we're talking about how is the first step is that you have to treat it like it's flat.
I can't hear you.
Even within your paradigm, if you're going to say it's not flat and it's a globe, you'd have to admit, if you're actually honest, that you treat it locally like it's flat.
No.
Well, say it with your chest.
Talking to someone specifically, or just talking to us in general?
Any one of those exhibiting anti-flat Earthism.
Yeah, I mean, you
No,
spoke for 5 minutes. It just didn't provide anything to demonstrate that the Earth is treated as a flat surface. And it's specifically not treated as a flat surface when you're using spherical geometry to determine our position.
So we don't have to use the Earth as locally flat.
No.
Okay, Moya, do you agree with him?
When I
Moya,
did
do you agree with him?
When I did cell, it doesn't.
Yes.
When I did cell nav, I didn't use.
Left
I didn't
lane,
treat.
do you agree with them too?
Not your misrepresentation of the picture.
One second.
Hey,
When I did
Nassim,
cell
do you
nav,
agree with these guys?
when I
I don't know what you're asking.
Do you have to treat the Earth as locally flat, even within your own paradigm? You just treat it that way locally.
Don't have to. No.
But isn't that how we establish, the foundation for local measurement?
No.
Yeah, that is correct. And even for celestial navigation,
Let me just answer that.
You have to be flat and stationary, even for
Right, because think about
navigation.
this, right? So plane survey
never
data
mind.
is done like this, right? And then you have geodetic surveying, which takes planar survey data and then compiles it into longer distances, factors in the globe's drop, and then goes from there. So objectively, to begin this discussion, you're going to establish local plumb, which is vertical to the local surface, which is horizontally perpendicular to.
It's not the local
That's
surface.
how you get
because-
plumb, buddy.
No, you determine.
No, it's the point at which you stand with it. It's not necessarily even 10 feet from you. It's the point where your feet are standing.
Is this the latest? Is this the latest flat Earth thing? Is that you have to determine horizontal before you can determine vertical? Because I just heard.
It's not the late. No, it's not before you determine vertical. It's incorporated within the determination, right?
Well,
like that's what.
So, when we hang a plumb bob, and then horizontal is defined as 90 degrees to that. But I mean, so what?
Right. Well, that's just the
Yeah, but
point.
it's not made like that, is it? It's not done like
But
that.
that's not, it's an imaginary line that starts. It's an imaginary line that starts from the Earth, right? So in your paradigm, this imaginary line keeps going out, and then the Earth drops underneath it. Right.
Yeah, but surveyors
Sure.
look at the level. They establish a level line, and then from that
How do you
level
determine
line,
level?
they
How do you
establish
determine
the perpendiculars to it
How do you determine level?
with a bubble.
Perfectly straight.
What's
You
the bubble?
determine level with a
How is the
plumb
bubble
bob
formed?
that goes down vertical to
How is the bubble
perpendicular horizontal plane Earth.
How is the bubble formed?
How is the bubble formed? It's like a spirit level. It's in the instrument. You need to calibrate the
Why is there a
instrument.
bubble in there to begin with?
Because
You
it's
need,
curved
you
water.
need to calibrate the instrument. You need to make sure that the instrument itself is calibrated,
How
is
is
leveled.
the bubble? Why is there a bubble in the spirit
Wha-
level?
Whoa! How is that in any way you addressing the point?
Because it's
Such a
determined
weak
by gravity,
argument.
i.e. down.
You need to
You guys
calibrate
think
the
that this is
instrument.
about
Can
Don't
you?
give in to the bait. Do not give in to
Anti-flat
that.
Earthism, bro. It's anti-flat
A bubble
Earthism.
level needs down to determine horizontal.
It's a religion. It's kind of like a cult.
It's not a religion. It's the opposite of a religion. What's it?
Vertical, perpendicular to
You have
horizontal
no
is how we
evidence, and you
figure it
accept
out.
the Earth is flat despite the evidence. You have no evidence. That's a religion. Science, on the other hand,
You're
has
self-projecting.
You're
self-projecting.
No, this is you, Whatsit. This is you. We have evidence, Whatsit.
I don't just deny science, though.
No,
like
sure
you're
you deny all of science. You have to.
No, I
In
just
order to be a flat
accurately define. I actually define
mathematics.
verifiable science as
No,
opposed
you
to.
don't. You can verify
Time out.
that the
Time
Earth
out.
is
I
round.
can verify and repeat plumb to horizontal. Yeah.
Right, but look, as opposed to what you guys do, which is you take the current theory, the most agreed upon idea that people have come up with, and you run around and say that since more people have agreed on that current idea, that is truth and quote unquote science, and it's fact until they come up with a new one. And if anyone was to question it, while lots of people agreed on it, we're science deniers. And so, yeah, that's right. I don't do that.
You need evidence. In order to say that the Earth is flat, you need some evidence, and you have none.
Yeah, so what's it? Don't bite on any of this stuff. What you need to get back to how they start with a flat Earth. That's where they need to get back to.
We don't start with a flat Earth.
But it's still funny though. Like what I said is also like really going to trigger.
It's August 1st, guys. For 8 months now, I've been asking for evidence for the flat Earth, and I haven't got any. Please.
When you can't, when you can't get
everywhere. Hold on a sec.
Let me try.
Hold on a sec.
When you
We are
can't
forgetting.
get a navigation,
We are forgetting.
Hold on, George. Let Moyle talk. Go, Moyle.
When you can't use yours to produce anything of utility, like we do get navigation. Navigation does not work on a flat Earth. His whole little triangulation thing was based upon him already knowing where he freaking was. So I mean,
yeah, so you say utility, and then like literally almost everything that exists, its utility requires the assumption that the Earth is flat and stationary. Like literally everything, like airplanes.
No,
airplanes. Like the literal way airplanes work, they have to do that, and like helicopters, missiles, radio waves.
Radio waves need the globe. That's why we have line of sight and long range. Airplanes, in order to navigate, you have great circle routes.
Okay.
Yeah, radius is a circle. So I mean, a radius is a circle, not a sphere. And that's how we get around circles.
Yeah, of course, but it's even worse than that because we're talking about the actual utility of the object, which is what Moyoc said, and the utilization, the practical use case. The practical use case paid, that's what utility is, practical use case, the actual mechanism of flight, treats the Earth as if it's flat and stationary, as does everything in the world that actually works, and money talks, and people would die if it was something else. Thank you.
Whatsit,
Why are we not addressing the elephant in the room, guys?
George, get 10 seconds for Whatsit. You just named two things that you say require flat Earth. Both of them require a globe in order to work. In order to navigate airplanes over distances, you have great circle routes over a sphere. In order to explain radio, sphere. In order to for radio waves to work, you have to understand, a globe and the fact that line of sight. Yeah, but line of sight only go for certain distances, So
the actual practical use case, the utilization of a plane, the mechanism of flight requires a flat and stationary Earth assumption.
Does not require.
No, it doesn't. A plane does not care.
It does not.
It doesn't require nothing. It does not require anything.
Does it factor in curvature and spin?
Nope.
Come on, guys.
Okay, so it requires
wait again,
because if it doesn't have curvature and spin, then right?
Listen to what I'm saying. In order to navigate an airplane over the globe, to go from Los Angeles to London, for example, you fly over Churchill, not New York City.
Wait. Before we get to your navigation diversion, we're actually talking about. Paige, stop interrupting so much. Before we get to your diversion attempt, we're talking about the actual. Moyoc said the word utility, right? So we're talking about the actual practical use of
flying from
the
London
technology. The technology we're talking about specifically right now is a plane, and what planes do, what their practical use case is they fly.
That's correct. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. In order for them to do that,
why in order to fly from London to Los Angeles do you fly?
We're not there yet. We're not to where we're flying yet. We're just flying right now, right? So that's the practical use case. That's why we have billions of dollars invested in the sector or the technology known as planes, right? That's the use case we're talking about. Okay, you have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary
No.
and flat.
Have you ever
That's
flown
the
one?
way the plane was designed to work, and that's the only way that it does work.
No. Incorrect in all cases.
Well, he only treated that way because of Coriolis, right? Isn't that right, NASA?
Absolutely right.
Yeah, so
No, absolutely wrong. He's 100% wrong in everything he says.
Yeah, but we're still not addressing the elephant in the room, guys.
Doesn't it require a horizontal plane, a flat horizontal plane, every time it makes the measurement? So it could happen a million times every minute.
What measurement?
Just like angle to a horizontal plane.
Everything he says is wrong.
Well,
like every time a plane
about aviation, I mean, we already proven that.
Like every time you move, you have to remeasure that horizontal plane, right? It's an imaginary line. So a plane could do it multiple. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. What's it dropped off? Go ahead. Oh, he's back.
The horizontal plane can go through mountains and under mountains, and it can go. The Earth can curve away from it. It's an imaginary line, and every time you move, you have to redraw that line.
Okay. So.
And I would contend that a plane makes these measurements multiple times a second and keeps it level. Like,
yeah, you need to keep the altitude.
Pendulous veins.
That's what the Wright brothers did. One of
Pendulous
them
veins.
did the 1 mile a minute calculations. The other one just steered. That's what they did.
Yeah, they fly level. We're not addressing the elephant in the room, are we?
Level.
The problem here is that
what does
we are
level
told
mean,
that we live on a sphere with a radius of 59 miles.
George,
that means that from the ground, any distance to the physical horizon, the sphere edge horizon, would be 1.2 miles times the observer height in feet.
The airplane doesn't give a shit
So
about
that's
that.
how big. That is to give us the impression, of how big this sphere that we're talking about is.
George.
The problem is, like we were just pointing out, airplanes and many other devices, they are built not to work in something like that, not with those dimensions. It needs to be flat.
Again,
it needs to be
George.
stationary in order to work. So no, we don't live on a sphere with those dimensions. That's wrong.
Actually,
the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere.
And airplanes don't give a shit whether they're flying over a flat Earth or flying over a sphere.
They don't factor in.
Yes, they do. They keep
No,
fly.
they don't, actually.
Flight level.
Well, it's infinite plane.
It's funny because you claim that they do care, that they can only work over a globe. So if they don't care, then great, you can see. I appreciate it.
George, what does a flight level mean?
Level means no part higher than the other in this context.
No.
Yeah.
What is a flight level? How do you determine the flight level?
If you have other airplanes at the same elevation as you, they'll be in collision zone.
How
with
do you determine your elevation?
You think that's something to do with the
above sea
ball?
level.
Above sea level.
Above sea level.
Thank you. Which is not.
But you said they can only practically work on a globe. You said that it does. Now you've changed your tune to say it does not matter.
No, it doesn't matter. You guys are saying it
they
only
cannot work
on
the globe.
He's saying they can't work on a
elevation
globe.
from sea level.
If George is saying it can't work on a globe. Witz is saying it only works on a flat Earth, and I'm saying an airplane itself doesn't really care.
No, it cannot work on the globe, man.
It can.
Moyak said the wrong
above
word.
sea level. Remember,
he
without
said utility.
Sea level is
it doesn't matter what you say. Paid. It doesn't matter what you say. Moyak said utility. He said utility. Okay, you lost. I brought up one thing. And
no, I haven't. In the meantime, though, in order to fly from Los Angeles to London, you're up over Churchill, not over New York. Why is that?
Yeah, it's an elevation angle. The horizontal plane that you deny must exist.
It's a great circle route over a sphere. The shortest distance between 2 points over a sphere is called a great circle route.
Yeah, it's a great circle route over a plane.
No, it's a great circle route over a sphere.
Can you have one over a plane?
Making the question big time, man.
If you look on the map of the route, look on the Mercator map of the route between Los Angeles and London, it curves way north, way up over Churchill. It looks like if you flew straight, it would be shorter, but that route is actually longer.
With a great circle route,
No, the great circle route is the shortest.
correct.
The so-called straight line, unquote, on the Mercator map is actually longer, even though it looks shorter.
Dude, the Great
The
Circle Route's
airplane's
identical on a
routes are
flat
not
plane,
always
buddy.
straight.
Sorry, what's it? What?
It's identical on a flat plane, my guy.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is,
no,
dude.
it isn't. No, it's not. And look
If
on the
I put a
Mercator map.
circle on the plane, it's not the same.
Look on a Mercator map. Draw the line between London and Los Angeles. Then look at the route the plane actually flies. The route is curved. It looks longer on the Mercator map, but it's not.
Mercator?
It's
Okay, but if I put the circle on a plane, is it the same?
Here it is. Someone Carnivore just posted. Only he posted, I think, New York or
You
Philadelphia.
can't answer the question. If I put the circle on the plane, is it the same?
What do you mean? Is it the same?
Is it the same?
What do you mean? Is it the same?
As in synonymous.
It is the same. It is synonymous, and so is your idea of
No,
gravity.
it's not. It's not the same route. Carnivore just posted between Madrid and Philadelphia. It looks like.
And what do they assume? When they take off flight, do they assume a spinning surface globe, or do they assume a flat stationary plane? That was the point.
No, man, that's misprojected there.
Well, I mean,
Listen.
Schill had asserted that they do not assume a stationary plane.
The circle is made on the horizontal, not on the vertical. There is no circle
Dude, I have
on the
a
vertical.
video. I have a video of pilots.
I know you have videos. I've watched
just literally, I have the whole conversation as well, though, and of course, he just immediately admits that you fly the plane like it's flat and state, like there's flat and stationary.
No, you don't actually, because this. You see the one that the Carnivore posted? He posted.
So he was wrong.
Do you see the one that Carnivore posted a minute ago at 6 minutes past the hour?
I'm driving. I'm not.
Okay.
What is the difference?
Let me explain to you what he posted then, since you can. He has posted two maps. One is a Mercator map that shows the Great Circle route between Madrid and it looks like Philadelphia. It goes way north of both of those points. Then he posted the straight line because it appears that Philadelphia and Madrid are basically on the same line of latitude. So then he posted.
If I draw a circle on the plane, it will be the same though.
Correct.
What? What you want to draw?
Yikes!
What are you saying?
It's not a circle. It's just
dude. If I drew a
circle,
right, but it's part of the circle, right? So if you put the circle on the globe, put the circle on the flat plane. If the plane flies in that circle, it's the same.
Yeah, he's talking about the flight being equidistant from the ground, going on a curved path overhead. You know what I mean? Doing a circle overhead rather than
route of the plane over the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, so over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't do that, does it?
Actually, it does.
Because
if you look on the bottom
map, curve on the horizontal.
If you look on the bottom map, on the globe, if you look on the bottom map it's a
curve
over the
straight
line.
I completely understand what you're saying, Shill. But you're having an argument between presupposing a globe on a map versus what do we do when we get into the airplane and fly
the Great Circle route.
Which is the same on a plane.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. You would just be flying a path assuming the globe over a flat plane because it would be inefficient. That's your argument. It's stupid.
No, it would be longer. That's correct. It would be longer, less efficient.
So it's stupid. Your argument's stupid.
No, it's not.
Shill, do we have to take off in a
We've
certain
got
direction?
Two maps here. What's it?
To the rotation, the airplane. Does it have to turn off? Does it have to take off in a certain direction to stay with the spin of the Earth?
No.
No, of course not. No, all right, it is dumb. Yeah, very dumb.
That's
You're right.
because of conservation momentum, which is another issue.
I'm waiting for your proof that we assume a rotating sphere. That's all. So that was a no. Okay.
In the meantime,
of course. I literally just talked
about what he posted is a map between looks like Philadelphia and Madrid. They appear to be pretty much on the same line of latitude. The straight line, so-called straight line on the flat map, is straight across that line of latitude. However, there's a shorter route that's indicated by an arc on this projection between Philadelphia and Madrid. Now, if you look on the globe and plot the Great Circle route, which is the shortest distance across the globe, it matches the arc line, which looks to be longer than the so-called straight line on the Mercator map.
Yeah, I understand what you're
Right.
saying.
So now listen very carefully, okay? So if I was to take the lines and continue them around into a giant circle on the ball, okay? If I lifted that circle up to a giant circle all the way around the ball, that same little line, I just continued it all the way around. If I lift that off the ball, I come over and put it on a map of a flat Earth, okay? And then the plane flies on that circle. It's the same thing as if it flies on that circle on the globe. Your argument is that you could get there faster. Why don't they? Is that what your argument is?
Yeah,
Your
my
argument is they
argument
could.
why
They
aren't they
fly
flying?
assuming a globe, bud.
Why aren't they? If airlines are going to make money, and that's, I mean, the objective of airlines is to make money. If there is a so-called shorter route by flying the so-called straight line on the Mercator projection, why aren't they flying that? Why are they flying the Great Circle route?
So, if I can just flip it for you, can you imagine then?
Coordinates.
Yeah, can you imagine then if I take that straight line, right,
off
of a flat map, like off of a flat Earth map? If I take a straight line and I put it onto the globe, it's going to do what you're saying is happening, right? But that still doesn't change what they're actually doing while piloting and steering and going, right? That doesn't prove.
Yes, it does.
Either
because
thing.
they're flying the shortest route between 2 points, which is the Great Circle route over the sphere.
So then I can just pick up lines off of the AE map and just place them on a globe, and it proves the flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, actually.
So basically, they fly the plane assuming that the Earth's not moving and that it's flat.
No, they.
But then they go on and make the presupposition of the antithetical position to that it's actually spinning and it's a ball, and then they fly their path accordingly with coordinate systems that come from GPS, assuming that exact thing, and then it takes them longer than if it was flat, and that proves that even though they can only fly the Earth with it being flat and stationary, that it's actually curved and spinning.
No, if you flew a straight line, you would start going south. Everything goes turning to the right on the northern hemisphere. So we know that they turn. They know that they turn because you can't go due east. And hold on. You're constantly staying east, but constantly staying east means constantly turning to the left.
Yeah, Xana, can you have a identical circle route on a globe and then lift it over onto a flat?
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, but it won't.
Thanks.
It won't look like the shortest route. This is the
Yeah,
point.
look at that image I just posted.
The shortest route on the flat Earth looks to be a straight line across a line of longitude.
That's because you're comparing it to a Mercator map. Did anybody claim that they live on a Mercator projection?
But the thing is, you see that image I posted? That's the actual flight path of a plane from the Auckland, New Zealand, to Santiago. And the reason that path is curved like that is because it's projected onto a flat map, but it was actually a pretty much a due east route.
Well, that's what they say, yeah. But the plane's constantly updating east. The plane is listen carefully.
I also posted the map there.
Is constantly updating east, though.
What's that got to do
I
with?
also posted the map there with distance between.
Here's the summary. I have to go in here. Actually, I have to go into Verizon, but here's the summary, dude. Okay, you can fly. Listen carefully, man. You can fly over a flat. Calm down. You can fly over a flat Earth. Assume it's actually a globe you're flying over, even though it's flat, and then you can have curved circle routes. That's very exciting.
Yeah,
okay, but no
why
one
would
cares.
they do that, Whitson? Why would they fly longer over and waste gas over a flat Earth?
I don't know why.
Because they wouldn't.
Truth,
that's why.
We have flights that do that
because
for
the Earth's
both
not
ways.
flat. That's why.
Wait, listen carefully, buddy. We have flights to do that for both ways. There are flights
Come
that would
on,
be
guys.
much shorter. That would be much shorter on a globe, right?
I posted
but they
posted
go
the map
way
there.
longer routes, just perfectly matching with the flat map. So
No,
I'm sorry about it. Sorry about
no,
it.
they
I
don't.
gotta go to
Sorry,
Verizon.
they
I'll
don't.
talk to you later.
Sorry, they don't, Whitson. Don't talk
I
condescending
posted
to me.
the
When
map. I
he's
posted the
gone.
map there, which
Howard.
has distances of flight paths. Yeah, from point A to point B. You just need to zoom in. The flight paths are there. Not all of them are straightforward. Some of them take you different direction in order to achieve your destination. But those are the flat paths over there, and that is a flat Earth. Those are the lines of longitude and latitude used by the navigators. This was used in the Second World War.
Where did you post it? I don't see any posting.
It's about 4 posts up, NASA.
It has the differences between places. It's on it.
Let's see.
Left lane, that one, that post that you posted, mate.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that is on a globe a straight line or close enough to a straight line?
It would be a great circle route. Yes.
Or I'm sorry, yeah, sorry, great circle. Anyway, you know what I meant.
Mhm.
So
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
yeah, so just by the looks of it, just looking at it, just with my eye here, so that curve there, if I was to continue that curve all the way around and make a circle, okay, which you can kind of visually do in your own head, that to me would match nowhere near the circumference of the Earth. It would be way, way smaller than the circumference of the Earth on that map. Just visually, I could
Yeah.
be wrong, but just
Yeah. I
visually,
see what you.
yeah,
Yeah. That's.
you
Yeah.
see what I mean?
It looks like
Yeah. I
it's
sure do.
circumnavigating a point, doesn't it? It's going around a point, i.e., circumnavigating, doesn't it? Versus an elevation change.
Yeah, correct. He has
Well said,
almost
Ben.
half of
Well
a
said,
circle
Ben.
in it.
Wait, so what's the argument? Or what's the what? Are you trying to disprove the picture or something? Is that what's going on?
No, in the picture, it looks like that if you were to continue that arc all the way around and make a circle out of that arc.
You're not supposed to.
No.
For that,
Listen, Armour, listen, right? The picture was posted, right? And Howard kind of said that is pretty much a straight path, like a great circle route
Mhm.
that the plane took. Okay, then so going on what he said, I looked at the picture and I thought, okay, then if I was to continue that arc and actually make a circle out of it, it looks right initially that would be way smaller than the circumference of the Earth, which Howard just agreed to. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
saying it is one way or the other. It just looks like if that is supposed to be pretty much a straight path or a great circle path, then if you were to continue that around, it wouldn't be the circumference at all.
Yeah, well, but I get that, but you're not supposed to do a full circle on a map like this. That's not how it would work. If you wanted to
They
do
did
an
that to fake the globe.
Well, they stretch it out so that those numbers actually match. But look at the side. Look at Australia. The dimensions don't work, right? Look at George's post. Those aren't the size of what things look like proportionally. You don't have Australia 3 times as wide as it is tall.
Yeah, and if you look the distance from like Australia to New Zealand, and then bring that up in the northern hemisphere, you notice that 1,300 miles is a
know
lot
that?
further than
By the
How would
way,
you
similar
confirm?
distance in the
How would
northern.
if you
you
keep on
confirm what
going
you
south,
just
you
said?
end up at South Africa. And how do you do that?
How would you confirm what you just said?
What do you mean? How would you confirm what you just said?
I
You
can't
can't
believe you guys
confirm
let
it
this
because
go.
you can't
We know the
confirm any of
distance.
these flight paths. You
How
cannot
do you
confirm
know?
any of these flight paths. You
Wait.
cannot
Yeah.
know this principle.
Well, how we
Yeah,
can't confirm
Godric.
the distance
That's
across
live.
Australia?
Those are live images that I screen capped. Those planes were actually in the air, flying that route when I screen capped that. It's from Flight Radar 24. You can download it. You can watch planes fly all over the world in real time.
Cool.
Yeah, and they use supposed GPS satellites that comport to a globe. Great.
Do you think that
Okay,
airlines are
good
flying
rebuttal.
longer routes just to comport to some sort of fancy? You think they're
Yeah,
wasting money?
you know what a
No, you're not.
conspiracy is? It's a
No,
cover
you're
up.
not.
It's a
No, you're not.
lie.
You're an
If you
idiot.
wanted to kill somebody, you would throw
No,
pills
There
in
is
the
no
form.
longer
this is
route.
really.
Dude,
It was
always
changed. There's a
Really.
longer route.
Excuse me, I'm getting in
Li-
trouble here at Geo, so I'm going to try to be nice.
Listen,
Sir, you are not operating with all of your mental facilities. If you
hey,
think that airlines
Easy.
give
Don't be
What's a
judgmental.
conspiracy?
fat
Avatar.
No
ass.
need
What's
to
a
be
conspiracy?
judgmental. That's
Define
outside of the
conspiracy.
pocket. All we're suggesting in that picture that was posted was that there's a potential elevation change that they're trying to show in the flight path. That's all we're saying because we're observing it on a 2D. It's a
No,
little
these
bit
are.
hard to sell the idea that the Earth is a globe based on this 2D picture you're presenting.
Well, you got to
That's
look at the
what you mentioned.
distance and the amount of time that it took them to fly it, and how you're going to represent that flight path on a flat Earth.
And that map that George posted, Zanuck, where you said Australia is, 22 times wider than what it should be. Well, it's like that because that's the way it's represented on the map. It is out of proportion. because of
But
the
they do
way.
that too, so that you can actually take the circular shape, the spherical shape, and actually make these dimensions work distance-wise on a flat map.
Yeah, but they're
Everything
saying
doesn't work.
it's 3 times wider than what it actually is because it looks 3 times wider is incorrect. It's just
It's worse than that, actually. Look at how the lines of latitude fan out. Why do you think the lines of latitude or longitude fan out?
And the guy.
When did they increase?
I can't believe we're still talking about this.
Because they're referring to
The
the north.
guy who said that's a life
Years later,
flight.
this is not rocket science, guys. It's a simple concept.
All these airlines are wasting gas because of some conspiracy that was dreamt up by
No,
the
they're
Illuminati
not. They're
and
not.
SpongeBob SquarePants and who else?
This is exactly how they travel.
The guy who said that's a life flight cannot confirm even one of these satellite readings, not even one. So no.
You can see them for yourself.
What?
How do you see it for yourself? You're gonna fly in the
So
sky. And
Get a microphone. Get a telescope. Get a telescope.
So Godric's going to claim that Qantas Airlines is lying about this, and all these people that took these flights didn't really take a 12 or 14-hour flight. They actually took a 24-hour flight, but they just fooled them somehow into thinking it was a 12 or 14-hour flight.
They may have taken a 14-hour flight, but notice they can go different speeds. You can go 400 miles an hour, or you can go 600 miles an hour. So you
wasted
take
gas.
the distance.
They
wasted
They're not going in a straight line.
to cover up
They're
the
not going
flight.
in a straight line either.
Exactly. So scenic route.
Well, let's go down that route.
Straight line.
So short
let's go down
line.
that route.
They
route.
paid the
Let's
crew
go
more
down that-
money. They wasted time and gas. Had
They
the airplane
conserve
go
gas
for
going
longer,
slower.
all because of some conspiracy.
If they went, how fast do you think they would have to go to do that distance in 12 or 14 hours, Godric?
I've been told this by
Which distance?
It's
The question is the distance.
all the time by going slower than they should. All the time they go slower than they could go to conserve gas.
What distance
Therefore,
are we talking
they're able
about?
to go faster. They're able to go faster, but it's not affordable.
If you want to
usually
take
fly.
All you
Go
have
ahead.
to do is fly slower, like 400 miles an hour, to get there, to take longer to fake the distance, or you can fly faster, like 600 miles an hour as opposed to 400 miles an hour to get there faster, and also you can do like a beeline to fake the distance that actually is happening.
Oh yeah, because this is.
And then if you want to take it, by the way, you guys don't know the route they actually take, even though you think you know
They
the
don't
route,
like to make money.
you don't.
Hold
So you
on,
can take
hold
the
on.
scenic route
Hold on, Godric.
and take longer.
Are you saying that the airlines themselves are faking the speeds and the distance? Did I just hear that?
It's a need to know. The pilots, the pilots don't know where they're going. The pilots are following a
Flight
path.
paths, man.
Pilots are not joyriding.
Airspaces.
Do not fly where they want to. They're given a path they have to follow.
All this
Let's
because
dig
of
that out.
It has to do with
this out.
airspace control, man. It has to do with airspace control. They don't go in a straight line. Come on, guys. You all should know that.
Control.
Come on, guys.
Time and money again?
I want to follow Godric's reasoning. I want to follow Godric's reasoning to the end. Now, Godric, you saying that these pilots don't really know where they're going? Is that what you're saying?
Pilots cannot fly where they want to fly. They are given a path they
Correct.
must fly. They're given a path by the higher ups. They don't know where they're going. Over 6,000 miles.
Do you know how absurd?
It could be a
How
scenic route.
absurd that sounds?
Hang on. It could be a scenic route path. It could be a straight beeline. They wouldn't know over 6,000 miles. Matter of fact, most of the stuff is autopilot anyways. So no, they don't know where they're going.
I want to
You've
confirm
got
with
to be fucking
NASA,
kidding me.
NASA or
Yeah,
NASA or left lane, really. Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. The pilot, I promise you, the pilot in charge, the captain, knows exactly where he's going. He knows exactly his altitude. He knows exactly his airspeed. He knows exactly where he's at. I guarantee you.
And that's correct. Yeah.
Did you have to throw an altitude?
He's following on the map. Yeah, correct.
No. I would definitely agree with left lane. Right, the pilot does have to know where they are, and they have to know exactly where they are. Because if they have an emergency situation, they have to know where they are, and they have to be able to plot a course to a potential safe landing position. All right.
Hey,
So
actually, let me make a correction there. Not the pilot itself, the navigator. The navigator must
There
know,
are no
not
more
the pilot.
navigators on airplanes.
You know what? Whether it's the navigator, the pilot, the first mate, or the passengers, right? Whoever does it has to do it, and they have to know where they are. And in an emergency situation, they have to be able to work out exactly where they are going to go. So they have to be able to do this stuff with precision, I would presume.
You're at
And how much?
Yeah,
How much
I would
precision?
agree that they know where they
You're at
are.
least 50
Is
years.
that why the Indonesian
You
flight
are
disappeared? Is that why the Indonesian flight disappeared not that long ago?
you are at least
Was that
50 years.
precise enough for you?
You are at least 50 years behind the times if you think civilian airliners have navigators on board.
Hey, Shill. So
Yes,
do you believe that airplanes can go faster? They could maybe go a lot faster, but to save on fuel and to be cost effective, they actually fly slower. So it's more, aerodynamically slower than they could force themselves to go. Is that true or false?
How fast do you think they can go?
I'm not anything faster. Can they go much faster? But it's too
Not much
costly to go
faster.
fast.
You're already
They
going
save on fuel by
0.85
going
miles.
slower. How does
Maybe
that make
50
sense?
miles an hour faster. Not a lot faster.
How much?
50,
I couldn't
70
hear you.
miles.
You're already going 0.85 Mach. Their limit is they can't go near the speed of sound. It can't go anywhere near it.
They could go like 0.9 Mach if they wanted to, but they don't.
Okay, and what is hindering that? I know jets go faster,
Aerodynamic
so we have
stability, aerodynamic forces,
such
What
as
is prohibiting them
such
to go
as pressure waves. The engines will start having problems. The structure cannot handle it, and you start have buffeting, and you can have a serious problem where things fall off the airplane like wings and tails.
In order for the whole.
Now, does it matter? Does it matter if the air is moving with the airplane, or does that not matter?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Well,
I mean, you
It doesn't
can't
matter at
get
all.
to
It
you
flies in
can't
the
get
air.
to
It flies
Jetstream
in the air.
shorten your flight.
Listen, quiet. It flies in the air. It flies in the air mass. And
Yeah,
in
but
the
if you have a tailwind, you can shorten your flight time.
yes,
But
but we're talking
the
about
thing
flying through
is,
the air.
the flight back, what happens then? Does the wind change directions and help it
You're
that way too?
obfuscating. His point
Not
is,
sure. I was
we're
just
talking about flying
curious
through the air.
on
Flying
how
through the air.
fast can an airplane how fast can an airplane go? Right, is one thing, right? But then what's most affordable is to fly slower. Just
Okay,
to
how about
Shill's
this?
point, he's
See,
saying,
left
why would
lane.
all these
You fell
airplanes
into his
flying?
trap of
Look,
obfuscation.
can I finish what I was saying?
No, what he's
finish
talking
what I was
about,
saying,
they're
man?
talking about
Hey, can I finish?
I want to clarify so you don't guys get down this rat
Let me
hole.
finish what I was.
Let
Let me finish what I'm saying, man.
I have a sec here.
Tanks
Let me
finish.
explain this to you. Yes, they do fly slower than the absolute maximum they could because it's the most aerodynamic speed. Now flying like 200 miles an hour slower than that, say like 400 miles an hour that I heard about, probably actually take more gas than to fly at 600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so we could say maybe
I want to say
we could say
something.
maybe and perhaps. All right, but in a second, we could say maybe and perhaps and all those things, but it does go against the point that you said. You're telling me all these commercial, airlines are flying slower against what would be, making them more profit. That it actually seems to be making them more profit to fly slower. I mean, not that that means anything, but.
They could go probably 9, maybe 9.2. There used to be an airplane that did that, but it costs a lot more gas to go just a little bit faster. You don't do that. What they won't do is they won't fly at like half the speed in order to keep up with some sort of stupid conspiracy that you guys think exists.
Right?
No, but
That's
just
dumb.
to keep up with
I wanna
with
respond
what's
to-
costly. That's all, not a conspiracy.
What about the
Yeah.
Concorde?
Okay, look, guys. There's indicated airspeed. There's true airspeed. There's ground speed. You're talking about all these things in one conversation, all differently. Tailwinds in the air mass. When you're so there are records where planes have had a ground speed of near 1,000 miles an hour, 800 miles an hour, going with the tailwind, like with the jet stream going eastward. That's not how fast they're going through the air. And then, of course, conversely, if they do that same track, they'd be going 200 miles an hour ground speed. They would never get to their destination. They'd run out of fuel, have to land a few times.
Which is how the
So
United States
they wouldn't
went
go
down
that. They wouldn't go that same route. They'd go south and find a place where there wasn't these kind of high speed air masses that are in the upper atmosphere. So planes fly the 0.85 Mach that they fly at is based on the structure and the air mass they're in. That has nothing to do with the ground.
Well, the Qantas structure, like you're describing, is different than the other structure plane.
Well, yeah, all airplanes are different. But the point is, see, again, more obfuscation. We're trying to understand why these planes fly the speed they do and why they can't fly much faster. They can't because of structural integrity and limits. and buffeting and control issues. And the airplane engines do not work near supersonic sounds. They'll have major problems having intakes that are taking in supersonic air. Blades can't do it. You have a pressure wave, and it'll destroy the engine.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a claim.
The wings and tail will fall off first.
I want to respond to the people who think they can't waste gas. Okay, listen up, geniuses. If you ever ran a
Faster
business,
you go, faster you go with the airplane.
All you need to know is that whatever cost that you took going slower or faster, you can pass that cost on to the customer. That's it. So you don't really waste gas, okay?
Oh.
It's about dollars
You're
and
wasting
cents.
gas. Look, the reason the plane's
cost.
designed as it is,
That's
they
it.
want people to have. They want to have a 4 or 5 hour. They want to have a 4 or 5 hour flight to New York from San Francisco. They won't have as many sales, and people will not be very happy if it's 6 or 7 hours. But they don't want to shave off 30 minutes and waste a lot of fuel. So there's an optimal range. Where the plane, hold on. The plane is designed for this 0.85. That means the angle of incidence for the wings are designed to fly at 0.85. When you fly much slower, you start having a bigger profile because the tail is dragging down. The angle of attack is higher to keep the plane flying at the slower speed. And it's not now. It could be designed for that. You could make the plane at 747 be designed to fly more efficiently at 400 miles an hour, but people wouldn't be very happy. So this is the best of all the world. This is how people design airplanes. I know because I was studying to be an aeronautical engineer back in the day. So these are basic elements here that you guys just are glazing over. And just
people wouldn't be happy to reach the destination quicker, you say.
I'm just not satisfied with this is as good as it gets. I'm just not satisfied. I'm not satisfied that we live in a world that has a max speed and this is as good as it gets. I'm not happy with that.
Well, if you've ever been to a wind tunnel,
better.
you would see what happened. Why do you think the F-16 is designed with its swept wings as it is? Why do you think the MiG-15 or the F-86 couldn't go supersonic in level flight, but they could go supersonic in a dive? There's reasons for these that I understand because I studied it. You have not, obviously. And these other planes do not have the swept wing or the wing construction or the structural integrity to be able to go much faster. So 0.85, as was mentioned, maybe 0.9 would be the limit. Any faster, you're running into some serious problems. And you reduce the safety margins. For example, if you do lose an engine or something happens where you have to descend quickly and you start gaining airspeed, you would get into these ranges of danger where the structure couldn't handle near Mach compression factors. So that's why.
So you have us in a corner. On one end, we can't make them any faster, and on the other end, you're saying we can't make them any slower because everybody will be too upset. Therefore, it's all squash.
No, there is a happy medium. Come on, don't be an idiot. We have the SST. Hold on, real quick. We have the SST. That was well beyond supersonic speeds. Very expensive to operate, incredibly expensive to operate, and that basically fell by the wayside because people couldn't support that. Companies could not support that operation. The other planes are limited by supersonic. Mach 1 is the limit, and below that is actually the limit. Because compressibility starts happening, and the structure will be challenged. They don't want that. It has to be safe.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what mechanical thing you are talking about. There is a sweet spot when it comes to both fuel and maintenance. Right, and they hit this sweet spot because they want to get the best fuel economy, plus they have the maintenance issues that they've got to undertake.
We just got in saying that.
And you have to take that's right, and you've got to take all these things into consideration.
So you're agreeing with me, then, Dansaw?
Yeah,
so
no,
you're agreeing with me.
definitely.
Okay, Zanuck, I'm not really fully disagreeing with you either. I am just saying it is possible to say, fuck it, we're going to just fly a little faster and fix something and repaint the plane when we're done. That's all. That it is possible to make one of these.
No, it's not a matter of painting the plane. Don't you get it? The wings
I'm saying fix something
fall off.
up.
You'll have listen. The reason that these planes were crashing back in the 60s, near in the 50s, because they didn't understand what happens near supersonic speeds. They had the elevators on the back of the tail, which would be like little flaps, and that would make the plane go up or make it go down. But they didn't understand that they couldn't control the airplane. They couldn't compressibility. The air didn't fly properly over those surfaces, and we're having destruction of the wing itself and crashing the airplanes. They finally figured out that if floating, the entire wing had to rotate on an axis. That was like the revolutionary design change that allowed certain planes to go supersonic. Get it?
So how big do you think the threshold? Yeah, but how you think that the threshold is what, 5 miles? Or they're always flying within death's range? I mean, it's a bigger than a 5 mile an hour range.
0.9 is about a good safety margin. Anything above 9 is getting into the danger zone. Now, remember, keep in mind, we need to have some safety. Real quiet. We need to have a safety margin because what if they are forced to descend? and increase speed without wanting to. The flaps are broken. Or they have to have some window that they can protect the people in the airplane to not be destroyed and killed. That's why they go at 0.85. That's simple, dude. Fucking get over it. It's a stupid argument.
It's not. There's no get over it. They do have the capability.
Argument. You're being an idiot.
It's more fuel. It's not. It's
Stop it! You keep on saying it. It's like a moron coming back.
Damn it!
Stop it.
More fuel efficient to fly slower.
No.
There's a bigger threshold than you're claiming. Of
No,
course there is.
no, it's not. There's a sweet spot. As was mentioned.
All right, cool.
If
We're all stuck on bicycles. I hear you.
Oh my
Bunch of
God,
fucking
dude.
idiots who- with all this money,
Go back to
can't
kindergarten.
figure it out. They can't get any faster. I got you. Can't get any faster. The
The
fastest
day
we
you're
can go. We're
talking
topped out.
about say that the Earth is not a spinning ball. The
There
day
he
you talk
is.
about those pilots, they don't. They know they're not flying over a ball. They say
Actually,
they tell
they
you
do.
flatten the
Actually, they
curve.
do know they're flying over a ball. That's why they're flying
The
great
day.
circle routes.
They should just fly flat.
Yeah, it
No,
doesn't
they're flying
matter.
great
They
circle
they
routes.
The problem
assume a
is
flat,
the
non-rotating
problem is that
plane.
faster they
They don't
go, you
care.
know, deeper they'll have to make down the nose of the airplane. You know.
No, they don't have to push the nose, idiot.
Yeah,
That's
faster
because
they
it's
go
flat.
over the curve, you need
No,
to
No,
up.
you
aim
don't.
down. No.
No, you don't. No, you don't, George.
Oh, you
You want
don't.
the
Oh,
airplane
okay.
to fly
No.
level.
You
Which
guys need to
instrument
talk
does
about
that?
something you can agree on, like water level or something. Talk about something you
Or
can all agree on.
why can't we agree on that? I don't understand why we can't agree that they assume a non-rotating flat plane, but it could still be a globe. Like I don't
But
understand
they
why you
don't
can't
do
agree to
that.
that.
That kills the
Oi,
globe.
oi, oi.
They don't do that though. That
Of
was
course they
in one. That was in one simulator thing from the 80s. But they don't train. They don't train that way, and they don't
There's not
teach
one
pilots that.
since the
Or they
80s.
using the old
There's
NASA
a
60s
multitude of
thing where they
documents
didn't.
under this very day.
Yeah, but we could provide documents to show the opposite.
At what height do you have to start assuming
where
it?
they don't.
Yeah, those documents that list all that everything assumed non-rotating, flat, blah blah blah. Those are old documents.
Yeah, you retort saying they come from the 80s, but then when we show you one that comes from this year, then you say, oh, well, it just makes the math simpler.
That's
No,
right. It
yeah,
makes the
exactly.
math
For the
simpler.
specific
Exactly right.
simulation.
I
It's
feel
not
like
like
that's what we
it's
should
not,
be.
it's not,
That's
it's
what
not
we
what they
should.
teach
That's what
pilots.
we're trying to agree on.
The problem with a retort, the problem with a retort is that a simplified, unjustified knowledge claim is still an unjustified knowledge claim, simplified.
Gregory, will you please talk about stuff you know?
Well, I think that you claiming that information means it's flat Earth is an unjustified knowledge claim.
Will you
No,
please stop with
please
the ad
stop.
hominem
This
fallacy?
is not an ad hominem, sir. This is
But
this is noting
That's
that you
just
know
assuming
nothing
that.
about aviation, and please stop talking
Yeah, that's
about
just assuming it.
Yeah,
You
stop
can't
with
just
the ad
because we
hominem
start from a
fallacy
just
and
because we
just
assume a
not an ad
non-rotating
hominem.
flat
Again, it's
plane
not
doesn't
an
mean
ad
that it
hominem.
is.
This is a
Come on,
fact.
we
You
got
know nothing
too
about
many
Okay, so
aviation.
times.
respond to what I
You
said
know
to
what,
you.
NASA? Hold on, NASA. Stop it. All right, enough.
Thank
If
you.
you want to act, like that, you know where to go. All right, but stop
oh shit.
disguising your little insults the way you do. Okay, people can talk about whatever they want to talk about.
Yeah, condescension is not an argument. So again, you try to retort saying, well, it makes the math simpler. Well, a simplified, unjustified knowledge claim is still an unjustified knowledge claim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
but
it
it's
doesn't.
not.
and
It's
we
not a
get that
knowledge claim.
information, but here's the thing, Gregory. You
Should I
claiming
get
that
my
information
should I get the
means
out of
the Earth is
and
flat.
copy the pages
I'm
that
not
talk about
talking.
this in detail?
God
I'll
damn.
get the books out. They're all.
Hey,
They have.
hey, Zanik,
Come
you
on, I'm
just
explaining to them.
you
It's unjustified. It's
bulldoze
just.
left lane. You
Come
bulldoze
on.
left lane. No, you
Shut
don't.
the
You
fuck
can't
up,
just
then.
bulldoze people. You
Such a
bulldoze
Now,
left
child.
lane.
now, Zanik, I was like 10 words into what I was saying, and you
Yeah.
just came in and talked all over my ass. Gregory,
You're a
you
fucking
saying
globe
that
liability.
information in those documents that simplify those equations means Earth is flat is an unjustified knowledge claim. Thank you.
So when
Yeah,
you simplify an unjustified knowledge claim, when you try to simplify an unjustified knowledge claim, it's still an unjustified knowledge claim. If the Earth is really a ball, okay, but then you sit up here and tell me that it's flat, and I pretend that it's flat in my mathematical calculation, your simplification of your mathematical calculation, which is supposed to correspond to the supposed ball that we supposedly live on, is an unjustified knowledge claim.
Gregory, it's not unjustified. Like I said, I can get my books out and find many.
Live on ball.
Look, I'm
flying
trying to
around.
respond. You know, I can't.
I wasn't done.
What's your
We were
backup
done.
science?
We were done before you started.
Come on. Come on. He
You guys
wasn't
are out of
done.
control.
Kicking your ass,
Come on,
not the
guys.
fact.
Seriously, you
It's
know what?
irrefutable. The facts he
I'm
says
going to
are
tell you.
irrefutable.
Jin, can you hear me talking? Can you hear me talking, Jin? So don't bulldoze me. All right. Now, you guys, the last couple of hours have been just talking over the top of everyone. All right. Now, when I start muting, right, you're going to have to ask someone else to unmute you. Okay. So be warned. That's it. Enough is enough, guys. Grow up. Thank you for your attention and continue. Go, Gregory.
So to conclude what I was saying earlier is the essential premise is that we're living on a ball flying in a vacuum. That must be substantiated first in the first instance. So then to retort saying that the pretending that we live on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane is just a concession that you're simplifying your unjustified knowledge claim, and it's still an unjustified knowledge claim.
Yeah, but we're not using that as evidence.
No, I
Let
would
me-
just
let me
like, but where
respond.
are at every point? Was you
Let me
addressing somebody,
respond.
Gregory, specific?
'Cause I was
Yeah,
trying before.
Gregory's the one
So I can
using
show you.
that as evidence.
I can show you the. Come on, guys. I have the books
No, I said
here.
who was he
It's just-
addressing? I was asking who he was addressing. That's all.
he was addressing all
I
of
was
us.
addressing the globalists in
Yeah.
general.
Let me respond. It's gonna be a
Nature.
second.
What I just
You
said was
you said it's unjust. Come on, please. I have the
keep
books.
complaining about.
I have-
Come on, I'm in the
You-
middle of
you-
answering no thing.
Would you shut Gregory up? I mean, come on, Bandsaw. Jesus Christ.
Don't. Come on, guys. Let Zanny just get his point out.
Yeah,
Whatever
it's not a
gonna
big
be.
point either.
Like,
We
let
have
me
the books.
finish my
We have
research and
the-
notating.
You already
myself.
finished. We stopped, and I'm responding.
Let him.
Thank you. We have the books that you take when you're trying to get a degree in aeronautical engineering, and we have the books that you can look at when you're trying to be a pilot or going through simulations. All these books clearly state that these exercises where they do assume a non-rotating flat surface beneath you are to simplify the calculations for the test, to drive home the concepts that they're trying to teach you. It has nothing, if anything, to do with actual reality in flight. Okay? Simple as that.
Right.
And I can show you those paragraphs. Hold on, almost done. I can show you those. I can show you those books. And I can show you the paragraphs where they have the footnotes saying this is assuming a flat and non-rotating, or for simplicity of this particular problem or equation.
I can respond.
Oh, gee.
You listen to the professionals in the flatten the curve. They're pilots. They're telling you, and they show you the books that they use to prove that the Earth is a level plane. And these are pilots, 24/7. They fly every day of the week. Every day of the week, supposedly
Yeah, those
protecting
are
the
people-
free world.
Yeah, they claim to be
Yeah,
pilots,
in that
but I didn't see any
documentary,
evidence
Flatten
that
the
they
Curve,
actually
They
were.
tell you that the
drivers
Earth
run
is
Indy
not a ball or run a Formula One car.
Their equipment
Because they
wouldn't work.
fly every day doesn't mean they're very smart.
So again, Zanuck, listen to this replay carefully. When you retort to try and protect your position, saying, "Well, it just simplifies the math," which does correspond to a ball, but we are teaching them to fly in a cosmos that is not real. That's simply a concession that you are simplifying knowledge claim, the knowledge claim which must be substantiated in the first instance.
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Gregory, to fly my plane when I fly around, I don't have to take into consideration that the Earth is spherical or moving. All I do is fly the plane.
Which is a red
Thank
herring.
you.
In the
Finally,
Bible.
a concession.
I'm refuting the refutation.
That's
I'm
the
refuting
common ground, guys.
Yeah, you're
when we
flying
appeal
over a
to the fact-
stationary flat Earth. That's what you're doing. You're not flying over
like,
a ball.
when we appeal
Otherwise,
to
you're
the
a liar.
fact that
You'll be a street
pilots,
pilot.
We don't have to say that.
You should lose your license.
when
We
these
don't have to go
pilots,
that far yet. You don't have to go that far. We're
Again,
just trying to
we
find
fly
it. We're
great
just trying to
circle
all
routes.
agree. We are all just trying to agree that we assume non-rotating and flat at every point that we are. Wherever we move, then we are vertical is downward to the center or on a flat plane. We are both assuming the same thing. Is that not true?
exactly.
That's right.
And so
Private-
when these
Globe,
flat
how would you
earthers-
be able to do
No,
that?
we don't assume that.
Never
We don't
considered
assume it. Only in certain equations.
Circle routes.
fact, like we need to get to the central point.
assume
When
that it's
we
a
flat
globe.
earthers speak to the fact that these pilots are being taught to fly in a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, not the antithesis thereof, then that does substantiate
That's
our
a red
position.
herring.
You try-
Except
but
No one's
you
ever
try-
said that.
but you try.
No one ever said that.
But you try.
taking
No,
undermine
certain
that-
problems,
try to
if they're
undermine that
tests,
appeal.
certain
You stop
problems,
talking.
certain
Stop talking.
problems assume Not all problems
Stop
assume.
talking.
You
You
said
have to
all.
work with me in what I'm trying to say because you can't handle this refutation. So the point is that when we appeal to that, that's a substantial, valid, sound appeal to substantiate our position. You try to undermine that by retorting, "Oh, it's just to simplify the math," but we really do live on the globe. So
Clearly in the descriptions of where you can find out the Earth is, for example, when they train you on the three-ring laser, when they train you on the three-ring laser gyro, quite the opposite occurs. They are not assuming any flat, non-rotating. They're assuming rotating and curvature. In fact, you can't take off unless you validate the 15 degree per hour rotation. You can't take
That's
off.
not correct. He's deviating
Oh
from the
God, George, you're very at this whole
When you
subject.
get into the supercomputer, you have to assume that all. Yeah. So I mean, so we agree or don't agree, Zanek? That we assume right from the position our starting position.
In one breath, Zanuck will say that the pilots are taught to fly in this flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, and then in the
I
next
didn't
breath,
say
tell us
that.
that's not what they're trained to.
I didn't
to
say
fly
that.
around in. Which one
I
is
didn't
it?
say that. I said certain questions are qualified as assuming the flat, non-rotating Earth. Not all the questions. Some. In some questions, some problems in training will assume that. Not all of them. Can I say it again? Not
Yeah, so
all
some
of
of the
them.
curricula, so the curricula is teaching two contrary cosmic paradigms. That's an issue for you.
No,
So here's a point of
Issue
contention.
for you is you can't explain Great Circle routes.
You keep
Here's a
saying
point.
it's like it's okay to accept this
The issue for
contradiction.
you is you
Gregory,
can't
listen to
apply
me. If you'll study VOR navigation, they talk about your altitude. You have to be at an altitude sufficient to receive the radio signals from these VOR locators, or you won't be able to receive them due to the curvature of the Earth.
You're whistling past the point. You're telling me
No,
that
I didn't.
people are
I'm talking
receiving
about flight.
curricula.
I'm talking about
Listen,
flight training.
Listen.
I'm talking about flight training.
You're telling me that these people in these professional arenas are getting various curricula which are being taught two contrary cosmic paradigms. That's an issue for your position. It cannot simultaneously be a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane and a sphere flying around in a vacuum.
It's not an
It
issue
can't
for
be
me.
both.
Gregor, you're a moron. There's no curricula. There's no curricula that teaches that.
I just want to
Certain problems.
I just want to ask Zanuck a question, man. Zanuck, could you give an example of one of these situations where apparently pilots are taught in a scenario where
and it
where
talks
did you
about
post it?
problems. It was in the server. I did it like 2 or 3 years ago.
All right, post it again, please, bro.
I got to get the
never
book
heard
out.
it.
I'll have to go copy it and take a picture and send it to you. Why
Okay,
do
cool.
you? Does anyone here on the Globe side doubt that that's true?
I'm doubting it.
not one person.
I'm on the Globe side, and I've never heard this before, Zanuck. If you could
You've
share
never
this
heard a problem in aviation, in aeronautic engineering, where they assume a flat rotating stationary Earth?
I never heard that before. If you could share it with me,
What
I
did
would
you just crawl out from another rock? Seriously?
Okay, dude.
Zanuck,
No, come on. I mean, come on. That's now you're being dumb. You're like a flat earther.
Yeah, but Zanuck, you getting defensive and questioning why I've never heard it when all I'm doing is asking for evidence is weird.
Well, I posted it before. I'll do it again. If you have to make me get up to my friend's office, I'm
do it again.
Seriously?
Tag me when you.
All right, I gotta go get it then. I'll get one example for you, and I'll bring it to the table. I'll get one example.
Thank you.
To be clear,
fuck, if you of all people, why would you don't think you think they assume a flat rotating for everybody?
Condescension still.
Audio chaos.
It's just stupid. It's just a stupid objective.
Audio chaos.
Just
Is this
take
being
his word
recorded?
for it, Nate. Just take his word for it.
I was just
Yeah,
saying.
I mean, I'm not going to blindly believe anybody. Whether it's
I'm going into the office. I'm getting my books. I'm going to dust them off and pull a couple examples for you. All right.
I'm going to ask for something that backs that up. There's nothing wrong or weird about that, is there?
Yeah, no,
nothing at all. He's utterly unjustified. You're fine, Glory. You're fine.
He's not saying that they're teaching it. He's saying that it's a question being asked. So in this question being asked,
it's the scenario they are given.
You just read the sentence.
The scenario given is they're learning how to fly, Coach. That's exactly what Zanuck said. You can't tell us what Zanuck isn't
describing a question.
He said it himself.
That's what he's saying, Coach. Don't
he
speak
said it
for him.
himself. He said this clearly himself.
Yeah, he said it himself. Those are the scenarios.
Stop reporting what we heard him say.
Yeah, okay. He said a question himself. What he said was, he said in this question, they had to frame it specifically by advising the person that's answering the question, assume a flat non-rotating Earth, and whatever else, massless.
I heard exactly what he said.
Not mass. The mass not changing.
Yeah.
No, you
They are
stop. You
yeah,
fucking
I
stop,
know he
dude.
said that,
You
Coach.
fucking
That's
stop.
exactly what he said.
Everybody else off.
So
I'm
I'm asking for that question.
something.
What are you
Yeah, but
distorting
Coach,
for?
you are
I'm finishing
wasting
what I'm
time.
saying.
You're repeating what Zanuck said.
It doesn't
We
matter
all
what I'm
heard
doing.
what Zanuck said.
It doesn't matter,
Come
dude.
on, man.
Well,
So why repeat what he said?
Just confusion.
I'm clarifying what he said, and I'm saying it to
But
him.
there's no
I'm saying it
misunderstanding.
to
We all
Zanuck.
understand Zanuck, bro. No one is confused, Coach.
Jesus
You're not clarifying
Christ.
anything.
You guys are
There's
confused
no
if you think
misunderstanding
that he's saying that they're teaching that, because that's not what he said. He specific whenever
That's the
whenever
problem.
people claim that
What
he said
I'm
that, he
asking
specifically said he did not say that.
That's the problem with your position. You teach two contrary cosmic paradigms simultaneously. These institutions teach these pilots to fly in a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth, while simultaneously, supposedly, they're flying around a ball, flying around in a void.
Yeah, they also
You
teach
can't
that the plane is
It's one or the other, not
not
both at the
mass
same
changing.
time.
Yo, Zanuck, please just tag me when you've posted these questions. I mean, I don't know what Coach or Gregory's talking about. They have their own agendas. I just want to see the questions Zanuck's talking about. I fully
Very
understand what
simple.
Zanuck said. There's no misunderstanding here. Like, I don't see what the issue is, man. If Zanuck has the questions, he should just post them.
It's
Well,
just
guys, I'm in my office now, and I'm going through the books, and I'll find a couple for you.
That record the fact
Yeah,
that
I
these
mean,
pilots
Zanuck, do it when you have the time. You ain't got to stop what you're doing right now. But please just tag me when you do post it.
So Left Lane, you're doing flying lessons now, right now. Now I know you mentioned that when it comes to, was it the radio or radar or whatever it was, curvature is taken into consideration. But when you're actually flying, right, do you just consider it? Well, it just kind of feels like you're flying over a flat plane. Do you consider it kind of a flat plane? Like when you're
Yeah,
doing
you don't give it any thought. There's no consideration to whether the Earth is a sphere or whether it's rotating, and it's not necessary to consider that.
Which is a red herring from the
There
point.
you
I'm not
go.
going to let this point be
Very
lost
good
through
concession.
sophistry and obscurantism.
No,
The point
it's
is,
not a red herring.
appealed to the records that show that these institutions teach these pilots to fly in a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. That substantiates our position that the Earth is a
No.
flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. And then your retort to say, well, that's just simplifying the math, is simply a concession that you're simplifying an unjustified knowledge claim. It doesn't save your position to retort to me, well, it's just simplifying the math.
Are you saying that it means Earth is
That's
flat?
correct.
Is that what you're saying? Are you
That's
presenting
exactly what
it
it
as
means,
evidence that Earth is flat? Is that what you're presenting?
Exactly what I meant. You didn't hear me stutter once. I said exactly what
No.
I meant. Deal with it.
Okay, so you're the one presenting. You're presenting evidence which is an unsubstantiated knowledge
No.
claim. You need to prove you
No,
need to prove
Howard.
to me, show me the
No, Howard.
measurement that Earth is flat.
Okay, stop repeating demands and listen. It is a refutation against your
you're the
retort.
one
You
demanding
don't even
it.
understand the nature of my refutation. So
And the
you need to
reminder of that.
justify your retort that saying it's a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth simplifies the
I'm
math.
stating-
Justifies your position.
I'm
You need to
stating a
justify the
fact
retort,
that it's
'cause you
not
keep reporting
necessary.
that to justify your globe
I-
position.
I'm stating as a fact it is not necessary to consider Earth being a globe and rotating to fly a plane. It's not necessary to
So you
consider
don't
those
have to
things.
consider, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You don't have to consider the cosmos you're flying in?
No.
No.
That is
Howard,
so
Howard,
ignorant, it's
Howard,
not even
Howard,
funny.
Howard. When it,
Yeah, man.
when it
It's
comes to
ignorant.
when it comes to how a plane works, right? As long as you have your speed consistent and your pitch consistent, however you do that, the plane will keep its altitude at a consistent
Yes.
rate. That
Absolutely.
is due to the pressure above and below the wings. So it flies consistently in that pressure zone because of the pitch and the speed of the plane. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if you
Density.
had the
More
fuel, you
about
could.
density
If
than
you
anything
had the
else.
fuel, you could fly around the globe that way.
Not just pressure,
Yeah.
density also.
Well,
Yeah, density,
The
altitude.
point was,
Yeah,
where are
yeah.
these calculations derived from? They're derived from a horizontal plane and then put onto reality of the globe, right?
Supposedly.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's kind of arguing round and round in circles, really, because the globe
Yes.
model does dictate that their gravity on a globe, that this pressure zone, this density gradient would be exactly the same around their globe as what we say is on a flat plane. So the planes would fly exactly the same. There would be no need at all to be tilting the nose down in any direction because the plane automatically will just keep in the same pressure zone or density gradient.
We were trying to find an agreeable medium, and I thought the agreeable medium could be that we derive all these things from a horizontal plane, whether it's true or not. That's where they're derived from.
Yeah, my point is that
Absolutely.
using flying an airplane is not an argument for flat Earth.
But it is.
No,
Because
No,
the
it's
airplane
not.
in the
debunks
cosmos. It
the
is.
usage
Because
of
you
the
are
airplane
flying in the
debunks
cosmos.
living on the sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Why? Because you need to have 8 inches per mile square deviation in every single vector. Again, it doesn't fit the model.
That literally is a world of a difference. Literally.
That's what you say. Prove that.
That's just an unjustified negation retort. You're just playing dumb. Like,
It's
are
not
you so
unjustified negation retort with your big words.
dull-minded you can't tell the
Prove
difference
what you're saying.
between you see the rumpusing through me? No, I'm going to expose this nonsense. Are you so inept and dull-minded you can't tell the difference? You can't acknowledge the
Now you're
significance
going to go to
between
ad homs.
walking around or flying around a ball in a vacuum versus flying around in a container above a level plane? You can't tell the difference between that?
So you're just going to say a bunch of shit instead of proving your point.
Yeah.
Relax
Do
with
are
the
you
add-ons, Greg.
answer the question? Are you that inept and dull-minded?
Gregory, first off,
Relax
no
with
ad
the
homs.
add-ons,
Second
Greg.
off,
You're
why don't you
fixing to
tell
get
us the difference
muted.
instead, right?
It
Why
wasn't
don't
an ad hom. I'm asking a question.
why don't
No,
why don't you
you're calling me inept and
I
dull-minded,
didn't
and
call
it's
you
going to get
inept.
you
I'm
muted.
asking you
Gregory,
argue.
Gregory, calm down, man. Calm down, bro.
Calm down.
There's no
Fine.
need to.
Gregory,
Talking about I'm ad
do you
homing.
He didn't call anything. He asked a question.
hold on, Gregory? Do you think that the plane when it's flying around the sphere would actually literally have to dip down 8 inches per mile squared? You think the
Certainly,
pilots
or else it
will?
will fly away from the ball.
Okay. But if the plane is designed to fly in a density gradient, right, and this is the way planes are designed to fly in a density gradient due to their acceleration and their pitch and all that sort of stuff. And as long as you keep those consistent, it will stay in that same density gradient. Because as soon as that density gradient changes, right, the plane will change its altitude. And everyone has experienced this when they fly. When you hit turbulence, the plane will go up or go down, depending on the density gradient underneath it. So if the globe model dictates, right, that their density gradient would be consistent around a sphere because of gravity, it's to me, it's a non-argument, really.
Well,
Because
no, because are you really telling me that it makes sense that we can design planes in a way that the air at certain altitudes will lock it at a certain height above the ball?
it flies in the density gradient. Yes, 100%.
Yes, it's
That is
designed
how
to fly
planes.
there. But listen, it's designed
Not
to
quite,
fly there.
man.
But are you really telling me that the plane is designed in such a way that it's possible for the air at a certain height to lock the plane at a certain height above the ball?
As long as the lift
Yeah.
equals the
Why
drag,
planes stay at a certain
as
elevation.
long as lift equals the drag, it'll stay right there.
And
it
didn't
will
Vance
follow the curved surface of the Earth because the Earth's atmosphere is curved around the surface as well. We know this because we can actually send up balloons and measure the density gradient. It's always the same above the Earth. Very little deviation for density as you go from the surface up to the upper atmosphere.
Can I?
Okay, so I want you to show me.
You don't
I
have to
want
nose down, but you tell me it automatically noses down 8 inches.
here's the central point. I want you to show me where air is locking something at a certain height. Even if it tries to move out of that location, show me where
Well,
air locks an object at a certain height.
you
Dumbest
apparently don't
thing anyone
understand, and
ever
that's your
said.
problem.
And locking something at a certain height.
Well, did it?
Planes fly into
Telling
that
me
height and
tense.
then descend from there. They're not locked there, Gregory. This is the issue. You don't
I'm not
understand
the one
these
confused
topics.
here.
And instead of humbling yourself and asking questions to
No,
gain understanding,
what
you
you
just
just
say
said
no,
agrees with what I said. I'm not the one confused.
negation, concreta, abstracta. You just throw out these words that have no relevance to the topic being discussed. Why
Okay,
not
they do
humble
have
yourself?
relevance. So stop distracting from the point.
Okay,
I'm not going to let you
I'm
run
still
on
talking, Gregory. I'm still talking.
with
You
your
had a good
Please, bro.
point.
Please be
ridicule.
respectful.
My
I'm still
question is
talking.
directly relevant to what we're
Literally
talking
still
about right
talking.
now.
I'm still
Yeah,
talking.
well,
You gotta stop. I'm
could
still
could
talking.
Do you, under,
So
do you
instead of
understand what I said?
arguing and attacking, the claims made from a position of ignorance, why not inform
Instead
yourself
of
so that you
ridiculing
all
me for not knowing
attacking it
something, if you know so much, then tell me,
Come on,
show
man.
it me.
You
that's
can't
not
do
my
that.
chair,
Like
man.
Oh no,
I'm
guys.
talking like
I'm not
Gregory.
going to
You
run
guys
on with
Calm
the
down.
telling me
You're
that the Wright
frustrated.
brothers, you
Your
guys trying to
feelings are
tell me
hurt,
that
but calm
the
down,
Wright
Gregory.
brothers they counted
Let
on
me
the
finish,
curvature of the
please.
earth.
Guys,
responding with a red
George,
herring trying to
Gregory,
ridicule my tactics instead of talking about the
Gregory,
question about the topic at hand.
Gregory, do you understand? Do you understand, Gregory, what I said? How the plane
Yes,
stayed?
yes.
Okay,
That's why I asked the
okay,
question.
okay, cool. So knowing that's how a plane flies and maintains its altitude, then the ball model itself, all right. So we may as well put the planes out of the picture, all right, because the ball model dictates with gravity that these density gradients, right, this pressure is going to be consistent because of gravity. So saying that the plane will just fly off into space when that's not how a plane flies anyway, I think is you're
All
flogging a
right.
dead horse, in
Hey,
my opinion.
No, that does
okay,
not
I got
follow. Here's
in the
why. This is what I
Gregory.
just said earlier. Here's why that
Gregory
doesn't
and Ralph.
follow. The
Hey,
plane can only get to that
No,
height because it's
you
able
want
to
some
hold on,
fly
evidence?
Zanik,
through the
hold
air.
on.
The air is not locking it in a certain
Answer. You
position.
wanted the evidence. I got the evidence. It's in the chat.
No,
Want me to read it to you?
Okay, no, in 2 seconds, just let Gregory address what I put to him. Go, Gregory.
So as I was saying, it doesn't follow to sit here and argue that the plane can
Let me
fly
read it
through
to you
the
then.
air.
Hold on, Zanik.
Like, wow.
Go, Gregory. Go, Gregory.
The plane can fly through the air, going from the ground to some height above the ground. It can fly through the air up to the height that it reaches, but it can't continue flying through the air higher. That doesn't follow. It can fly through the air in the first instance. No, that doesn't follow. That's not how air works. The plane has to
You're
fly
just
through the
wrong.
air in the first instance to get to that height that you're sitting here trying to say their globe model can lock in place.
Well, it's
So,
not lock in
No,
place.
the globe
It
model.
stays.
so
Hold on,
listen. So listen. So you're telling me the air at that height, which is thinner, less dense, is going to lock the plane in that location above the surface? That's
Well, you just don't
nonsense.
understand.
Because
You just
you
demonstrated
obviously
you
don't
don't
fly.
understand.
You know, we have several people here that actually fly planes. Me being one of them.
That's how.
You
Hold on.
you have a
That's how.
you have a density
Hold on,
altitude.
Zanik. Hold on, Zanik. That's how planes work.
No, they don't.
They
In the
do.
first
No, they don't.
instance,
Bansor, you
through
got it
the
wrong,
air.
God
Bansor.
damn.
Bansor, you've
How
got it
fucking
wrong,
ignorant.
Bansor.
No, I don't.
How
Bansor,
ignorant
you've got
can
it
you
wrong.
be?
You've got it wrong, Bansor. Okay,
No, I
you've got it
don't,
wrong.
Jin.
Yes,
No, I
you
don't.
do. You've
You
got it
don't
wrong a little
understand.
bit. You don't understand. You've got to listen to what Gregory's saying, because I am 1000% in
Cool. You can be.
standing by what Gregory's saying. He's
Read the chat
absolutely
then,
correct
Smart
in his line of
Well,
questioning.
Read the
But
chat.
you've got it wrong.
you're
And
sitting here
I've
interrupting
posted,
Jen and
I've
you guys
posted what the
interrupting. Let them
pilots
talk.
tell you. No one's listening, but I posted what the pilots tell you, how they fly the planes properly, because you got it wrong, Bansor. Listen to the
No,
guy
I do
in
not.
the
I
fucking
do
video. In
not
the fucking video I
at all. And
posted.
I've watched that
Hold on.
Okay, if
silly
you
thing
watched it,
that
then
you
you know exactly
posted,
what I'm
right?
talking
And it
about.
does
No one
not
wants
say
to
that
interrupt
at
one
all,
another
Jin.
except you, Bandsaw, right?
No,
It
stand
does.
by.
It
Come on.
does. You got it
The
wrong,
Wright
Bansor.
brothers
You
didn't
got it
account for
wrong.
Anyway,
curvature of the earth,
You
did
got
they?
it wrong, Bansor.
hold on, Gregory. What'd you say, Gregory?
I mean, come on, Bandsaw. You reviewed others for people interrupting, but then you keep interrupting Jen. Let Jen finish.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, why'd you do that, Bansor? Why'd you interrupt me?
You want to be educated, read what I posted.
Make your point. Come on,
Gregory?
make your point.
Yeah, well, I'm making my point. My point is this,
Point your
yeah,
finger, point your
that
finger, point your
aeroplanes
finger.
use their
We have no
instruments
point,
to
Jim.
fly, and they
Yo, guys,
fly
Jim's
over a
talking.
level plane. That's what they're doing. They're not flying over a ball. And the professionals in the video tell you this. They're telling you, they show you the books. They download the
Yeah,
recent
you're lying, Jim.
textbooks.
You're lying,
You're a
Jim.
liar. You're a shit pilot. You're a shit
Okay,
pilot. Your
Jin,
license
could you
should be
post?
revoked.
Could you post
Hold
the
on,
video?
hold
You
on.
should be
You're
your
directing
your
me,
license should be
Jin.
revoked. You shouldn't be a pilot.
Jin,
Sorry.
hold on, and calm down, Jin. All right. So,
I'm calm.
do the
I'm calm.
pilots in that video at any particular stage say how the plane maintains its altitude?
Yes,
Does it
yes,
break it down? Really?
yes,
And how
yes,
does it do
yes.
it? How does it do it, Jin? How does it do it?
Well,
How
they
does it
tell
do it?
you how they fly the plane,
How does it do it?
and they follow the instruments. Yeah. So basically, they go up, they nose upwards. Yeah. Okay. They get to the allotted altitude, and then they fix their flaps, and then they follow that trajectory. They tell
Fix
you that
their
they direct the
flaps.
nose up
Holy
slightly
shit,
to
Jin.
keep
Jen, you're a
the level
moron.
You
You're
don't
such
use
a
your
moron,
flaps
Jen.
unless you're
Seriously.
landing.
Listen to
It's
what they
first
tell you.
versus angle
Thank
of
you,
attack.
Jin.
The flaps aren't used until you go to speed well below cruise velocity. So no,
Yeah,
you're
I
wrong
haven't proved
again.
your
For the
point.
only when
1000th
you're
time.
landing do you use
It
flaps.
has to do with velocity,
We're flying
but that
They
is for
tell you
airplanes. What about the
exactly how
glider?
the plane flies level.
Same thing,
They
What
tell
Jen.
about
you.
Jen,
the
you're being an
glider?
idiot.
What's
You
the
are out of
glider?
your
You're an
league.
idiot, Zanik.
Gregory's
No,
out of
you're
his
not.
league. You're all morons because this
You
is very
called
simple
Gregory a
stuff.
hang on,
And I just
Zanik. Is
posted. This
Gregory
is
a
why you guys are
moron?
idiots. I
Gregory,
posted a
sorry,
technical article
More
that talks
Zanik.
about the Earth being round.
Zanik, is Gregory a moron? Is Gregory a moron, Zanik? Because you called him
Yeah,
a moron.
he's not
And
reading
no
the
one pulled
information
you
he
up.
wanted to
So
look
you're
at
calling him a moron. You're a scumbag.
because
Shut
he's
then.
not reading
Shut
what
up,
the
you
information
scumbag.
given to
Shut
him.
up then. Your fucking mother's a whore. You
Yo,
cunt.
yo,
You
Bansor.
called someone a
What the
moron,
fuck?
and no one pulled you up on it.
Why was he allowed to say that?
All right, everybody be
Bansor, I
quiet.
would like gain control.
All right.
See,
All
this is
right.
obviously a religious
Everyone
discussion
take
because there should not be this
everyone
much
take a breath.
animosity about this.
Yo, Gregory, the mods are trying to take control. Come on, bro. Let's all come.
Everyone take a breath. Let's regroup and start again.
So, Zanik, what did you post?
I posted a detailed description of what aeronautical engineers consider and talk about when they refer to a static or linear model or the rotational spherical model. The geodetic says it's used in this particular. Hold on, let me finish. The geodetic says as it's referred to. We've talked about geodetics in surveying many times as well. This is not black science. This is not some one-off. These are professional government sites by the FAA that talk about doing both, looking at things from a linear perspective and looking at things from a geodetic perspective. And all the equations and information that you'll never be able to understand, because I can tell, because you can't even read anything that we post, is here for you. Now, if you want me to read it and explain it, I will. But I don't think I should. I think I should have to.
Okay, what about this indicates that a plane can be locked at a certain height by the air?
No, I'm responding back to the linear model versus spherical model used in the same document and why they use either one.
About a different thing.
Now,
Yeah, okay.
you're ignorant. Lock
want to talk
term.
about that does not help your position.
We know airplanes fly. Hey, Gregory,
No, he's
shut the
talking
fuck
about
up.
something else.
Gregory, airplanes fly based on their thrust and their drag and their lift and the weight. And when they have that equilibrium, that balance is hit, it will maintain altitude indefinitely. And that means if the Earth is round, regardless of the nose pointing up or down, because some airplanes are designed differently than others, it will follow the curve beneath it because it's flying through and along an equal density altitude. Period.
Yeah,
God,
sure.
there's the dumbest guy in the fucking block here. You're gonna laugh.
That is the absolute the way it goes. That's the truth, and you'll have to prove it wrong.
Can I just I want to outline tag on to Jin's
just
discussion.
said.
Oh, I'm hot micing. Sorry, guys.
I just want to tag on to what Jin mentioned earlier. At 49 after the prior hour, I posted a 1 minute long clip of the map that gets fed into the autopilot of the plane being flown. It appears to me that that's a flat map.
So my response to Zanik is, are you seriously telling me that the plane is moving in lockstep with the Earth as it's flying through space.
Holy smokes.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's a valid question because that's the implication of your model, which you refuse to acknowledge.
No,
You
you're
supposedly
demonstrating
live
a
on a ball
total
flying
lack
in a
of
vacuum.
understanding.
How is the plane
Yeah,
staying with
that
the ball flying through space?
that's the problem, Gregory. You don't understand these things. That's why you're asking these questions that waste
Well,
everyone's
then
time.
answer them
We are
then instead
so
of
far
complaining about
beyond
my
that,
opinion.
but you are pulling us
You know
back.
so
You
much.
you are
Question.
asking
Then
why is the
answer it.
conservation of momentum a
You
thing?
know so much.
Those
Then
are the
answer
questions
the
you are asking.
question.
Oh,
Gregory,
you're
I'm
going
still
for other
talking. I'm
things.
still talking.
Then
Gregory,
stop
you got to
complaining
stop
about me
doing.
asking
I'm
questions. If
still
you know so
talking.
much, answer the question.
Let me talk, Gregory. Calm down and share the mic, okay? It's not the Gregory show.
Stop
So the
complaining about
issue,
me asking
I'm
questions. Just
talking,
answer.
Gregory.
Please
let him
I'm talking.
finish.
let him finish.
You're such a child,
Go,
man.
Nate. Go,
Yeah.
Nate.
So the issue is, Gregory,
I'm
we are
not the
so
child. I
far
don't
right
complain
now.
about people asking questions.
Oh my God. Can someone mute him, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go, Nate.
So,
Go, Nate.
we are like basically discussing the mechanics as to how planes work, and the question you were asking is how is the conservation of momentum a thing? You're not even keeping up with the conversation, Gregory. You need to inform yourself first before trying to engage on these topics. That's all, man.
Stop complaining about me asking questions. If you know so much, answer the question. If I'm so ignorant, inform me. That's how debate works. That's how dialogue works. That's how pedagogy works. Be quiet complaining about questions. I'm asking the question, answer it. If I'm wrong, refute me.
Here's the question, Gregory. What's pedagogy or whatever the fuck that word was?
Come on,
Yeah,
it
the
wasn't
problem-
conservation of
Yeah,
momentum. What
all
is
right.
he talking about?
I've
I've
wondered
never
that
heard it
for
either.
a while now.
Could I respond?
What is
Yeah,
what is
yeah,
pedagogy?
I just want to respond to Gregory and then I'm done because he was speaking to me, guys. So Gregory, the issue is you are uninformed and ignorant on the subject. When someone informs you on it, you still want to tell that person they're wrong. An example would be the conversation you, myself, and Electric had the other day. You guys had no idea what geodesics were. I explained it to you, and you still sat there and told me I was wrong. Like this is a pattern with you. Inform yourself before telling people they're wrong. That's all,
So
man.
if I detect
If that
something
shit
I
isn't represented
disagree,
in
I'm
reality,
going
so
to
stop
address
acting
it.
like you taught me anything, you dumbass.
Oh, damn.
If I detect something I disagree with, then I'm going to address it. That's how dialogue about something you disagree about works. Didn't you know?
You can question it, but you can't refute it. Maybe you should think about it.
Well,
Who wants to take credit for
yeah,
teaching people about
Nicely
unity?
said, Howard.
if you're
called
asking
argument
questions
from
about
ignorance.
geodesics,
It's called an argument from ignorance, Gregory. When you don't understand something, yet you argue it from a point which you don't understand, that's an argument from ignorance. It's not logical.
Then refute me then instead of complaining about
I
that I'm
have. I've
arguing.
given documents in the chat.
Kosho was
You
trying
haven't
to
read any of
speak,
them.
and I cut him off, man.
And
I'm
I've
sorry.
explained it to you in
Go ahead.
detail. What happens if playing on the
Yeah,
fly.
but Zanuck,
Now we're going on
let's
and
let
on and on
Kosho go.
complaining that I'm asking questions and giving counter arguments about something I disagree about instead of just giving me the counter arguments to what I'm supposedly wrong about. This is childish.
All right, but let's let Kosho go. Come on, guys.
I've been trying to say. Actually, I was saying this before even. When we were talking about the nonlinear, or what was it? The whatever the plane's doing on a non-rotating, stationary, flat plane, whatever it says in there. And you said something along the lines of, why would they state this if if they're teaching that it's also a globe. And so they also, in these same documents, when they're saying these things about the non-rotating Earth, they also describe the aircraft as having a constant mass. Okay, so it's either the case that that some of these things are just not true, and that's why they're telling you to assume this, or it's the case that all these things are actually true, and we just didn't know it. Like planes keep a constant mass, and
Dude said my name out of nowhere when I was muted, so I don't give a fuck. You ain't teach me shit. Teach me about geodesics. That shit was a retarded ass comment. Never try to rope me into your fucking argument when you're insulting people. That was fucking stupid. I'm going back to listening.
good talk, good talk.
Electric just it. What?
Well done, man. Well done.
Drive by.
shadow.
That was
All right,
hilarious.
stood up for himself.
All right.
Good, he stood up
Let's
for
hope to
himself.
God
Also,
that
Gregory, I just want to know what this
Oh dear.
point that I made was included. I don't know if you heard the very end of it, but yeah, I just it's either the case that the constant mass is either the truth as well as the flat non-rotating Earth. That's also the truth, or it's probably just the case that they had them make these assumptions because just like people are saying, it gives simplicity to something that might make it pointlessly complex.
Yeah, okay, again, I'm going to say this one more time.
Simplicity to reality.
The point is very simple. What I said is a refutation against the retort. The line of dialogue happened again this way. Prove that the earth is flat. Flat earther hands a document from professional institution, official institution, that they themselves say they do their work. They do their work in reality, assuming a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. The global retorts saying that's just to simplify the math. Okay, with that retort, the flat earth itself says, well, that doesn't justify your position. That doesn't help your position because in the first instance, supposedly, we live in a void, but they teach them to do their work on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. We appeal to that, our position, and then you retort saying that's just simplify the math. When you retort saying that just simplify the math, that's a concession that it's just a simplification of an unjustified knowledge claim in the first instance. So in order for that retort to even make any sense, to be remotely justified, you have to substantiate that we live on a ball flying in a void.
Greg, is it a
long-winded way to
simplification
not
of a
address what I
globe,
just
or
said.
is it a
No,
complication?
you're not
Hold on.
addressing
What I just stated
That's the
wasn't
problem.
addressed at all. Nothing
No,
that I said
you're not addressing what I said. That's
No,
the
no, I
problem.
did address what you said. I responded specifically to what you said by saying they do state that in those documents. They also state that the aircraft has a constant mass. And so if your argument is valid that they're putting this stuff in there, and so, it must be the truth or whatever, then this also must be the truth. Because they're putting this in there, this thing that's obviously not true. Planes don't keep a constant mass. So this is just something to make it simple. But
Okay, so again, my point still stands. So my point still stands. You people, you globalists in your professional institutions teach two contrary cosmic paradigms. You give more emphasis to the one and not the other.
It's a good point, Gregory, but it's not going to hit. It's not going to hit and make the difference that you wanted to make for them. It's not.
Why don't you guys address
First of all,
address why that's in there? The constant mass.
But we should acknowledge.
Why is that in there? The constant mass thing. Is it in there for the same reason that the non-flat rotating Earth thing is, or is it in there for a separate reason?
How much does the mass change?
Wait,
well, it changes. It changes to the degree that the fuel that they use is.
But besides that,
there.
Real quick, guys, I just posted another article. I've got hundreds of these articles. We talk about short range and long range navigation on a round Earth. Short range and long range navigate on a spherical Earth. It talks about, and short range, how they deal with it as a flat, non-rotating sphere, and long range, a rotating and round sphere. Look at Embry. Hold on, I don't need laughing in the background. That's fucking rude. Embry-Riddle, Aeronautical University. I just posted that. I've got like 6 articles in there. Gregory, if you're interested in learning something other than nothing with your ass in your hand, then go look at it. Just look at it.
So
read.
once again, teaching two contrary cosmic paradigms simultaneously, giving more emphasis to one and not the other.
Hey,
my point
this?
still stands.
Everybody will get this. Everyone will get this except for
You
you.
can't interrupt if he let
Hold
you
on.
talk.
Short range has nothing to do with rotating round. Got it. Good. Long range, everything to do with it. So there's two contrary concepts, but they're very. Hold on. They're application specific.
Giving more emphasis to the one and not the other.
Specific.
If that's the case, at what range does Coriolis start to have to be calculated?
Read the book. It's in there. I just posted it.
Yeah, like how many kilometers would be?
Let me read it for you. Do I have to read it for you? You're third grader. You can't read. Come on. It's in there.
Yeah. Well, if you know anything about
in
Coriolis,
there. You asked the question. Fucking in there. Read it. Stop asking.
Not about the book. About yourself. About your own knowledge. When does Coriolis start?
Yo, before we get into that, Zanuck, did you post that
Problem is, guys need to trust
scenario
the book.
question
The book
where
that I
Yes,
never
people were
read.
told
I'm not
The
going to go through
book
it.
I never
I'm not going to
read.
go through it again. My
Stop
voice is getting
interrupting.
hoarse talking to you, knucklehead.
Everyone's got to stop interrupting. Caloric was talking. Some dude started interrupting him. Xanax been interrupting. Can we just act like we're adults? Thank you.
Yeah. Zanuck, so I mean I've seen you've posted a lot of stuff, but none of it is what I asked for. Are you still gonna post that?
The first one addresses your paradigm, the
Is
duality
it
in
the
the
first one?
paradigm. The first one I posted for you. Should have tagged you. Sorry, I'll go back and tag you.
So the first one has those scenario questions you were talking about.
Doesn't say, well, if you're a dumbass, we only use the short range navigation applying to a flat and non-rotating Earth, and in the long range we deal with the geodetics. It talks about the difference between geodetics and the linear models.
But
So that
yeah,
by in
but
itself,
Zanuck, do you remember what you
hold on.
said?
That in itself, I can't find the look. I pulled out one book and I've done it one search. I can find
But
the part
Zanuck,
that I
do you
sent
remember
3 or
what
4
you
years
said?
ago in my aviation books. I can get that. I'll get that for you eventually. I'll send it to you personally when I find that one. But right now, it'd be easier to actually explain because those other ones didn't explain. They just have the you wanted the problems. So I got a copy of that. I'll get you, which will say, please, here's the problem. Please assume non-rotating flat surface, da 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 da. And like Kosha said,
Okay.
they also say constant math.
Yeah.
Now airplanes
I
don't
was
have
just
ever have
asking.
constant.
Was just
Oh
asking
my
if you
fucking
posted
God!
it yet.
Shut up!
That's all.
Shut up! Just shut up!
Ah, damn it, man.
Shut the fuck up!
Hold on, Zanny.
The language.
It'll be so much
Wow.
easier if you guys just let Zanny
I'm getting a headache trying to argue with
Come on, just go,
both
Zanny.
sides. We're
Finish
asking
your point.
stupid
Then
questions.
you two can go get some orange juice.
Yeah, Bansal, I just want to ask one question to him. Is just I'm not sure. I haven't seen the document, but is it based on the flight simulator?
No, these are what flight simulators use to actually create the environment for which you can be trained for long distance navigations. Or in short range, where it's not used, they use the flat and linear model. They use both. They're both applicable. They both work. But the short range doesn't work for the long range. Why? Because the Earth is spherical and rotating. And you say, what point does Coriolis come into effect? It comes into effect as a 1.5 miles per hour per minute deviation. And you have to counteract for that. Don't do it overtly, but it does happen, just like a crosswind. There, thank you for letting me finish, for fuck's sake.
Although they don't need to calculate for the Coriolis within the short range, do they? Because they just assume a flat, non-rotating Earth.
It's no more significant than the curvature.
Yeah,
Yep,
so you
1.5
subjectively
miles
say.
per hour per minute. 1.5 miles per hour per minute.
We have a lot more crosswind. We have a lot more real crosswind.
Over a 500-mile trip, that's significant, but over a short range, it's not. It's like a crosswind. It's a simple
Yeah,
crosswind.
again, a subjective hand wave.
No,
Like you
you're
don't
a
follow
lot
the
more worried
implications
about
of your
the
paradigm at
real
all.
wind.
Proven to be
than
an
you are
Your
unworthy
paradigm. Why won't you accept the
and
implications of
unworthy.
your
Okay,
paradigm?
everybody wants to talk. What I'm trying to say is the Coriolis effect that one would experience on an aircraft flying north to south is overridden by the real wind, so it's nothing that you even consider.
Yeah. So again, the problem is that in many instances, when we have this discussion, you don't acknowledge the implications of your paradigm. You keep contradicting our acknowledgement of the implications of your paradigm.
I'm
So
telling
when
you,
we
it's
say,
insignificant.
so when we say that the plane would leave the Earth if we are living on a ball flying in a void, that follows. And so,
Well, the
since that
thing is,
doesn't happen, then that's not the world we live in. Very simple.
yeah, the thing
I don't
is,
need to go
yeah, the thing,
4 or 8 years of university to understand that.
the thing is, what I'm telling you is your claim that it is significant. I'm claiming it is not significant.
Which makes no sense on its face. If we are
That's
living
your
on a
claim.
To
humongous
you,
ball
it makes no
flying
sense
in a
because you're a
void,
simpleton.
if we
To
are
me, it
living
makes a
on
lot
a
of
ball
sense
flying in
because
a
I understand
void,
the
the
value. I understand
ball
the
would
value of
leave
the
the
magnet.
plane.
You
The
don't.
plane would leave the ball.
Then you need to demonstrate your significance.
No, you need to demonstrate this.
No, I'm
I
not
don't need to
making the claim.
demonstrate that there's a plane flying on a ball.
I'm saying
I
it's
don't believe that
insignificant.
nonsense.
It doesn't matter. How do I
Gregory,
demonstrate it
Subjective
doesn't matter?
wave the hand again. But I'm the one that's the
Gregory,
simpleton.
Gregory, are you saying that we say that when a plane lifts off, takes off, it's in the void of space? Like it's not in the atmosphere anymore? Or I don't,
The
like you keep
implication of the
saying,
position.
come again?
That is the implication of the position. Every time we acknowledge that, the globalist responds contrary to that. That's why I keep saying you're
So,
not acknowledging the implications of your position.
so our position, according to you, is when a plane leaves Earth's surface, it's in space.
Very simply, can you stop? Are you smart enough to hear what I'm saying to you? The implication of your position is the plane would leave the ball. Very simple.
Gregory, you need some serious psychological help. I'm saying.
So
The plane would leave the ball. Could someone on Gregory's side of the argument translate what he's trying to say? You know, another flatter.
100%.
Once
Yeah,
the
it's
plane,
like, so, I mean, from Gregory's
Once-
standpoint, he's asking you to observe the artificial horizon, right? All pilots know about the artificial horizon because it's part of the
I don't know if that's what Gregory's saying.
That's not what he's
Didn't
saying.
you just ask for somebody to argue on his behalf, and now I'm being cut off?
Go ahead.
He's
No,
not
I
asking
didn't
that.
ask you to argue on his behalf. I just asked you to, say what he's saying in like your own words. You know,
Yeah,
maybe you could
so
make some.
you can observe the
So that's
artificial
what Gregory's saying.
horizon and how it works, and understand how a gyroscope or a gyroscope works, and understand that it works on mechanics, and that's pretty much all there is to it.
That's what Gregory said. Are you sure, man?
I didn't think he said anything about a
You don't
gyroscope.
need a translation. This is a bunch of obscure nonsense. What I said is plain and clear that everyone can understand who has two brain cells to rub together. The implication of your position is that the plane would leave the ball, period. It doesn't. Therefore, we don't live in that world.
No.
Exactly.
No.
That's straw man.
A plane flies level. You observe level with the artificial horizon.
Yeah.
If you don't observe that, you fly off the ball on your globe math. This is the point in his argument, and I'm coming at it from a different angle to paint another picture for you guys to see.
Level doesn't mean you fly off into the distance into space. It means you fly level.
either Gregory or Kings, right? Once the plane leaves the surface, right? How does a plane maintain its altitude? How does it do it?
It just rides on the air, right? It just rides on the air.
Wait, Rams. Come on.
So
I
based
do want to
on
hear Gregory. Go ahead. I actually want to hear this answer.
I can't give you the technical jargon breakdown, but I understand the point that's trying to be illustrated from the globalist side, which is why I asked the question. So are you telling me the air is locking the plane at a certain height above the supposed ball?
No, my
But
question
Gregory,
was very,
wait. Yeah,
my question was
yeah,
very,
Gregory.
hold on. My
He's
question
talking
was
about
very
an airplane not gliding. He's
my
keeping
question was very
altitude, not gliding.
specific. Hello, come on, guys. Seriously, why do you got to just jump all over the top of people? My question was very specific, Gregory. How does a plane maintain its altitude when flying?
I just said
In
at the
your own
beginning of
words,
the sentence, like listen to what I said. Like I just answered it in plain slow speech. Hello.
No, you did.
I said I don't know the technical jargon to explain that. Nevertheless,
just say all right. Say it in your own
Gregory,
words.
Gregory, I don't want the technical jargon because I'm not a technical kind of guy, right? So how do you understand? How do you understand how a plane maintains its altitude in your words, not the technical jargon? In your words.
all I know is that a plane pushes itself, rides on the air, and it flies through the air.
Jesus, you see, Basil? You see, Gregory
So
has
my-
no idea. He has
Yeah, my
literally
point
no
to
idea.
that is-
but he wants to sit here and tell all of
I'm
us
so
we're wrong.
ignorant, it should be very easy to refute me.
No idea. You know, but he wants to waste everyone.
Ignorant, it should be easy to refute me.
Are we?
Stop complaining about
What
me
a child,
and not having knowledge that you have.
Yeah, the
What
thing
a
is you're
child.
refuted, and you're refusing to accept the fact that you've been refuted.
Bessa, are
No,
you?
he has
There's no
not. What about the
refutation yet.
glider?
So answer
What
the
about the
question.
glider?
Are you telling me that the plane is locked in the air at a certain height?
I'm telling you that's a red herring. It is not a statement
not a
that we
red
make that a plane is locked. It's your words, locked at altitude. That's not what we say.
Yeah, so the reason I phrase it that way is because that's the implication of the retort, that you flying this plane through the air, around a ball, flying through space. So the plane must be locked by implication of that position. It must be locked by the air to stay near the ball as the ball flies away in the opposite direction.
No. The plane maintains its altitude, Gregory, through its speed or thrust and the pitch. That's how it
Gregory's
maintains
right. This
its
is garbage.
altitude.
Okay, but it's relatively locked. All right.
Yeah, but Gregory, they're not seeing like you are seeing. They're seeing one step behind. Yeah, they're not assuming the Earth to be moving. They're assuming the Earth to be stationary.
It's so simple.
That
I'm the simpleton somehow.
If the Earth is
means
rotating,
nothing. Means
if the Earth is
nothing.
rotating, not only is rotating on its own axis, it's going around the sun, so it's moving away from you.
Yeah, but George, the current issue right now, it's not even about the shape of the Earth or where the Earth is moving. Well, George, hang on,
Everything
George,
needs to be
hang
taken
on.
in consideration,
George,
isn't it?
please, George, you too old to be acting.
Warwick is
Calm
erroneous,
down.
but
So the issue is not whether or not, what the shape of the Earth is or what its movements are. The issue is Gregory doesn't know how planes work. Bansaw's
again with
question.
it. Stop. No, stop.
I'm still talking.
No,
Bansaw's
stop.
question
Stop.
that Gregory couldn't answer, exemplifies that.
Yo,
But
this is
for
crazy.
some
I hate
reason,
listening to this bullshit, yo. I don't want to have to listen to this fucking call while this
Come
keeps
on, he's
going.
objecting you, man.
Y'all are
Yeah,
fucking
so we're
crazy.
gonna. I think
Gregory, it
we'll
don't
go
make
through
sense.
and mute everybody.
Fucking wild.
Caloric is going to finish his statement if we have to mute everybody.
Come on.
That's right.
no,
He needs to defend
it's
himself,
You
okay.
mute if you want, but y'all are more fucking annoying than me right now. I swear to God.
I give up, Howard. It's okay, man.
Go, Nate.
No,
Go, Nate.
it's not okay to say that and then not allow the man to defend himself. Come on.
Let Nate finish
If you
his
have
point.
no objection,
And then
if
it
you
can
have
be
an objection,
refuted, George. Right? Now let Nate finish his point and then it can be refuted.
Yeah, but I think my point is clear. Bansal asked Gregory a pretty simple question. He allowed Gregory to explain it in his own words. He told Gregory, you don't have to use the technical, proper jargon. You don't have to contextualize it. You can just say it how you understand it. And Gregory couldn't provide an answer. Yet this whole time, Gregory's been here telling us how we think planes work and, just saying that everything we say is wrong. Like, I just feel it's wasting everyone's time. That's how I feel about it. I don't know.
you're trying to degrade the man. That's what you're trying to do. You guys are asserting things that are not correct. That's why.
No, George. No,
saying that.
No, not at all. You
Give
have
him
to
the chance to answer.
understand. No, you have to
Let
understand
him
how a
answer.
plane
Let him answer
maintains
to
its.
that.
You have to
It's not
understand
about
how a
me.
plane maintains its altitude. All right, and for what reason. Then once you understand that, then you can apply the other things to it. But to say that when a plane takes off from the surface and if it's pointing in a particular direction, it's just going to fly out into outer space is just dead wrong. It is dead wrong.
It's not wrong.
It is wrong,
You're not
George.
seeing-
You need
you're
to
not seeing the-
understand. Don't
You
come
don't
into
see
an
the model the same
argument.
way as
Don't
him.
come into an argument without understanding how a plane maintains its altitude. Right? You
We
gotta
went through that.
find out how it does it.
Listen, we went through that, and it was here in the conversation.
Okay,
half
but
an hour
Bansal,
ago. You
maybe
yourself
you
said
could unmute
you
Gregory
said
so
what it
so
was.
he can defend
Trust,
himself.
I did.
trust,
I
trust
unmuted.
versus the angle of attack. You already said it yourself. You knew the answer. The answer has been said before. It's not like you didn't know the answer. Now,
Yeah.
you're referring to an airplane. What about the glider? How does a glider keep altitude? He doesn't have thrust, does he?
It works
Yeah,
exactly
that's
the same
irrelevant.
principle.
No,
works
no,
exactly
he's
the same
not.
principle.
He doesn't have
Yes, they
thrust.
do.
He doesn't.
They do.
No, they don't. They're
They
gliders.
work on
They don't have
exactly the
thrust.
same principle with their speed and with their pitch. They can maintain a altitude, and you have to keep on adjusting all the time.
They don't have
them.
thrust.
Oh, they have speed. 100% they
Yeah,
have
but
speed.
yeah, but not thrust though. Even though
The
they glide.
100%
Yeah, that's
they have
irrelevant.
speed,
Yeah.
and it is
That's
totally
irrelevant.
irrelevant. A glider is totally different to an airplane.
Well, he debunks it, isn't it?
It doesn't debunk anything, George.
It
It doesn't
does because
debunk
it's not power
anything.
flight.
Do you
No,
not
in La La
observe?
Land.
Do
You
you
in
not
La La
observe?
Land.
Do you not observe buoyancy in both aspects? The airplane flying and the glider flying are both observations in buoyancy, are they not?
No, that's lift.
Yeah, I think there's points.
Lift is not the same thing as buoyancy.
There you go. I'm telling you.
So why are we not sticking with
Okay,
the central point though?
we're talking about lift. Therefore, let's see, you add in thrust in lift. Jin earlier explained how an airplane works. Thrust is applied, the pilot pulls back on the controls, the altitude of the plane's wings are adjusted, the altitude is then increased, so the flaps on the plane's wings are adjusted. Lift is achieved. Once altitude is hit, the flaps on the plane level out so that the plane can slice through the air at the most efficient level within this buoyant gas filled environment. That's right. I said it like that.
Yeah, it's not buoyant. There's nothing. Buoyancy
So
is not
I
in the lift
observe,
equation.
my friend, let me make
So
it
just
clear
like
to you, left lane. I observe a gas-filled environment that operates on a theory of buoyancy. That's right.
Well,
Thank you for
tell the engineers that build airplanes that you need to consider buoyancy.
Yeah, left lane, you, as a pilot, because you're training or whatever, I know the airplanes, they have 4 forces acting on them that maintain its flight or whatever, but it's always competing with, and that's like the downward force and its weight, and then the forward thrust and the lift, which is making it go upwards, and then the drag that's going to experience as it's going through the wind. But it's the thrust.
Yeah, but not on the glider, though.
The thrust that is giving it the ability to maintain its lift. Those two things are working together.
Yes, that's right. And when it's all balanced out, you're in straight and level flight.
Yeah, so just like when I talk to the pilots about it, what you do is you go up and down based on pressure zones. You go up and down horizontally, just like I talked to him about. So that's what I mean. Yeah, you're just going up and down, maintaining pressure zones. And then you say gravity is curving you around the ball because the pressure zones are curved around the ball. So as you update pressure zones, you are automatically compensating for curvature without actually having to do so manually.
Yeah.
So that's why I want to ask this question. Why is my question being trampled on? Because I'm a simpleton asking a question. So if we live on a ball flying through a void at 66,600 miles per hour through space, how is the plane staying near with the ball? How is the ball not leaving the plane or vice versa?
Yeah, it moves with the ball, even though the atmosphere technically doesn't move with the ball, but it's close enough that you can treat it like it does move with the ball.
But I told the airplane, the gases as well are following the ball at those speeds.
That's the actual
The
answer.
air-
I'm telling you the best version of their answers.
Yeah.
It's just like if you're playing ping pong on the outside of a cruise ship.
The airplane, to keep up, needs to get energy out of something. Just to keep with the Earth.
Well, it is kind of
moving
funny,
around
right?
the
Because
sun.
the truth is, I mean, they do, of course, point their nose up like 99% of the time. Like, planes actually tilt their nose up a little bit, and they go up and down to maintain pressure zones. They fly the plane like it's horizontal. I mean, and they fly the plane like the Earth is stationary also. And then the globe Earth argument is that the spin and the curvature are just compensated for automatically. So you can fly it like it's just, different layers over a horizontal, and it'll just constantly be updated without you having to do anything. Even if your nose is pointed up, gravity just bringing it around the ball, as is it's also bending the air pressure zones around the ball.
Right, that's how it works.
Yeah, so I mean, Gregory did ask a question. Maybe we could try answer it. I think Kosher came closest to answering that question. Gregory, he gave you like a similar like scenario: people playing ping pong on a boat. Does that help answer the question for you? Or?
Well, my response to that is the boat is floating on a body of water, which is contained in a container that is not moving. So it's not analogous.
What if the boat
Well,
is moving?
I said they're playing outside of the ship. The ping pong table's on the outside of the ship.
Yeah, the ping pong table is on the outside of the ship, on the deck of the ship, let's say. The boat is moving. The ball is moving across the table, but the boat is moving upon the surface of a body of water that is not moving in a container that is not moving. It's not analogous.
Yeah, the boat's moving. What does that have to do? The boat's moving is just like the Earth moving. The Earth's moving around the sun. The space is not moving. So it doesn't matter if the water's not.
It's not analogous.
Seriously?
No.
Well, why not like make the link, Kosher? Because I think Gregory's not seeing how this is analogous. Like,
I do see it. My critique is of the analogy. Like, just because I'm critiquing,
So
The Earth is moving around the sun.
in
The
Kosher's
Earth is
analogy,
moving around the
what
sun
is
at a certain
what?
speed. We're moving with the Earth. The same way when you're moving in a car, everyone's moving in the car, even though the car's moving. The same way that the Earth is moving around the sun, things on the Earth are moving with the Earth.
But just say it
It's
like
just
you gotta
it's,
say it.
it's,
The way you
it's
actually
exactly
say it.
it's exactly what it works, man.
If you're being honest,
Conservation
the
of
way you have to
momentum.
say it is that the atmosphere doesn't move with the Earth, but it's close enough that it can be treated exactly like it moves perfectly with the Earth. That is your actual position.
Well, why would I have said
Don't
that? That's
listen
not
to
even
Whitney,
relevant.
Gregory. Don't listen.
That is your
Wasn't relevant.
position. That's your position. That's your position.
Where did
Yeah, but it
Don't
wasn't
listen
even
to
relevant.
Whitney.
The air, everything on the Earth is moving with the Earth. So it doesn't matter what it is that it's doing. Nothing's gonna experience this 67,000 miles per hour when everything is already moving at speed together.
Where do you
So
detect
but that
movement
air,
you're talking
is
about?
not the same reference frame, right? Like it's detached from the Earth. It doesn't move perfectly with the Earth, but it's close enough that you can treat it like it does move perfectly with the Earth. That's the actual globe position.
Yeah, no one on the globe says that, Gregory. Don't listen to Whitney.
No one says it because they're not honest enough to recollect it that way, but that is your actual position objectively.
Right.
Don't listen to Whitney, Gregory.
That's why I keep saying you refuse to acknowledge the implications of your position. You make all these post hoc retorts to patch up these issues that are implied by your position.
What exactly is the implication of our position?
Fucking exactly, Gregory.
Gregory?
Wait, how do you not understand it? Well, what did I do wrong, man? I just objectively summarized it. So what are you contending
Whitson,
exactly?
cool. But
What are you
I want to
contending?
hear Gregory say it, please. Gregory, what exactly is the are the consequences of our so-called position?
We supposedly live on a ball that is rotating and moving from point A to point B in the vacuum of space. There are supposed objects that are flying around the surface of the supposed ball. By implication, if the ball, the Earth, and the object flying above the surface of the Earth are flying in opposite directions, they're going to leave one another.
So according
Well, it's
to
like
you,
they say things go. Think about it. They think about this though. To be fair to the globe, they say things go backwards and forward simultaneously, right? Like the wind can go east or west, but it's all moving east. And when you land a plane forward, if you're landing it against the spin of the Earth, you're landing a certain direction, but you're simultaneously going backwards.
Okay.
But the real problem they have is with the Atmos, they have to treat it like it spins with the Earth, in tangent with the Earth, but simultaneously have to claim that it's not in tangent with the Earth. So it's like this, oh, well, it's close enough that we can treat it like that whenever it doesn't work.
The problem is that nothing
That's like the air in your car.
66,000 miles an hour. So stop factoring it in.
No, dude, you just same thing in a car. When you're in your car, you say the air is basically moving with the car, even though the air conditioner is running, and it's obviously moving in different directions at different speeds. But it's all generally moving with the car.
Yeah, you could walk to the back of an airplane when it's in flight.
None of those are analogous. Those are closed
It's
systems.
not analogous.
Closed controlled systems.
It's exactly analogous.
It's
Here's
a closed
why it's
system.
not. Here's why it's not. Because the Earth, the entire Earth, is supposedly moving, not the Earth being still while something is moving on it and the conservation of momentum is manifest upon this non-moving Earth. Supposedly the Earth is moving,
Just
and
like
we're
the
on the
entire
outside of the vehicle, as it were. And this
Aaron's
thing that is
close
not
enough.
attached to the vehicle, the Earth, moving through space,
Yeah, we've got the
should be
windows up on the
leaving
Earth.
the Earth. If it is
And
going in the opposite direction the Earth is moving in, that's the
we got
implication of the position.
You
we've
have the
got the
convertible
windows
top
up.
down on the Earth. No, left lane. You have the convertible top down on the Earth, buddy.
But we don't.
Wrong.
You
Wrong.
literally do. You lose tons of gas into space in your own paradigm.
No.
Sorry.
Does the gas go through the convertible top?
No, the convertible, there's the air inside and outside, but with the Earth, it's different. You got the air on the
No.
Earth, and then there's like no air out there. So there's no.
No,
none
but
of
on the Earth, some of the air on the Earth goes to the place with no air. That's what your own paradigm says.
That's the air conditioner.
Oh, going through the roof? The air conditioner's going through the roof?
Maybe it's a sunroof.
Oh, it's a sunroof. You'd still feel it, buddy. And it's not a sunroof because it'd be analogous to the whole convertible top being off.
Yes.
Mm.
See, this
even
conversation
if somebody-
always spirals into absurdity.
You know,
No,
even
you
if
just
someone's
can't rebut it.
hotboxing
You
their
can't rebut it.
if someone's hotboxing their car, you can still smell that they're smoking weed. You're staying close enough.
Hey, if you take the
Some of
top
the air,
off
some of the air,
and
some of the air
drive,
escapes.
if you take the top off and drive, how long do you smell the hot box?
You take the top off, the air's gonna, all of it's gonna escape. But if you let a little bit escape, as it does in a normal car, yeah, you can smell what's going on inside of a car. If it stinks in there, you can smell. If it, you know.
But why do we
Yeah,
get to
the
use a
analogy is not
closed
analogous.
car
What are you
though? Because
talking
the
about,
Earth,
bro?
the Earth isn't the Earth is a car driving, and you're hotboxing, but
It's not.
the convertible top is down. You know, that's very simple. It's just objective.
Well, in this
You
example,
want it
in
both
the
ways.
example of
It's
the Earth,
doublespeak.
no, in the example of the Earth, the convertible top is not down. There's just like the convertible top contains the air. There's a containment happening with the air and Earth. It's just in a different mechanism.
But air leaves the Earth though.
Yeah, but yeah, little amounts. Yeah.
So it goes through the roof.
It goes
Windows
through the
crack.
car, seeps out. Yeah.
So it just
Car
seeps
is not
out the
airtight.
cracks of the Earth.
Yeah. So again, the analogy is not analogous.
Objective.
The car, the plane,
No.
the train moving in the Earth upon the face of the Earth or through the air. They're moving in a stationary reference frame. The Earth is not moving. The cosmos is not moving. They're moving in the cosmos, which is not moving. It's not analogous.
Yeah, how
Yeah,
is
you
it
gotta
not
take the
enough?
top off.
They're both moving, and the Earth is moving around the sun, and the plane or the car, whatever it's moving, wherever it's moving to. How's I don't understand how is that?
understand.
You had to have a semi-permeable convertible top that was still up, right? You have to have a semi-permeable roof because it's not like little cracks like in a car. It's evenly distributed across the entire thing. You would have to have a permeable roof on the car that is letting some of the gas out for it to be analogous.
I think it would
Yeah,
take like
because
100 billion. It'd take 100 billion years for the gas that's leaking to escape
the
the
roof is
Earth.
out of in your analogy.
It leaks out every year, buddy. It leaks out all the time. There's gas. There's tons of gas.
I
coming
know.
into space.
It leaks out all the time, but the amount, the rate that it's leaking out, like the ratio between the amount that's leaking out and the amount that there is, it would take like 50 billion years before it's all gone. So
It doesn't matter. That's
it's not a
irrelevant.
noticeable amount. Well, yeah, it's a negligible amount.
So yes, the logical implication of your analogy is that you really don't live in a closed system because the air is not closed in.
Well, it's
They have to
effectively
invoke a
closed.
physical
Yeah, but
container.
people consider it an
Hold
open
on a
system.
second. Hold on a
Here's a
second.
summary. They have to invoke a physical
What is
container
the-
to explain how they don't need a physical container. That's literally what they're doing.
No,
There's a physical
no.
container.
No. What he's doing is he's invoking a leak. So he's invoking a container. Container is required
That
to have a
doesn't
leak.
work because the leak would have to be evenly distributed. So they're actually taking a physical container and then they're using it to explain why there is no physical container. That's objectively,
There you
it's
go.
not analogous.
There is a physical container, and I don't mean by an object that's containing it. I'm saying
There
that
you
there's
go.
something physically containing it.
Wait. So
Yeah.
there's not material containment. So okay, you
No,
have
it's
to
not.
invoke,
It's not an object, is what I said.
right, okay. So you have to invoke
Not an
material
object, huh?
containment. You have to invoke material containment to explain how you don't have material containment on the Earth. But then it's a perfect analogy. That's your summary.
No, I've already said that there's a different mechanism containing the air in the car. It's the electromagnetic makeup of the car itself. It's a force that's compelling the air to stay in. And in the case of the Earth, it's just the pressure caused by the weight of the air itself.
It's the material container, right? So it's like whatever the car's made of, the material, the matter, that's what holds it in. You're trying to say that's analogous to where there is no matter holding it in. Okay? And secondly, it doesn't work with the car unless, dude, you agree, it doesn't work with the car unless the car's entire roof was permeable and gas was being dissipated through the roof, evenly distributed, not through cracks of a window. It would have to all be over the entire roof.
Why do you say it's evenly distributed?
Because it's all over the whole roof. It has no position preference.
That's the implication.
It's usually with the energized air that's stricken by the sun.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Not really. It means it's not uniform.
Oh, so it only leaves the Earth when it's closest to the sun. That's your claim?
Well, no. When the air gets energy from the sun or from solar cosmic rays.
Does gas leave the Earth and go into space all over the Earth in your paradigm, all around the Earth?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why for it to be analogous to a car, the car's roof would have to be permeable across the entire roof, and gas would have to be going out all over that roof, just slowly, not going through cracks. Secondly, you're invoking matter to explain why you don't have matter. Yeah, and that's just the honest glow position. Don't make it weird.
Nobody said that. You're not listening purposely. I didn't say matter. I said there's a force. In the case of the car, even because it's electromagnetic repulsion that contains the air. In the case of a container, a physical container, so it's just a force that's compelling the air.
That's what you say. These dialogues are endless. Material container, buddy. So whatever.
These dialogues are endless and fruitless because you just simply won't follow the implications of your position. Like it's your position, just accept the implications thereof.
What's the implication? We do not accept
I'm gonna do a
version of the implications.
No, man.
What's the implication?
Because your paradigm says there is not a material container. So when you invoke a material container, you've brought up a non sequitur. When you bring up a plane and you think you have a script to talk down the flat earthers like we're remedial and we don't understand what conservation of momentum is, and you have to hold our hand and teach us what it is for 5 years because we don't understand it. But no, we just know it's not analogous because you guys are the ones with the very, very, very low IQ postulation saying that the material of a car or a plane is synonymous to the absence of material around a globe Earth next to a vacuum. And then you ironically pretend you're talking down to us and teaching us. Then we point out, no, that's not analogous. And one, you have material, one, you do not. That is not analogous. And then you just say, yeah, it is. No.
Good recap. It's a good recap, but you missed the part where
exactly how it happens.
Gregory himself asked, why is it that in space, moving 67,000 miles per hour, why would we expect a plane to be able to stay with the Earth? So whenever we have to bring up conservation of momentum and use analogies like a car or a plane, that's why he literally asked that question.
But the point is, you don't get to bring up the plane or the car because it isn't a sufficient analogy because it encompasses the claim of material.
Hold on. Okay. First off, I mean, you understand that analogy doesn't have to be one-to-one, because if it was one-to-one, then it wouldn't be an analogy. It would be the exact same thing. All right. Let's just get clear.
Your analogy is, but the problem, Arma, is this analogy is used, it's invoked to explain containment. So if it's not analogous in the sense of the containment itself that's being invoked, it's a useless analogy as applied. And the analogy is to show containment. So you're using material containment to show why you don't need material containment. It's a non sequitur. And you in your paradigm, the Earth does not move perfectly with the air. So that's not what happened in your paradigm. So you're like, yeah, if you turn the air conditioner on, it's the same thing. Okay, well, you're having to have matter, a closed dynamic system with matter. And you're telling us that you have an open system without matter, but it's somewhat closed because of something that isn't material. But here's a material example to show why you're not getting it. It's not that we don't get it. We don't accept your fallacious analogy because you are invoking matter. That's the very thing in dispute, is whether or not there has to be matter there.
But they're just, I mean, I think the whole point is that they both have containment, all right? There's just different ways of doing it. One has, a matter way, one, with a matter containment, and the other one with gravity.
No, Arma. Again, the point, the analogy is false.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how you look at it. But I think the analogy is fine. It's an analogy at the end of the day. It's not supposed to be 1-to-1. I get what you guys are getting at, but at the same time, it's like, nah. Like I don't know. I mean, they both have similarities. Like it's like Kosha was saying, like with the physical one, right? We're saying it's like there is a force technically going on. It's because the thing is the air molecules, whatever, are actually, like bouncing off of like the actual, physicalness or whatever. There's that containment. All right. There's that force. And then there's, for the gravity one, there's, gravity doing the work. All right. So, I mean, they both have a force thing going on. It's just the way you look at it though,
But none of that justifies the false analogy.
It's not a false analogy. First of all, the part about the air that got brought up afterwards wasn't the reason why the analogy got brought up. The reason the analogy got brought up is because you asked about why a plane would be moving with the Earth, and we're just describing that when something's moving and you're on it, or you're already moving with it, you're going to continue moving with it. That's it. That's
Right,
that's the point of the analogy.
Yeah,
but the plane is not attached to the Earth and moving in the opposite direction. By implication, the plane would leave the Earth. You just refuse to concede.
It doesn't need to be attached to it.
Like when you see any instance like the person jumping on the trampoline with the conservation of momentum manifest in that instance, that is happening. That is happening. Okay, I don't disregard that it's happening. That person jumping on the trampoline is moving in the same direction as the vehicle that the person is leaping off of, and that vehicle is moving in a stationary cosmos. In your paradigm, the cosmos, all of it, is moving. The whole Earth.
Yeah, that's fine though.
Okay, so that's the problem. That like, did you hear the dichotomy I just explained? In reality, the cosmos is not moving. The truck, the plane, the car, they're not moving. They are moving in a cosmos that is not moving. Your paradigm, the whole cosmos is moving. It's not analogous.
But that's the thing. It doesn't stop at one interaction. So you can have an infinite amount of the conservation of momentum. Like, I don't see why it's like if a guy was jumping on the trampoline and he was like playing ping pong or juggling or doing something else or spinning a plate. It wouldn't matter. Like all these different things would each have their own conservation momentum. Like there's no disparity just because it's like there's multiple levels of it or something.
You're missing the point again. You just refuse to acknowledge it because you want the globe. You hold a cosmic paradigm where the entire cosmos is moving in a void, which is contrary to the reality that you have always known. You've never known this cosmic paradigm which you believe. You have only known a stationary cosmos where you are contained in.
I mean, speak for yourself. Why would you say that? That's all that people have known?
Mine.
Yeah.
Because that's the experience. You just subscribe to an entire cosmic paradigm antithetical to reality.
You can't invoke your paradigm on my paradigm.
Made by people who concede that they subscribe and contrive to this whole cosmic paradigm, the ACP, simply because they don't like the alternative. Like Austin has pointed out multiple times.
Yeah,
and
you're
trample on the
invoking your
point.
paradigm on me.
Once again,
You can't
trample
do
on the
that.
point like you're doing right now.
Yeah, you're invoking yours
What's
on
your
me.
evidence? What's your evidence that you are in a cosmos that's moving?
Observation.
Other than the visual evidence.
Visual
What
evidence, which could
observation?
mean either way, right? Which could be could be
I
used
want to know this
either way.
observation, bro. Where's this observation? Like, give it to me, please.
Yeah, all the visual. I mean, all the reasons we think we're moving is because we see it happening.
Yeah, so in the
That's the main evidence.
in the first
Documented
instance,
observation of the cosmos moving. Where is it?
Well, you could start with the local observation of sunrise and sunset, the north-south celestial poles.
That's normal, nigga.
Then you can go to the universal concept and stellar observations and stellar parallax and things like that.
Yeah, so this has already been addressed. And now I'm about to say this, and you're about to let it go in one ear and out the other, but I'm going to say it anyway. The physicists, the theoretical physicists, the cosmologists, the astronomers all say that both the geocentric paradigm and the heliocentric paradigm are both adequate accounts for our empirical experience.
Not quite. That's quite. Let me just do ask a question to left line. You said from sunrise to sunset. Are those elevation angles?
I'm not worried about elevation angles.
Are you not worried about elevation? You should, because yes,
Yeah.
it is the elevation angles of the sun from sunrise to sunset. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
Yeah,
For you to have
if you
sunrises
observe
and
the
sunsets
sun,
and
George.
sun at 12 noon, it's elevation angles. Yeah, elevation from a horizontal plane.
Okay, George, you want to talk about angles? So sunrise and sunset are at 180 degrees from one another, correct? Is that right?
They are elevation angles.
So yeah, so what is the difference in in noon and midnight? What is that relationship?
I didn't claim anything about that, did I?
Oh, okay.
You need elevation angles for your
Straw man.
sunrises and sunset.
Yeah, I
So
don't
again-
care anything about it.
So again, with these with this controversy, the heliocentrism versus the geocentrism, is they both, out of the mouth of the heliocentrist professionals of the world, okay, in history and in the present day, they say that they both adequately account for our empirical experience. But the nail in the coffin for the heliocentrist is that the Earth is not moving. We don't observe the Earth moving. We observe the celestial bodies moving.
All right,
That is
Gregory,
what we observe.
Gregory,
your
this is
position.
a claim you've been making all afternoon. Could you please
Exactly.
give us something that backs it up? This idea that
We already did.
these, please let me finish talking. Gregory. Let me finish
Listen
talking.
to the
Not
answer.
interrupted, Gregory. You need to stop doing that. All right. I'm so respectful towards you, bro. I never interrupt you, but you always feel the need to interrupt me. Please stop it. So you've made this claim, more than once this afternoon, that apparently the professionals of the heliocentric paradigm, the pilots and the physicists and who not, this, that, and the third, make this claim that the geocentric worldview is just as adequate as the heliocentric worldview. Could you share something that backs this claim of yours?
Were you not here earlier when Austin went through a multitude of quotes from these persons?
Yeah, we've gone through some of Whitsid's quotes, and some of those quotes have been debunked. There was a quote Whitsid had that some dude made on some page in the book. When we went to the page in the book, none of that quote was there. So don't fall back on that. Give us something you've seen for yourself, Gregory.
Yeah, he's not one of the experts. We don't
See
think.
for myself,
Yeah,
as you also
you
saw
haven't
for
even
yourself,
looked into
quotes
Whitsid's
these
quotes.
professionals saying that they're both viable. And you
Well,
don't even
let's
need
talk
those
about
quotes
let's talk
either.
about
You
those
can
quotes.
as you trample and rumpus me through the answer. Okay? You don't even need those quotes. You can critically think for yourself, but what you do is you have this religious devotion to heliocentrism. You do not observe the earth moving. Show it me. Then you're going to appeal to the motion of the celestial bodies. The celestial
can't tell
bodies
me.
you observe moving. You don't
can't
observe
tell
the
me
earth
what I
moving.
do and don't observe. You cannot tell me what I do and don't observe.
But I did though.
Yeah, it can. If you do
I'm gonna tell
navigation,
you right now, you ain't never seen no Earth spinning. Never. I'm telling you. You
Yeah,
did not.
but
If you do
guys, that's
if you do
not how
navigation,
you
you take
argue,
down the Earth to
right?
be
That's
flat
not how you
insufficient.
have a discussion, right? You when I asked Gregory to provide me evidence, his response can't be, Nate, this is your experience of reality. That's not how you engage, Gregory. You can't tell me what I experience when I'm asking you for evidence for a claim you made, bro.
So how do
Come
you
on, man.
interpret the findings of the axis of
No,
evil?
but I asked Gregory for evidence. You guys can't keep asking me questions. I just want evidence from
Listen,
Gregory.
No,
Don't
that
ask
is
me.
a form of evidence. What are you
They
talking
can
about? I'm
continue in
asking
their
you.
ignorance, Lord.
A
Answer back to
question
the
is,
question.
Gregory giving me
Professor
evidence?
Brian
Are you
Cook.
Guys,
stupid?
go one at a time, guys, please.
Professor Brian
No, but
Cook.
I mean, do you
that in the
guys hear
chat.
this? I'm asking
Lord,
Gregory
they
for
can
evidence,
continue in the
and I just got
meantime.
told that me being asked questions is Gregory giving me evidence. Come on, man. This is ridiculous.
They can continue in the meantime. Wow.
Yes, the answer was given to them. You're just ignoring. I'll refer again to Professor Brian Cox that says that there is no experiment we can do to detect the movement of the Earth. That's why we have Einsteinian. So again, you ask for something we cannot
That's exactly what Einstein said. There is
Yeah, I would
absolutely no way
predict
to
that
detect
Gregory
motion
will
of the
produce
Earth.
no
How
evidence.
interesting.
As you Fundy mute him talking, Howard.
I'm not. You weren't talking when I said that.
You have to trample on these arguments because you can't handle it. George, please say it again without Howard trampling on your answer.
So, Gregory, will you provide evidence at a later date, maybe when you have the time, or you just not gonna ever?
I'm looking now.
Right.
Okay.
I'll tell you.
Thank you.
I'll say the answer again. Yeah, Professor Brian Cox. Yeah, astrophysicist. He admits there is no experiment we can do to detect the movement of the Earth. That's why we use Einsteinian theory of relativity to explain as to why we cannot detect the movement of the Earth. Anyway, regardless
can
of
you
that,
produce that quote? No. Can you produce
yes, I
that
can.
quote?
Yes, I can. It's there on the chat. I'll put it again. It was an interview that he did recently on the TV. But regardless of that, for any type of navigation, you need to account the Earth to be flat and stationary.
Yo, that's a misconception.
You keep
He
saying
is
that.
no. Wait. He is saying that the Michelson experiment couldn't detect the motion of the Earth because it's impossible to detect the motion of the Earth. Am I fucking crazy? Yo, this is driving me nuts. I'm gonna just fall back.
You're not crazy, Electric. You're not.
Yeah.
No, Electric, you're on point, dude. 100%.
No, you have no proof of the flat Earth. All you got is no to the globe.
Absolutely, sir. I was away from my battery.
Don't even
There you go.
entertain him.
There-
Don't even entertain him.
It's there on the chat.
1st of August. What's the proof of the flat Earth?
Yeah. You have a conversation all by yourself, pay now.
Celestial navigation.
Come on, Gregory. That's because you don't
Celestial
have any. I
navigation.
understand. That's because neither
Celestial
you nor George have
navigation. The
any.
Black Swan.
Celestial navigation only works on the globe. So
Don't pay any attention to him.
Yeah.
I know, Gregory. Don't pay attention to me because I devastate you. I understand.
It pays. Celestial navigation. Yeah,
Only
it
works
works
on
with
the only works on the globe.
elevation angles. Listen, it works
Only
with
works on the
elevation
globe,
angles.
George, or else you'd be
Cannot
$10,000
speak
richer.
loud. I
That's
can't
a chili.
speak loud. No.
You can't handle it.
Yeah, I know you can't handle it.
Elevation
be.
angles are the angles
will be.
above a horizontal plane.
It doesn't work that way, though, George.
The
Otherwise, you'd be $10,000
horizontal
richer.
plane. Listen, the horizontal plane is the antecedent
Nope.
for you to have the elevation angles from. You're
Incorrect.
gonna need
Yeah, this is
three.
just
Can
gone
I
into
get
zero.
Is somebody having a
You're gonna
tantrum in
need.
the background? Can I get a mute on that?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Really though.
Should
You,
we just
you
listen
need
to George
you
tell
need
lies?
to have three elevation angles on the same horizontal plane as you in order to achieve these things. Yeah. So
It doesn't work, George.
count to
Otherwise,
run
you'd be
away
$10,000
from the
richer.
horizontal plane. Over.
Work, George. You'd be $10,000 richer, but you're not. So
We circled back around to 3 hours ago.
I've claimed already that price.
no,
a
you
long time
haven't.
ago.
What was the fix?
Yes, I have.
What was the fix?
The fix to have the fix, you need a horizontal plane
What
to do
is
the
the fix?
fix.
Fine. If he got the fix from a horizontal plane, you should be able to backdate
To
it to figure it out.
to have the fix,
Come on,
you
what's
need
the
to
fix,
have a horizontal plane for you to draw your
calculate the fix.
circles of
There
equal
you go.
Yes.
That's the
altitude.
fix.
Yeah,
Can
we're
a
not going to
moderator
get
You know,
anywhere with
how
this.
do you
mute
defend the
him?
globe in your science speech?
That's
Einstein
ridiculous.
literally says it's impossible to detect the motion of the Earth. How?
You misquote Einstein. That's how.
Yeah, correct.
George. So if you have the fix from a horizontal
For
plane,
15 years, the ether was crowned.
Hayden Asashila is one of the most insufferable religious fundamentalists I've ever heard.
I'm a religious fundamentalist. Says the religious fundamentalist. Gotcha. Says the
Like
guy
he
who
can't behave with not with a single modicum of decency in a forum among grown men if he cannot handle hearing arguments against his cosmic paradigm, which he so religiously holds so precious to himself.
His tags
Earth,
say Earth is a
Like,
realm.
you can't be silent for 30
Biblical
seconds to let the man read the quotes that you're asking for. This is pathetic.
I'm the one who's religious, says the man who's got tags like ancient cosmologies, biblical Earth, and theist, and I'm the religious one. Yeah, right.
Yes, I'm the one that has enough self-control to not funding mute everyone that disagrees with me. Actually listen to what they're saying and then give a secular argument that is relevant to the topic, unlike you.
You don't listen though, George. You just, Gregory, you just say the same shit over and over and over again, thinking it's important, but it's not.
I'm not George. He doesn't even know who he's talking to. It doesn't matter who is actually talking to him. He just has to funding mute everyone that speaks against his precious science, his reification, his personal deity called science.
It's funny because
paradigm from science.
Gregory, what's your
I
background?
engaged with this shill, Gregory, at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern, and it's literally been listening to him being negative for 8 hours. It's pretty insensitive.
Yeah, NASA shill.
Hey, Gregory,
NASA shill
be
that
careful
shit.
how much
We don't know this.
information you render to the shill, by the way.
Right. It's thing how
Hey, Jeremy.
run their
Hey,
mouth,
Jeremy,
isn't
you
it?
around?
Amazing.
What's your background in science, Gregory?
Gregory got way more patience than I fucking do.
Praise God.
Electric sounds like you would have probably
In
put his
science,
face in the
Gregory, how do
pavement
you
by
make
now
your
with a boot.
how do you make your conclusions without being religious? And crickets from Gregory. Excellent.
Gregory,
yeah,
you are
George.
well spoken. You stick and stand on your point. You don't jump from argument to argument. You're consistent, and you know what the fuck you're saying, bro. I appreciate you, man. Everybody
Yeah,
needs to kind of
Electric,
fucking listen to Gregory and understand what he's saying instead of judging how it's being said to them.
Oh, he's full of shit.
Electric dick riding is not a safe way to travel, bro. But George, in that video you
I don't give a
posted,
fuck what you think
what
I'm
does
doing. I don't
what
agree
does
with you. I
Brian
don't give a
Cox?
fuck. You want me to dick ride you? Fuck
Cool,
you.
bro. Cool, bro. George, in the video you posted, where does Brian Cox talk about the Earth moving?
Yeah, listen to it. Listen to
I
it.
just listened to it. He doesn't talk about the Earth moving.
He said there is no experiments we can do to detect the Earth movement.
Does
He
it
didn't
say
say the
that?
Earth movement. He said movement.
Yeah.
He didn't say the Earth. He just said movement.
Since I have
No,
come to
the
believe
Earth
that the motion
movement.
of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. Interesting.
No, that's why we have
Well, let's quote
the
what he said.
Einstein.
He said
That's why we have
Einstein
Einstein.
said there's no experiment that can prove anything.
As Paid NASA Shield continues to funding mute George.
Well, it's because
Yeah.
George is talking shit, just like you.
No, I'm not. I'm quoting an astrophysicist.
You're misquoting
Yeah,
Einstein.
someone that says there is no force of gravity at all. Gravity is the bending of space-time. The reason why we have the bending of space-time is because there is no experiment we can do to detect the Earth's movement.
Oh, that's not what he said, though.
That's what he said to Joe Rogan. Yeah.
Not what the read again. Read it again. You misquote him. You cherry pick and misquote him. Chop
Instead of
up
constantly negating what someone is saying to you.
because he's wrong.
You guys are talking about
You actually
different
read
things.
the quote that someone is saying to you instead of constantly negating what someone is saying to you.
And you read,
So-
Gregory. Yes or no?
You guys are
And now
talking
he
about
won't actually read it.
Can you read?
So
Yes or no?
Now he won't actually
asking
read
a
it.
question. Caloric's asking a question.
No. I'm just trying to clear the confusion.
Yo,
NASA
I'm
is
so
talking
tired
about
of
the.
always changing the subject, yo. Y'all
I'm
don't
not changing
address
the
shit
subject.
around here, bro.
We're talking about
They don't address nothing around these parts.
Yeah, Caloric is trying to ask a question.
It's just that there's confusion because NASA show's talking about the quote from Einstein while I'm asking George about the video he posted about Brian Cox. It's two different things you guys are talking about here. So George says in that Brian Cox clip that Brian Cox talks about the movement of the Earth, which is not the case. He's just talking about how if you were moving, at a constant speed, you wouldn't be able to tell if you're moving or not. Using a plane as an example, an airplane.
He's saying there is no experiment we can do to detect any movement that we are moving.
Any movement.
We are not. There is no experiment
even
we
that's
can
a
do that we
bullshit
are
claim.
moving.
Yeah, but listen, he was clear about it, George. He said if you're moving at a constant speed,
There is no experiment we can do to detect the movement. Yeah.
Other than
It's
walking from
moving
the
at a
front of the
constant
plane to the back, right? Other than walking from the front of the plane to the back. You
What the
could
hell,
maybe
man?
detect motion at that point, right?
What the hell?
What if
the
you turn
plane is
around and
moving
walk
at,
the other
if
direction?
the plane is moving at a constant speed and it has no windows, you can't see outside, then yeah, it would be very difficult to tell if that plane is moving or not. If it's not accelerating.
Yeah, your drink on your
Turn
table
around,
in front
man.
of you just
Walk
sits
on the
there
other
perfectly
direction.
still.
Exactly. Yeah.
God, it's almost like what happens on the Earth, you know.
Pillbox muted, guys. Why have you muted Pillbox? What's going on?
Because Pillbox came in hot last night calling everyone
Exo, why is he muted?
bad names.
Well, why don't you just give him another chance?
I think
Well, I mean,
I
you put
think
him on mute immediately.
I
That's
think
not right.
yeah, I think Gio did that, and I think that's supposed to stay that way.
Yeah, we can't question Gio's moderation, Jim. Come on.
Okay, so it was Gio, fair enough then.
Oh,
The
so
owner
if
of
it
the
was
server.
Howard, you were gonna hoot and holler about it? What the hell?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I think you got to question why people are being put on to mute. If they've got a good point to make,
Yeah,
then don't put them on mute. Let them make their point.
Yeah, no, he
Let
came
the
in
truth
last
be
night
told.
talking over everyone and calling them names, wouldn't let anybody respond. Pillbox, the
I don't see
EXO.
him in the list.
Yeah.
Different day, man, isn't it? Different.
He's not in the
Should let
list.
it go after the day.
What's his name
No, he
begin with?
was just muted. He was just muted, Jeremy.
Yeah, what's his name?
The
EXO.
EXO.
Oh, this guy.
That guy, yeah. Everyone knows him. Everyone knows what he's about.
What Gio said is what he wants it to stay like that, or what did he say
No,
last line?
he got booted once, and then he came back, and then he came back hot, and just screaming, calling everyone names, really bad names, and then Gio booted him again.
Last chance, XO. I'll be watching. Streets is watching.
Streets is watching.
Right on, man. I appreciate you big time. I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Yeah, unfortunately, that's still a lie, though, but that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, everyone was here heard it.
Nate, you got that dick riding line for me like about a year ago.
What? Oh yeah, Jeremy.
Somebody. Yep, didn't happen.
Yeah, Jeremy, that riddle you gave us yesterday, or I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before about the Eiffel Tower. That was some of your worst material ever, bro. Like I've never heard such a pointless question before, man.
Bro, if the
listen.
All right, listen. If the grandfather clock is moving faster than another grandfather clock, it has to be pendulum has to be swinging faster. You need a force for that. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna tell me you don't need a force.
I mean, I could tell you a lot of things, Jeremy. It's just it's not a gotcha, like you've brought forth so much better than that. You slipped
Bro,
on
you
some.
guys are this time dilation thing's got you fucked up because now you're saying you don't. Hey, relax.
Say what, Jeremy?
Now you're saying you don't need a force to make things move faster. It'll just happen because of time dilation, which is not a force. But that's not a force, though. In order to make things move faster in reality, you need a
That's
force.
one way to explain it. That's one way to explain it.
No, that's no
you
way to explain it. That's mythological nonsense.
No, that's one way to explain it. You could also explain it using forces if you wanted. But I mean,
it's false and nonsensical.
Actually,
Well, what's the force? Explain it to me using the force, Nick.
It's been experimentally proven.
Not in the slightest. It's not possible.
Yes, it's possible. It happens.
It hasn't. Show me.
Yes, it has. Good. Fine. Search for the one where they took the atomic clocks and flew them on airplanes.
Right, and so the atomic clocks, they started moving at a different pace.
The
So
example
suppose
Jeremy just
time
gave,
caused
man.
that
The
difference.
grandpa with clocks is the
That's
same.
correct. The clocks slowed down by close to the
So
amount of
time touched the clock and made it move faster or slower.
slower because it was moving faster. That's correct.
That's ridiculous.
I don't care.
So lag in a system.
I don't give a shit. You cannot. You have no other explanation.
The measuring stick.
It's ridiculous, but it happened. It still happened.
I don't give a shit.
No,
if you
it
think
didn't happen because the notion is ridiculous.
Yeah,
No, that's what you say. And that's okay. You can say that.
The fact that you can say no doesn't mean that it's wrong. Doesn't mean that it's
And
false.
the fact that you can tell me nonsense does not mean that it's real.
One at a time.
The data is there, sir. The data is real. The data is real. I'm sorry if you don't
Yeah,
like
and
it.
your a priori theory of the data is nonsense.
Stop with your stupid a priori bullshit. This is demonstrated scientific data.
Yeah, the
you grab two measuring sticks, 1 meter long each, yeah, and you take them around the world. You come back, put them together. One is slightly shorter than the other.
Well, I
If you have
mean,
time
you don't.
dilation-
If you just deny stuff outright, then you don't even really have to have a position that way.
The dilation will occur while
I can just deny nonsensical assertions that falsely interpret the empirical data. That's what I can do justifiably.
Then how do you interpret the data? The data is the clocks are slower once they move.
Yeah, whatever the concrete entity was that made the clock move faster or slower, it was a concrete entity that has causal power to make the effect occur, not an abstract entity which is time.
I don't care if you think time is an abstract entity. I really don't.
Okay, well, my point still stands whether you care about it or not.
Yeah,
No,
science in reality doesn't care about your opinion.
The equivocating
The
clocks
fact that
and
you,
time.
the fact
Clocks
that
are
you
not
don't
time.
understand it does not make it false. I'm sorry.
That's exactly right.
Do you okay, wait there. Do you also claim that time is causal to, let's say, plants growing then? Is that what you're saying? That it's a real, physical, tangible thing? You genuinely stating that, are you?
Because
Oh,
in
the
order to
passage
make
of
one of the
time?
clocks, in order to make
passage
one
of
of the
time is a
clocks
real
move
thing, that's
faster, in order to
It's
make
a
one of
lag
the
in the
clocks,
system. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Jeremy's
Jeremy.
going.
yeah, in order to make one of the clocks move faster than another clock, you're gonna need some kind of physical force to make that happen. Right?
No, not really. But okay.
No.
No,
Are
actually,
you
the clock
sure?
that moves,
Are you-
is slower than the clock that stands still. By the way, but okay.
So if we have two identical objects and we want one to move faster than the other one, we're gonna need to put a bigger force into it, right?
I have to concur that it is a very strange thing that this time dilation appears to be a thing based on the experimental data. but like if
So
you were the
we're
people
not-
that were in the plane with the one clock that's going slower, you didn't realize any change. Then the people in the other plane, they didn't realize any change, but they came
Okay.
together and they found there was a change.
All right. So in order to make one object, identical object, move faster than another object, you're going to need to put a bigger force into it, right? Maybe obfuscate that one more time.
No, yeah, I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
And in addition to what Jeremy is clearly stating to you, your perpetual error that you people keep repeating is that you keep univocally identifying clocks with time. Clocks are not time. Time is not clocks.
Clocks measure
End of
time.
your argument.
Clocks measure time. They're just an instrument. A measuring tape isn't a foot.
Say that again, Howard. Say that again, Howard.
A measuring tape isn't a foot. You measure a
That's
foot with a
exactly
measuring
right.
tape.
So when you look at the clock, that is not a particular instance of time. That is a particular instance of an instrument that measures time.
So if I
What
ask
about
you
you
to
when
cut
you
me a
measure
board,
it?
If I tell you come back in an hour, you can't do that looking at your clock. Fuck off. You're an idiot.
yeah, but if I ask you to cut me a board 1 foot long, you're going to measure a foot long and cut it off.
Hey, don't start
Right.
because that doesn't lead anywhere good. Paid.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just getting tired of this.
Yeah, but you cannot do that to time. You cannot cut, can bend.
You
It's a
can still
concept.
measure it though. You can measure it.
Right.
You
And
measure
so
it constantly, but it's
Jeremy,
using clocks. But clocks are
Jeremy,
not
to
time.
answer the thing is not the thing. Time is not the clock. The clock is not a particular instance of time. End of time dilation. End of special relativity.
No.
End of general relativity.
No, the clock ticks slower. It is measuring time. It physically ticks slower compared to the clock that's standing
You
still.
can't claim the causality of lag in a system.
Time passes
Time.
slower.
You can't do that.
The motion of the components of the clock is moving slower. The concrete entity, which are the components that comprise the clock, are caused to move slower by another concrete entity, not an abstract entity.
Actually, time actually passes slower because the clocks are atomic in nature. But okay.
No, time doesn't have a speed. It doesn't move from point A to point B. It doesn't. It doesn't have. It's not a particular. It's not.
Time is very
Time is not a
arcane fact.
particular object with extension in space that can move
I
from point A to
understand it's
point B.
difficult
Come on,
concept,
guys.
but this is true. Time does not pass the same at all times, at all
D-
speeds.
d- But it
We measure time in
both
days. Come on, sunrise,
Measure time in
sunset.
days,
Come
measure
on.
time in seconds. Actually, the second is the default unit of time, but okay.
Yeah, there aren't particular in there. There isn't like this little object called time span that is in this particular location, and there's a multitude of supposed time spans in a multitude of different particular locations. Time is not a particular. It's a single, universal, transcendental, eternal, absolute, abstract entity.
No, it's not. Time actually passes slower when you move faster.
Not in the slightest. You have not seen that once.
Scientifically proved. Yes, we have. More than once.
You have
Yes,
not.
we have seen
Yes,
that,
we have.
Greg. You see,
Again, the
you
easiest one
say it
to-
You look
haven't.
at clocks.
You
The
say
easiest
you
one-
haven't, but you have. But you
The
have.
easiest one-
You haven't.
The
You look
easiest
at
one-
You
clocks.
have.
The easiest
See, I
one-
can say that to you. I can just say it back and forth. Yes, you have. No, you haven't. Yes,
Right.
you have.
You
That
think
doesn't
that
mean
looking
anything.
at a
Oh, wait a minute,
clock,
hold on a second. We send atomic
looking at
clocks.
a clock is a particular instance of time. It is not.
We
It's
send
not.
atomic clocks. We send atomic clocks
your
on an
opinion.
airplane.
And
They
a
come
clock
back
is not
having.
time.
What do you mean clock? What is it
None of
measuring?
us have seen that. None of us have seen that.
It's been reported in the paper.
Like, not
You have
going to
never
concede
seen
to this BS. Clocks
I
are
don't
not
give a
time.
shit. What do you mean? What do clocks measure?
Exactly. So appealing to a
It's
clock moving,
BS.
Hey, hold on. So
appealing
you're
to
saying,
a particular
that
clock, appealing to clock B moving slower than clock A is not a particular instance of time moving slower.
Stop funny muting
local
me. Stop funny
location.
muting. You're funny muting me.
Oh, that's irritating, is it?
So you're saying that when a clock, if I have a clock that measures, say, an hour, that sits still, and I have a clock that I take and I put really, really fast, and it measures.
Mute his ass again. Mute his
45
ass again.
Oh, no, now Jin's having a turn.
Jen, what
the
are you
other
doing?
The other clock says 45 minutes. You're saying that the time that those two clocks, that time didn't change?
Time did not change. The position of the component that indicates what time it is changed.
Oh,
The-
you're full of shit. You really are.
as opposed to the other clock. That's it.
No, the time actually passed.
The minute hand on clock A is in a different position than the minute hand on clock B. It's very simple. It's not an instance of time moving slower in one or the other.
Why would the minute
It's
hand
not.
of the time? Why would the minute hand of the clock move slower?
Again, so I already gave you the refutation to your nonsense. The minute hand on clock A is in a different position than the minute hand on clock B. This is not an instance of two different time spans in two different particular locations.
Exactly is that?
Yeah, time
Time
is not slowed down at all. Time moves on, so it's not slowed down.
This is
slowing down.
self-contradictory.
You are not God. You're not God, mate. You're
Well, hold
talking
on.
like you're
Time
God.
is
You
not-
can't.
Time
You're
is
not
not
God.
constant. Shut up.
Shut up.
Time
You're
is
not
a
God.
constant.
You never will be God.
Time
Stop
is not
being
a
blasphemous,
constant.
you cunt.
Ah, man, this is
Shut
awful.
up.
Time
As
is
he
not
religiously
constant.
chants over and over
liar.
again.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
This
no,
is
like you're
time is
God.
not a constant.
You guys, all right, can you speak one at a time and actually, like, not just insult each other in circles?
Stone him. Computer him. Pro computers.
So here's the
Stones.
elliptical tension in Paymaster Shield's position.
You know what I mean? The man's
Let's
being
tell us that clocks are
my
not
God
time,
now. The man
so
is
they are
being
not.
blasphemous. Time is slowing down.
Time is slowing down when you move faster. That's correct.
Right. So what I was trying to say about Paymaster Shield is that the self-contradictory, self-contradictory dialectical tension in Paymaster Shield's position is that he will in one breath tell us that clocks are not time, they measure time, so they're not one and the same with time, and then in the next breath tell us that given the different positions of the minute hand, as it were, or the hour hand on clock A and clock B, these are particular instances of time itself. No.
Yes. Well, how did it change? Why did one clock tick
It's
faster than the other clock?
self-contradictory. You're contradicting
Wait a minute.
yourself.
No, you're contradicting yourself. Listen, I have
Not even the slightest.
yes, you are. I have two clocks that are exactly the same. I pick one of them at random.
It's
Send it up on an
absurd.
airplane, send it around the earth. It comes back. It is slower.
It's
Less
absurd.
time has passed.
Wait, are you claiming you can
Okay,
pick any clock at
absurd.
random? Wait, you're claiming you can pick any clock at random and do this? Is that what you're saying?
You need two identical clocks, and these.
Oh,
are
okay.
It's very funny because you keep saying this. Listen. You keep saying this. Why, when you bring the clock back down from high up in the air, does it not realign with the clock down on the ground?
Wicked crack.
Because it measures time. It measures the passage of time.
Yeah.
Less time
Yeah.
has passed for this clock after going at speed.
Right, but it came back down.
So speed in one trajectory, which would also put stresses onto the components of said clock, right?
Like the implication of what he's saying is this, because he obviously won't follow the implication to its logical conclusion because it reduces the absurdity. But the problem is that supposedly you go up there, clock moves slower. You come back down here, clock moves faster. When clock A comes back down to Earth to next to clock B, why doesn't clock A sync up with clock B?
Because less time has
Jen,
passed.
you have an echo, Jen.
Yeah, because it was already in
Yeah,
a place
sorry.
where the time was moving faster.
It measures
So for that span of time, it's different.
You're smarter than this. Don't even bother, bro. You're smarter than that.
No,
Come on.
Kosho understands.
Yeah.
I understand it's a difficult concept, but time is not always past the same time everywhere.
Yeah, as you religiously chant over and over again, not addressing what I just asked.
Scientifically proven. You are the religious one, not me.
As you chant religiously over and over again,
Hey,
instead of just what I
I responded to it though, Gregory. I responded to you.
Not religious belief. This is
Guys,
science.
one at a time.
Well, it's been trampled upon by one of your own ridiculous members.
More than once.
Yeah.
You could.
Well, I know, but Gregory, what you just asked was, why did they sync back up when they came back down? But that's what I'm saying is when for the time frame that they were different, they were going at different rates, and that that's going to stay recorded with it forever. You know what I mean? It's
Yes,
like
I know, but the implication of your position is that the clock moves forward. It moves at a certain rate depending on where it is in space. So if it moves slower up there because it's up there, then it should move at the same pace with the clock down here. But it doesn't happen that way in your example.
No, it does.
It's inconsistent.
It does.
When they bring it back, it reverts.
So then you
back.
shouldn't ever be able to detect the difference.
Yes, because hold on a second. It measures elapsed time. While it was up going at a speed faster than the one on the ground, less time.
I don't need you to repeat this over and over again. You don't realize when someone understands you.
No, you do not understand. Because when they bring it back down, they do sync up. However, the one clock is a little bit slower because it had been going around. When they bring it back, it doesn't lose time when they're sitting side by side. So it
Okay,
does.
so I have to explain your paradigm to you again. By implication of your position, the clock should resync back down. When you bring the clock back down from up high, back down to the earth, to the clock A, back to the clock B, it should be in sync because you are supposing that the location determines the position of the instruments on the clock.
The velocity.
Yeah, but
But it's hard to do that in your paradigm, in your example, so you're not being consistent. Once again, reapplying time as a concrete entity that can cause motion. It's nonsense.
And you are saying no to scientifically proven that.
Okay, Gregory, hold on, Gregory. Before you respond to that, if you have two movie theaters, they start the movie at the exact same time. One movie theater, they have a remote control, and they fast forward parts of the movie. They make part of the movie go faster than the other movie, and then they stop it, and then it goes at the regular rate, just like the other one is. It doesn't matter that they're now both going at the regular rate. The other movie is going to be ahead of the other movie forever.
Right, that's an
just the way it
instance of Kosho. That's an instance of a concrete entity causing an effect. The radio signal from the remote causing the video player to move the moving image faster, not an abstract entity causing a concrete entity to move faster or slower. Not analogous.
I cannot help.
This is another example of an analogy. It's not the same thing. However, it does describe what you're saying should happen when they sync back up.
Analogous.
But yes, whenever their movies are going at the same rate, that's analogous to when the clock comes back and they're now going at the same rate again.
So,
That absolutely is.
it certainly is not.
Absolutely is. I have no idea.
Did you hear the explanation? Did you hear my explanation? Why it's analogous?
Yes, but that doesn't matter. The fact that it's different than everything is just
matter.
But the question you just asked was about them syncing back up together.
No. It does matter. My refutation and the argument to support my refutation does matter.
Well, it's bull. It's
That's
shit.
right.
You haven't explained.
Hold on, Peyton asked it.
Is nuh-uh. All I
Yeah,
hear
it's
from
hard
you
to.
is nuh-uh.
It's hard to respond like that. But what was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not trying to equate these two things. I'm trying to describe to you who was just asking, when these things are going at different rates and then they bring it back to Earth.
Yeah, I know.
Now they're synced back up again. Shouldn't they be going at the same rate? And I'm telling you no, because of exactly like a movie. If you speed up one movie and then you put it at the regular rate, yes, they're going at the regular rate together, but they're no longer at the same point in the movie.
Yeah, I know what you tried to do. So my refutation, what say you?
It has nothing to do with what I said.
But it does. So
And
once again,
instead is
you
describing
don't
how it's
understand
different.
it. As you funding mute me, as you either I will repeat
I
it
was
because you
answering your
didn't
question.
understand, or you do understand it and you just hand wave it. So I will say it again. Your analogy is not analogous. Why? Because in the instance of you fast forwarding the movie B ahead of movie A, that is an instance of a concrete entity, a remote, sending a signal to the receiver, the machine that plays the video, to cause the moving images to move faster than the moving images on movie A. Okay? So that's an instance of a concrete entity causing an effect, not an abstract entity causing an effect. It's not analogous.
That has nothing to do with like I said, the facts that they're obviously different. They're obviously one is a remote control and one is relativistic mechanism. This is the truth that they're different. And the other thing is, whenever I was speaking just then, I wasn't funny muting you. I was responding to what you said when you gave me a chance to respond. You just didn't let me finish responding. But regardless, in this case, it doesn't matter that they're different things. You're focused on the wrong part of it when it's simply meant to be an exponent or a description for what you were asking.
Okay,
that is how it works. It works just the same.
Time. Okay, so once again, it does matter.
Hold on, man. It works just the same as it does in the case of the movie, and that's the reason why they're not synced back up.
Sentence. I got it.
So we can move past that part.
So it does matter because it makes all the difference. The nature of the thing causing the effect. The thing does have causal power, or it doesn't. That makes a world of a difference concerning things causing effects. So it completely crux and central point of the issue. So supposedly your precious time span is causing the clock to move faster, and then you identify the clock with time. So not only are you univocally identifying the clock with time, you are sitting here asserting that time caused the clock to move faster than an abstract entity. It's not concrete. It has no causal power. Cause a concrete entity to move faster than the one down on the ground. It's nonsense.
I want to put this back in the frame for you because I want to remind you I'm responding to what you were confused about, and this is simply a response to that confusion that you were voicing, and I'm simply saying that that's the reason why. It doesn't matter that they're not the same thing. This is the answer to what you were confused about a second ago when you said they should be synced back up. They should not be synced back up for the reason I just described.
It does matter, so address what I said.
What you've said has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're just describing how these two things are different. Yeah, it's true. It's true that these two things are different, but that's not what I was responding to. I'm responding to.
So again, this is a red herring. Then.
You had questions about why they would sync back up.
Okay, so this is a red herring. Then get to the central point.
How's it a red herring? It's in response to what you said.
It doesn't trump what I said, so I'm going to say this one more time.
That's supposed to trump what you said.
I'm going to say this one more time. What I said again with it doesn't matter. I'm done with you. You cannot sit here and justifiably assert that time is causing a clock to move faster. It has no causal power. It's an abstract entity. Time is not the clock. Clock is not the time. Deal with it.
That's fantastic. Okay, now to the conversation that we were supposedly part of. Do you still have the same, confusion or question or whatever about them syncing back up, or is that cleared up? Because that was the reason I was responding. And that's what I was responding to.
I already understand. I understand. I understand that, and I understand it's self-contradictory. You're not following the implication of your premises to where they lead.
That's not self-contradictory. How does that contradict itself?
Listen. I understand what you're saying.
How does that specific point contradict itself?
No, I understand what you're saying, Kosher. Okay, yeah, they slowed down. Okay, due to their travel in further speed, it slowed down for that moment. Okay, it measured the time that it measured. It comes back down as long as it returns back to the same speed as the other clock. Yeah, it's allotted amount of time that it would have measured would be different, but as long as it returns back to the same speed, then that sort of makes sense. I understand that, but you still are not going to be able to get around the fact that, again, you don't have any concrete evidence of what was the causality of the slowing down of so-called time as shown by the measuring device, right? You're attributing lag in
impossible.
you're attributing
It's
lag in
not
a system. You're attributing lag in a system, right, to something vastly, and I mean vastly, unrelated as far as I'm concerned.
That's fine. But you know, the part about that,
the supposed cause is abstract, not concrete.
right. Let me respond to what you said real quick. Yeah, but I see what you're saying, but I think the part that a lot of people miss out on, which is like a powerful tool in science, which is the prediction. And this wasn't a ad hoc explanation for why this time dilation thing was happening. The time dilation was a prediction of the of relativity. So when they saw this happen, it's not that they were trying to tie it to something that didn't have anything to do with it. They specifically were seeking this out to see if this would happen. So
of course they were. They were trying to reify the idea that they had previously asserted. We understand that, Kosher, but you again have no evidence they hadn't previously done this. Ended up with a result, and then after the fact attributed it to something that they're trying and attempting to reify. You can't claim that they didn't do it that way either. So that's sort of a completely stupid thing to say.
Yeah, a prediction based on ontologically absurd premise is unsubstantiable, unjustifiable.
But I could claim that. You could claim that they did. You could claim the otherwise too. But for me, that doesn't require any evidence to say, well, no, they never saw this before, because that's what they're claiming, and there's no evidence anyone's seen that before. However, to say that this is something that they've observed before and then pretended like it was a novel prediction, that's a pretty strong claim, pretty bold claim.
Well, regardless of your epistemological preferences, the prediction is based on an ontologically absurd, nonsensical assertion. It cannot be substantiated. It cannot be justified.
Yeah, well, the way science works is it doesn't matter how absurd your idea is. If there's predictions based on it, and those predictions turn out to be true,
and those predictions are false,
there's no other cause for those predictions being true. It's given heavy weight.
No, Kosher, the predictions are false.
Not so absurd.
It had nothing to do with the plane traveling at high speed in one direction. Nothing to do with that whatsoever, right? It was time itself that slowed down. It was nothing to do with the carriage in which the clock was in, which was going way faster than what the clock was on the ground in its relative comparison to the one that this one apparently now has a differential in the actual time hand. Okay.
You're higher up inside of the actual energy field itself, and so the degradation rate of the oscillation, like the oscillation of the cesium atoms, are relative to the altitude within that energy field. So mine actually makes sense. So,
Yeah, you need to show that though.
Oh, you don't need to show time physically expanding and slowing down, but I need to show.
Well, I mean, you're saying it's something other than what they say it is.
You don't have the
you'll
first
have to come
clue
up with a
about
demonstration that'll show that.
But why do
Howard, you don't have the first clue about epistemological rigor. You don't know what you're talking about when you demand evidence. You don't understand the nature of things. You don't understand how things are proven and the way to prove the existence.
Your opinion. You just keep giving your opinion about me.
So if we take gyro, right, and we change altitudes, we get variances over 1 to 2 degrees based on the altitude. And if we do Michelson-Morley on a vertical axis, we get a greater differential than a horizontal. So all evidence shows us that, of course, we know how electromagnetic fields or magnetic fields actually manifest. And of course, it being a plane, we know where that would be. And so you would literally have a different effect of energy within your altitude of that energy field. So we have the same phenomena, which is the oscillation rate of cesium atoms relative to altitude. You claim that time physically expands and slows down. I say, no, it's nothing more than you being in a higher altitude. And my claim is less founded than yours, and I need to prove and demonstrate mine prior to you even showing how yours makes sense, even like on a logical level. Is that a good summary?
Yeah, somehow your position is unsubstantiated and his is, even though the supposed cause of the phenomenon that he's trying to interpret is literally abstract. It's unsubstantiable. It's not a substance.
Yeah, he could.
Concrete.
Well, he could send a clock up in a hot air balloon and prove his point.
Well, no,
are two clocks in the tower.
We have the same results, buddy. Okay,
we have altitude as abstract as time.
Yeah, let's look at your. Let's look at your mechanism though, because you're claiming that just being in the plane does something with the oscillation rate, but the specific oscillation that we're talking about is the energy the energy that the electron is going to jump from and jump to, and then the light that it emits. So I don't know how that would change that. There's a very specific,
You
they're very
think that
specific intervals.
Do you think that that's like hurting my point? That a
I
fluctuation
mean,
of energy?
no, I'm asking you how that changes. Like if those
You're
are
right.
fixed, those are fixed values.
Yeah, there's different density of energy relative to altitude within the vortexual movement of the energy field. I don't have to replace your nonsense. I just objectively have a more viable explanation. The point is that we have the same phenomena. Left lane telling me I got to go up in a hot air balloon. No, I don't. What are you talking about? We have the same phenomena that it looks like at certain altitudes. And it's such a very minute change. It's insane. We're looking at vibrational patterns, resonance, right? That's all we're doing. We're looking at the oscillation rate of a cesium atom. And it's such a very minute change that we seem to get. It was not even ever like incredibly consistent. You guys just pretended it is because you didn't look into it. Not the point.
Well, no, I didn't say you had to. I just made a suggestion that you could, to prove your point, send an atomic clock up at high altitude and see what the difference is.
But wait, what? How would that change anything? First of all, it's a very small change. We're going to pretend that it's consistent and it's always the same change. It's actually not. In the real world, it's literally not. Okay, but we're going to pretend it is. If it is, I just gave you a viable explanation for it. So what would sending up a hot air balloon do? If I get the same exact results, then that's still where we started. So what
How are you making that claim? Like have you ever seen an observation where like it's going up in an airplane, whatever, changes the energy states that electrons transition from and to, and the amount of light that it emits because of that? Because I don't think
how
that,
does that not make
I don't think that we both have that we have the same predictions. I don't think that there's a prediction that claims planes do that to electrons.
Chad, listen carefully, okay? No one said planes do anything to electrons. You don't listen, man. So, Michael.
Well, this is the cause.
Michelson-Morley was done on a horizontal, right? It's not just the plane; it's the altitude. You're saying that it has to be on a plane for time to expand?
No.
Okay. So is it relative to altitude?
Altitude, but speed in this case was the big thing. The altitude just got changed by a little bit more for the gravity to have a similar effect. But regardless, regardless though, the time though, the transition state between electrons is still the same. I mean, you're claiming that you have the same predictive ability, but I don't think that that's the case.
Well, if you'd stop interrupting, maybe you've learned something from the flat earther per usual. Okay. So Michelson-Morley was tested on the horizontal axis. That's about light, right? That's about the amount of time it takes light to get somewhere. You guys said that time physically expanded, right? Dilated, widened, and slowed down because of this physical expansion, while simultaneously the plane in this scenario is physically contracting, right? That's your explanation for Michelson-Morley on the horizontal. But of course, if there is actually just a field that sustains the energy, which is the only ontologically viable option, then we test the vertical and it would be different because it's a vortexual movement. It's a vortex, just like the Sagnac effect says it is, right? So when we go vertically, we actually do get a difference with the Michelson-Morley testing the vertical axis as opposed to horizontal. It's been done. You can prove it, and it can be replicated. There's a greater change in the time it takes the light to get received based on a vertical change relative to a horizontal test. Okay, so the evidence actually shows what I'm saying, and you're making a completely unfounded claim about concepts having physical attributes, right? You have physical properties attributed to concepts, and you're saying, look, the light and the oscillation of energy is different higher up, therefore time physically expands. When I'm saying, no, it's in an energy field, it has a vortex, it changes relative to altitude, like can be tested at the surface, and of course it has a different effect relative to that altitude. Seems pretty simple to me.
Isn't vortex and altitude also a concept?
A concept?
Yes.
Okay, so
measurable concept.
Vortex is a type of movement, but
right? So it's not a concept, because if I have a whirlpool and there's a vortex of water, it's physically moving in a vortex.
Yeah, the
right?
water is, but the vortex is just a conceptual.
Bro, this is like this is
No,
just
it's
as
not a
dumb as
mere
the
concept. The vortex is a concrete event.
No, it's not. Vortex is like a wave.
Those who
Vortex,
talking, they
your
been
vortex
coaching.
must have your vortex. When you say vortex, you're referring to some physical object that is in a particular formation. Like when
Yes,
you
we
say water.
understand
When you,
that.
okay, so
Pump your
now what
brakes
you're
and listen
talking
to what is
about.
actually
So when
being
you say
said.
That's a straw
okay,
man.
so oh wait, hold on. So now what you're saying is that a vortex is a non-physical, so it's not matter. So what the fuck is it?
Okay, so now that you've just got to where you realize that you straw man to me, now we'll talk about
I
what I was
didn't strawman anything.
Stop interrupting. Okay, so basically implicit within your claim is that anything outside of matter equates to nothing. I'm sorry, I don't drool when I speak. I'm not retarded. I don't think nothing exists. So there's an energy field that's metaphysical just because it isn't in the material confinement. Just because it isn't in the material confinement, because it's
So
in
can
the
you measure, wait, hold on. Is God metaphysical?
Why are you two debating one another?
Hold on. He's saying he's measuring metaphysical. And I'm saying, no, you measure physical. And he's going to sit here and say that he measures metaphysical.
No, that's another straw man. That's another straw man.
I'm not sure. I'm asking you, is that what you said? Did you say that what you're talking about is metaphysical and you measured it? I'm asking you.
I never said that. So you're measuring an effect of something physical with
physical. Okay, great.
Yeah, right. So
So
I'm
you
just talking
measured
about
something physical.
You see what?
So we
see what's
measured
funny
something
here is
physical.
one side has something that's objective and repeatable.
Bro, look how he's talking past me. So you measured something physical.
You're
right?
literally talking over me.
No, you said you were talking about energy.
Guys, you need to stop and pump the brake. You have destroyed this dialogue entirely. Witsit was talking to Kosho. Your argument should be levied against Kosho.
No, my argument. Don't tell me where my argument should be. If I hear Witsit talking bullshit, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, Witsit,
I just
when you said
intellectually
this bullshit,
eviscerated you.
You just interrupted me." Okay,
I just
so when you were
intellectually
talking,
eviscerated
you said that 15 times against Brenda. Now let me get my point out, and then you can say how you eviscerated it.
Okay.
So when you're talking about the magnetic field, right? You said we measured the vortex. Now I'm saying a vortex, you had to measure something physical. Now, I'm asking you, did you measure something physical in the magnetic field, or did you measure something metaphysical?
So this is why I intellectually eviscerated you, okay? Because for 3 consecutive times now, you've had to straw man what I said, right? Because you can't debate what I'm actually saying.
He's not
I never
answering.
said,
He's not
stop
answering.
interrupting me. I never said that I measured the vortex, right? I said
asking. That's why I asked. You're not. You can just say no. I didn't.
Through him and let him answer your question, Ghost.
Yeah.
He's not answering it. He's talking about something else.
He's already answered it. You are strawmanning him.
No, I'm not. Okay. So the vortex is physical or metaphysical?
Okay, right. So the vortex is a type of movement, just like a wave. It's not a thing. It's a type of movement within a medium, right? The medium that we're discussing is metaphysical, meaning it's beyond material. It isn't confined to matter. It's an energy field, right? So you can't have a wave or a vortex because that's just stop interrupting me because I'm destroying you, please. Okay.
You said you answered it. You said the vortex is metaphysical. That was the answer I'm looking for. So your entire premise of this vortex.
Bro. Oh my god.
Interrupting.
No,
So the entire premise. Let me get it out. You're interrupting.
You're the one that interrupted, dude.
Here we go. Okay.
You interrupted.
So your vortex
I'm just gonna
is
mute you. How about that?
There you go. This is how they deal with when somebody questions their
You're
bullshit.
the one
They just
speaking
no,
through
let's do
people.
it.
No, every time I
more
go,
than 7,000 times at this rate.
I'm gonna mute you in 3 seconds.
I know
okay?
that's great. That's great. I know you can't. I know you can't debate me. Good. He's
Okay,
it down.
stop talking.
Now he's just gonna keep talking when I'm talking.
I was in the middle of talking for the 5th time.
I'm
You've
trying to
interrupted.
ask.
Okay.
You interrupt me every time. Every time I speak, you interrupt me. Okay, so the vortex is metaphysical.
Okay, now I'm gonna say it. So The reason that keeps going on is he wants to cut me off and say, "Oh, you answered what I wanted you to hear," and keeps cutting off the point. Okay, the point is really simple. I never said you measured the vortex. It's a type of movement, just like a wave, and it's a type of movement within a field. Now, the other opposing claim would be that it's in nothingness, and that's ridiculous because nothing can exist. So I don't believe waves wave in nothingness because I'm not stupid. Now, every glober in here thinks that makes sense. That's their own prerogative. I don't care. Okay, we don't have to replace your idea that time physically expands because on its face, it's a reification fallacy attributing concreteness to concepts. It was a save the heliocentric model, grasp at straws, last ditch effort to try to explain away Michelson Morley. What I said was I have a more viable option that is consistent with all the actual experiments and tests and replicatable observations, right? And I don't have to give you that because it's the fact that you have the burden of proof claiming that time physically expands and slows down based on altitude and movement, and that it physically contracts the matter. That's your claim. Now you can't prove it. It's just a concept. It's actually a concept about concepts that have physical properties. It's insane. I don't have to replace it. I do, however, have a an objectively more viable alternative, and I'm showing it's consistent with all the results. Because some people here want to actually know, why does the oscillation rate look a little different whenever we're in a plane at a higher altitude? The answer is very simple. It's similar to Michelson Morley. It's based on the actual energy field that the motion's going within, because you can't have propagation within nothingness. Okay, now that's the actual point. I'll unmute you now, but if you just want to go on and on about how I measured the vortex, never said that. We're measuring oscillation rates, which will be in effect within the metaphysical vortex, which cannot be physically manipulated, nor can it be measured. Thank you for playing.
Come on.
Well,
You got nothing to say, Left Lane. You just want to cut me off because I'm destroying your cognition. You don't have anything of substance.
No, man, I was just saying you're going like 5 minutes. You're going like 5 minutes.
That was maybe 30 seconds, Left Lane. Do you have any rebuttal, or you just want to make sure you can funny mute me?
I don't even know what the fuck you said. Go ahead.
Okay, then
I don't see the difference between the baller wave.
Right. Okay.
The hell is that noise? Hold on, bro. I don't see the difference between the baller wave.
I'll unmute this guy.
I don't see the difference between the baller wave
and
just
talking over me and strawmanning me. It's just a waste of time.
I don't see so you have a wave that it's not made of any matter, and then you have a vortex that's not made of any matter, but his vortex is so different than the wave. It's the same bullshit. It's just a different word for the
premise.
same.
Go.
Oh, you guys are just interrupting.
What was his premise?
What was that premise? Is this how you, bro? Let me get my thought out, then you can fucking ask away. Don't just
have him muted. Sorry.
Why are you interrupting? This is crazy. So the idea that he's explaining magnetism with a vortex, and that is somehow better than the baller explanation of a wave, when they're both metaphysical. Right? They're both invoking. The problem is, this is I wasn't done, but did you hear me still talking? Did you hear that I was still talking?
End already.
Now
and
please,
we know you're saying they're both metaphysical, but you're just talking over people and repeating the same thing.
You're talking over me. You fucking talked over me. Holy fuck. This is what happens. The moment somebody comes in and disagrees with
no, I think you're misunderstanding. Hey, Ghost, let's let Ghost say what he wants to say. But Ghost, I just
no, they don't. They don't want. This is it. This is what happens.
I think you have a major oversight. Go ahead and
this is their game.
We're gonna let you speak.
Yeah.
But I think you have a major oversight in your understanding of this. But go ahead.
Okay, so now it's my misunderstanding of a wave being. Wow, here we go. I thought you said you were going to let me talk. Okay, so the whole reason when I say ballers are stupid, and they'll be like, it's a wave of energy. And I'm being like, what is a wave of energy? You're just saying words. You can't show me a wave of energy. And they're like, well, this explains magnetism. Then I hear Witsit going, it's a vortexual metaphysical. It explains magnetism. I'm going, that's the same shit. You just said a whole bunch of words that you can't show me the physical reality of, right? But you're saying, oh, it's a metaphysical and explains it. The wave is metaphysical and explains it. So it's just which tribe, which personal belief, faith tribe you attribute to. If you're a baller, you're going to say wave. If you're a flat earther and you're in the fucking Ken Wheeler bullshit, you're going to say vortex of energy. But really, fundamentally, neither one of you know shit. That's why
so let me respond. So vortex and wave are not the same. can I please respond? Vortex and wave is not the same thing, right? So no, it's not that we're saying a wave is a vortex of energy. Vortex is a different type of movement than a wave, okay? A wave, both of them are just types of movement, meaning that it has to have a medium to have that type of movement. Now, the ballers say that the wave exists by itself within nothing. The problem is waves aren't things and nothing cannot exist, meaning it's a waving motion or a vortexual motion of something, okay, which is the field that it's moving through, the medium that sustains it. The other side claims that it's sustained within nothingness. Okay, thanks.
Okay, but when you say no, they don't say nothing. They say metaphysical. They will say a wave is metaphysical. They use the same word that you do. You believe that there's no possible way that you and a baller, the ballers who are the dumbest of the dumb, you're like, there's no way I can align up with them. You do. When you say vortex, you mean metaphysical. When they say wave, they mean metaphysical. So you are both, whether you want to admit it or not, in the exact same thought process of just saying metaphysical to explain magnetism. And you think yours is better because it's vortex and not wave. It's crazy.
Once
dude.
again, you're still not understanding. You're still conflating vortex and wave for the third straight time, right? And
no, I didn't say vortex is a wave. I said they're both metaphysical.
Stop interrupting me. We're saying wave also. Right? We're saying, stop interrupting.
Again.
So we're saying wave also. Wave and vortex are different things. It's not that they're saying wave and I'm saying vortex. No, I'm saying wave also. But the difference is, I know a wave is not a thing in and of itself. It's just a type of movement of a medium. Okay. Now the globe side saying that the wave is something in and of itself, right? And it doesn't have to have a medium. It can wave through nothingness. I'm saying that's impossible because to have a wave or a vortex, you have to have a medium for that motion to be going through. We are fundamentally not saying the same thing at all whatsoever.
Metaphysical is not a medium. Metaphysical is not a medium.
Stop.
Let me say this. I have to explain Can I explain to Ghost what I think your oversight is? Ghost, real quick. When someone's there's a nuanced difference. When you say metaphysical, you're not saying nothing in both contexts, right?
I'm saying not physical.
Philosophically, philosophically and in reality.
No, well, hold on. This is where this is where
quiet. Does a medium have to exist? Does a medium have to exist for something to propagate? Does a medium have to exist? Does.
Okay, but when you say medium, are you talking about a physical object like water or a physical object like air, or are you talking a metaphysical medium like ether?
Medium, like whatever that air is.
They're not metaphysical. That's the problem.
There has to be a medium for that to exist, right? Things can't propagate without a medium, correct?
But when you say medium, are you talking physical medium or metaphysical medium?
Oh, it's a concrete, substantial entity in reality.
It's a physical medium, but the problem is that it's so universal that it's hard to identify in a tangible sense because it's so vast and overwhelmingly present.
Okay, look, your beliefs about the speed, that's not my problem. Like, I'm still don't understand. Hang on, please, let me get this out. Oh my God. I still don't understand. Right? When you're talking about medium, you still haven't concrete given me an answer. I heard Gregory, he said concrete, that's physical. So again, when you say medium, you mean a physical concrete medium, or are you leaving the possibility open to some kind of metaphysical medium like the ether?
That's not antithetical. That's your problem.
It's
just a question that you can answer. I mean, a physical medium. I don't mean a metaphysical one. Why is this question so?
I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I think that this is because
your microphone is not good.
Right. What we're talking about?
Dave, there's something going on with your
mic. How can I be wrong? I'm asking you to clarify what you mean by medium. How are you saying that I'm wrong? How can I be wrong? I'm asking you a question about what you just said, and you told me I'm wrong.
It's such an easy clear.
Wow, this is crazy. You guys are lost, bro.
Listen, can I be heard right now or not?
Yeah, you can.
Can I be heard?
Both left.
Just real quick, I think the thing is that the the flat Earth side has gotten so allergic to the idea of anything non-material being non-existent, and that it's just like begging the question, because it seems like what happened was the ballers, or the people that were, you know, in charge of science at the time, hijacked the ether and called it space-time.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are, you have, like you just said, have these intellectual allergies, and some, even flat earthers, they don't even have their categories straight. And so he sat here and belligerently and cantankerously put metaphysical as antithetical to physical. They're not. It's so simple. It
So he
wasn't
just
that.
left because you were trying to clarify things with him. He just took off.
Well, yeah, but see, what's crazy here is ironic part of what New Perspective just said, that's a great summary of it, is that they're selling a materialistic worldview, like the very thing that the lie of heliocentrism encompassed, which is materialism. Nothing exists outside the material. We came from nothing effectively at the same time, and that nothingness exists outside of the material, like literally nothingness. That's like the confinement of intellectualism and knowledge and truth, right? And they're now woken up from the heliocentric model, but they are still saying that nothing or anything out that falls outside of materialism doesn't exist and is wrong. So they're still falling for the bigger trick of the lie. So they've
They're
actually
still
made no
falling into
progress.
materialism.
They've made no progress for 5 years, 7 years. I don't care if you found out they lied about the earth. If you're still stuck within materialism, you still fell for the trick. You haven't even made progress yet. And that's my blunt take, which I normally don't say, but that's what I think. And they don't even realize they're arguing from a worldview of materialism. And that doesn't even make sense on its face, because we have a physical body and we have a mind. And the mind is metaphysical, but it tells the body how to work. Not only do we have metaphysical and physical objectively, and that's reality, they intertwine. There's an intermediary there so that they can interact with one another. So the confinement of materialism is the death of knowledge, effectively.
Inseparable and codependent. Yes. And again, this is why I keep talking about categories. They are important. What is the thing that we are talking about? Identify it. Law of identity. What is the thing we're talking about? What kind of thing is this thing talking about? So when Ghost was in here just cantankerously resisting Austin, it was just nonsense. It's like, no, a vortex isn't just purely abstract. It is a category of, it's a thing in a certain category, that category being emotion. A vortex is what something does. Okay, it's a concrete event. It's not concrete in the same sense that your phone or your laptop or your table or your body is concrete. It's not a solid thing with extension in space. It's a concrete event. We need to get our categories straight. Especially if we're going to be so belligerent like boulders down a mountain when we run our mouths about these things. Get the facts straight if you're going to run your mouth so cantankerously like that.
Yeah. And then no one ever enters my point, though. So like you have the wave like motion, the vortex motion, whatever motion. You can't have that without a medium. So either it's a wave of something, or it would be a wave within nothingness. You have to pick one of the two. There is no other option. And screaming at the top of your lungs and saying it's not science and telling people to shut up doesn't change the fact that you have to pick one of those two options. There is no other option.
The law of the excluded middle is in full effect here.
A lot of flat earthers don't want to acknowledge what I just said, dude, and they'll mute you, cuss you out, kick you out of rooms, anything under the sun other than acknowledging it. Globers are actually more honest than a lot of flat earthers in this specific sense, because they will say, they'll absorb nothing. They'll say, yeah, it's nothing. It's effectively nothing. So at least they acknowledge the objectivity of the dichotomy, the binary.
Right.
And so it's just really kind of baffling to me, because I've never heard a flat earther that hates the ether and says you can't scientifically prove it, stop talking about it. I've never heard any of them answer. So we say that there's a wave and it has to be a medium, because there's a movement of the medium. The energy has to be sustained in something, right? The propagation is sustained within a medium. So there has to be something there acting as a medium. Or the alternative is that there's nothing there and that it's sustained within nothingness, which means you have to claim that nothing exists, which is intrinsically contradictory. And if you scream about how the ether's stupid, but you don't acknowledge that, I've just chosen that you're not even worthy of the conversation. You have to put your big boy pants on or something, bro, because you're not like actually having the discussion.
I mean, that's a really glaring and bright dialectical tension. It's not nothing moving, waving. and yet it's not something. Well, what is it then?
That's what I'm saying. I boiled it down to the most simple dichotomy ever that couldn't be denied, and it still didn't work. I'm like at a loss for words nowadays. I don't even know how else to.
And then the other dichotomy, right, Austin? The other dichotomy is that either the thing that is waving is abstract or it's concrete. Abstract entities have no extension in space. They have no. They're the very antithesis of concrete entities that have substance to them with extension in space. So, like, abstract entities can't wave. So the only alternative, via logical deduction, is a concrete entity which is waving.
Correct. It has a substantive quality. And dude, they threw this was the base framework for everything we still to this day understand about electricity and everything, magnetism, everything. And they threw it out because the Earth had to be a ball that was spinning. And so they kept all the stuff we came up with, assuming the ether, and we still use it to this day, but they threw it all out just because they were devoted to heliocentrism. And now we have people in 2022 that make it like their life mission to expose heliocentrism, but they're still within the confinement that came from the religious devotion to heliocentrism, which is the idea of nothingness, materialism.
They hold to the knowledge and don't hold to the knowledge. They behave according to the knowledge and try to not behave according to that knowledge. Dialectical tension.
Yeah, it's actually it's like a very shrouded version of cognitive dissonance. Like it's a illusory confidence shrouded in cognitive dissonance, unbeknownst to the beholder. You know.
Right. It's a bit more subtle, not so flamboyant.
Yeah, which cognition normally is, obviously goes past the individual intrinsically, but I just think it's fun. I don't know. I just think it's crazy. Whatever. And
It's
even
funny
Glover
because,
has a hard time answering this too, by the way. Yeah, what's up?
That ghost guy, he didn't even understand the premise at all. He came in and then started arguing against something when he didn't even know what it was concerning, right? He didn't know what it was being attributed to. He didn't know the premise whatsoever. Like, he's in there now. Why don't you come back in and then address the actual premise of what you were stating, which was to do with the oscillation of atomic matter? It was nothing
he
to
got
do with
frustrated that he wasn't able to just unleash
propagation of
his
a wave.
tongue without restraint.
Yeah, but I mean, even the Globers, like in here, they'll have trouble really saying nothing. They'll say space-time, but like when it comes to substantive quality, it's nothing. That's just abstract. You have to believe in nothingness to believe in the current relativistic paradigm.
Nothing.
Einstein said that nothing can exist, by the way, just in case you guys didn't know. Even Einstein knew that fundamental logical axiom.
An unsubstantiable an unsubstantiable substance. The substance without substance. I mean, come on.
Einstein said it was unimaginable for there not to be an ether and that nothing cannot exist.
Right, and he was still a Glober.
Yeah, and now your religious byproduct of him, you oppose and vehemently contradict exactly what he said himself.
It's like, so his dialectical tension in his worldview. You can't simultaneously say nothing is real and nothing is not real. They're not both true. That's a problem.
Like, even he said it. That's what's funny, though. You got to admit it's funny. Like, he said that it's unimaginable that there's not an ether. That's what Einstein said.
He probably also would have said it's unimaginable that the Earth is flat.
Well, as opposed to what
Matthew, are you really
we're going to go based on what
point?
he did. Yeah, we're going to go based on what he did say, not what you think he probably would say. We're going to talk about what he did say, which is that it's unimaginable that there is no ether and that nothingness cannot exist. And then we have people like even yourself, Matthew, which you shouldn't be a materialist. That's kind of weird, but but you portray everything as if it is scientifically confined to materialism, ironically, right? Like everything that happened in the natural world is confined to materialism, other than God himself. And that we must...
human souls are not material.
Okay, and so it exists within space-time. The soul does.
No, they're immaterial.
What it exists within what?
I don't know. Maybe some spiritual realm. That we don't know much about that realm.
But your paradigm claims exactly what that realm is, and that it's only space and time and nothing else.
You say you can't have it both ways. You can't. They cannot only be material and there be immaterial things.
Right.
Don't we have to?
Yeah,
like,
you have to have an
determine if
ether to
there's a
believe in your soul, bro.
First of all,
sorry. Go ahead.
Me too, dude. I was just saying, has it been determined that we do have souls? Has that been
I was reporting a belief of mine.
Okay.
Well, again, that's another category error. And the reason I keep saying that is because the fact of the matter is that the scripture teaches that we are souls. Now, people keep saying that we have souls, but even in that notion of this dualistic human nature ontological doctrine, the doctrine is that we are a soul that is inside a carnal body. So
Right.
even in that notion, you are a soul, not have a soul. A soul is what you are.
Sure,
Yeah.
I don't mind that type of wording.
But the
So
heliocentric
yeah,
paradigm, seriously, dude, it literally came from a devotion to the antithesis of that. So,
Wait, are you saying
Oh.
something like the physical ether has something to do with the immaterial soul?
I'm saying that the devotion to heliocentrism, right, was motivated by denying the inevitability of the metaphysical. And they say that it is nothingness other than the abstract concepts of time and space. And beyond the idea of time and space, there is nothingness outside of the material world. That's literally what it says. And that's because it has to say that to maintain that the earth is moving. So,
Matthew, concerning your question that you just asked, is you keep saying the sentence "the soul is immaterial." When you say that, do you mean the soul is abstract, or is it concrete?
I mean that the soul is not made of physical material like atoms.
Okay, well, again, the question, because this must be established for us to make this intelligible, is the soul concrete? Is it a concrete entity, or is it abstract?
It's a concrete thing. I'm a substance dualist.
Okay, so it's a concrete entity, and we are souls. You and I, we are souls, and we're
Yes.
comprised of flesh,
Yes.
blood, and bone. You see, now the vital
Yeah.
principle within us is not made of flesh, blood, and bone. It's the breath of life. There's no simpler way to describe that. The breath of life from the author of life, the Almighty, animating us, giving us our consciousness, our intellect, and our sentience.
I mean, it fundamentally doesn't even make sense that the soul exists within the confinement of strictly time and space when time is a concept limited to the material body in the material world, right? So it's like, how could the soul be limited to time?
Right. It's not a matter of you existing in time. Time is not something that you're in and can exit out of or stand on top of. Like that's a reification of time. It's not this particular entity that you can enter or exit or travel upon or move or stretch or contract.
Pretty funny, honestly. I'm about to go full force on the background medium to flat earthers. By the way, I'm tired of hearing people like really think it makes them smart. They equate like intellect to dismissing the background medium. I mean, I don't really care what you call it. I think there's a bit of a deification that comes with it. Like people get too caught up in it. They claim too many definitive things. They attribute everything to the ether. They basically equate it to their God in a way because it's like the all-encompassing energy, and it's nothing more than something that the creator has put within the design, right? And so I think that's where people are misguided. But at the same time, like to just ignore the question's no good and just act like it doesn't exist and it's stupid and you have to have like low IQ to even think it exists is also really stupid because you have to understand the actual implications logically, and it's either there's something there or there's nothing there, and it's just incredibly ridiculous to claim that it's nothing. So it's like, just come on over here, swallow your pride. If you talked against it, it's okay. Just call it something. Don't call it the ether. Don't make additional claims. That's cool. It's something. All praise to Yah is what I would say, right? Like we can never fully understand what is the all-encompassing energy, but nevertheless, it still has to be there, like as a logical foundation or framework. I don't have to physically manipulate the ether and bottle it up.
Right, it's a necessary antecedent.
Exactly, just like a container, and I've never chipped off a piece of the container and put it in a bottle for you. I've never flexed the container. I've never physically manipulated the container and proven that it's the causal agent of anything. But none of the philosophers have a problem with that antecedent as proof. But the antecedent that something cannot wave through nothing, like a type of motion cannot exist without there being something to be moving. I mean, that is so like rudimentary. You know what I mean?
There's two factors with it.
Let's hear it.
there might be two things in the air with it, but I don't know if they're ready for that yet. But you might be onto something, and when we discover it, we're gonna go, oh wow, we should have known the whole time. But I think you're right. There's a problem with what again? What's their name called? It was an F word. What's the problem again? Who are they?
The F word. I don't know.
Yeah, it's F. The second letter's L. I'm just saying, no, you already nailed it. There is a problem around these parts, right? In these circles of these conversations. You notice there are some issues, right? Well,
Yeah, for
when
sure.
when you come over to Obsolete, we're going to talk about this, and I think you're going to be very surprised. And yeah, we'll see where the blood lays level, because it's going to happen. Yeah, there's something in the air. Yep.
You asked earlier, are they ready? Well, XO, they won't be ready if we don't tell them.
Witsit, no, Witsit, we're on Witsit's time, okay? So when Witsit's going to come over to the Obsolete, we're gonna allow Witsit to dictate the time scale right now. So we're on his time actually. So he decides actually right now.
It's your call, boss.
I'm coming over to Absolute.
All right, brother. Yeah. And you know, that's the thing, man, is that there's some things that flat earthers are going to be very angry at me for, Witsit. Very angry. So I've been trying to hold back a lot of things lately, Witsit. So yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm about to the point where I'm just accepting that's kind of what's going to happen. But I feel like I'm actually about to start making crazy content, so I think it might be the time to kind of like to just make everyone uncomfortable, whatever.
Uh-oh.
You're about
you
to
might
start
need, yeah, you might need some of those final puzzle pieces too before you say anything, because a lot of people are going to be in shock, bro. A lot of people in the truth movement are going to go, oh, wow, that was in front of me the whole time. A lot of Christians are going to be like, oh, that was in the book the whole time. You see what I'm getting at? Like, bro, it's going to be amazing. Yeah, in the next few years, what people are going to realize, yeah, it's going to be something for sure.
I thought you already
What are
started.
y'all talking in code? What are y'all talking about?
Well, it's not that we're talking in
it's
code,
in
just
code
not
so
everyone
you
has
can
ears to hear.
understand it. That's kind of the point, I think.
Well, y'all bless you all. I love you all.
See you soon, Gregory.
See you, Gregory.
Yeah, Matthew, I'm saying I'm about to start back making content and like making it on a little bit of a higher level, you know?
Well, so you said you're about to start making crazy content, and I was just saying I thought you already had been.
Oh, you thought that was funny. I got you. That's all right.
Hey, Witsit, yesterday you missed it. Matthew Learn says that the balloon technology was far too advanced, way more advanced than the rockets and tin cans in outer space. Apparently, we didn't have the technology to make balloons in the 80s. So, thanks.
Wow. This is kind of like how Glover said that we couldn't do any type of like manipulation of photos until like further in this 20th century. When,
oh
like,
yeah,
dude,
bro,
it's
definitely.
like,
Have you
come
never?
on.
Yeah, absolutely. 2001: Space Odyssey was a documentary. You didn't know that? What's it? It's 1968. Yeah, are you stupid? Of course, that was a documentary. Yeah.
Dude, exactly. And dude, no, in 1850 they were layering pictures to create Photoshop. In 1850,
Cool.
and they're done so well you can barely even tell they're Photoshop. And they act like they couldn't just have a painting and take a picture of it. They act like they couldn't layer images and cut certain parts out. It's like, that's such a terrible argument. You guys have got to evolve, bro.
You're talking to the peekaboo culture where they cover their eyes. No, we don't see that with it. Yeah, good luck convincing them of reality. The peekaboo, new age culture. Yeah, great, good job.
No, yeah, I'm not even. I've decided also that like I'm kind of over the whole. I think it's wasting my time to talk to people that have made a very deep decision to deny some of these truths, or they're not open to being like, wow, like I have a lot to learn about where I live. Like they think they know everything about it. I don't know. I think it's just a waste of time. There are so many people that don't know much about it. You know, they haven't heard how desperate the globe has to get to try to debate and then chosen to pick that side anyway. There's just people that are new to it. And I just, you know, I use this analogy. It's like flat earth is Jimi Hendrix, just for analogy, right? And he's just shredding on the guitar. And there's like the one guy that follows him around. He's like, you suck at the guitar. You know, like Jimi Hendrix wouldn't sit there and argue with him all day, every day about how he's good at the guitar. He would just go shred on the guitar. And then if the Glover comes to the concert saying, boo, Jimi Hendrix sucks, and everyone's just like, get out of here. You don't have to be at the concert, bro. You know, like I kind of think that's the best approach. Just play the guitar.
they'll say, well, how do we know you're really playing that guitar with it? We can't trust our ears, or our eyes. Yeah, how do we know you're really playing a guitar? That's the Glover movement when Jimi Hendrix shows up.
Yeah, like
That's
that sounded good.
the
but that's
irony's
weird.
getting thick, man.
Oh, don't self-project, man. Come on, you're better than that. Definitely. Do you agree that I know all your side's arguments?
No, you're pretty sharp, man.
But don't you think I'm saying? Don't you think I know all your side's arguments as well?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're pretty sharp on it.
Okay, yeah. So it's like it certainly doesn't come down to like ignorance of the answers or anything. Like I think I can debate the globe for a glober better than most of them can. I honestly believe that.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
That's easy to do.
So it's like, to be fair, a lot of the globe earthers, they still don't really understand a lot of the things. Like they have a misunderstanding of the flat Earth position, and we call it flat Earth for intended purposes, right? So they have a misunderstanding of it, and I don't have a misunderstanding of the globe. Like I know on like a pretty crazy level what the globe claims. I'm not into the religion, man. It's not my cup of tea.
I have an
Listen, I think
example.
you need to start. Listen, I think you need to start a class with it, maybe online or Craigslist, to help Glovers learn their own religion. You should probably charge like $19.95 an hour so that they can actually start making a claim. Because when I meet them, they just end up hiding from their own claim anyway. So maybe we should count on you to help the Glovers actually make a statement. That would be good. You can make a living too.
I was gonna say you're onto something, bro. I'll just say that great minds think alike.
Kind of like the icon science guy.
That's not a joke. That's why it's so fun.
Yeah, he was going to make a better flat earther. I can science that. That was his goal.
Yep. I'm gonna teach the globe paradigm accurately.
What would you say, Witsit, is the correct globe paradigm description of how rockets work in a vacuum when there's no air to push off?
That there is actually oxidizers brought into the rocket itself, and that the reaction of combustion happens within, makes a reaction within the rocket, and then expels just enough in that split second after the combustion inside of it to propel it forward. And since there's no resistance of space, it requires just a little bit of momentum.
Wow, very good. I'm impressed.
My dude,
it's like in Half-Life. Yeah.
Dude.
If I just put hand grenades behind me, I can get to the store really fast with it.
Yep.
You sure could. It might hurt, but
Boing!
Yeah.
Maybe we should start to get these Glovers to test that theory out.
When you'll get to multiple stores. If you use a grenade left lane, you'll get to multiple stores at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. You'd hit them all at the same time.
That's not a good. Okay, but the analogy specifically would be like, we're in a little suit with a grenade, and once it explodes, then we take the suit off in a vacuum, and then the explosion keeps going everywhere.
So the question would be, and a serious question, if you were in a vacuum, you were suspended, you're just up there floating, you can somehow breathe, you maybe got a spacesuit on or whatever, and you had a grenade next to you, and that grenade went off, do you think that it would affect you?
If I was in a vacuum chamber with a grenade,
yeah.
How's the grenade going to go off?
It's electronic ignition.
Wow, electronic ignition. It's going to blow up outside of a vacuum.
Yeah. Would it affect
You'd have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have captured their air molecules inside the grenade,
Yeah, well, actually, this is the problem, right? When you do this in real life and you try to launch a little mini rocket to scale in a vacuum chamber, it actually doesn't go anywhere. And the only time that it does is when the exhaust hits off the container. So I've yet to see.
And that's the problem with it. You're arguing standing when you're arguing from where you are standing in this objective reality, and they're actually mentally going to this fantasy place and arguing from there against you. They're actually going to these cartoon places, imaginary places, and saying, "Hey, what about the things that happens in this fantasy land?"
This is a
fantasy. They're not going to let go of it. The people here are not.
Of course, but this is a good example of why I'm not a globe earther, right? So I'm like Matthew asked me, I know their argument more coherently and concise than almost every single person on their side, right? But I know it doesn't work. And so what a globe earther does is you say, well, you can't show me a rocket working in a vacuum on the Earth. And they'll say, we can. And they'll literally go get a video and show it to you as if they're not smart enough to see in slow motion, the exhaust hits the walls of the container before the rocket can go anywhere. And most of the time it doesn't. They'll come present the video to you and act like it's equivalent to demonstrating that you can fly in a vacuum of space. So that's where we differ, right? Because I looked at the video and I'm like, okay, that's obviously hitting the container, reciprocating the energy, and then barely nudging it forward. So it's not analogous to an open vacuum. So it's just an unfounded claim. And of course, within the globe paradigm, you couldn't two-scale this reaction of the oxidizer inside of the rocket on the Earth anyway. That's the actual answer from the globe.
Well, see that's my point of asking about a grenade in the vacuum or a stick of dynamite. Say you're up in outer space and a stick of dynamite went off next to you, an aggressive exothermic reaction went off next to you. Do you think it would affect you? Of course it would.
It
right?
can't go off. It can't go off in space.
It can. It's got its own built-in. It can go off underwater. It's got its own oxidizer in the mixture. It can go off.
But the actual explosion itself can't have anything to react with, so it would do nothing.
So what you're saying is that a stick of dynamite going off next to you in a vacuum wouldn't hurt you.
Wouldn't hurt me. Well, if I was in 10 to the negative 17 torr, just a couple feet away, no.
Okay.
Okay. It would instantaneously, violently disperse in all directions.
Yeah, it would it would leave a mark, I promise. And that's all that's going on in the nozzle of a rocket is that exothermic reaction at a constant rate, and is propelling the rocket forward.
Well, you actually wait. Okay, does it open up to the vacuum?
Sure.
So it's not a constant rate, right? I mean, it explodes.
It's expelling mass at a constant rate.
But then you open it, so you open it simultaneously with the reaction.
Yeah, it's exhausting. It's reacting and exhausting out the nozzle.
Oh, so the nozzle's open to the actual area that there's a.
Sure, of course it is. That's how it gets out. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just constantly doing this.
Yes.
Wow. And so the air pressure doesn't violently try to fill the vacuum.
Well, I don't know anything about it. I mean, you've seen the plumes on the rockets when they go way up in the sky and the exhaust plumes out really big. That's actually when the rocket is going into the vacuum.
That was a good point. So you're saying that the vacuum, it would create a vacuum right away and fill that space that's opening. Is that right?
No, I'm just saying the exhaust gases on the rocket. You've seen those videos where the exhaust of the rocket plumes out really big. It really gets wide and plumes out. That's when the rocket's going into the vacuum.
Wow. Very fascinating.
It is.
I don't believe in fairy tales, that plane, bro, but we'd still be friends.
Yeah, we'll still be friends.
No, just an unfalsifiable fairy tale, man. Yeah, I mean, you guys, something else that I would admit, honestly, it's like the globe Earth comes down to a lot of unfalsifiable claims. And that's just subjective. Like, it's a bunch of unfalsifiable claims, and some of them are falsifiable, but most of them, vast majority of them, are unfalsifiable. And the globe Earthers have no problem with that. So this is where the two different groups of people separate again, right? Some people are like, I do not want to found my whole worldview off of a huge compilation of unfalsifiable claims. Some people have no problem. It's like, doesn't click in their brain. They're like, well, that's how it is. So yeah, of course, unfalsifiable, because if I presuppose the explanation is true, then that's just how it is. So it's just impossible to falsify. And that seems illogical to me, you know? Because there's a lot of stuff that can be proven from a stationary Earth perspective. Like, I don't know, everything ever. And the best summary of the globe Earth flat Earth discussion is all the evidence is going to show you one thing. So for both the globe Earth and the flat Earth paradigm, all evidence shows us a stationary plane. Like all actual evidence that we use every day. Like the Earth always presents itself stationary, right? But the globe Earth says, well, when you're flying the plane, gravity makes you go around the curvature of the plane without noticing it or having to manually account for it. And it just, you go with the Earth while it spins. So one side is just like, oh, well, it constantly presents itself as flat and stationary, but actually it's curving and it's spinning. The other side says, oh, it just is what all the evidence says it is. So like, you know,
pretty rudimentary there. Like one's just saying the evidence is what it is. The other's saying the evidence is the opposite of what it actually is. And here's how I can mathematically explain why it looks like it's the opposite of what it's really doing.
Well, see,
Go
ahead.
Sorry, it wasn't really that. I was just going to ask, have you ever watched, or would you be able to get through Eric Dubé's 200 proofs without, just say, fuck this and turning it off?
Oh no, I would imagine at this stage, since I've been around as long as I have, I could probably go through all 200 because a lot of those are redundant. There's not really 200. A lot of them are just variations of the same thing.
Yeah,
yeah. So
Eric
it's
Dubé
just
is
there for
a very
effect.
good thing to cite anyway. Let's face it, right? He makes a lot of advanced and very specific
You're
claims that.
you're really quiet, dude. I can't see who that was. He was really quiet though.
Crack, you're kind of low. But I'm just curious, like for the Globers, like if everything shows that the Earth is stationary, and relativity says, well, it's just always going to look like the Earth is stationary, but it's actually spinning and revolving, tilted, wobbling. Isn't it obviously a viable option that it's just stationary?
Well, I think as far as the airplane argument, I don't think it's an argument. I can't imagine, and I'm just a student pilot, but I'm in imagining flying.
Bro,
I don't think I would ever know.
the Earth being stationary, and you say airplanes.
I don't think I would ever know the difference flying in an airplane. I wouldn't know if it was flat or round.
Well, that's not my question.
Moving
My
or
question
not.
is, but I know many pilots. I used to work at a freaking airport, dude. I know about it. You fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Just assume that the Earth tricks you into thinking that. But my question is, if all the evidence shows that the Earth is stationary, and relativity says, well, it always appears to be stationary and can be treated as stationary, but it's actually not. It's actually spinning and revolving, tilted, wobbling. Isn't the other option that's obviously viable is that the Earth is just stationary?
Well, because I don't think it is definitive or indicative of either model, I just don't think it's a good argument.
Yeah,
Well, I'm saying, isn't it viable? I said viable though. Isn't stationary Earth viable?
With it, he's saying it's moving because it's not. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. The cool thing is rockets are viable on a flat Earth, not on a globe Earth. All these things that you guys love they can happen on a flat Earth. They just can't happen on the globe as we're told.
And they work on geocentric coordinates. Like rockets, even according to NASA, use geocentric coordinates. So it's pretty funny. They assume the Earth's always not moving.
I mean, why could it happen on a flat Earth and not a globe Earth?
But remember, that's the exact question that he has to come up with, because he's arguing from this model that is on a piece of paper that he puts with pen and paper, and this imaginary thing. He's arguing from there. That's why it makes sense on the build of the model. That is not in relation to what you're talking about with it.
Well, just for starters, the flat Earth doesn't have a vacuum, so we can go as high as we want in a rocket. There's no vacuum.
Oh, okay.
The movement is observable. It is
the movement of the Earth.
The problem is, in fact,
if you go
even
if
able
you were
to
in
ask that
space and
question
believe the
with a straight
government.
face.
It's
You've
just
got
space
real
and bubble,
problem
it's not
when
outer
live.
space. Yeah.
The problem with that is, the problem with that argument is it just goes on, with that. I mean, we do recognize that there is a density gradient and the atmosphere gets thinner as you go higher. At what point does that stop? I mean, does it just continue to zero, or
there's no atmosphere? What are you talking about?
It goes past the moon. But that's a whole other question.
Yeah, but the point that Witzer was making one of the things I like a lot about just philosophically, regardless of all the whatever, but is that you can have all of these things can be possible on a flat Earth. They're just not possible on the globe as we're told.
Yeah, but at least the Glober has to admit that they have an explanation for all the things, but it's explanations that say, well, it just looks like this. And by the way, it's not just like, oh, well, it's so big, it's just that simple. No, it's not. It got way worse than that, where actually for the Earth to be moving but always appear stationary, it's not just that it's so big and it's based on the angular rotation. That's not the actual answer. It's actually that in motion, matter physically shrinks simultaneously. Time physically expands and slows down, so it makes it look like it's all the same and stationary when it's actually moving.
I mean, dude, that is insane, bro. And to this day in 2022, it's not even agreed upon how to mathematically work out the contraction or what it is or how to detect it or if it's ever been shown or demonstrated to actually exist. In 2022, it's not agreed upon. It's the idea that was needed to say, oh, well, it always looks like the Earth's not moving. My question is very simple. Isn't it just possibly a viable option that the Earth just isn't moving?
Just as viable. So,
No,
I mean, the gravity on the globe is the same as the gravity on a flat Earth. It's the same,
But-
just without the concept.
If you
It works
stare
the
at the
same.
moon, you can feel the movement of the Earth. Like when you see the moon moving, that's the
Shut
Earth.
the fuck up.
That's the Earth
What are you
rotating.
talking about?
You can see.
Wait there,
the
wait there,
Earth
wait there. You're
moving.
talking about. Wait
You
there a
can't.
second.
No, you see the moon moving, dude.
No, the moon.
You said
the
feel,
moon's
by the way.
moving.
Oh,
yes,
he's
but
feeling he's feeling the
the Earth is
wind in his
rotating.
face, and he's saying, "Oh, the Earth is moving."
The
The way
Earth
No,
relativity says that it
and you
looks
see
like
the
the Earth.
moon move.
Relativity says it
No.
looks like the moon is moving, and it feels like the Earth is not moving. But it's because matter is shrinking, light's at a constant speed, and time dilates, and that it's based on relative location and reference frame, and that it looks like the moon's moving, even though it actually isn't. That's what relativity says. So,
And
The
it's
reason
coincidentally.
why the sun and moon rise and
Yeah.
set is because of the
Yes.
rotation. of
Yeah,
the Earth.
stop with you're trying to stop the progress that which it's making with, if any, if he's even making any, with left
No,
lane.
these are
But you're
backward
trying to
progress,
step in
yeah.
and kiss them off. Yeah.
These are legitimate points, man.
Directly.
it's called
countering it, yeah.
reification fallacy, left lane. It's like if you just assert. So the question is, like, either the sun and the moon move in the sky and the Earth is stationary, or the Earth is moving but feels like it's stationary. All the evidence to detect it moving shows that it's stationary, but it's actually moving. And the sun and the moon look like they're moving. All the evidence shows that they're moving, but they're actually sitting still. So don't try to pretend that you can then invoke the choice of, oh, well, everything's the opposite of what the evidence says, and say that that is positive evidence of the claim you're trying to prove. It's called a begging the
No, but
question.
if I give you 4 observations that are congruent to a rotating planet, you have to lend some credibility to that.
Backward engineered. No, you're talking about backward engineered.
No,
Yeah, not
I'm
if the
talking
same
about
4
watching the
observations are
sun.
explained.
Yeah, watching the sun rise and set, tracking the
Yeah,
sun
you
across
have
the
to go
sky
to the
during
sky.
the day.
Yeah.
Let me finish. You watch the sun go across the sky, you track it, and then you have to guess at where the sun goes when you can't see it. But at sunrise and sunset, those two are 180 degrees from one another. So I would imagine that noon and midnight, the sun would be at 180 degrees. And then
So for-
you've got the south celestial and the north celestial poles being at 180 degrees. And then you've got eclipses, and you put all these things together and they all say the same thing.
They all use a geocentric Earth, though. What are you talking about? The eclipses are predicted with the geocentric stationary Earth. They assume the sun and the moon the same size, and that they move relative to a stationary geocentric Earth. That's what
Well,
NASA says.
It's just too many things, like you said, which that you can't verify. Like you can't verify that the moon just so happens to be tidally locked, turning at this certain exact rotation. You just have to believe that that's what's going on to only see one face of it, right? You can't verify that we actually went to the moon. You just have to trust that they did.
You can verify the moon is tidally locked by observing it.
Right. I understand.
Oh
You
my
have-
God,
you
that's
have to
called
believe-
begging the question.
Yeah, you have to believe what you're being told. That it's
Observation?
That's why. Right, you have to believe that it's rotating at an exact speed as the Earth from the distance, like a very tricky formula. Like, so it has to be turning from an exact distance away at a certain speed in order to be locked face to face with the Earth at all
Yes.
times. That's
The
hard.
same
If it was
as how
going,
month-
if it was
that's how you
going
calculate a
1/4,
month.
if it was going 1/4 a mile per hour, faster or slower, 1/4 a mile per hour, then we would see the rest of the moon. What a cool story, bro.
Yeah, it's literally how we calculate the months. It's 1 in 27 to 29 days, right, for one revolution and one orbit.
Wait, are you saying you can't calculate the months without assuming that the Earth is moving?
No, that's just how they did it back in the day.
No.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to
No.
do with tidally lock anyway.
No, they
Yeah,
didn't even
it's
do that.
One,
They came
one
up with the months
orbit,
way
one
be-
revolution.
They came up with the months way before they assumed the Earth was moving, buddy.
Yeah, we say it's tidally locked because we always see the same face.
But
Yeah,
that's
I
assuming it's a
understand.
sphere. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
assuming it's a sphere, assuming a distance, assuming a size, a relative relationship to the center of mass of the Earth. Yeah, we know. Yeah.
What's the reason? I'm sure there's a reason given, but what's the reason? Like, why would the moon decide to tidally lock to the Earth?
It just happens to be perfectly
Well,
located
I
where it does
think
that
I
optically.
think God did that. I think God did
They
that.
have to say that. At least this guy has some logic, right, where he knows that a creator had to do it. Because, like, they say a Mars-sized body hit the moon or hit the Earth, exchanged energy to the core, broke the Earth into a bunch of pieces, and then over time, gravity turned the Earth back into a ball. I coalesced it back into a ball, and then one of the rocks from the explosion stayed around the Earth, and all the rest of them left, and then it turned into a perfect ball, and it stopped right where it needed to look optically like it's the same size as the sun, even though 1/400th the distance. And coincidentally, on top of that, just for optical reasons, it stopped at a perfect distance to where, based on its mass, after all the coalescing of millions and millions of years, that it turns the perfect speed to where we only see 1/2 of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to swallow. I mean, it is a cool, like when what's it saying it sarcastically, a cool story, but it is actually a pretty cool story. Like
It's also moving away from us at 1 inch or 2 inches a year, which is
an inch and a half, and they only updated that here pretty recently, by the way. So yeah, but an inch and a half will take a long time before you see a difference. So the point is that that means it's over the course of the time that the moon became into existence, it wasn't always tidally locked, where you used to see the rest of the moon, and it used to not have total eclipses on the Earth. We just happen to have human existence where we record things, happens to fall right in that time period coincidentally where the moon doesn't do anything but show us the one side, and it is optically the same in the sky as the sun. It's just a coincidence that it happened and fell right along the Earth's or human existence within the billions of years. That's the actual theory.
Yeah, logically, I'm curious. Like, how long do you guys like globers? Like, how like we know that the globe is kind of a new idea. Like, we don't have to say it's a new idea, you're right? But it's newly taught because the education system is only 70 years old, right? So, and so if the education system is only 70 years old, and it's already being questioned by like at least 10% of the population are now flat earthers, right? Like, how long do you really think it's going to last? I mean, the globe idea, like, don't you want to get ahead of this thing and get on the right side of it all? Like, it's not going to last.
I would say the opposite. I would say that I don't know hardly any flat earthers that have believed it for more than 10 years. So I would suspect that all of
Where do you get your numbers from? 70
Exactly.
years and 10%. Where do you get your numbers from, though, Tanks?
Well, we got the mandated education system. What, in 1907 was it?
No, I've seen
That's
things
not
as far
70
back as
years.
1917.
500 BC.
Right, I understand. There's an idea of it, right? But everybody knowing the globe, right? That's new. It has to be new if the education mandate is new.
No.
You're telling me those
No.
farmers who never gave a shit about a globe or nothing else, they knew all about the globe? Vikings,
I mean,
or whoever?
it was it's only taught because the
old cowboys, they all were talking about
education
the globe, too.
system.
They was all talking about the globe when they was raising up their aunts and uncles, nieces, nephews, all right? I mean, nobody knew about the globe. They didn't give a shit. I'm just saying, nobody
There were
cared
no
about the globe.
schools in 1880, is what you're saying.
It wasn't a mandated education system. It was only for
There
the
were still
very wealthy.
schools.
Flat Earth was
Yeah, there's still
around back
schools.
then too. It's like ancient idea.
Right, so it was around back then, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so it was prevalent. And then there was the mandated education system, right? That's when we all were taught it.
I don't know about prevalent. Yeah. It depends on what
I
time
mean, it has
period.
to be.
What time
I mean, it's
period and where depend. Yeah.
You're just making up numbers.
No, so the 1917, like the day that they mandated the education system, not everybody, was like, "Yep, all right, day one, let's all get in there." No, it took a
Okay,
while.
so 1917 is 105 years ago, but you said 70. I'm still struggling with your math here.
Right. So because not everybody conforms the day of the education system. Not everybody went to school that day, right? So I'm just giving it a little bit of time, right? So you'd imagine that it would take like a little bit of a generation, like
Why not say
maybe 20 years.
170 years? Because it wasn't
so
formally mandated all throughout the world.
Well, that's so weird. It's
less time?
mandated. They were still teaching flat Earth in the United States in the early 1900s. So
I'm giving you
there
guys
are people
more
still
time than I
alive that
think
was
you
taught
should.
that.
I think that's false. I don't think they were teaching.
You think that the
maybe
people,
in extremely isolated,
I wish.
societies.
Awesome.
So you think that the people that are still alive, you think the people that are still alive that said that they were taught that, they're lying, Matthew? Because they're globe earthers. They have no reason to lie. So
you know what?
The Glober is saying I was told it was
Yeah, I
flat.
think
That's
they're
really
incorrect.
weird.
I mean,
Yeah, I've only seen one
maybe
individual
maybe I'd
that
say, like,
said
public
that.
school.
Yeah, I've only seen one individual personally that said that she was taught flat Earth, and that was that old woman that they that Earth interviewed at the nursing home, and I'm not sure she was all with it.
Yeah, I would say the same assessment.
Okay, so there are newspaper articles talking about how there are teachers getting in trouble in the early 1900s for teaching heliocentrism.
Right, so
There's a
that
teacher that got in
indicates that
trouble.
the common thing was the globe model is what was taught.
No,
That
no,
newspaper
they
article.
got in trouble and fired from the school for trying to teach heliocentrism.
The globe. Yeah, that's the globe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these are newspaper articles. It's not like we went and made them. It doesn't even
I
matter.
hadn't
But the
seen
point is
that.
that when you guys say 2000, first of all, even if your story is true about Aristophanes, which it's not true, because there's no primary documentation for it at all. So that's just
But
a
even
made-up
if it's
story.
true,
Even if it's true, he was still a minority, right? It's like even in your paradigm where that was true, the Greece was a huge minority of belief. That was not even all of Greece. In fact, 95% of Greece still thought that the Earth was stationary and flat. It was only the philosophers, the higher up
Where are
philosophers,
your
who
numbers
started.
coming from? What's it?
Yeah,
Because
Eratosthenes
it was
has
the mystery school philosophers who came up with the idea. The rest of all of the civilizations at the time still had their
The
same
rest. How
cosmology.
do you know anyone else?
Well, we would have
felt
to have
differently?
actual evidence of them thinking the Earth was a spinning ball. We wouldn't just
You're making the
quote
claim here that's 95% didn't. So where is this number
all
coming
the
from?
evidence. All the evidence.
What evidence?
Okay,
All
wait,
cosmological representations across the world.
All of it, all the evidence.
Well, what do you guys
Show us
believe? I
the
mean, because no
tangible
matter what,
recorded literature that refers to the opposite then. Because at the end of the day, what it's saying is that there would need to be tangible recorded literature that would be stating, yet again, that all of the Greeks, right, were in fact in line with the heliocentric model back then. We would then have what? We would have a multitude of different things that would have been published, right?
right?
We'd
Why
have
would
this in their
Aristophanes
archive.
even be a big deal? Why would he even be a big deal if everybody already thought it? Why would he even matter if everybody was like, dude, of course it's a fucking globe. We've known that. What are you talking about? Get the fuck out of
And
here,
what
Aristophanes.
did the Greeks think before the philosophers came up with the idea of Platonism and Neoplatonism and that the perfect shape's a sphere? And they are credited with being the first ones to come up with the idea of thinking the Earth's a ball. Well, then what did all the Greeks think before they came up with that idea? Thank you.
Right. So that's how, like, some people are logically coming to the conclusion. Like, why else would he be a big deal, right? And then how did some guy in Greece communicate with people all around the world with a different language, with nobody teaching that language, with no education system? Like, how did everybody, if that's what you believe, know and
The
believe
magic
and
of writing.
understand? Of what?
Writing. Literacy.
Reading and writing, yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. In the Civil War, it was like, what did they say? Like 30% of the United States knew how to read, or something. I mean, reading and writing is new because the education system is new.
It's well known that in Greece, actually, you had to kind of get in the mystery schools to get real education. So, like, to even really be like a learned person. That's according to the official history.
All I would need is some video of the extra lands, or something hitting a dome or whatever. I would just need some proof, and I'd be.
Right, but we want to have our cake and eat it too. The dome could be, I don't know, who cares? Who knows? Forever hot, right? We still have rockets. We want rockets.
I want to see the extra lands. I want to see Antarctica. I want to see the green pastures.
Well, like I
I
said, there's a 2022 ocean race. You can Google that. They just went around they went around the world. It was 45,000 miles, and they ride the coast of what would be Antarctica, but about 2,000 miles off. They don't realize that they're doing it. They're giving us this evidence, but that's what they did.
Pozizzle, don't you agree? It's very inconvenient if that's what you really think, that there is like stations set up by different countries where they monitor Antarctica, and you can't like just privately go there. I mean, even as a glober, because like before I heard about flat Earth, I knew that they were lying about something in Antarctica because Hitler was obsessed with it, and they came up with this treaty. They don't let anybody there. All the prominent people visit there. Admiral Byrd made all kinds of claims about it, right? So like they're definitely hiding something in Antarctica, even in the globe paradigm. And I just say, isn't that very inconvenient, right? It's not like we can just go look for what you're requesting. Like the world's governments have agreed to not let us go look, and at the least, that's very, very coincidental.
Why are
and
they
inconvenient.
conspiring? Yeah, they're conspiring. They're conspiring to stop you, Globers, from going to just prove your globe. I mean, it's not okay.
You can't go there, though. This idea that you can't go there is simply false.
No, you can't go there privately, right? So you can only go on an approved.
I work
guided
with somebody
tour.
who climbed the tallest mountain in Antarctica.
Okay, and his climb was approved prior to him going there because
yes, it
that's
was,
what
but
the law says.
he
So they
still
made him
climbed it. He was able to go where he's able to follow the trail.
So you're not refuting the claim, are you, that there is a controlled variable?
What I'm saying is that you can go there and that you can explore there. He
Only where
climbed the
they let
freaking
you go,
tallest
though.
mountain.
Hey,
But
still
also,
City, let me ask you a question. If they were hiding something, there, and then they only let you go where they allow you to go, would they be able to still efficiently hide something there?
Well, that's
Wouldn't he be able to see everything from the tallest mountain in Antarctica?
No. So can I give it an analogy of this
on a mountain, yeah.
this
It's all
thing of not being able to get to.
speculation. Yeah, it's
You
all
can't go
speculation.
there.
This
You
thing
can go
about
there.
not
Yeah, I
getting.
know. My wife's parents or my wife's grandparents went there pretty recently, bro. They went on a $30,000 freaking cruise there. Okay, and they didn't even let them get off the boat. And if you want to go on the cruise, guess what the cruise has to do? It has to get their guided tour approved and their route approved, and they're not allowed to go anywhere other than where they say they can go. I've already read all the in-depth legislation, even the updated ones. The United States has like 5 different legislative papers they've updated since the 50s about the Antarctic Treaty. It's even more strict now. You cannot just go look and find what they're hiding or if they're hiding something. They only let you go where they approve you to go. It's very simple. It's like if I have a huge mansion and I hit a safe and it has like the evidence of the dead body in it, and then I take the cops come to search my house, but I just don't let them go in the upstairs bedroom with the safe. Just because I let them go in part of the house doesn't mean that the dead body's not still in the safe.
Yeah, we can always speculate because we're not really free to explore there. But I am curious. So, how old do you guys believe everybody knowing that we're on a globe? How old do you believe that is? With these things considered, education, speech, language, communication through something other than letters, right? We have now the internet, etc.
I still want to answer the first question, which is sure, there could be some archaeological ruins, like say, the conspiracy that there's say an ice pocket or an air pocket underneath the ice and it's habitable. You heard about the Nazi submarine base or whatever. There could be Atlantis or whatnot under the ice, So
it's all speculation. There's no evidence to support any of this stuff.
In World War II, they declared it a no combat zone, so that they don't ruin archaeological evidence.
Not in World War II.
Yeah, Hitler agreed to it. I'm pretty
sure.
Yeah, it was a no bomb zone. It was like a no. You couldn't attack there.
That's not true.
Well, still said you're just a contrarian, man. You can't just
look
take
it up.
It's not true. Is it? The Nazis didn't sign a treaty saying Antarctica's hands off.
It was
Show me it. Show me this treaty.
Hang on. Between
regardless,
Hitler,
like if the United States and Canada options that you can visit within Antarctica, when everybody says, "Oh, you can just go to Antarctica," that'd be like saying, "Yeah, you can visit Jacksonville and Vancouver, but you can still go everywhere else." No, just kidding. All you can go to is Jacksonville and Vancouver, but the United States is open, and so is Canada.
And we know
Wide
everything about everything else that's there, even though we can only go to Jacksonville.
Yeah, this would be like trying to figure out Yellowstone National Park from Jacksonville, right? You have no clue what's out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't. Nobody really does. I mean, that's a shame. But we can't really speak to it. We can just speak to that we just all don't know.
Right.
Here's the other thing, like, don't the Globers find it strange that we can tear down rainforest, plant palm oil trees and all this kind of shit? We can completely devastate ecosystems that we have. But the continent that allegedly has no native flora and fauna, if anything, there's a few penguins that hang out there. That's the portion of the Earth that we can't touch, that we want to keep for science. Makes no sense.
Yeah, there's two different types of Globers, right? They're like Pazizzle, where he's like pretty honest, and he's like, yeah, they are hiding something. It's kind of weird that they don't let us go there. There must be, or there could logically be something there they don't want us to see. Or he's like, yeah, with the moon, like looks like it would have had to be placed perfectly there. And he looks a creator, like that's one side. Like that's kind of how my dad was when I brought up Flat Earth. Like I was bringing up all these anomalies, and he's just like, well, you're saying that the creator couldn't do that. You're saying God couldn't do that. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough, right? Like you have some logical framework. I mean, I will tell you that ironically, the very idea of this being the case came from people that vehemently hated the idea of God and a creator and the Bible, right? So I don't really see how those jive, because the same group of people are trained the thought that brought you evolution and everything. But anyway, my point is that that's the honest take. The dishonest Glober here tries to pedantically take away from the point and say that you can go to Antarctica. You're so stupid. You can go there. Just take a cruise. Ha ha ha. When every single flat earther knows you can take guided, approved tour cruise ships to certain areas, and that's just blatantly misrepresenting what we're saying. And that's just the epitome of dishonesty, bro. And you're not going to get anywhere in life.
You can also climb the tallest mountain in Antarctica. So it isn't like it isn't like you can't stand on the ground.
Yeah,
and I'm still waiting for the Nazi treaty that said you can't go to
did
Antarctica.
Did anybody here say that you can't go there?
Yes. Pizzles. I said that.
No.
Yes.
No. See,
Several
what we
people said
said
that.
was, what we actually said was you can't.
Yeah,
we said
no,
you
it's
can't
not.
just privately explore wherever you want to. There, you can only go where they allow you to go.
You're the first person to say privately explore.
I said that earlier.
Well-
City. I said the same phrase earlier.
People have been saying that for years. They'll give you a map. They'll tell you if you want to hike, you have to show your hike it and go across it. They'll give you a map and tell you where you are and where you're going, and they'll somewhat follow you and make sure that you're not going off of that track. I've seen it from those on the globe side saying, yes, I followed the map just how they said. And that map could be, who knows how it's working. And there, look, it took me right back onto the land.
Well, that's what the legislation says.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. They're just saying you got to follow this map, and that's it. Yeah.
That's what happened to the New Zealand airline that was having private travels to this mount. It was one of the tallest mountains. I think this guy's talking about it, and they were given coordinates every time they were going and which way what route they were supposed to follow. And the last flight, they were given the wrong route and the wrong flight path, and they hit the mountain straight. They crash into the mountain.
Yeah, so it's they're definitely not letting you privately explore, but they're letting you privately follow directions, I guess, alone. It's not the same thing.
Well, yeah, they monitor you, right? So, like it says, that's why it's crazy that people would talk about it for years, but never just go read it. Right. Like, just never go read it, because you can just go read it. And they have all kinds of updated legislation for the U.S., for instance. And it's very detailed. It tells you, like, you have to send in your route, then it has to be approved. This is all that you can bring, blah, 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 blah. Like, it is against the rules to go without this process being accomplished. Like, it's very point blank. It says you can only go where we tell you to go. You can only bring this. You can't bring external fuel supply. You can't bring external water supply. Only approved allotment of resources. You have to be aware of safety can get you. They have to be able to plan months and months in advance and know exactly when you get there, exactly how you're going to get there, and every step of the way while you're doing whatever you're doing. And only if all that route that you want to do is approved prior to you going. And that's
carry this GPS tracker while you do it, just for your safety.
It's cool. And that's just us saying what it says, and that's just us saying what it says. And then we have globe earthers say, "Go take a cruise to Antarctica, you stupid flat earthers. You can go to Antarctica." And it's like, we're just saying what the actual law says, though. So you're being weird.
Yeah, but I am curious. Does anybody have like an idea of how old they believe the globe knowledge is? Like everybody knowing.
Yeah, I was going to try to jump in when you asked that before. You said, how long has it been since they've known they're on the globe?
We have known.
Well, we. What do you mean, we?
So it's not just like one person. Like, how long has all of the world, all of society understood that we're on a globe?
No, see, that's the thing. I don't think that the people that created the idea of being on a globe ever thought we were on a globe. I don't think the people in charge of creating the narrative ever really believed it. I think it had to be reverse engineered from the beginning, because it's just too perfectly reverse engineered to make someone think that they're on a globe for the people that created it to actually think that themselves. They knew it was flat from the very start, in my opinion, and that's the only way it could have been.
Or actually,
I
a globe.
agree.
Why would they lie
Does
about
anybody
it?
else? Does anybody with a globe like mindset have an idea of like a
Why
timeline?
would they lie though? Why would they lie though, dude? If
Yeah,
you want,
why
if you're
would
thinking
they?
of an,
Why would they
because,
back then? Back then,
okay, well,
when they first realized, or when they first started this, that it's not, you can't invoke the government on that part. Why would they have reverse engineered it and presented it as something it's not?
to a massive group of people, so they can get that group of people to
also, this
do
is
what they want them to do.
This is Wich's opinion. We can't speak for why people we never met did what they did. But again,
Well, that's not my opinion, actually. Objectively, what does occur is there have been instances of powerful people choosing to tell the larger masses of people a lie, and they propagate a lie, misinformation, like not the truth, so that they can guide their behavior into doing something that they want to do. It's typically monetary incentive, power incentive, right? They come get what you've predetermined they're going to need for a solution. That's the Hegelian dialectic, whatever it is. This is a very known thing. For example, the CIA has come out and said, look, we lied to the American public to get them to do this. They do it all the time. Like Gulf of Tonkin is an example. So when you say, why would they lie? Why would they propagate a lie that gets you to do something that they want you to do that you wouldn't otherwise do? That seems like a ridiculous question to me.
well, they tell you why I mean, to whoever asked that question, they tell you why they lie. So I would ask them directly, and they do answer, and they 666 the shit out of the globe for a reason. That's them telling you why they're doing this. Maybe does it mean it's evil or the devil made them do it? I don't know about that. Maybe they just wanted to end. My theory is they just wanted to end religious wars. They were sick of religious wars, people fighting about God. So they 666 this globe and said, let's just stop the violence.
But ironically, the globe requires a god. Like all the coincidences of a globe requires a god. So, but the reason that they clearly lied was because everyone doesn't know that. They actually think it's feasible, even viable, like intellectually viable, to think that it happened without a god. And in fact, this is our attempt to explain how it could happen without one. So why would they lie? I mean, are you kidding me? And then the Globers, they don't even realize that for the globe Earth to be real, there has to be a god anyway. So that's the whole trick. The reason that you would do that is because like nihilism, right? Apathy is the best mindset to have a group of people enslaved.
Yeah, I understand there's a God. I'm just saying whoever did it, they tell you why. They put it in their numbers. They're telling you why they did it. So I would say ask them, and which is telling you what they're telling us. Yeah. You know
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, the Globers. You guys know the whole 666. All the tilts and the Capricorn and the Cancer, and you guys all know that. Yeah, I mean they're telling us why they did it.
But they think that's all coincidence, right? Like they actually convince themselves that that's all they're effectively coincidence theorists.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
But that's actually what it is, right? Because that's what you have to say with all the sixes. It's like if I had tons of numbers, the odds are that eventually some of them would be sixes, and they really like make themselves believe that. So like that's their prerogative, right? I mean, they're coincidence theorists. Like the last thing they want to do is believe a malevolent lie. So any benefit of the doubt I can give to the proposed lie or truth, then I'm going to give it to.
But we're going back to 400 BC, and Aristotle, geocentric, and we're gonna lie to these people and tell them that they're on a planet and they're not on a flat Earth to get them to do what?
So what year did everybody
Actually, my
know about
opinion
Aristotle? again, yeah, I don't really have an opinion on Aristotle. I just want to get back to the education point. Like, when did we all know that Aristotle was the guy? I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
That's true. Like,
that's
assuming
documented
Aristotle,
history.
assuming Aristotle's, the timeline we're given about Aristotle is accurate, assuming that, yeah, I think that philosophy of the perfect shape, which is a sphere, right, motivated the idea that the Earth must be that perfect shape. And that's not my opinion. That's what Aristotle was talking about. And really, Aristotle then proposed the idea of a privation to space as an ontological. He was a philosopher, because this is philosophy. It has nothing to do with science. He was explaining the idea of the opposite of existence, or matter, right? So what would be the opposite of that? And so he came up with the idea of a privation. And then when he went on to apply the idea of the Earth being a ball and looking out in the sky, right, he associated the idea of a privation, the opposite of what was here, as what was out there, like ontologically, philosophically. And so it was just him coming up with philosophy that had not been proposed before, even if this theory is accurate, like true, the story we're told. But they know the average person will never go read Platonism or Neoplatonism and understand what they're actually invoking or what they're talking about when it comes to this idea. So that's the long story short. I mean, to think that, oh, the perfect shape's a sphere, therefore the Earth must be that. Let's figure out how to take all the data and make it work on a sphere. That's a weird backwards like religion. And they were part of mystery schools who propagated lies to other people unless you were invited into the mystery school. So why would they not propagate a lie about the Earth? So it seems simple.
and they're telling lies to people who can't read. I mean, or do math. They can't do simple math or read.
Yeah, like admittedly, mainstream history says the mystery school proponents are the ones that really actually knew things. That they were the only ones that really knew things or had any knowledge.
Yep.
And they were psychopaths. They would get little boys as their like prodigies, and let's say they would do things that are unspeakable.
Like, yeah, who knows? I mean, who knows?
All
That's just people
documented.
telling. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
maybe
that's just,
who knows? I can't verify any of it. That's
documented
all.
about the people. Like, well, you got to admit that's weird, though. So.
It's a strange like thing to be carried on, for sure. Like a strange. Yeah, I mean, and then you just logically say, well, there's this many strange stories that something to it's true. I mean, I hear you on it, but it's tough to pin it down. Like, it's very difficult. I'm not into conspiracy.
No, I don't think it's real as much as I don't know.
I don't like things where you have to deal with behavior of humans, right? Like I like flat Earth, globe Earth, because you don't need humans to understand that the Earth is flat. You don't need other people's personalities and their history or anything else. You don't need any of the political stuff to get the answer. It's very difficult to try to unlock the mysteries of a scandal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to admit the why would they lie question is what hicks up a bunch of people, which is what's so insane. Like when you really start to even chip away at my boy Left Lane, like when you were making he was like some stuff was connecting, like connections to the conversation where it's kind of like, dang, it's kind of real. That's their hammock is why would they lie? So that actually hasn't clicked in their mind. Like they don't see the logic in it. They don't see the logic in lying about it.
The question really is, why wouldn't they lie?
Yeah.
But they've just heard that so many times that doesn't resonate with them.
Yeah, like I'd have to come up with scenarios, but people lie to it doesn't mean they're there to hurt you, but maybe they are there to hurt you. But if you get a bunch of fucking idiots who don't know how to read, who don't know how to do math, and they're just there demanding their rights, and I want the same shit that you have, well, you just fucking math trick them and read a textbook that tells them that whatever you needed to tell them. Like, we want the same shit as you. And you're the philosopher who puts in all this work, and you're building, marble statues, and all they're doing is like just coming up to your castle gate saying, give me food. And you're like, go grow it your fucking self, dude. Right. So why, eventually they're going to come up with some sort of scheme to get you to go run in circles and get your own shit. Like, they're not going to want to take care of everybody. They're going to want you to listen to them. Like, start listening to me and stop demanding from me. And this is how I'm the arbiter of knowledge and truth, so I'll be able to disperse it to you. I mean, that's how all the politics work, I believe. Yeah. people start demanding shit without earning it, and then somebody lies and says, you know what, fine, I'm going to come up with this scheming lie because you're demanding shit, you don't want to work for it, and I'm going to create this circle that's going to get you running in, and I'm going to get you in debt. Ha ha ha! You fell for my trick. You know.
Can we at least all agree that the way that the globe was come up with was like a philosophy, though? This is another one part of the conversations that makes it weird for me because I'm just like trying to have the honest conversation. Like that's just actually what happened according to the story. So it's like really weird when people defend the story that I'm questioning by changing it and not even accurately representing it. It was come up with as a philosophy because they thought the perfect shape was a sphere, therefore Earth sphere.
Yeah,
they
the
love the
Copernican,
Earth.
the Copernican principle was a decision. It was a philosophical decision. What you're saying?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know what's Left Lane's idea of it. Was it a thought first, or was it evident first? Or is he not here?
Yeah, I personally would see a curious intellectual observing things and wondering what's going on and figuring out ways to make that determination and coming up with,
Sorry.
I think there's ancient observatories all over the world, ancient ones, thousands of years old.
Yeah.
That observe the stars, and so it really depends on what time period. Like after the Dark Ages, like we lost a lot of information at one point. I have no idea. So if you go back to, when they made Stonehenge, like clearly they mapped out the cosmos very well.
Yeah.
But then you go back a couple hundred years to the 1700s, and it's like they're pirates. I don't know.
Yeah, it's stupid, bro. And they try to act
No.
like
That's wrong.
they
I
didn't
know
know what
it's
they were
wrong, but
talking
whatever.
about. They
Well,
act
the
like they try to act like
1700s,
they
man.
didn't know what they were talking about back then, and that only in modern times has science evolved to a point where we know everything about what's going on back there. And back then they had no idea. But they have like intricate mechanisms we can't even understand and replicate. So it's on its face stupid. And even the normies should know that. It's been running on mainstream news, which the CIA runs, by the way. The CIA has chosen to tell you this on the History Channel for over a decade straight via Ancient Aliens in different ways, explaining that they have misled you about how primitive the people were in the past. The CIA has already chosen to come out for over a decade and tell you that. It's called Operation Mockingbird. That does not get on the mainstream channel by itself. And so it's crazy that we have Globers still like in denial of that because they're kind of waiting on the normie to catch up. And almost everyone that's younger knows there were like aliens back in the day that seemingly made us. That's like the sales pitch the CIA's propagated. But some people that defend the globe on here they're so anti quote unquote conspiracy that they haven't even caught up to what the CIA is trying to get them to believe yet.
Yeah, it's definitely
We go
an
back
agenda.
to just real quick to what Left Lane said about he just thought it would be some intellectual people trying to figure out what was going on. And that was kind of his idea of what these philosophers did when they came up with the globe. I find it funny that that's mentioned because it seems to me like there's a lot of intellectual people that come in here on a daily basis that honestly are trying to figure out what's going on. And the people on your side do everything they can to just poo-poo anything that those people say. And certainly any speculations or possibilities that may go against what you already believe.
What a great point.
It's just a lot. It's yes, and people want to be heard. There's too many people on the globe side trying to chirp at the same time, and they eventually just want to, poo-poo it, because they just want to be heard. They just want to say something real loud and be heard and be part of it.
Yeah, but that was such a good point. Like, really drive that home because he's saying, I find it interesting that you basically revere these people as the first ones smart enough to figure it out. And I was talking about how it's a philosophical decision. You're like, no, they were just looking at the earth and trying to figure out what's going on. And you hold them in this like revered position. But you have this group of people here doing that in modern times, honestly, diligently trying to look at the earth and figure out what's actually going on. And like you said, you ridicule them effectively.
Yeah, and I've said this thing before. I mean, listen, some of these guys in the ancient times were great mathematicians, apparently, right? But you know, I got a fucking calculator, asshole. So I'm just as good. I got the internet, so it's almost. No, I'm not going to say equivalent because these guys were pretty. Some of these guys were pretty smart, but it's up there. No, it's not too far off from what you're both saying.
Yeah, I just think that the
left.
point is that it was philosophical, man. I think everyone should accept that.
I don't think it was just Greeks like eating grapes and like fanning themselves. I think different cultures knew it at different times. I think many different cultures have their like origin stories in the stars and stuff, you know. So
Yeah, they do for sure, but they all their cosmological representations showed like this plain earth with everything moving around it, and they paid homage to the sky, and majority of them claim that they were entities that fly around the sky effectively, and we've been told they were stupid, and now we're finding out they're far from stupid. They were more advanced than us, but then we still can't get over the cognitive dissonance of the fact that we say they're primitive for thinking that they were some type of beings because we think we're more advanced than them, but we're not more advanced than them. And dude, like there's inside information, like a whistleblower came from Pentagon saying what the thing he hears floating around the Pentagon, the word is that the Sumerian gods are returning. I mean, dude, get out of here, bro.
Enki in them.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Anunnaki, and they've planted that seed in everyone, dude. They know they think that the Sumerian gods, Anunnaki, that they made us, and that they're returning.
that's kind of the deception that's going to happen apparently as well.
Yes.
But
yeah.
As for like the moon anomalies, I think it's awesome. Like that, it's coincidences and how like unique it is, and its orbit and all that. The things you were mentioning, its distance, and what do you guys like think about that? Like, how do you map that out? Is it like, you know, what's going on? Because we know we say what we say, that the orbits are happening, it's rotating around over there, and it's a certain distance, and it's kind of hollow or whatnot, and like it's perfect for us.
Yeah, I would say to me.
Oh, you're cutting out.
Can you hear me?
Napalm. Yeah, now, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say the mechanism, whatever it is, how it works, what it consists of, is obviously created by something because of these, what you would call coincidences or anomalies that just so happen to be so perfect. To me, that lends towards a created design. Yes.
He agrees.
Yeah,
and he's just asking. He's asking like, what would we think? Well, they just all move relative to the Earth. Like the Earth is the
You cut out a little.
middle. Like the Earth was made as like this, like the showdown arena, effectively. Like the Earth was made as like the showdown arena, and everything moves around it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's really not complicated. That's what everyone has always known, honestly. But the idea is that they've already lied to you about everything to do with the people in the past. They were much more advanced. They all knew this about the Earth, or like they all depicted the Earth this same way. And then everything that they believed had to do with the sky. So the infatuation with the sky is on both sides, right?
The sky is beautiful.
Yeah, it's incredible, dude. If you've ever been like really far away from light pollution, it's beyond grasp how many stars there are. So
yeah,
like,
but I can only speculate. But to generalize it, the Earth was made for us, and the sky was made for us. The moon, this just the same way the sun feeds us. The moon has a purpose. The stars have a purpose, and they're made from something. The Earth.
Yeah.
They somehow feed it and give back and forth, and that's just speculation. But you can look into vibes of the cosmos, and you can I don't know if anybody's seen the moon map. Of course, they've seen that one, but there's also the star map. Has anybody seen that one?
Oh, I've seen star maps, sure. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I'll share it when I get the chance, right?
with all
So
the
you can
constellations.
they did some work on the moon as well. They took the image of the moon, and they I guess you could say dimmed it. I don't know the right word for it. They inverted the colors and then dimmed it till only the brightest points of the moon were visible, right? And those brightest points are the exact constellations mapped in our sky to the T.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what
I don't believe
know
that.
what
I
it's
think
for.
that's false.
Yeah, and
Sounds
also
awesome.
yeah. I can't verify it, but I can show you.
Yeah, check it out. That
They
sounds like
show
something
me.
you would be able to verify. You have to know the methodology of figuring out the brightness. But Pizzizzle, I do want to say this before it gets lost in what I called it either. But I will say that I can resonate with like your taking away where when I found out that the Earth's not what they told me, like in a way I was like, well, I thought it was so awesome and like it's incredible that the creator made this like crazy solar system and universe in a way like and how big and still majestic everything is. And so there's like that hiccup, transition spot where you're like, but like I do think the creators is awesome enough to do this, but then you find a way to fully appreciate the creation for what it is anyway, and you still see that it is still far, far, far beyond comprehension. And and the people that brought you the other idea that still needs a God, with all the coincidences, it still needs a God. Like those people hate God. And so those people aren't on the same wavelength as you because they don't acknowledge the logical antecedent of design no matter what. So they think that moon really is just coincidentally there because there can't be a God, So like their motivation to bring that is that there can't be a God. That's the whole thing. That it's like explaining existence without a God. That's what evolution is. That's what the Big Bang is. It's this idea of trying to explain it without a God. So it's very ironic if you think about it, because most clovers I talk to, they think there's no God. Like when my dad was saying, well, God could do that, God could do that, God could do that. I'm like, yeah, true, he could. But the people that told you that's what it is and that's what he did, they hate God. They say there is no God. They spit on the idea of God. So it's like, then you start to see the earth for what it is. And once you can actually kind of step back fully and you see it with some clarity, it's like actually really incredible what the earth is and what the creator made for us is like this incredible special place. It's like the place. And it's equally, if not more beautiful.
Yeah, if you understand that if you have like a relationship with God, right, then you understand that God is not a trickster. He would not trick you, and he wouldn't trick you, and make you feel like you're on a not moving object, but actually moving. Make you feel like you're not spinning, but actually spinning. Make you think you're right side up, but you're really upside down. Make you look up at the sky and see it turning, but actually you're turning. God's not a trickster. He made it for you. He put it right there for you to look at, right there for you to have, and he made it for you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I do see how he made it for me, and I also see how I wouldn't notice the movement. Like I kind of got that in physics class. But
well, yeah, I get the idea. Yeah, but like there's an idea for all of it. There's no doubt about that. But it's just like it's ironic. Its origin, like the main reason that it came, is pretty interesting, right? Because it's like that's not acknowledged. They don't acknowledge that a creator made it. They actually do just invoke repetitive coincidence on an astronomical scale, pun intended, and that's like very, very, very illogical. It's like primitive level illogical. It's like incompetence of an absurd degree because it just doesn't make any sense.
For the odds of the moon and all its glory, they would say, like an atheist would say, yeah, it's so awesome, and we're like it happened, so therefore the odds of it happening are, enough that it happened. Whereas a Christian would say, like, it's so, the odds of it happening are so enormous that it must have been like designed or helped by a creator. Yeah.
Yeah, which is the only actual feasible thing, though, because even if it's just so big that it eventually happened, that's just talking about sustainability of the Earth itself, like where humans can even live there. You start to compile all kinds of like optical coincidences that don't affect the ability to sustain life. You need multiple universes, and they have the unfossible safety net of saying, well, it's so big, there's got to be life out there. We just can't find it because they have to. That makes it unfalsifiable. That's all it is. And like even the modern astronomy in whatever you want to call it, they are flirting with the idea of multiverse, for majority of them, because it's like, it's just so obviously designed. And the more they try to explain how that wasn't designed, everything they update, it just makes it more and more and more and more coincidental, pushing it closer to the design. But this is the thing, like with the Earth not moving, it doesn't have to be constantly updated because something disproves it every day. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, it's a fundamental difference, right? It's like the creator would be having to deceive you. And it's like, everything's the opposite of what you think. And when you see the sun move, it's not moving, and your entire life is the opposite. And whenever in the Bible specifically, when it alludes to up, 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 and there's layers of heaven and looking up and up, there is no up. There's no up. You're never looking up. You can't look up to the creator. There's no up and down. There aren't layers of up and down. Job makes no sense. The first thing, like the third thing the creator said to Moses makes no sense. Like one of the first things he says to him makes no sense about levels of heaven and the earth and going all the way down. That makes no sense, right? And so it's like, I get everyone doesn't believe in the Bible, but there is no up. And so you're just looking into a vacuum in an unidirectional way, completely detached from what's really going on. I mean, that's
You're saying up is physical and not a spiritual sense?
Yeah. That
if you
what do you use a spiritual sense? What?
Oh yeah, I don't know what that.
God is above us. I think that's a spiritual statement, not a statement of which direction.
He said there are levels.
To find God.
He said there are levels of heaven all the way down to the earth, and keep going into the earth. So it's physical. Yeah, that's what it says.
Well, Mr. Learns, it is interesting that you talk about being spiritual or physical. I do think that heaven is above us physically, Mr. Learns. But if we go up there with these bodies, they would burn up. So I think it is physically above us in the sense that it's up there. But if you go up there now with the current equipment that we have, it would burn up unless we have a spiritual body.
Wow.
I understood. I disagree.
So whenever you think about the creator or anything, you don't like instinctively think about up, like physically up. Like when you look, you don't think about the creator, and then say you're like thinking about the creator, you don't like look up.
So do you have to look up to bow your head?
I used to look up. I used to look up.
It just seems okay. Good.
And now when I pray and stuff, I know he's just like all around me, eye level. I know he's
Yeah.
everywhere. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah,
But see,
that's what
the
I mean.
reason I'm
God's
saying
everywhere.
it's like instinctive to look up is just because that's the place you can look that eludes your grasp. Like that's the place that's like, the creator's so big and powerful that like instinctively you look up to where it isn't limited. You know what I'm saying? Like you instinctively know that's got like, that it resides up in that unlimited area. You instinctively look up because the creator's so big and powerful. Even if he's right with you, he's also up there. And so it's instinctive to try to fathom it, even though that's actually arrogant. You never could fathom it, right? But it's just, that's why we look up. That's my take on it, right? Because it makes sense logically.
Yeah, I think of it like
It's it. You never say anything logically. Just I
think of it like you remember those old transparencies they used to have where they put a clear overlay with some markings on it on top of another picture. That's what I think of the spiritual world. This spiritual world can be overlaid anywhere, but you have to be in the spiritual dimension to see the spiritual stuff. You can look across the Grand Canyon and see nothing there, but in the spiritual dimension with that overlay, there could be a bridge across there. There could be totally different stuff going on, and this could happen anywhere. This could happen in a volcano, in the heavenlies above, on the spiritual dimension, something totally different could be happening in the overlay over top of our reality. But if we're going to go to that, plane of existence, we're going to need the right body. Otherwise, potentially we're going to burn up. That's what I think of when I think of heaven. I think of this place where if we go there now, we would, burn up and die unless we have a spiritual form that can interface with what's going on up there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think it's like actually a density thing where, you would be disintegrated because of power, kind of like how you couldn't go to the center of the earth, but it's like the spirit doesn't have the material
confinement or limitation, right? So it doesn't have that density, and so you could transcend different layers with different densities because you don't have that like material confinement, and you would disintegrate due to the power in those higher frequencies. So I agree with you also. I think.
And so, they're up there, but they're up there in a different form. And so if you want to go up into the heavenlies, you're going to need a body that can take all of that stress. Otherwise, it's going to be like a match to or a candle. It's just going to burn up.
Think about how crazy it is that they tried to say that man can go up there and they just needed like a suit to do it. Wow. That's such a deeper deception than people realize, I feel like.
Or it's true. I think it's true.
I know you think it's true.
Yeah, so
you think that at the time of the Messiah, you think that at the time of Jesus, that all the Hebrew people were very primitive and not in the know about what the earth was.
I think they forgot
their cosmology. So
I think there was
The higher you go in an airplane, the more protection you need. So why is a suit somehow outrageous?
No. I'm saying they minimize the magnificence up above us, or what's called the heavens, even within your paradigm. They minimized it, right? By saying, well, no, you don't have to be like right with the creator and in a spiritual form to go up there. You can go up there in your material body. All you need is a suit.
Because as you go higher, the atmosphere gets thinner and the body needs
You're completely missing the
oxygen.
Yeah, that's not
connotation
the
in
point,
which
man.
it's applying. What are
It's
you
like a
doing?
metaphor.
As in,
I think he was
your side.
focusing on the suit that you need to go up into the heavenlies from the metaphor standpoint of saying you need the right body, suit-wise and otherwise, to go
What's
up
it?
there. I
But
think
what's
that
a
he was
deception,
talking
though?
about
I don't
that.
understand what the deception is.
He wasn't talking about it from the standpoint of deception. He's talking about it's interesting. It's an interesting allegory, an interesting parallel. Perhaps just like we need a suit to go up there, we need a special body to go up there. That's what I got from What's It. What's It? Do you agree, disagree, or want to clarify or whatever?
Yeah, I don't disagree, but overall, what I'm saying is if the situation is that it's actually this beautiful thing that you have to transcend the physical body to be able to live or like exist and survive, right, effectively to get there even, and they've undermined that beautiful thing, which would be like life's journey and then a successful journey, if you will, to rise up to that area. They've undermined that by saying, oh, you can go way out to that area, and all it requires is like a man-made suit. And it is ironic, though, yes, that it's saying you have to be in a different suit, but no, the spirit isn't confined to matter. So the bigger point I'm just making is it's crazy they undermine that such a special, like, important thing.
Well, they do that with heaven and Jesus and God and everything. So.
Amen, brother. One day we will have perfected spiritual bodies that won't burn up in the heavenlies, as far as I can tell, just like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think it's also crazy to think that Jesus was the Messiah, but I think he came here and just didn't know what the earth was, or didn't tell anybody what the earth was, and that they had it completely wrong.
Well, I think the demons are trying to do the opposite. They are booted out of heaven and they can't ever return. So they're going to try to use us as their flesh suits, down here while they're booted out of heaven. It is very interesting.
Yeah.
The spiritual dimension.
It is an awesome movie, like Lord of the Rings. If you wrote it down, it's a crazy story.
Well, I think that's actually kind of about also. This is my speculation, but I think that's something to do with like the wisdom of Solomon and King Solomon and how he had a ring that gave him domain over like the demons and all this stuff. That's just my take, though.
It is interesting.
They took that out of the Bible, though. And they were like, no, this shouldn't be.
Solomon's magic and Babylon, like when it fell, when God destroyed it, or there was some kind of reset. So the Jews that came out and wrote the Bible and whatnot later on, like they were descendants of a scattered people who lost a lot of information, but they still carried on tradition and like sacrifice or whatnot and burning of incense, stuff like that. They've carried on a lot of that from Babylon.
Yeah.
But like they also like the Greeks, they barely survived some kind of cataclysm, and then became like philosophers, wrote down as much shit as they could.
Yeah, but the problem with me, like logically, is like if Jesus came here, I say Yahusha or Yeshua, but whatever, right? He definitely transcends name. If Jesus comes here and you believe that Jesus came here and he was the Messiah and he came to the Hebrew people, right? And he didn't tell them, look, man, you're completely misinterpreting the very beginning. Like you got the creation account completely wrong. Your creation account is not this. Like they all thought it was this, but no, actually, this is what the creation account's saying. It's all metaphor. It just seems crazy to me that like he wouldn't correct the Hebrew cosmology when he came. It seems hard. I asked my dad that. He said, well, he didn't tell them about polio. Like as if he didn't tell them everything, you know? And I'm like, okay, that seems like a pretty important part of the story, but whatever. So
Well, he did refer to their texts, and he referred to their rules and adjusted a lot of things. He also gave like his disciples more rules, like in addition to the 10 Commandments, you know. And he also told like the pagans what to do and not to follow, say, the unleavened bread or whatnot, or the eating of pork. Like he did clarify a lot of those ancient prophets' points.
Well, I think even with the unleavened bread, that's kind of like a typology. It gets you thinking in spiritual terms. Like, I thought that leavened bread didn't tend to rise. And so spiritually, you're thinking, okay, well, what's going to allow me to rise up to heaven to be with the Father? Sin is going to be leaven that is going to keep my bread or my spirit down and keep it from rising up to heaven, you know, properly. So I think that these laws are not laws in and of themselves, like don't eat leavened bread per se, but it gets you thinking in a spiritual dimension, like don't mix fabrics, you know, spiritually that's saying don't mix sin with righteousness, you know, be holy, be set apart. So I
that's
don't
right.
know
They
if
do
it's
have
a law per
parallels, though,
se.
right? But don't you
Yeah.
agree that it's not like an either or? Like they have parallels. Like I look at it, like one of the beautiful things about it is that the physical has a metaphysical reason or parallel. Like fruit, for example, like trees and fruit, right? If you have fruit trees and you prune the limbs that are not really going to do good, but they're just going to take away from the tree. If you cut off the limbs that are no good, you get much better fruits, right?
Yep.
And it's
I
like
just did it to my pear
in
tree.
life, if we cut the stuff out of our life that holds us back that we shouldn't be doing, or typically fleshly carnal desires, or what is classified as sin, right? Missing the mark, whatever you want to call it. If we cut out the pieces of our life that miss the mark, then we will produce better fruit. And it's like, and like, then look at your veins and look at your lungs and then look at trees and look at their veins, look at their systems, look at like the parallel with your brain. And I just think the physical always has a metaphysical parallel. And that's why Jesus was able to walk around and talk over everyone's head, because they just didn't understand like the parallels, because they made up their own man-made religion. He hated that, right? But like cosmology, interpretation of where you live is not the same as the Jewish Talmud made up laws that he was rebuking, right? It's like the first part of understanding the whole story.
Well, the Satanic Babylonian Talmud, you know, has, you know, black magic and stuff like that. It doesn't appear to be scriptural. And so we need to decide if we're going with the word of God or the word of man and their traditions.
Yeah, that was his
Yeah,
major contention.
The first thing Jesus, he didn't come and change. He didn't come and say change the book of Genesis. Like that came way after. You know, some say 300 years, some say 78 years. You know, but
wait, what?
Like the book of Genesis mentions, you know, what you were talking about in terms of cosmology and yeah. So like Jesus didn't come and say correct them on that. Like to answer your question, he never he only came and corrected like teachings and Jewish law and stuff like that.
Yeah, my question is just like, since that is like, even when you're teaching a child or whatever, like since that is the beginning of understanding what has happened and that you were created, to understand the whole concept, that's the very beginning, like what was created for man, right? And so if they were misunderstanding it from the jump, like it just seems like the Messiah would have corrected them. So that's kind of my point.
All right, I finally found that video. I tagged you on it. the vibes of the cosmos.
I don't even know if the Dead Sea Scrolls, or I don't know what the most ancient source is on that. So I can't even.
Genesis.
Yeah, when it comes to Genesis and where it comes from, if it was Josephus or whoever it was.
No.
Yeah, I know exactly. So I have no idea.
Definitely
I
not
just watched the video.
Was
Go
it
ahead.
ancient Babylonian? Go ahead. You watched a video? Did he get muted or something?
That was crazy. But yeah, no, it didn't come from Babylon. No, not Genesis, man. And it's also interesting they took Enoch away, which gives a lot of descriptions, and Jesus referred to as scripture anyway. But I don't know, dude. This seems like a basic idea, right? Even if you look in Bibles, they'll show you. Hebrew cosmology was a flat Earth with a domed firmament. They took the Bible literally true when it described where they lived. And it seems like the Messiah would be like, "You're very primitively misunderstanding where you live. You don't get it at all. And no, there's not something He built for you to protect you. And you don't take any of the earthly descriptions like literally." That just seems crazy to me. That's all I'm saying. Like, I disagree. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, He would have corrected them, and we certainly aren't going to go as far as to say that Jesus didn't know what the earth was, right? Because He obviously would, because it actually says that the Word was present at the time of creation. So, and the Word become flesh. I mean, so anyway.
Well, I mean, Jesus did talk about certain things. He didn't appear to talk about cosmology, but he did refer to the scriptures as canonical by, saying it's written in the scriptures. He at least appeared to lend authority to the scriptures, as in, the scriptures are talking about some good stuff. You can believe them. And so that would include a biblical cosmology, unless Jesus was like, oh, no, it's actually made like this or something like that.
Right. And like, dude, then if you look at Enoch, I mean, dude, come on. What Enoch claims that the earth is and what's in the sky. Enoch says it's entities in the sky. And
I know. It's crazy. It's like
he refers to Enoch as scripture, right? So like that's pretty crazy that the Catholic Church gave a decree to remove Enoch from the face of the earth, and it survived, predominantly in the Ethiopian tribe, canon, but like that Jesus referred to it as scripture, like just point blank. I mean, there's nowhere else. There's something that was in what he called the collection as scriptures, whatever he called scriptures. There was something in there that's not in the current version, and that's
that
just
Enoch stuff is hard, man. That stuff is like hardcore. Like I mean, it's not. He doesn't dance around what he's claiming the earth is. He's like, no, there's like a fire thing right here that will charge your iPad. He's very freaking specific.
The Book of Enoch, I've read it. It's awesome, and that explains a lot of Genesis. It goes deep into the sons of man marrying the daughters of, God or whatever. God, the sons of.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't read it. I listened to the audio, somebody else reading it, which was very helpful.
Oh, it's good. It's really good.
Yeah.
It should be in the Bible, like.
It's just, I mean, it's very, like, it's using it to say what the earth is. And if that was in the Bible that everybody received, I don't know if we'd be having this talk right now.
Well, in Job 38:14, it says it's pressed out like clay under the signet ring. That's in the Bible proper. Job is deemed canonical at the very least. You don't even necessarily need to go to the Book of Enoch, whether it's deemed deuterocanonical part of the Bible or not. But in Job 38:14, it says it's pressed out like clay under the signet ring. That's pretty flat right there.
Yeah, but it's like it's so much deeper of a level. Like it says that what's in the sky are actual entities, and that the wandering stars are actually rebellious entities that were put at a lower height, effectively, and chained up, and that's why they have to do this little different motion, because everything was appointed their route, and they rebelled. They wandered from that appointed route, and so they were then punished and forced in a new route, and that's why they look different, and that's why all the rebellious people that were deceived by the ones that came down worshipped them as gods, because they're literally entities, and they worship them as their gods, and that's why they're still named after gods to this day, and they're called heavenly bodies. And Enoch explains all this and explains what they came down and deceived mankind with, including stuff like abortion, right? And so this is a very amazing part of it that adds a ton of context that was removed. And when you apply it to creation, good luck trying to make Enoch jive with heliocentrism. It's not going to work out for you.
As for Job 38, like that is explainable even with like I'm a Christian and a Glober, and I don't think it says anything about flat Earth. I just think it's talking about explainable.
Yeah, fair enough. It's also in Jasher, which was clearly removed. It talks about how like when he was taken to the ends of the earth, it was like freezing cold and ice.
Wait, what? Sorry.
In Jasper, it talks about, or in Jasher, it talks about like going to the end of the earth. He was taken to the ends of the earth, and it was like freezing cold and ice there.
Oh hell yeah, I love that. Like, so he was taken up by God, and he was shown around, and yep. I mean, that's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. And Enoch talks about what everything's made up there, and he was so curious. And Enoch was like, "I want to know about this fruit," because he said that the fruit was just smelled so sweet. And he's like, "Well, don't you want to know about all this other stuff?" He's like, "I want to know everything, but I really want to know about the fruit." And it just makes you really think, right? It makes you think like, what was the fruit that they were eating, and how much different is that than the fruit that we had when they were in the garden? And there's all this important truth, and it tells you about how all the world was deceived. And that was because literal entities came down and deceived them, dude, and showed them all kinds of crazy magic, wooed the women, you know what I'm saying? And then they were giving birth to giants, and these families were revered as gods across the board. So, now you have the Greek pantheon and every other polytheistic representation throughout all of history, effectively, and it's been removed. And so the point is, what's in the sky could be a lot crazier than we've been led to believe. And it seems like the Pentagon thinks that these things could return, and it just seems interesting. And what happens if the quote-unquote planets disappear, and all of a sudden we have quote-unquote gods on the earth? Everyone would praise them, and it would happen again easily.
I don't think the Pentagon thinks that gods are returning.
Yeah, where's the Google? Where's the fact check on that?
I told you where that source is, and that is a whistleblower claiming that's what he's heard. So that's just whistleblower claiming what
It's
he's
just interesting that you like take that rumor, the thinnest wisp of a rumor, and consider it true.
Well, it's not that it could be true. It could not be true, but I just find it interesting because then you look at the fact that NASA actually codes with Sanskrit. NASA codes with Sanskrit. You look at the obsession with Sumerian ideology, and you look at how much that's been pushed in this new age. Like all the young people think Anunnaki are real, and Nibiru is real, and the boomers will catch up, right? But everyone that's like 35 and under have heard of this for a large portion of their early adult life. It's been like slammed down our throat. So, I think it's interesting. Like the CIA has chosen to let you believe that there were ancient aliens that made you. And so I take that into consideration when I hear claims about the Pentagon. Yeah.
Well, the Bible says that the morning stars sang for joy when everything was created. Perhaps that's more literal than we've been led to believe. Perhaps the stars are sentient and even alive. I even saw a wild YouTube video that says that there's, fish up there or something biological or something like that. And it's wild, to think that there might be life in the waters below and the oceans and maybe even in the waters above.
I think the official language of NASA is English, and they write all of their code in English.
Their computers use Sanskrit, my man.
To code for the encryption, like if you get the code, you're going to get Sanskrit unless you know how to read that and decrypt that. You're going to get Sanskrit, encrypting or whatever.
Don't you cite it?
I just don't find that credible at all.
So do I need to cite it, bro? Would you believe it?
Is it important though?
I guess.
That's interesting. That's interesting. See, that wasn't his argument, but yeah, it's just a piece of information. You can take it or leave it. It's like I like to compile it all together, and what it tells me is that they have a religion, and they named all the planets after gods. They named all their missions after gods. They named the moon landing after the sun god. Oddly enough, they're obsessed with these names, these religious undertones, and they've gone back to a Sanskrit language, and a lot of their names have come with an ideology connected to their religion. So
wait, all of the planets had names 100 years before NASA existed. How did they name the planets?
1,000 years before NASA.
Oh, so how did it become agreed upon across the board to call the planets those specific things?
International Astronomical Society eventually came up with canonical names, but they weren't agreed upon at the beginning.
What about the new planets?
Okay, thanks.
What about their missions that are named after the sun god, for instance? What about that, Matthew? How come they're
Yeah.
sticking to the party line? How come they're sticking to the status quo when it comes to naming planets and missions, huh?
I don't know
Yep.
why they named their missions Apollo and Artemis. I don't.
Tons of Greek gods. There's like 10 different scenarios at least.
A lot of Greek and Roman names have just been carried over. July and August are named after Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar. I mean, that's just, something that's kind of gone along. So what's it on a different note? What's going on with your appeals of the First Amendment issues you've had?
Yeah, so I mean, it just kind of still in the initial appeal process. I haven't actually even done much, so it's whatever. But I do have. We are going to send an insane. See, the real business gets in the civil case because they tried to dismiss everything as not relevant. Like the cop talking about how he thought I didn't actually need a permit because he didn't have a decibel reader. He thought it could be up to a certain decibel. He admitted that on his own body cam, but the judge tried to act like that wasn't relevant. The fact that he actually, under his own understanding, illegally enforced the law, that wasn't relevant because he happened to be right, is basically their take. And it's just about, so the constitutionality of the law wasn't even up for debate, right? It was just, did you break the law? Which was that, basically you need permission for the First Amendment and the right to be heard because you can't use a speaker. And even without a speaker, you can't do it outside of a designated area. So they just assume that constitutionality, and then I was guilty upon that. So the appeal is interesting because the upper courts have to read my motion and also dismiss it. But as to the real nitty gritty of it, the civil case is going to be the. Anyway, long story short, I've just been really busy. So when I finally get into the house, it'll pick back up.
You have to win the criminal appeals before you can file a civil suit.
That's patently false.
No, it's not. You can't be awarded for breaking the law. You can't sue and say I was convicted of a crime that's been upheld, but I still want damages. I don't see where you have a theory of damages.
Did you not know that laws can be changed with civil cases?
You have to win the criminal case too.
No. Actually, some of the most prominent changes in law came from a guilty verdict and then after the fact challenge. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. But okay, dude, I get it. You're pulling for me to not win, and you don't think I can.
I've wanted to follow, but you haven't said anything about it.
Yeah, just because I've had a lot going on.
I've seen for a long time.
I don't know if you knew, but I got married 20 weeks ago.
Yeah, I realize that. Yeah,
pregnant, and we're just now moving into a house tomorrow. We've been all over the place, and
congratulations.
When I get into the new, thank you, man. When I get into the new house, that will be one of the. Thank you.
Because, but just keep in mind, check the docket because those cases have a clock, and if you sit on that for too long, the federal court's very good at dismissing shit.
Yeah, but it's all good. I have a dope pro bono attorney going the civil route with me, so. And it's actually arguable that we shouldn't do bill, so. For civil purposes. And this dude is part of a very successful, prominent First Amendment civil case firm. So.
You're going to get in trouble for using a speaker? Is that like your?
Well, yeah, it's like I can't do a demonstration outside of the little boxes they made.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do a demonstration with a sign and a speaker. You can do a demonstration outside those areas. You can't do it with those aids.
No. You can't.
What's it? I think we all know, including people like whoever, Steel City or whoever that was. Steel City. Like we all know if a UFO, say, takeover of the world is like a dumb, psyop by the CIA, like both sides would know that, right? What's the actual plan? Because everybody knows that. No one's going to get deceived by that. It's been on CNN. Like, I bet you if I asked my parents, like they would probably know about like CNN's probably said like, oh, an alien invasion might be coming. You know, so everybody knows the idea.
Is
but they're gonna
Pizzles?
fall for it because they want to believe it. Like majority of people want to believe it because it's like an exciting idea. So when they see actual phenomena in the sky happen that confirms the idea, then they're gonna believe it. Like everyone, I don't know. I mean, everyone. I'm sure you're probably definitely not older than me. I wouldn't think. I just turned 30 in April, and everyone my age or younger thinks there are definitely aliens, bro. Like, and wouldn't believe it. Would believe it in a heartbeat.
Is Pizzle's volume very low or something? I'm having problems hearing him.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Sounds fine to me though. So maybe you have to turn it down.
Maybe it's just me.
They would blow up real shit to make you believe it. They wouldn't just flash lights in the sky. They'll blow up some real shit, set off some real bombs.
Yeah. I know if I saw lights in the sky or like Project Bluebeam or something, you know, beaming up Jesus into the sky, and I was like, okay, so clearly that's just some stupid projection or, you know, whatever. This isn't Jesus, you know, or what are we gonna?
Yeah.
What's the deception? What are they gonna do?
I don't know. Who knows? It's all made up right now. Who knows?
It is all
I
made
think,
up. Yeah.
in my opinion, right? This is just my opinion, and I know it sounds crazy, but that's why it would work. I think actual entities come. So I think that it's not like a hologram or a projection or something fake. It's something real comes, like something actually comes, and in that scenario, whatever comes, everyone will listen to what they say.
Okay. Yeah,
and they of course sold it like they're going to come fight us and we're going to have to come together against them, but that could be, you know, on purpose. So the curveball is they come and they're like benevolent and they tell us all about our history, and they get rid of government because they're lying to us, and they tell us about these advanced civilizations, how they had visited before and now they're back to check on us, and they're nice, right? And then that would be,
so it's going to
you
be
know, a lot of
real
people would listen.
aliens, because I've heard the theory that it's going to be, you know, our military, you know, our secret military or space, whatever, like, and they're going to just pretend to be aliens, and, you know.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I just think it's going to
That'd
like
be
real
different.
phenomena is what I'm saying. Like it like I don't know the source of it. I personally do think that I think the Watchers will return. Yeah, because that's what Enoch says. But that's like my belief, right? So it's not, I'm not claiming I know that, but yeah, I think they return because that's what the scriptures say. And I'm not going to pretend that everything the scriptures say are actually not really what they mean, and they didn't actually come and there weren't actually giants. And, you know, like, I just think they'll come back, and I think that they can take different forms, actually. I think that they're not limited to a material body, and they're just going to be treated like gods. And so that's just my opinion.
And are we going to fight them? Because that's what the whole thing is with Satan, is he's like preparing an army to fight this second coming.
I think actually what they're going to do is get the whole world unified as the army that's supposed to fight the return of the Messiah. And they'll have a false Messiah come first that'll unify the world with basically the approval, like the tacit agreement of these other entities. And that will actually be the army that goes against the Messiah.
What about this proposition that the fallen ones, right, they come back as well as what the Bible would consider angels? So, for lack of a better term, good and bad. And what side do you think the militaries of the world and the people of the world would be fighting on? My guess is the leaders of this world probably have some sort of correspondence or spiritual admiration for the fallen ones, and may convince the world that these are the benevolent ones and that we need to join with them to fight against the actual good entities that may be coming back.
Like in Stargate. No, yeah, for sure. I've heard that they exchanged technology for, you know, different types of abduction or people, different amount of people. If they're preparing for a battle against the return of Christ, that's the whole. Even if you want to think of it as a spiritual battle, that's kind of what is happening.
Well,
Yeah.
even the Bible talks about, in the past that these entities, these fallen ones, came down and taught human beings certain things, right? The cutting of roots, a bunch of different things, whole list of things, right? So who's to say that something similar may not happen in the past, right? So there obviously was some interaction previously in the past, if you believe the story, between the fallen ones and humans to begin with.
You're talking about them like they're Transformers, the fallen ones, like they're.
Well, I think that they
Which-
actually do
which is
change state.
Maybe Transformers is a good analogy. I don't know.
It is.
I haven't seen the new movie. I watched it when I was a child, and it was a cartoon. But
Well, now it's a dark satanic thing, like Batman and everything. It's no longer a cartoon.
yeah, I'm aware. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe
I
it.
think that might be something actually because I randomly went there on a stream thinking I could decode it, and immediately I'm like, dude, this is the Watchers. This is about the Watchers. Like
cube?
into a 2-minute freaking clip.
It's all about Saturn and Saturn worship. If you know anything about that, it's 100%. Especially like, there's one specific one. Watch them in a series, obviously.
Well, I believe that most things the media puts out are kind of an inversion of the truth to begin with, right?
The ones
And
with Shia LaBeouf. The ones with Shia LaBeouf.
enlighten me, because I haven't seen the newer Transformer movie, but my assumption is that the people of Earth and maybe the military and the police probably fight along the Autobots against the Decepticons, right?
Well, they literally are the fallen angels, like the Autobots and the Decepticons. Like there's so much parallels, and the black cube of Saturn and everything. It's all in there.
Well, what's really crazy is actually all back in the day they fought each other, right? They actually fought each other, and if you look at all the quote unquote mythologies, they're talking about the gods fighting each other, and so it's like you just sit back and watch in amazement of them fight, and anytime they turn to you and tell you to do something, I mean, you do it. They're like gods to you. You watch the gods fight. So I think that would be interesting. They're like, are we going to fight them or against them? Or I think that they're going to come and tell us that they're like benevolent, but then kind of like get in disagreements and get power hungry themselves. And then I don't know. It's just a ton of stuff that could happen, but I just think it's very obvious that like the superhero infatuation and all this stuff, it's a way to get people ready to basically revere and worship some type of entity, entities.
That's a good point. I mean, why else is everything that's coming out movie-wise based on superheroes? I mean, has a year gone by where we haven't had at least one major superhero movie?
Well, that's based on. I mean, if you want to think about it psychologically, it's like the hope and that's just based on what humanity's kind of craving at the time, if you want to put it that way. Like zombies, vampires, Dexter type shit, like where it's just like murder.
But when it comes to the superheroes, it's getting people to believe that they have to place their hopes in somebody that's not human, right? That they can't do anything themselves, that they have to put their hope and faith in these alleged superhumans.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would fall for it, right? Like, in my opinion, because people now think it's like profound and intellectually humble and efficient to say stuff like, the universe is so big, of course there's life out there somewhere. I'm not arrogant enough to think there's not. People think that makes them smart. I mean, obviously, saying that and just like that being your script that you can say because you've heard it as an accepted thing to say doesn't make you smart at all. It's kind of like the opposite. Like, I still know a bunch of people feel that way. Like they that makes sense to them logically. And so if something was to present themselves, I don't think they'd really even. I don't know. I just don't even think that they'd hesitate to believe it personally. I mean, Fox News covers UFOs. Fox News has a whole segment about UFOs now.
And most of them chant the same mantra, right? That it's statistically impossible for there not to be life based on the amount of stars that we have in the universe and the size of it and blah, 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 right? They have the mantra of it being statistically impossible.
I've always thought they were real kind of thing, and but this whole push by mainstream media and like the videos that the U.S. Navy put out like 3 years ago or whatever. There's something odd about those. They're nothing like the actual UFO stories. They're not putting out anything good. They're showing you like black and white kind of grainy shitty video, and there's tons of real or much more compelling evidence and kind of shit out there, but they're not showing that on CNN. No White House disclosure on that, right? It's just these 3 shitty videos.
Well, they do that intentionally so that your imagination can fill in the gaps.
I mean, what are they doing? They're not really disclosing anything.
My
they're
argument
showing
is
you
that they
3
couldn't.
shitty videos. Yeah,
They couldn't just come out and show you something awesome, dude. Like, people would go crazy, like, especially if they knew the government knew, right? If the government came out and they're like, yeah, we knew, and they just show you something crazy, it's like they can't figure it out either. They have to paint that narrative, and then they have to get you slowly ready, right? So, like, the idea that there are aliens is an insane idea. So you're going to have to chip away at the psyche of the American people and the world population, right? You're going to chip away at it to where it becomes more and more feasible and rational, and not so like ridiculous. And then, you'd eventually have you'd probably have like an event, like a climatic event where it invokes so much emotion that logic gets thrown out, and they'll make a shift. There will be a catalyst event, but I think they have to get you ready in a certain mind, like a headspace first, right? Like 9/11, everyone was cool with the Patriot Act because they were just so emotionally involved in the trauma of 9/11. So like they were just easy to misguide. So I don't know. That's my.
Yeah, sounded like a short summary of the history of heliocentrism, and
Yeah, so if I was going to try to slowly implant this idea that aliens exist and that they may be possibly visiting us or coming back to visit us, I would, probably put on a documentary style television show that runs for about 15 years that tries to convince people that they've already come in the past.
Yeah, for sure. And like actually make it like interesting.
But they don't exist, right? Like, I'd say they're demons or some kind of fucking spirit thing, but
Well, yeah, but that's the
I
whole
wouldn't
trick.
say they're aliens. Yeah.
They're not going to come and say, look, we're interdimensional beings that actually bucked the creator and he's our enemy. And so we're here to try to steal you and take us down with you. They have to have some type of trick, right? And it's going to be that they're benevolent, of course, because that's what they did the first time. They were revered as gods, not like tyrannical oppressors. They were revered. And so they're going to do the same thing. And you gotta see why, right? I mean, they came down, they said, look, if you dig in the ground, you're going to be able to get this piece of metal out of here, manipulate it, and make this thing. And they're like, what the hell is going on? So now it's going to have to be, this is 2.0, so it'll have to be really crazy, right? They'll have to show us some more stuff, but that's where science comes in, like modern quote unquote science, where everyone's so off about everything. They don't think there's an energy field. They don't know anything. So they have a clean slate to come in and correct our understanding of where we live and how it works and the history of where we live. And you run that show over 15 years where it's like, looks like your school system didn't tell you the truth. Looks like this history book was wrong. Here's the real truth. Here's the real truth about the ancient civilizations really did this and this and this, because they're slowly easing their way up to admitting everything you were told about history is a lie, right? And like that's a big deal.
Do you think they'll actually? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of shit that is a lie for sure.
I think they will. Yeah, like it will become mainstream across the board that ancient civilizations were much more advanced than we were initially told. But they'll maybe even so than we initially thought. They'll never actually put themselves in the other position that they intentionally lied to you.
Yeah. Well, I think anybody who searches it will realize that and kind of know that. I think if they have internet, right? Or
yeah. Yeah, that's a good point actually, is like pretty much everyone kind of already knows that. So that show was very successful. I mean,
just like the alien stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be the main source of why it's like accepted across the board that ancient civilizations were more advanced than we think. It has to be ancient aliens, like
not just ancient aliens, but definitely other authors and stuff and spin-offs. Like obviously,
yeah, for sure.
Von Däniken or whatever who started that shit. Sorry, I'm swearing a lot.
But yeah, I agree. That's just like that's the biggest one. If I had to pick the biggest one, it would
True.
be that show.
Yeah, it was on Discovery Channel, and it became like a meme for. It's a meme, right? Like everyone kind of knows
Yeah.
that. And also, people were like, "Why is this on the Discovery Channel?" They go there like adults would go to the Discovery Channel, and they would find Ancient Aliens. So it did hit the mainstream audiences.
Well, I think it's the History Channel.
Oh, was whatever. Discovery Channel's Canadian. I don't know. Whatever. History
Oh,
Channel.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, the History Channel, and that's a big channel, man, because the rest of the History Channel is showing you like, in-depth documentaries about the past. So it's like for that to be thrown in there with those, I mean, people just accept it as fact, right? I mean, it's like they don't accept all their speculation as fact, but they accept the information. Like, look at these buildings, and they're actually that's why the lie works so good, because they are revealing truth. They are saying like, look, we can't build this structure like this. Look at the symmetry of this. Look at how this was built and how this was placed, and we don't understand it. We can't replicate. Like, they are telling the truth about those things. Like, oh, we found this other place that's basically they wouldn't let us excavate it, and it's in
They're
South America,
careful.
and it's a perfect pyramid.
When they say ancient astronaut theorists contend, like they are careful with their words. Like they're using lawyer speak there. They're saying they can. That some theorists suggest. They use their words perfectly. So
yeah, no doubt.
It's like that's what the meme comes from. Like ancient astronaut theorists say yes. Like the narrator fucking says it perfectly for a reason.
Yeah, like the meme that I always see is like the idea. It's like not saying that it has to be aliens, but it's definitely aliens.
yeah.
But they are telling truth about like archaeological discoveries and stuff, right? Like anthropological and archaeological evidence that they're presenting to the masses that they were previously misled about, and there is a 0% chance that has occurred without the the knowing of the CIA. Like the CIA has decided to pump that video, right? So, I mean, that's my take, because Operation Mockingbird. I mean, either either that's the case, or they like are
if there's
extremely
anything
incompetent.
restricted being shown, they're gonna take it off before we see it for sure. Yeah. And any